Pondered. Let them wait. At least they are giving our motel some publicity, as long as they don't make trouble. The front desk staff bitterly said, but some of those reporters and fans have already gone upstairs. A dozen or so of them. I couldn't stop them myself. Third floor. Room 318. Zhang Ye was sweating profusely as he saw wave after wave of trouble on the internet. Zhang Yuanqi grabbed his phone and logged on to an account. There was a message. It was her manager, Fong Weihong. Sister Zhang. My dear sister, can you not cause trouble? Can you not do the disappearing act again? Did you see what's happening online? There's news of your scandal everywhere. Oh, my grandaunt. Can you please spare us? Come back quickly. We are already in a big mess. Zhang Yuanqi replied with a smiley face emoticon. Fong Weihong immediately replied. You finally appeared. My God, how long do you intend to keep this going? Why did you even go to a motel? Who are you with? Zhang Yuanqi sent another smiley face. Fong Weihong accepted that she could do nothing. All right, I won't ask about your private matters, and I don't want to know who you are with. Just tell me, when will you be back? We have already released a statement and also posted your selfie on Weibo to clarify. And your friend also helped you to lie. But how long can the lie go on for? You have to show yourself quickly for the matter to calm over. Zhang Yuanqi typed. I can't leave at the moment. Fong Weihong, you have been surrounded? Then think of a way fast. We can't do much over here. Otherwise, if we go over, the scandal would become true. Forget it. Don't think about leaving for now. Those reporters are all too bright. You can't lie to them. Just wait a little and find a chance to leave. Zhang Yuanqi. I'm sorry. I've given you trouble again. Fong Weihong. Sigh. This is part of our job. Even if it's trouble, we still have to do it. Actually, we are already considered lucky. If it were other celebrities, we would be dealing with scandals like this at least once every month. You are already very professional about your work, only having this happen once in over 20 years. But as your friend, let me remind you, Sister Zhang, rumors are easy to handle. They are just groundless accusations. It will cool down after some time. Zhang Yuanqi did not reply. She logged off the account and returned the phone to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye coughed. Ahem. Sister Zhang, why don't I go out and take a look? We will slip away if there's a chance, and then... Chill. Don't speak. Zhang Yuanqi looked at the door. Zhang Ye quickly shut his mouth as he heard some footsteps outside. This is such a rundown place. Would the Heavenly Queen stay here? I don't know either, but there's a chance that it could be true. Yes, that would be some big news. Go, keep looking. I wonder which room it is. So many rooms here, we can't possibly knock on every door to look for them, right? Before we can even find them, the police would have us arrested. Then let's wait a little. I don't believe that they won't come out. Their footsteps and the chatter slowly disappeared. Zhang Ye said nervously. The entrance has been blocked. We won't be able to go out. Zhang Yuanqi opened a gap in the curtains and looked outside. There had only been a few dozen people outside earlier, but now, the motel entrance and the area around it had around 200 to 300 people. Did you park in a safe place? Zhang Yuanqi asked. Zhang Ye understood what she meant and answered. It's safe. It's a car park and there are so many other cars. It should not attract suspicions. Zhang Yuanqi nodded and lowered her head as she took off her heels. Zhang Ye asked, what are you doing? Shower. Zhang Yuanqi said blandly. Zhang Ye stupidly asked, and then? Sleep. Zhang Yuanqi said calmly. Zhang Ye touched his face. What about me? Should I find a chance to get out? Zhang Yuanqi went into the bathroom without looking back. There are reporters and my fans outside. Are you able to get out? Zhang Ye was stunned. Then I will stay here too. She did not answer him, but Zhang Ye thought to himself, this wasn't the first time that they stayed in the same room anyway. But looking at the room's facilities, it couldn't be more dilapidated. There was just a large bed and a table attached to the wall. The table was especially narrow too. Besides the bed, there was also a cabinet. But other than that, there was nothing else, not even a chair. How was he to sleep? Sitting on the bedside cabinet to sleep? Bedside cabinet. So be it. It was all his fault in handling the matter poorly. Zhang Ye understood that if he had not chosen the motel, all of this would not have happened. He could have driven further to look for a 5-star hotel. Even if Zhang Yuanqi was recognized, it wouldn't be a problem. Such celebrities often spend a huge chunk of their time in hotels anyway. But a single room at a motel that cost less than 200 was too attention-seeking. This was obviously not for work. It looked like something that was meant to be secretive. And with the highly imaginative minds of the masses, they would definitely link this to something else. This led to the current situation they were in. So in the end, Zhang Ye had some responsibility in this whole matter. He did not take all of that into consideration before he booked the room. But from a different perspective, Zhang Yuanqi did not bring any money or identification, and she even came to look for him this late at night. Many of the big hotels wouldn't have any rooms available, so a large part of the responsibility was hers too. Splish, splash. As he was thinking, the sounds came from the bathroom. Zhang Ye, who was sitting on the bed, raised his head up and saw Zhang Yuanqi in the bathroom. There was no helping it. This was a motel room, and the bathroom was separated by a glass door. There was nothing else blocking it. Little Zhang. Yeah, what's the matter? Come here. Zhang Ye went into the bathroom. The heavenly queen was fumbling with the curtain in her hands. How do I pull it down? Zhang Ye went over to take a look. It was a drawstring type of curtain to block off the view from the bathroom and the room. But no matter how much he tried to get it to work, it didn't work. In the end, even the ring broke. He was full of sweat by now, so he stepped on a chair and tinkered with it for a long time before saying, this curtain is spoilt. You can't pull it down anymore. It was a small motel. It was normal for the facilities to be lousy. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. Then tell me, how can I shower? Zhang Ye coughed. Why don't you not shower? I've been busy the entire day. If I don't shower, I can't sleep, said Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Ye did not dare to call the front desk staff. If they came up, everything would be exposed. There wouldn't be any rooms available to change anyway. The motel was fully booked. Zhang Ye looked around hoping for something when he spotted a long towel. He took it and stood on the chair and hung the towel. He squeezed it in, and he managed to put up the towel in place of the damaged curtain. Zhang Yuanqi said indifferently, That doesn't block well. I know, but that's all I can do. Zhang Ye blinked. Don't worry, I will face my back towards you. I won't look all right. Zhang Yuanqi kept silent for a while. You can. Go outside. Zhang Ye went out of the bathroom and closed the door. He went back to the bed not knowing if the heavenly queen would shower or not. He turned his head to take a look. The cursory glance did not matter, but Zhang Ye's nose turned warm as blood rushed to it. That towel was obviously a little short and narrow. Hanging there, it covered only about half of the glass. Both ends of the glass could be seen through. The bottom of the glass also could be seen through for the length of an arm. He could clearly see Zhang Yuanqi's legs and stockings. Her lower body could not be seen, but from that angle, he could see that she was bending her body a little. Bada, the skirt came off. A pair of hands was also exposed on the other side of the unblocked piece of glass. Following that, he could see her hands moving downwards to her legs as she took off her stockings. Seeing her fair legs, Zhang Ye was now in a daze. For the moment, he had forgotten about his promise. Words like I won't look, that was all bullshit *T. Her skirt was hung up. The stockings were also sorted by a pair of hands and placed on a hanger. The skirt could not be seen anymore, but the stockings could be seen around the unblocked parts of the glass. They were on a hanger, and they looked like they were playing on a swing. Chapter 188. In the same bed. This was too tempting. It's killing me. Her legs were revealed. Zhang Ye was acting like he was sitting on a cushion of needles. He watched without wanting to blink his eyes. The tiny skirt and the stockings, and finally, even her panties were taken off Queen. However, of all things, this item had to be blocked by the towel hanging on the glass. Zhang Ye only saw a glimpse, and he barely saw its color. It was brown. He did not see the floral patterns as it had moved too quickly. However, it looked like a translucent style and material. As the bathroom's lights were shining towards Zhang Ye, when the heavenly queen took her panties off, the light had shone through, revealing the panties. Hence, it could not be too thick. It could even be hollow. Behind the glass, Zhang Yuanqi was still moving and changing. This time she was most likely taking her top and bra off. However, the angle was hidden. Suddenly, hair appeared. Zhang Ye was actually constantly tensed and on high alert. The moment he saw a bit of hair appear, which was not that far from her head, he would quickly turn his head and pretend to be staring at the window curtains in a daze. Zhang Ye was afraid that Zhang Yuanqi was spot-checking him. This fellow had been training himself with running, and he had done an uncountable number of push-ups and sit-ups as he had nothing to do at home. Hence, his body had clearly improved, resulting in very fast reactions. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Hua hua. The sound of water flowing sounded out. Only then would Zhang Ye dare to turn back again. The heavenly queen's hair could no longer be seen. He could see the two beautiful legs situated behind the glass. The towel covering the glass only hid Zhang Yuanqi's upper body, and as well as the middle portion of her body, but her thighs could not be covered. The towel was not long enough. There was no need to mention those legs. The heavenly queen was that slim. Her body was very balanced, and it was a perfect S shape. Zhang Ye stared unblinkingly. He could even see the sweat pores on the heavenly queen's thighs. This scene no doubt engorged his blood vessels. After washing her hair, she began to use body wash. White foam rolled down her legs, past her knees, to her calves, ankles, and finally into the drain. The scene was so beautiful that he didn't dare to carry on looking. Forget it, I'll carry on looking. Zhang Ye was feasting his eyes. After a while, the sound of the water stopped. The heavenly queen began using a second towel to dry herself. Zhang Ye no longer dared to take the risk. He had seen almost all there was to be seen. He quickly turned around and maintained the previous posture of looking at the curtains. After a while, bada bada, the sound of slippers stepping on water could be heard. Are you done showering? Zhang Ye said without turning back. Yup. Zhang Yuanqi only said that. Only then did Zhang Ye turn around. He thought that the heavenly queen would not be wearing any clothes such as wearing the bathrobe over her underwear. But who knew that she was completely dressed? Other than not wearing her stockings, she was no different from before she showered. She wore her red top and tiny black skirt. However, after some thought, he understood. Wearing just a bathrobe would be too revealing. And as for things like bathrobes, this crappy motel did not have such a provision. Zhang Ye stood up. Please sleep. I'll be showering now. He had not showered yesterday as he was too tired, so he had to shower today, or it would be too outrageous. Zhang Yuanqi ignored him, lifted her leg, and went onto the bed. Zhang Ye kept feeling nervous. A small motel, and them being alone in it kept giving him nefarious thoughts. After entering the bathroom, Zhang Ye was initially somewhat awkward. After taking off his clothes, he peeped past the towel that was being used as a temporary blockage. The heavenly queen's back was facing him. She was reading Zhang Ye's literary compilation. Clearly, she was in no way interested in Zhang Ye's shower. Zhang Ye was relieved. Indeed, he might have not been able to curb his desire to watch the heavenly queen showering. But with the roles switched, how could the heavenly queen want a peep? Time to shower then. Zhang Ye became more relaxed. He washed his hair, and then he lathered on body shampoo. After showering, Zhang Ye realized that there was a problem. There were only 2 towels in the room. One was being hung on the glass, and the other one had been used by Zhang Yuanqi. After a long hesitation, Zhang Ye grabbed the towel that was thrown on the wash basin by the heavenly queen. He then dried himself. It was fragrant and it was moist. He could smell the heavenly queen's mature fragrance. Zhang Ye was a bit in a fantasy as he wiped himself. Then, he wore his clothes, but he did not put on a jacket. There are no more towels. I used the one you used. Zhang Yuanqi remained silent as she carried on reading. Zhang Ye looked at his watch. It's past 10. Are you sleeping? Not tired. Zhang Yuanqi said nonchalantly. No problem. You sleep as and when you please. I'll make do with the table. He knew that the heavenly queen might find it inconvenient, so he went to the table by the end of the bed. He had to have gentlemanly manners after all. Women first, right? Then, he tried to lie on the table. It wouldn't do. The table creaked and nearly collapsed. As it was a simple table connected to the wall, the supporting legs beneath him were not very strong, so it was unable to support Zhang Ye's weight. Besides, the table was too narrow, and it had insufficient area for him to lie down. Zhang Ye could only sit on the table with his feet on the ground, as he leaned on the wall. Only then did Zhang Yuanqi look at him. With a raise of her hand, she switched off the lights. In the darkness, the heavenly queen seemed to throw the book and slip into the bed. Zhang Ye also closed his eyes in an attempt to sleep. Since it was definitely impossible for him to leave, he had to make do with spending the night here. After an unknown period of time, there were shouts that woke Zhang Ye up. Zhang Yuanqi. Sister Zhang. I love you. Sister Zhang. Don't you fall in love. That asshole. Remove your stinky hands. Don't touch my sister Zhang. So it was the heavenly queen's fans. There were still people staying behind despite it being so late. But with Zhang Ye waking up, he lost his balance and slammed to the ground. It was so painful that it took a while before he got over it. *T. Zhang Ye had also gotten up. However, she looked like she had not slept. Her eyes were still very awake. She ignored Zhang Ye and first went to the window and pulled the curtains slightly apart to peep downstairs. She then went over to Zhang Ye. "How are you?" Zhang Ye said in pain. "It's okay. Sis, it was just a painful fall." After he slowly got up. "How many people are there outside?" "Those shouts gave me a fright," Zhang Ye said coldly. "There are still about 30 to 40 people." When he saw what time it was, Zhang Ye turned speechless. "It's already 1 in the morning." The Heavenly Queen's fans could be said to be fanatical. Zhang Ye was incomparable. Seeing that Zhang Ye was fine, Zhang Ye went back onto the bed. However, this time she lay closer to the edge. Then she looked at him. "Sleep on the bed," Zhang Ye exclaimed. "That's inappropriate, right?" Zhang Ye said impolitely. "Up to you." "Hey, don't." I'll sleep. Zhang Ye was just being polite. It was too uncomfortable sleeping in a sitting position. His back was hurting, and he had nearly fallen off. Since the Heavenly Queen had allowed him to sleep on the bed, why would Zhang Ye reject her? He was dying to sleep on the same bed with Zhang Ye. With an excited mood, Zhang Ye dragged his slippers and moved over. After lifting the blanket, he slipped under it. When the blanket was lifted, a fragrant smell from the Heavenly Queen came surging towards him. There was only one blanket on the bed, and there were no barriers underneath the blanket. Zhang Ye was lying flat on the northern end of the bed. Zhang Ye was lying on the southern end. There was quite a distance separating the two of them, but it was not that great either. After all, the bed was only that big. There was no way for them to be spaced far apart. It was quiet in the night. No one shouted from downstairs anymore. Zhang Ye heard his heart beating. Putong putong. It sounded even louder than the shouts from the fans. Then, the sounds of the Heavenly Queen's rhythmic breathing could be heard. "Sister Zhang, have you fallen asleep? What's the matter? You aren't asleep?" "I can't sleep too. I fell hard just now." "I can sleep." "Man, then wait and hear me out. The results of Wishing We Last Forever wasn't too bad, right? This week, it has also been ranked first on several boards. What do you want to say? That song of mine was snatched by you. You said you owe me one. Then, help me look for a movie to act in. I do not need to be the main lead. I definitely won't do being the main lead. Whatever side characters would be fine, as long as there are lines. Or if you are acting in any show, I'll make a guest appearance. Anyway, it's for me to gain some popularity. I don't have any works these days, so my popularity has fallen." Zhang Ye's thoughts were that the poetry compilation was not enough. He had to work harder and expose himself to the masses more. And the other main reason was that he still had not decided on what to do next. "Are you planning on going down the filming route in the future?" "Not really. I just want to be a temporary guest and give it a try." "Oh, can you? Wait for my news." "All right, then I'll thank you first." Although Zhang Ye said wait for her news, Zhang Ye knew that her saying that meant there were no problems. Others might not have the power, but she did. Actually, Zhang Ye did not plan on developing as an actor this year, nor did he plan on singing, let alone directing. People who majored in acting might not turn out good, let alone Zhang Ye. He did not know a *T about acting. For singing, Zhang Ye did not have any singing ability either. Part of singing was learned while the other part was honed through practice, but he was far from passable. His singing wasn't pleasurable to the ears. There was no need to talk about directing. Ignoring directing a movie, even if a camera was given to Zhang Ye now, he would have no idea how to use it. He did not know a thing. These jobs were things Zhang Ye had to do, but it was not the right time. It was because he lacked the strength and ability. Unfortunately, despite Zhang Ye having extremely good broadcasting abilities, no television station dared to hire him. He was currently depressed, and he had no future goals. Hence, he could only put up with second best by first acting in a guest role. At least, he could ensure his popularity would not diminish. He needed to first maintain his popularity before deciding on the future. With proper matters discussed, the atmosphere in the room turned silent. This was the same bed he and the Heavenly Queen was sleeping in. After a while, Zhang Ye might have fallen asleep. As she rolled over, she threw the blanket away. She was wearing her clothes to sleep, so it was definitely hot. In the end, Zhang Ye's eyes had a feast. His eyes had gotten used to the dark, and he could see very clearly. With this role of the Heavenly Queen, she was facing Zhang Ye, and she was much closer to him instantaneously. One of Zhang Yuanqi's beautiful legs was bent in front of her. Her short black skirt was not long to begin with, so with her legs bent, a large gap in her skirt opened up. Inside the black skirt, a brown fabric appeared. She had exposed herself. Zhang Ye's mind was perturbed as he focused his gaze into the black skirt. Then, Zhang Yuanqi, who was sleeping, adjusted her body's posture. At that moment, her red top was squeezed. The opening to her blouse revealed a deep cleavage. A crevice appeared near the buttons on her chest, revealing a bit of her brown bra. Momentarily, he recalled a phrase of Shakespeare's. To touch or not to touch? That is the question. Chapter 189. Caught by a bunch of reporters? The next morning, around 9 to 10 o'clock, Zhang Ye mockingly laughed. You're awake? Yes, the heavenly queen answered coldly. You didn't sleep well? I can see your dark eye circles. Zhang Ye said. I will make do with it, the heavenly queen commanded. Go see if there are still people downstairs. Zhang Ye got off the bed and he went over, pulling the curtains slightly apart. He said impatiently, there are still several dozens of people. It looks like the reporters have changed shifts. Looks like we won't be leaving today either. Let's eat first, Zhang Yuanqi said. Zhang Ye was hungry too. Order takeaway? Sure, let me see. He checked online and made a few calls. In the end, none of the eateries were willing to deliver takeaway as the area was too isolated. Even fast food restaurants were not willing to deliver here. Out of desperation, Zhang Ye called the motel front desk. Hello, what can we eat over here? Bread? Instant noodles? Biscuits? Okay, please give me 2 sets of everything. I want a bottle of cola and a bottle of mineral water too. Please deliver it to my room. Thank you. The heavenly queen put on her sunglasses. Don't let anyone come in. I know. Zhang Ye put on his coat and walked to the door to wait. Momentarily, the cleaning lady came to deliver the food. When the door was opened, she handed the things over. The money will be deducted from the deposit. Oh yes, are you checking out today? Zhang Ye messed up his hair on purpose so that no one would recognize him. But it was obviously unnecessary, as even if his face was not covered, the cleaning lady would still not be able to recognize him. Zhang Ye thought for a while, then said, I won't be checking out today, I will stay another day. The cleaning lady said, then you need to go downstairs to hand over the money. Zhang Ye quickly said, I'm too lazy to go down, I will hand the money to you. All right then. The cleaning took the money and counted it. Do you need housekeeping? No need, no need. Zhang Ye did not dare to let anyone into the room. Oh yes, why is the thermostat turned off? It's pretty cold and rather gloomy. The temperature's turning cold. The cleaning lady explained. The thermostat is externally controlled. There's only electricity after 9 p.m. It was obviously to save power, and after explaining, the cleaner went downstairs. Back in the room, Zhang Ye put the food onto the bed. What do you want to eat? Zhang Yuanqi took a look and pointed to the instant noodles. She did not even say a word. Zhang Ye glanced at her, then went to boil some water. He prepared the instant noodles and placed them at the dressing table in front of the bed. He took some bread for himself, and he had some hot water to go along with. I think today won't be the day too. We won't be able to find a chance to slip away. If you have something on today, you can call your manager with my phone. The heavenly queen was eating her instant noodles with a not too happy expression. She still ate it anyway. Use your phone to call? And tell her that I am with you at the motel. Zhang Ye realized that her manager had his number. A call would reveal everything. This was not something that they could let anyone know even if there was nothing between the two of them. After the meal, it was almost noon. The two of them were doing nothing. There was basically nothing to do at all. Zhang Ye switched the old CRT television on. There were only about 20 channels, but every channel was only showing static. The reception was probably terrible, so there was no way to watch anything. The heavenly queen lay in bed under her blanket. She had already read Zhang Ye's compilation twice. There weren't many words to begin with anyway, so she didn't bother to read it again. Zhang Ye switched the television off. It was getting cold as it looked to be almost raining outside. He rubbed his hands together to keep warm. He did not wear much as he came out in a rush last night. Phone, the heavenly queen said. What's the matter? Zhang Ye blinked. Zhang Yuanqi did not explain, but repeated, phone. Here, Zhang Ye uttered as he threw it to her. Zhang Yuanqi began dialing some numbers. After recalling for a long while, the call finally connected. The expression on her face changed to one of a smiling one. "Hello, is this Director Zhang?" It was a young man's voice on the other side. "Yo, it's Sister Zhang? Great, you can still recognize my voice." Her. Zhang Yuanqi said. Director Zhang said, "I listened to your songs growing up. How could I not know?" "Oh yes, there's news of you being at a motel that's spreading online now. Is this true?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "It's just the company doing some publicity. I'm at home, but because too many people are calling me, I switched my phone off. I borrowed a friend's phone to call you. There's something I need your help with. The movie that you are directing, isn't it almost done? I heard that there are a few scenes that you need to reshoot. Do you need an actor? I would like to recommend someone, Zhang Ye. I don't know if you know him, but he has a little bit of fame in Beijing." "Zhang Ye? The one who wrote a song for you, that Zhang Ye?" Director Zhang remembered. "I know who he is. I have some impression. I think he's really good at writing poetry." Zhang Yuanqi said, "Yes, you can give him a supporting role." Director Zhang hesitated and said, "I'm directing a wuxia movie, The Roles. I still owe him one for that song. I don't care whether it's wuxia or not. You need to help me repay him this favor. Her. That's settled then," Zhang Yuanqi said laughingly. Director Zhang laughed bitterly. "All right then, since Sister Zhang has spoken, we will have some discussions first. When the time comes," Zhang Yuanqi said. "Don't wait until the time comes. I will ask him to report for filming tomorrow. That settles it. If you have another movie in the future, I will do a cameo role for you." "Haha, then that will be great. It's done, settled." Director Zhang did not have any complaints with that. After hanging up, she threw the phone back to Zhang Ye, who caught it. He immediately said, "Thanks, Sister Zhang." He had not expected it to be done so quickly. With the call ended, Zhang Yuanqi's amicable expression had changed back to the usual cold-faced expression. She hugged her own shoulders before saying, "We need to find a way out by tonight. I have some activities in Hong Kong and Taiwan tomorrow. It's an afternoon flight. I can't cancel them." Zhang Ye wondered, "How do we leave?" "You think of a way." After saying, Zhang Yuanqi laid down and had her afternoon nap. Zhang Ye also lay down to think, but as he cracked his brains, he fell asleep. At night, it was 1 a.m. Zhang Ye wore his clothes properly, and Zhang Yuanqi also wore her heels. The two of them had something to eat before Zhang Ye pulled the curtains aside to take a look outside. There were much fewer people now. The fans were almost all gone since they did not have the time to keep waiting aimlessly. The others left. Were those reporters with nothing to do, either from the television station or the newspapers? They had shifts of 2 or 3 people waiting there without moving. Some were hidden from view, like in the car or the staircase landings. They were holding on to their cameras and waiting patiently for things to happen. Going out through the main entrance, impossible. Zhang Ye breathed in deeply. "You wait for me here. I will go take a look." "What's the plan?" Zhang Yuanqi asked. "One step at a time." Zhang Ye already had a plan, but he did not dare tell the Heavenly Queen. He was afraid that the Heavenly Queen would not take him seriously, so he went ahead to scout first. To be safe, Zhang Ye waited for the Heavenly Queen to not pay attention before he took out a save crystal from the inventory of his game ring. 2 save crystals and 1 lucky bread. This was all inside Zhang Ye's inventory. He had gotten them some time ago through the lottery. Zhang Ye knew the importance of the matter, so he didn't dare be careless. He crushed the save crystal with his hands. It took effect. Progress saved. Save record retains 30 minutes. Zhang Ye pulled the door open and walked out without making a sound. It was already midnight. There was no one in the corridor, so Zhang Ye relaxed his senses a little. He quickly walked towards the escape stairway, as the elevator was definitely a no-go. It was too enclosed, and there were too many factors to consider. But just as he was approaching the escape stairway, the room beside it opened without a warning. The person who opened it was a middle-aged man holding a camera. There were still 3 or 4 youths in the room. They were obviously reporters. Zhang Ye kept walking. He was numb. So, they had laid an ambush. The middle-aged man had come out due to hearing a noise. He wanted to know who was passing by. These reporters had been waiting outside in the day, but at noon, many people had checked out. Naturally, they could get a room and gain entry into the building. He did not expect to see headline news the moment he opened the door. After a momentary shock, he found the person familiar. Then after some recollection, he got excited. "It's Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, what are you doing here? Are you with the Heavenly Queen?" He chased after him. Zhang Ye kept going. The man was busily taking photos. Kacha, kacha. Upon hearing that, several other reporters who were in the room also realized that this was big news. The Heavenly Queen and Zhang Ye had worked together before. The two of them had now appeared at this motel. This was definitely unusual. They gave chase. Zhang Ye had already gone to the second floor through the escape stairway. On the second floor, there was another reporter. He was probably not part of the group from upstairs, but he was probably just having a smoke along the corridor. But Zhang Ye did not see him as he did not have a line of sight to the corridor. When he heard no commotion, he went outside into the corridor. In the end, he had direct eye contact with that reporter in the distance. Zhang Ye, said the thin reporter excitedly. Zhang Ye turned his head and continued walking down the stairs, but there were even more people on the first floor. Some were seated on the staircase reading newspapers, some were leaning against the wall and napping. This route had been sealed off. The elevator was probably the same too. There would probably be people keeping watch. The bunch of people also saw Zhang Ye now. Many of them did not recognize him, but there were some who did. Once they shouted his name, everyone's eyes lighted up. Zhang Ye turned back to the second floor. The reporters from upstairs had now chased after him down the stairs while those from the first floor chased after him up the stairs. But Zhang Ye totally ignored them. No matter how they took his pictures and asked questions, Zhang Ye just continued walking coldly. He turned the corner at the second floor. Firstly, he wanted to know the locations of all the reporters. Secondly, he wanted to check the route. About 20 minutes later, a bunch of the reporters had surrounded Zhang Ye by now. They were joined by the others from the yard. This included a number of Zhang Yuanqi's fans. After a day and a night, many of her fans had already left. But there were still some hardcore fans who had nothing better to do who stayed on. Teacher Zhang Ye? Why is it you? Teacher Zhang, why are you here? What's going on between you and Sister Zhang? Where is the Heavenly Queen? Is she in your room? Can you please explain? What the F***? The Heavenly Queen came to the motel to meet you? When did the two of you start? Teacher Zhang, please answer us. The flashes kept going off. It was no different from a press conference. Everyone was either questioning or taking pictures. This was already a mess now. Many of the people who had seen Zhang Ye appear were in disbelief. Zhang Ye and Zhang Yuanqi? How can it be? That was such a terrible match. Zhang Ye knew that he couldn't explain himself, but he also knew that he did not need to explain. He gave a smile and looked around at all the reporters. He then said something very puzzling. Even if I told you, all of you wouldn't know anything the next moment. What did that mean? Teacher Zhang, please answer straightforwardly. What are you and the Heavenly Queen doing here? There's no such coincidences. Zhang Ye was not nervous at all. He was extraordinarily calm. He did not bother himself with these people, and he lowered his head to open the game screen up. When the virtual game screen came up, he lightly tapped onto a button. Load file. Chapter 190. Prophetic Escape. It turned fuzzy all around him. The chattering noise from the reporters had disappeared suddenly. Room 318. When Zhang Ye came back to his senses, the dizziness had gone away. He looked left and right, and he found himself back in the familiar room. It was back to the point when he had saved. Still not leaving? Zhang Yuanqi said behind him. Zhang Ye looked behind and said, "Let's go together." Zhang Yuanqi frowned. "Didn't you say that you were going to scout ahead?" "No need for that. Let's go. The faster the better." Zhang Ye had already scouted, but he did so at a time that the Heavenly Queen and anyone else would never know of. Zhang Yuanqi didn't say a word, but she followed along. "Your heels." Zhang Ye lowered his head to look at the pair of beautiful red stiletto heels. "You can't wear them. It will be too loud. Hold it in your hands." Zhang Yuanqi bent down and removed her high heels. "Don't move after I have opened the door. Follow my gestures accordingly." Saying that, Zhang Ye proceeded to open the door, but he did not step out. He took a coin out of his pocket and flicked it outside with his finger. Ta, ta. The coin landed on the corridor's carpet and made a sound. It sounded like footstep sounds. The Heavenly Queen was about to open her mouth to ask, not knowing what was going on. The next moment, a door beside the escape stairway slammed open. It was the middle-aged reporter who had discovered Zhang Ye previously. He came outside and looked around, but he saw no one. Wondering aloud, he could only go back inside and shut the door. The soundproofing was not too good as they heard the conversation in the room. "What's the matter? Brother Xiao?" "Nothing. I thought there was someone there. It's already the middle of the night. There's definitely nothing to expect anymore. Right. I think the Heavenly Queen isn't here. The chances are too slim. Even if there's a low probability, we have to keep watch. What if we really discover them? Wouldn't that be big news? Making use of the time they were chatting, Zhang Ye signaled to the Heavenly Queen to move out into the corridor. Zhang Ye gestured for her to keep her head low as there were peepholes on the doors. It was safer to stay low. 1 step. 10 steps. The two of them made it to the stairway and walked down quietly. The Heavenly Queen, holding her shoes, asked, "How did you know that there were reporters in that room?" Zhang Ye quickly gestured. Sure. Zhang Yuanqi had a doubtful expression, but she remained quiet. Zhang Ye did not say a word. He just quietly stayed at the second floor's stairway and waited. He did not show himself or intend to walk forward. After about a minute, there was a sudden sound on the second floor's corridor. It was the sound of someone stepping on a cigarette, but to extinguish it. A cough from a youth could be heard. Bang! The sound of the door closing, then silence. Zhang Yuanqi looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. She did not understand how Zhang Ye knew that there was someone there. Zhang Ye, of course, did not answer. When he saw that the Heavenly Queen wanted to go down the stairs, he grabbed her arm and shook his head. That wasn't the right place to go. It was full of people. Zhang Ye led the way in front as they walked onto the second floor's corridor. Zhang Yuanqi looked on, but she could only follow along. On the left were the rooms, the elevator, and the entrance area. But on the right, there was only one room. The sign on it said that it was a staff room, a place for the staff. Placed outside of it was a broom and some unwashed bed linen sheets. "Why are we here?" The Heavenly Queen whispered softly. Zhang Ye said, "Open the door." "How do I open it?" the Heavenly Queen asked. "Just follow my instructions," Zhang Ye said. Zhang Ye walked to the side window. The windows here were the old metal wire grill type. He easily removed a few strands of wire from it. After fiddling with it a bit with some fast hand movements, he made the wire into the length he wanted and proceeded to slot it into the staff room's lock. Zhang Ye had eaten several of the lockpicking skill experience books before. It had really become of good use. It was really a case of having more skills without additional burden. It was unexpected that he could use this skill in such a critical moment. The motel's other rooms were all unlocked with swipe cards. They were more high-tech. The locks were operated digitally too. With Zhang Ye's lockpicking skills, he wouldn't be able to open those kinds of locks. But for the workers' rooms, they had the traditional lock sets. Maybe it was more convenient for the staff to use a traditional lock and key. Gotcha! The door was unlocked without much effort. The room was dark and, of course, he did not switch on the lights. Staying hidden was of utmost priority. Zhang Ye had considered the layout, and he knew that there wasn't anyone in this room. It was a storeroom. He led Zhang Yuanqi with familiarity inside. Then, he closed the door gently. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. "That was pretty nifty," Zhang Ye said nervously. "I'm not that good," Zhang Yuanqi said. "I don't think that this is your first time doing such things." I'm a man of many talents. You know that." Zhang Ye changed the subject and walked to the bed and pulled the curtains aside. "Let's go." Zhang Yuanqi narrowed her eyes and asked, "How?" Only at this moment did Zhang Ye inform her of the plan. "We will not go to the first floor. There are many reporters waiting by the stairway. The entrance is out of the question too. There will be people at the elevator too. If we want to leave this place, we will have to jump out of the window. This is the second floor. It's not that high up. We are at the staff room, and this side of the windows goes out to the back of the motel. That side is blocked by a metal fence, so no reporter can get in. If we go out from here, it would be the safest option. Moreover, no one has thought of going to the back to keep watch, because no one would be expecting that the famous Heavenly Queen to escape from the windows. In their minds, this is something that would never happen." Zhang Yuanqi frowned. "Jump through the window," Zhang Ye assured her. "Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. I will go down first and catch you. You can slowly climb down. I will take care of your safety." Zhang Yuanqi shook her head without saying anything. "Quickly, if we don't leave now, there won't be another chance." "Who cares about face now?" Zhang Ye encouraged her. "I will definitely catch you." Zhang Yuanqi gave him a skeptical look. Actually, Zhang Ye did not have any confidence to. The Heavenly Queen was not plump, but neither was she very light. She was rather tall, so her weight couldn't be that light. Zhang Ye thought about his arm strength, which was rather lousy. But in this situation, this was the only way. Zhang Ye tugged at the windows. and did not wait for the Heavenly Queen's agreement. Jumping onto the windowsill, he stood there. Looking at the ground that wasn't that far off, he flipped around and squatted down. With his hands against the windowsill, he lowered himself bit by bit, before letting his body extend fully. He then let go. Smash! He landed on the ground. Zhang Ye did not manage to balance himself and fell down. His legs were hurting. He only managed to stand up after a long while, looking embarrassed with a red face. Seeing Zhang Ye in this pathetic state, Zhang Yuanqi froze at the side of the window. She could only muster a cold laugh and muttered something along the lines of, "A guy like you already took so much effort just to jump down. What do you expect from a female comrade like me?" Zhang Ye whispered and signaled, "Hurry, I will catch you." The Heavenly Queen said, "Think of another way." Zhang Ye pondered a little. To ask a woman to jump like this was indeed asking too much of her. She did not have the strength nor courage to do it. She was the Heavenly Queen after all, not a brute like Zhang Ye who could take a fall. After some thinking, Zhang Ye had an idea. He looked at the staff room on the first floor, and with a lift, he stood on the window of the first floor. The window was not locked, so it allowed Zhang Ye to grab onto it. Then he looked up and faced the Heavenly Queen, saying, "Sister Zhang, you come down bit by bit. I'll hold you, so there certainly won't be any problems." There was a few seconds of hesitation from the top. Finally, Zhang Yuanqi's figure appeared. Clearly, she had made up her mind. Her hand stretched out from the second floor's window and handed her pair of high heels to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye tiptoed, and after trying very hard, he grabbed the high heels. He then lowered his head and kept them properly. Zhang Yuanqi was already on the windowsill. Her motions were not as smooth as Zhang Ye, but as a woman, it was already pretty fast. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuanqi did the same motions Zhang Ye did. Behind the motel was the perimeter of a small district. It was also an out-of-the-way garden, filled with grass. Zhang Ye did not need to pick the lock. A glance was enough to tell that the lock had rusted due to years of disuse. With a hard push, the rusty lock fell apart. "You go first. I'll circle around the district and drive the car to pick you up." After saying that, he wore his sunglasses. After he circled around and entered the small district, he noticed that there were still many people waiting by the motel's entrance. They did not notice that someone had come in from behind. They clearly didn't realize that the Heavenly Queen would escape from the windows. Besides, Zhang Ye had even used his save item in order to prevent any mishaps. "Carry on waiting, guys." Zhang Ye ignored them. He went to the parking lot to pick his car up and drove off. He did not attract the attention of others. Even if others saw his car, they would not have recognized him. After all, Zhang Ye was not as famous as Zhang Yuanqi. It was not at the level where he was placed under a microscope. Outside, it was already midnight. The roads were deserted. Zhang Ye drove over to the trees where Zhang Yuanqi was waiting. After pulling over, the Heavenly Queen quickly got into the car and closed the door. Phew, they were finally out. Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you hurt?" "I'm okay. Where are you going?" "Beicheng, just stop me at the Lishui Bridge. Someone will come and fetch me." Zhang Yuanqi was probably tired as she shut her eyes for a nap. The past 2 days had taken its toll on her and Zhang Ye. They reached the venue. The Heavenly Queen took Zhang Ye's almost flat phone and contacted her management through the internet. The car stopped and she got off. She sat on a bench at the roadside to wait. Zhang Ye did not leave. Instead, he parked at a distance and waited for her to leave safely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. A few minutes later, a luxury car that Zhang Ye had seen before but could not put a name to stopped in front of Zhang Yuanqi. The Heavenly Queen stood up and got into the car. Looking through the glass, there were 2 women in the car. Upon seeing the Heavenly Queen, they began their chattering, one looking like she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, another looking like she was bearing a grudge. They looked super anxious. Whereas Zhang Yuanqi's face was full of smiles, she spoke very calmly with them. He couldn't hear them, so he did not know what they were talking about. But when Zhang Ye was preparing to drive off, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Yuanqi had raised her hand while in the luxury car's back seat. She did not turn her head, but it was obvious that her hands were waving. In the end, she put it down without attracting the attention of her assistants. Was she saying goodbye to me? Zhang Ye smiled. He felt that the relationship between him and Zhang Yuanqi had become even more complicated. It could be said that they had become closer. At least, they could now be considered friends. They were stuck together, in the same room, and slept on the same bed together. They escaped together, and he gave her a shoulder ride. They even nearly created a scandal together. All these images floated in front of Zhang Ye. After the storm passed, a feeling of warmth took over, especially that last wave from Zhang Yuanqi. It was like a farewell gesture between two soldiers in arms who had battled for 2 days. It made Zhang Ye feel that the heavenly queen's indifferent bad temper to be not as irritating as before. Good temper? Bad temper? A lot of people who hated Zhang Ye scolded him, saying that his temper was as bad as a hooligan's. But those who really knew and understood Zhang Ye did not feel that his temper was bad at all. It was just a matter of perception. Chapter 191. Teacher Little Zhang joins the film crew. The next day, morning, the wind was getting stronger as it blew across the windows and made ghostly howls. After waking up and showering, Zhang Ye received a message. It was sent from Zhang Yuanqi's number. Without mentioning the subject, she only sent him an address. It was the address of the outskirts of Beijing, where the movie studios were located. The message also included a telephone number as well as a time. There were 2 words beside the telephone number: assistant director. As for the time, it was indicated as before 4 in the afternoon. The heavenly queen must have arranged it and meant for him to report. There. It was still early, so Zhang Ye went online to research on the movie. Although the filming was not over yet, nor was it about to be screened, some information were already available before the premiere. The movie was called The Great Pugilistic World. It was probably not a movie from Zhang Ye's world. Anyway, he had never heard of this title before. The movie synopsis was about a youth in ancient times whose parents were killed. He dragged partners along with him, traversing Wudong and beating Shaolin to avenge them. It was the stereotypical revenge genre movie. Of course, that was how the online summary was written. As for the details, he was not sure either. Zhang Ye set off in the afternoon. He did not drive as he knew that he would be with the filming crew for the next few days. He did not know where they would be headed to anyway. Driving would instead be inconvenient. He packed some clothes along and took a cab to a bus depot. From there, he took a long-distance bus to the destination. In the suburbs, at a certain movie studio, it was a little deserted and cheap-looking here. Zhang Ye looked around for a full day before he walked a distance and found the studio. This place was usually open. It could be considered as a tourist destination for visitors. But most of the time, like today, the studios were shut off to the public. The outside was densely packed with cars. It was estimated that there were about 2 or 3 filming crews inside, so it was not considered a small place. He reached the gates. "Who are you?" A crew member looked at him. Zhang Ye said, "I'm here to take part in the shoot for The Great Pugilistic World." The crew member waved his hand. "If you don't have a pass, you aren't allowed in." "I'm sorry." Zhang Ye was annoyed. He could only make a call to the deputy director with the number in the message. He was probably busy as no one answered at first. It might have been put on silent mode. Zhang Ye smoked a cigarette before trying again 10 minutes later. This time, the call was answered. "Hello, Assistant Director. I am Zhang Ye. Sister Zhang asked me to contact you." "Zhang Ye? Oh, I remember. Hello. I've already reached the outside of the movie studios, but they won't let me in. What do you say?" "All right, wait there for a while. I've work to attend to, so I can't leave here. I will get someone to bring you in." After a short while, a 40 to 50-year-old man came outside. He had a simple face and looked very honest. But he had shifty eyes which made him look rather dishonest at the same time. It felt like they were eyes of a thief. Zhang Ye saw him and found him to be quite familiar looking. He had a rather good memory and somehow felt like he had seen him on TV last week at his parents' house. He had a minor role on a TV serial. It was a city life drama. If he was not wrong, this man was acting as the main character's good friend's father. Zhang Ye did not understand this world's dramas. He had only watched a few. But it was a coincidence that he had seen those few scenes before, and the man was standing right in front of him. He was rather good and could act in a funny role. "Zhang Ye." Yao Jiankai walked towards him. Zhang Ye reached out his hand. "That's me, and you are?" Yao Jiankai smiled and shook his hands. "I am Yao Jiankai. You may call me Old Yao. The deputy director asked me to come fetch you." "Yao Jiankai? Biting building materials?" Literally translated. Hearing this name, you would know immediately this person couldn't be young. "Yo, that's too much trouble for you." Zhang Ye smiled. "I've watched your shows before. Your acting was really good. You totally brought out the happiness with that role of a father." Maybe Yao Jinkai did not expect someone to know him, as he had been acting for many years but remained obscure. He was forever a member of the supporting cast, so he laughed and said, "Not too bad, not too bad." After that, he passed a staff card to him and they both strutted into the studio. Then, Yao Jinkai spoke with the air of a veteran to Zhang Ye. "Little Zhang, you are a newbie? I've been acting for so many years and I've never heard of you." Zhang Ye smiled. "You can say that. Looking at you. You must have just graduated? From Beijing Film Academy? Majored in performing arts?" Yao Jinkai asked. Zhang Ye said briefly, "Beijing Broadcasting Institute." Only did Yao Jinkai made an O sound. Broadcasting, the drama film. And television faculty there isn't too bad, but the best faculty there is still radio broadcast studies faculty, yeah. After saying that, he lowered his voice and said, "I only heard about it today morning. The director had arranged a pretty good supporting role for you. There are a few fight scenes and several lines for you. Your surname is Zhang? Is that producer Zhang your dad? Can't be. You don't look alike. Oh, are you the deputy director's relative?" Old Yao looked like an honest man, but he spoke without any propriety and felt like an old slacker. Zhang Ye said, "No, I don't know anyone from the film crew." Yao Jinkai said wonderingly, "Then that's weird. This movie can be considered quite a big production. They wouldn't use a newbie in it. You are a lucky kid, getting this job just after graduation. Even a Beijing Film Academy performing arts major would usually need to go through 6 months or a year's worth of hardship, and they still might not even be able to get a role. Even if they did, they can only get a minor role. You better grab hold of this opportunity. People like us who don't have looks or outstanding features, if we want to survive in this industry, we have to take every chance. If you don't know something, you can ask me." Old Yao was very sociable. He would say whatever he thought and didn't take Zhang Ye to be an outsider. This made Zhang Ye smile wryly, but he could tell that comrade Old Yao was very nice to him. "Thanks, Uncle." "Yao. What Uncle Yao? Call me Old Yao." "Okay. Old Yao, That's how it should be. Don't be modest with me. Stay around me in the future. We will have good food and wine together." After exchanging a few words, the old and the young duo were already putting arms to shoulders. Zhang Ye rather liked him. He realized that Old Yao was similar to him. His words did not carry too much meaning, so there was nothing to be on guard for. The movie studio was very big. How big was it? It was very big. A construction set from the 60s or 70s, a set from the Republic of China years, a town set of the ancient times. The sets placed side by side made one dizzy from seeing them. He reached where the filming crew of the great pugilistic world was. The camera seemed to have stopped rolling. A few actors who were wearing ancient costumes were seated by the corner, drinking water. Director Zhang was facing them and explaining the scene and giving some pointers. Over the other side was a crew in charge of set layout. There were many people, numbering around 30 to 40 people. "Assistant director, I've brought the person here," Yao Jinkai said. The assistant director looked at Zhang Ye, then walked over to greet. "Teacher Zhang, you're here? The script has been prepared. Please take a look at your lines. I will get someone to do your makeup for you." Zhang Ye took the script. "Okay." The assistant director said worriedly. "There's a fight scene, so there's a possibility you might get hurt. I will follow your arrangements. I'm okay with anything." Zhang Ye agreed without hesitation. "Teacher Zhang?" "What teacher?" Yao Jinkai was stunned as he did not understand. At this moment, a crew staff's eye lit up. He quickly took a book over. "Teacher Zhang, I've been waiting for you the whole day. I knew you were coming, so I had my book and pen ready. Can I have your autograph?" His accent was that of a Beijing local, so obviously he knew who Zhang Ye was. "Sure." Zhang Ye did not say much and signed it for him. Isn't this teacher little Zhang?" A girl who had a minor role as suggested by her costume came running over. "You are here for the filming too? Why didn't anyone tell me? My dad and mom are super fans of yours. I see them watching lecture room every day when I go home. They even said that the new lecture can't be compared to yours, so they don't intend to watch it anymore. They keep bugging me to download your collection of Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms." Zhang Ye smiled. "Thanks to your dad and mom for their support. Come, let's have a photo together," said the girl. "All right." Zhang Ye stood shoulder to shoulder with her. The girl took out her phone and snapped a picture before going back to memorize her script. Director Zhang also saw Zhang Ye but didn't say much. He could be considered as a second-tier director in the country, and even that would make him more well-known than Zhang Ye. He was only a minor character, so he didn't need to be too bothered about him. He definitely needed to accede to Zhang Yuanqi's request, but Zhang Ye was not that big a star for him to prioritize him. Zhang Ye did have some fame in Beijing, but not in other places. For the movie that director Jiang was directing, the main leads and supporting cast were all easily more well-known than Zhang Ye. They were at minimum B-list or C-list celebrities. This was why director Jiang did not bother too much about Zhang Ye. He was just doing the Heavenly Queen a favor by arranging a role for him. That was all there was to it. And so, the others were confused. A change of profession often meant a different field of knowledge. They were not in the same profession as Zhang Ye from the beginning. With the fact that most of the film crew were not living in Beijing as they had to travel all around the country for filming, most of the people there did not know Zhang Ye or where he was from. Yao Jiankai was one of them. He was dazed. Wasn't little Zhang a newbie? Why did some people want his autograph and have photos together? Thinking of the time when he first joined the film crew, only a cleaning auntie liked his shows and had asked him for an autograph. He did not get such VIP treatment. Little Yen. Yao Jiankai strolled around to the girl's side. Who is this Zhang Ye? The girl said doubtfully. Uncle Yao, don't you live in Beijing? How can you not know who he is? Yao Jiankai said, I've been away to the south for filming for the past few months. I don't use the internet either. I don't get things like new technology anyways because of my age. The girl laughed. If you want to know about Zhang Ye's deeds, I don't think I can finish telling you about them today. In any case, he is very famous in Beijing. He has written novels, done radio hosting, TV hosting, been a lecturer, produced a public service advertisement, and can match couplets. Especially in the field of poetry and scolding people, teacher Zhang Ye is unbeatable. After the live broadcast incident recently, teacher Zhang Ye already has no opponents left. It could be said that she was very familiar about Zhang Ye's deeds, so she explained it briefly to Yao Jiankai. Scolding a colleague on Weibo. Scolding his unit at the Silver Microphone Awards. Scolding the Writers Association at the couplet competition. Scolding a leader during a live broadcast on television. After hearing all of that, Yao Jiankai was immediately stunned to the heavens. F***K. This teacher Little Zhang is such a talent. Chapter 192. Zhang Ye's Real and Fake Kung Fu. The movie studio. At a tiny corner, on a row of benches, Zhang Ye was sitting there reading the script. It contained the lines for his role. It was simple, just a few lines. The difficulty was in the fight scenes. To Zhang Ye, who was filming for the first time, this was a challenge. But he believed that he could do it well. As Zhang Ye always said, confidence was very important. If you did not believe in yourself, then you will lose confidence, and as a result, you will not be able to do it. Because you had already lost half the battle before you fought it. This was a very intriguing thing. If you had the confidence, then you would surely be able to do it. This was not bullshit, nor was it scaremongering. In the field of psychology, there had been studies on it. A plebeian could never become a rich, handsome person. It was only fantasy. It was definitely not the case. So what if he was a plebeian? So what if a plebeian was weak and ugly? As long as one firmly believed in one's success, as long as one firmly believed that he could do it, then there would be a day that he would become an extremely confident, weak, and ugly plebeian. Little Zhang. Yao Jiankai came over. Zhang Ye kept his script. Hey, what's the matter? Yao Jiankai said in a speechless manner. Didn't you say you were a rookie? But I am a rookie, Zhang Ye said with his eyes blinking. Only then did Yao Jiankai realize that since Zhang Ye had never acted in movies, he was indeed a complete newcomer in the filming industry. I only just got to know that you were pretty famous in Beijing. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, It's nothing. I can't compare with you. This was not him being modest. If he were to really compete with Yao Jiankai in fame, despite always being a supporting character, how many shows had Yao Jiankai acted in over all those years? He did have some fame in the country. Well, although it was not that much, he was much better than Zhang Ye, who was only known in the Beijing circles. At least he was not as limited. Fine, Yao Jiankai laughed. In Beijing, there are definitely more people who know you than me. Nice, you are promising. You can even compose poems. Nothing serious, Zhang Ye said. After hearing of Zhang Ye's deeds, Yao Jiankai increasingly found that Zhang Ye's attitude matched his appetite. He sat beside Zhang Ye, and put his arms around his shoulder. Quickly tell me the process of how you smacked the face of your television station's leader. Haha. It was to the point of every television station in the country not daring to hire you, forcing you to act? Kid, you sure are impressive. You are so frisky. Not bad, not bad. You have a bit of my style like me back in the day. You also did something like that. No. Then what was that about your style? Hi. It was just an analogy. The old and young duo had gotten close through their chatting. They even exchanged telephone numbers and were like old pals. Suddenly, a stout man in his 30s walked over. He was the film crew's martial arts director. He looked very strong, and it was clear at a glance that he practiced kung fu. Which one of you is Zhang Ye? I am. Zhang Ye stood up with the script in hand. The martial arts director glanced at him and said with a speechless manner, You are acting as young hero Chun? This was Zhang Ye's role. He nodded. That's right. The martial arts director sized him up and then squeezed his arms. After some evaluation, he turned and left without saying a word. He went directly to the assistant director. Assistant director, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? That Zhang Ye is acting as young hero Chun? He won't do as young hero Chun. He's small in size and his attacks would look weak like a girl's. You can't get a substitute for a supporting actor. And even if you looked for one, no one is suitable. How are we to film? The assistant director looked at him and said, If you think he won't do, then train him well. Teach him the motions. The role has been decided, so there won't be any changes. The rest is your job. The martial arts director said, But I can't make something out of nothing. Let's not talk about his looks. Just his physique is terrible. It will have an adverse effect on the filming. The two began to quarrel. Zhang Ye felt helpless. Man, he had been looked down upon on the first day of filming. Finally, the martial arts director came back without any success. He looked at Zhang Ye and said with a sense of powerlessness, Have you filmed a martial arts scene before? Zhang Ye shook his head. The martial arts director asked, Have you acted before? Zhang Ye shook his head again. The martial arts director said, Have you practiced dancing before? Zhang Ye still shook his head. The martial arts director slapped himself in the forehead. Man, he was useless on all fronts. This movie had quite a large investment and was considered a medium to large production. Hence, the requirements of the actors were very high. It was not like low-cost martial arts movies where a punch or kick would do. If they did so, people would die laughing at them. Hence, the actors they found had some foundation in martial arts or had acted in martial arts movies. Even the main lead could not be too shabby. He had to have the arms and the figure. Furthermore, a substitute could be used for the main lead. But how could one find a substitute for a supporting actor? The martial arts director had a headache. Yao Jiankai was the funny fellow in the film crew, so he could easily speak with anyone. This lad is my good friend. Please take care of him. The martial arts director said, Uncle Yao, young hero Chun has quite a few scenes in the movie. It's at least 1.5 minutes of screen time. There are quite a lot of advanced movements required. But Zhang Ye summoned his courage and said, Why don't we try it out? The martial arts director found a sword and passed it to him. Wave the sword twice for me to see. Zhang Ye took it over and immediately felt high-spirited. With a flick of his wrist, he caused sword beams to flicker in the air. All right, those were just adjectives with artistic embellishment. Actually, he just waved the sword in the air. This was a real sword, and due to the soft nature of a sword, this shake of the sword nearly stabbed Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai was so scared out of his wits that he retreated a few steps. Take it easy, bro. The martial arts director then instructed Zhang Ye to do a few other actions. However, when Zhang Ye followed his instructions, it was still a mismatch. His person and the sword were not well coordinated. There was no elegance, nor was there any forcefulness. It had the mood of an old farmer crossing the river, and the old farmer was one that did not know how to swim. Learn from me. All right. Follow my demonstration. This way. Your wrist has to be straight. Your lower body has to be stable. No swaying. This way. Will this do? What do you mean will this do? Are you practicing aerobics? After a long period of back and forth, the martial arts director could no longer endure it. He got another supporting actor. It was easy to tell that this person had probably practiced martial arts in the past. The martial arts director let the actor demonstrate to Zhang Ye as well as attempt a fighting scene. However, Zhang Ye, who was a complete rookie, was unable to match the actor. Either his lines did not match or his martial arts motions were lacking. The actor was feeling quite vexed in the end. The acting elsewhere had finished filming. Quite a few people had noticed the commotion here. Many people were amused by Zhang Ye's clumsy-handed swordplay. Her. What is this? We can film this? Are we even filming a wuxia movie? His actions are quite strong. I couldn't tell that he had so much strength. It looks like his kicks are quite forceful too, but it's just not pretty. It's too ugly. So what if he's famous in Beijing? He's not cut out for acting. Don't spout irresponsible words. Do you think Teacher Zhang is like the bunch of you who are veterans in this circle? Teacher Zhang is a learned man. To think you ridicule him? I'm telling you, even if our entire filming crew's literary ability is combined together, we are still inferior to Teacher Zhang. Every industry has its specialists. We aren't mocking him, but we are after all in acting and not competing in literature. With the filming done, they could switch locations. So the moment there was a break, more people gathered around. Some were here to join in the fun, while others were well-meaning and tried to give some advice. The actress who had taken a picture with Zhang Ye said, "Should we try changing a few actions? The ones before are indeed too difficult. Even professional martial arts actors would have difficulties doing them." The martial arts director sighed. "It's already been decided. If we are changing it, we need to redo the choreography. There's no time left. The director has said that we are wrapping up in 2 days. So where do we have the time?" Yao Jinkai said, "When is Zhang Ye's part?" The assistant director also looked over. "It will be tonight. We will be driving to a new location. It's a monastery." "Tonight?" Then he wouldn't be able to make it in time, even if he practices for a few days. Yao Jinkai began to worry for Zhang Ye. The person who was most angry was Zhang Ye himself. When had this fellow ever been so embarrassed? So many people were watching him. They were pointing at him. His face was slightly red. However, he did not believe his actions were in any way not up to mark. In terms of swordplay and kicking, he had done it properly, but these people did not agree to it. They believed Zhang Ye was not up to standard. Why? It was because this was filming for a movie. It was all about the effects and the beauty of fighting. It cared about style. The martial arts director and the other actors who practiced martial arts since they were young definitely had some foundation, but it was at most just a bit. Don't look at their muscles. If they really began fighting, Zhang Ye believed he could beat all them himself without breaking a sweat. And this was if he was unable to use the Taiji fist. This wasn't an exaggeration. What did Zhang Ye know? Taekwondo and Taiji fist. One was a foreign fighting style. Another was a traditional Chinese martial art. Be it the former or latter, these kung fu were ultimately used to suppress one's enemy. Each punch and kick was the real deal and not just a pretty act. It was no joke. But what did they care about when filming a martial arts film? It was the coolness and stylishness. Every movement had to be wide and open. If they could do it, they would somersault in the air dozens of times before sending a kick towards their enemy. This was what they felt was awesome. But from Zhang Ye's point of view, that was being a retard. If you were to do all this cool stuff while somersaulting in midair, an enemy would have sent you flying with a kick. There were too many flaws. However, this was the difference between industries. Zhang Ye did not look down on others because he knew some kung fu. He knew that in other people's territory and domain, he had to listen to them. This martial arts director was a professional. This was not a problem of knowing kung fu. If a master who had practiced in Chinese martial arts came to direct, it would be unknown what the outcome of the movie would be. The actions would probably be unsightly. Zhang Ye still maintained a heart of humility. He practiced and learned from the martial arts director. He tried to adapt as much as possible to this martial arts act that seemed retarded to him. Chapter 193, Fighting with Monks. In the outskirts, the setting sun was nearing the western horizon. The film crew traveled long distance by car before they finally stopped at the foot of a mountain. About 30 people disembarked from a coach bus and 3 trucks that were filled with props. There was no official written name for this mountain. The locals only called it Little Qingshan, as there was a Qingshan monastery on the top of the mountain. Beijing's landscape was definitely incomparable to locations that had beautiful natural landscapes in the south. However, Little Qingshan was an exception. The scenery was pleasant and the monastery was very popular. Many people would come here annually to burn incense and worship. Of course, there were even more filming crews like them who came to film. This was no ordinary place. Little Qingshan was very famous. Qingshan Monastery was also very famous. If one wanted to ask which was the highest mountain here, everyone would definitely point in one direction. Well, the Shanshan Mountain was a few kilometers away. If one asked which was the most popular monastery around here, the locals would definitely point in one direction. Well, the Xianshan Zhao Monastery was a few kilometers away. If you asked what had the little Qingshan had to do with Xiangshan, or asked what Qingshan Monastery had to do with the Zhao Monastery, well, actually these places have no relation at all. Let's change topics. The main lead did not come. He had no scenes to film today, so he had gone back to rest. Director Zhang walked in front and spoke to a few important supporting actors about the scene. The assistant director was in charge of the prop placement. Stage management was the busiest in the filming crew. Not only did they need to busily prepare items, they had to pick up people, collect food boxes, and take on the role of drivers. For such a change of filming locations that was not that far away, they still had to transport the items. Heaps of equipment were unloaded by a few stage management crew and employees. Then they transported it up the mountain. Ignoring the swords, sabers, and poles, even the few cameras were not easily transported. The stairs went up high. It looked like 100 meters, and it extended upwards in a winding fashion. Little Zhang, hurry, give your old bro a hand. After about a dozen steps, Yao Jinkai was already panting. His large belly was trembling, and it looked like he was having a hard time. Zhang Ye supported him. Your physical fitness is lacking, Yao Jinkai bragged. Back in the day, your old bro was a representative for the school's physical education classes. I'm not in a good state today. It has been a day of filming. If not, just climbing a few hundred meters would be like child's play. After a few pants, he said, don't you say me. Just from the few martial arts move you did, you aren't any better than me. Zhang Ye smiled without saying a word. Neither did he explain. Halfway up the mountain, Director Zhang waved his hand and shouted, stop. Let's set up the cameras here. Props too. Everyone began to busy themselves. There was a scene along the mountainside. Clearly, they were prepared to film here. This scene was precisely where Zhang Ye's role of young hero Chun would appear. The assistant director asked worriedly, Teacher Zhang, will you manage? How could Zhang Ye say no as he firmly said, I've no problems. We can begin filming anytime. He had not taken off his costume. He got a sword from the props and was prepared to act. The martial arts director was standing by the side. What do you mean you have no problems? Just that move of yours isn't up to standard. Hi, you should practice before the cameras begin rolling. When the cameras begin rolling, wasting a scene is wasting money. If the director is unhappy, he will definitely swap you out. He was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he kept saying how Zhang Ye was lacking, he was still sparing no effort to help Zhang Ye do it well. Zhang Ye began practicing. Teacher Zhang, all the best. Right, practice more is all you need. It's not difficult. A few people from Beijing, who knew Zhang Ye, cheered him on. In their hearts, Zhang Ye was a very mighty figure. In the literary field, he was an invincible person with no rivals in Beijing. Unfortunately, he was banned by the television stations, so he was unable to showcase his prowess. In the end, he had to film a movie, and it was a martial arts one. In their opinion, this was clearly something Zhang Ye was lacking in. Although they could see that Zhang Ye was slowly progressing, his actions were still not beautiful. A few knew that this was hard on Teacher Zhang. He was a literary scholar who did literature. It was a bit too much for him to brandish swords and swing staffs. However, there were people in the filming crew who looked down on Zhang Ye. Don't bite off more than you chew. We will definitely be wasting some film later. Son, isn't this causing a problem? We are all waiting to knock off after work. If he delays it, who knows what time the filming will end today? Forget it. Refrain from saying so much. It's not easy. A short while later, a few machinery were ready after a few adjustments. Director Zhang sat beside machine number 1. All right, let's begin. The villain character that was acting with Zhang Ye came over. He was carrying a sword and stood at his designated position. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and walked over too. He stood at the spot the martial arts director indicated to him. Everything was ready. With a command from Director Jiang, the cameras began rolling. Young hero Chun. The villain looked to be on guard. Zhang Ye smiled and said his lines. My surname is Chun, but I don't deserve the title young hero. After a few words were exchanged, the two began fighting. Zhang Ye's role was that of a helper of the main lead. The fighting scene was directly recorded. There should have been some scenes of young hero Chun before this, but it was likely to be filmed in the future. Films were seldom recorded according to the plot's order. There was close combat, saber beams, and sword shadows. This scene originally would have Zhang Ye take his enemy's life within 10 moves. At the second move, Zhang Ye followed the established movement and blocked with his sword. Then he kicked out according to the choreography created by the martial arts director. However, this kick of his was too accurate. There was no other way about it, as Zhang Ye knew Kung Fu. The skills he obtained from the books were too entrenched, so it was not that easy to deviate from it. His kick had aimed for the villain's vital spot. This was a reflexive movement of Zhang Ye, and he knew things would be bad if he really made the kick. Hence, he quickly diverted it and reduced his strength. But with the villain slashing the sword over, he slashed onto Zhang Ye's shoulder. Cut. Director Zhang said angrily. The assistant director also said, "Why didn't you follow the choreography?" The villain smacked his lips. "Teacher Zhang, your kick should have been lower. Then will you be at an advantage with a lowered stance? How can you be slashed by me?" Zhang Ye was thinking that if he had not lessened his strength, you would have been sent flying by this bro's kick. How would you even slash me? That was nonsense. However, he did not say a word. As this was not a real fight and just filming a movie, it was indeed true that Zhang Ye was in the wrong. Following that, the cameras began rolling again. Once, twice, thrice. Zhang Ye followed the choreography this time. However, he kept feeling that the actions were too weird, nor could there be any strength in them. His limbs were all soft. He was unsatisfied with it. Naturally, Director Zhang would not agree to these takes. "What are you doing?" Director Zhang's temper was quite bad. In an annoyed manner, he said, "Do you even know how to fight? You can't even do this tiny bit of actions? Is this very difficult? F***K. And you are actually yelling at me?" 2 knife-wielding burglars who were fighting me with their lives had been taken down by me. "I can't fight?" Zhang Ye stared at him. Those who knew him knew that this fellow's temper was much worse than Director Zhang's. He refused to submit to anyone. The assistant director smoothed things over. Teacher Zhang is an intellectual. He will definitely be slightly lacking in fighting scenes. Having recalled that this person was recommended by Zhang Yuanqi, Director Zhang sighed. "Let's do another take." However, many of the crew had their objections. Zhang Ye was too useless in their eyes. There were still several scenes later on. They still needed to go up the mountain. How long would this filming take? At this moment, 5 people came down the mountain. "Who are you? Who allowed you to gather here? The monastery is a serene place. Please leave immediately." It was a few bald monks. They were dressed in robes and held poles in their hand. They did not look welcoming. They had already set up the lighting, and it was easy to tell at a glance. The assistant director was stunned. "Little masters, we had informed your abbot a month ago that we would be filming this month. Our sponsorship fees and related contracts have been drawn up. You just need to ask your abbot." Everyone no longer had time to show disdain at Zhang Ye's uselessness. Instead, they looked at the few monks. A monk looked cold as he clenched his pole tightly. "Half a month ago, our abbot was changed. Now, unauthorized people are prohibited from entry." Zhang Ye felt speechless hearing this. The abbot had changed? When did monasteries engage in competition for higher positions? The assistant director said with a frown, "But we have already decided on it. This scene is very important. We can't not have this scene. We will just film for a day and will be gone tomorrow." The young monk said fiercely, "Not even an hour. Leave immediately." A few young monks surrounded them and blocked the path uphill. Yao Jinkai said, "Where is your abbot? Please call him here. We will discuss it with him. The abbot is meditating. It's inconvenient for him to receive others." The young monk seemed impenetrable. His expression was also arrogant. He looked down on them. "I'm giving you 10 seconds. Leave immediately." 10 seconds? It wasn't even enough to move their equipment. Director Zhang was also annoyed. "Bring us to your abbot." The young monk stared at him. "Didn't you hear what I said? The abbot is meditating. There is still 6 seconds remaining. Are you leaving? We can help you leave." Monks were so fierce. What sort of monks were these? The filming crew was extremely annoyed. How can you be so fierce? "So what if we don't leave? What would you do? Will you use your poles to beat us?" Having gone to so many monasteries, I have never seen such unreasonable monks. "Come, try and hit me. I want to see how you are helping us leave." 10 seconds were up. The young monk did not say an additional word and slammed down with his pole. With a crashing sound, a bulb was shattered. Even the lighting frame crashed down and rolled down the mountain. It nearly even swept Zhang Ye off his feet, who had not provoked anyone. Zhang Ye's gaze turned cold. The other filming crew members were also outraged. What are you doing? Another older monk in his 20s also brandished his pole and was about to smash the camera. At this moment, the martial arts director stood forward. With a sword from the props, he charged. Ding! He had clashed with the pole, but before he could make his next move, the young monk had flicked his pole and hit the martial arts director's stomach, sending him flying. Ah! The martial arts director rolled down the stairs. An actor and 2 stage management crew happened to be just below. They hurriedly caught him, stabilizing him. If he carried on rolling down, even if he did not die, he would be left half dead. There were still tens of meters of stairs. Chapter 194. Zhang Ye's Taiji Fist 1 vs 4. On Little Qingshan, the filming crew began cursing. You dare hit someone? You smashed our things. Have you monks gone crazy? Call the police. Isn't this a society that is ruled by law? You're from the monastery, we respected you. We've already discussed it with you all earlier, but now you just want to take back your word like this? Even hitting our people. This is too unreasonable. All of you, what kind of people are you? And you call yourselves monks. Aren't monks supposed to be compassionate? What if our people fell off just now? He would have fallen to his death. You guys tried to push him to his death. With the commotion, many people had now gathered around. The few young monks looked at them without batting an eyelid. We already told you to leave immediately. You guys did not listen. So don't blame us for not being welcoming. Another young monk said, We will say it once more. Are you leaving? Their faces were full of malice. A stuntman stepped forward. So what if we don't leave? Before he could even finish the sentence, another young monk had already attacked. With a wave of his pole, it hit the stuntman on his face. Pooh! The stuntman flew sideways horizontally. That showed how much strength was put into that hit. Little Zhao, holy fuck, this gang of bald donkeys. That hit showed everyone the group of monks were not in the mood for discussion. They did not bother about what had been discussed, nor did they have eyes for the law. If they wanted to beat you, they will beat you. It also made them understand that even though their group numbered around 30 people, they were totally outmatched by the group of monks. Initially, they felt that since most of them had some training before, and with so many years of filming martial arts movies, they'd be able to deal with these few monks. But the facts had proven that their martial arts were all just fancy moves. The martial arts director could not even take 2 hits before being blown away. Those stuntmen with over 10 years of experience like Little Zhao were not even able to strike. Though the monks were a little underhanded by striking first without warning, even in a fair duel, the monks were still one better than the other. It was different from this bunch of actors with their fancy moves. The monks had real weapons on hand and had trained from young in the monastery. Fancy moves versus real skills. With just an exchange of blows, the outcome had been decided. Director Zhang did not bother about the equipment. Instead, he ran over to the fallen stuntman and asked, Little Zhao, how are you? Are you all right? Little Zhao bitterly spat out the blood in his mouth. I'm fine. The assistant director said in a panic, Director Zhang, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Let's. Director Zhang clenched his teeth and hesitated a moment. Just as he was about to command everyone to head down the mountain, the monks did not even wait and tried to strike another camera with a pole. The girl who had asked for a photo with Zhang Ye was standing nearby. She suddenly threw herself in front of the camera. If you want to hit, you have to hit me first. Little Yen. Sister Yen. Little Yen, come back here. Are you or the machine more important? Stop. You even want to hit a girl? Are you even human? The actress showed no fear and stared at the group of monks. The monk who was striking with the pole hesitated, but said, A monk does not differentiate between man and woman. After saying that, his face turned malicious, and he struck the pole down on the actress. No, Sister Yen. Are you all ***king insane? The film crew were all in shock as they cursed. They could pass on the stuntman Little Zhao, or even the martial arts director. They were trained with good builds and were men. But the actress was a fragile female comrade. If the pole struck her, she might even become paralyzed. Little Yan's face turned green, but she stood her ground and did not step back. She was betting her life on this. The long pole whistled through the air. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. Just as the pole was about to hit little Yan's shoulder, as the film crew were all shouting with rage, a figure appeared behind little Yan's back. It was Zhang Ye. Everyone was stunned. Teacher Zhang, what are you doing over there? You don't even know the basic moves for the scene. Those monks are. At this moment, Zhang Ye made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. Zhang Ye had tried numerous times earlier during the duel with the villain during filming to use his Taiji fist, to let the filming effect be expressed more beautifully. But despite trying over and over, he could not achieve the desired effect. He had wanted to achieve those moves like in the movies, but he just couldn't do it. But right now, upon seeing so many of the equipment being smashed and the actress, who had wanted a photo with him, facing a beating, Zhang Ye's emotions were exploding. With a move of his arms and feet, he now knew that he could use Taiji. His hands had precisely grabbed hold of the pole as it came down, and with a twist of his wrist, the pole had deviated from its trajectory and slid past little Yan's shoulder and landed with a loud slam on the ground. The young monk was stunned. Before he could come back to his senses, Zhang Ye's wrist followed up with a movement, seemingly without much effort, as he borrowed the momentum he obtained when the pole rebounded forcefully, hitting the chin of the monk with a loud bang. The young monk's mouth was full of blood. His lower jaw had slammed into his upper jaw as 4 to 5 bloody teeth flew out from his mouth. Pooh! The young monk was beaten into a daze. Zhang Ye did not let him off and used a single hand to lift and twist him around before winding up behind the young monk. Then, he landed a heavy shot to the back of the young monk's neck. The young monk crumbled to the ground. Having his upper body being hit by Zhang Ye caused him to land on his head on a step. Without a sound, he had passed out. Wu Yan, brother Wu Yan. The few young monks all shouted that person's name in horror. Little Yan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Ye with a dazed face and then looked at the young monk with a bloody mouth who was now lying dead on the ground. This, are you looking for death? The monk who had earlier ambushed the stuntman with an attack rushed at Zhang Ye within a few steps. The other monks also rushed forward with killing intent, their eyes full of hatred. Looking for death? Is this what a monk should utter? When you wanted to kill us, we deserved it. But when we get one of your guys, then I have to die? Zhang Ye's face turned cold. He had no intention of stepping back. Instead, he took a few large strides and headed forward to welcome them face on. This time, he was really offended. If he had depended on those few Taekwondo skills experience books, Zhang Ye felt that it would be a chore to face even just one of them. This bunch of monks knew kung fu that was neither deep nor at a superficial level. However, their punches and kicks were all real, so Zhang Ye felt that his Taekwondo would not hold up. But now with the eruption of his Taiji fist and the experience of fighting the monk earlier, Zhang Ye's worries had all faded. One of them reached him first. A shadow of the pole came after. Zhang Ye used the same move. His hand grabbed hold of the pole, but did not stop it. He again borrowed the momentum and with a flick of his wrists turned it downwards. That monk did not realize what had happened. He only felt his brute strength being negated fully at that moment, and the pole that was no longer in his control came crashing onto the ground. He had earlier seen the other monk being beaten unconscious, but could not put his head around it. He did not understand why his junior was not a match for this person in front of him. At this moment, he could finally see it, but it was already too late. Zhang Ye turned his palm and hit him on the chin. That monk had followed in the previous victim's footsteps. He spat out blood and several of his teeth. Zhang Ye struck him on the back of his neck with his hand, and this second monk too had now been knocked unconscious. The remaining 2 monks had now gone pale upon seeing this. They looked at each other and said, "Let's attack together." The shadow of the poles came down together to attack. Zhang Ye used the same move that allowed him greatness. With one hand, he held the pole on the left side. With his other hand, he held the pole on his right. And then seeing the monk on his left staggering, their movements messier than the 2 monks from earlier, he changed the direction and momentum of the pole's movement. The monk tried to increase his attacking strength, but without any control, the pole flew out from his hands. With that, his legs wobbled and he lost his balance. This allowed Zhang Ye to give a kick, a Taekwondo kick to his face. It was not a kick as graceful as Taiji, but its strength was vicious. That monk collapsed on his back and groaned as he lay on the ground. Then he fainted. Following that, The monk on his right moved in. He thought he was smart and did not attack with the pole swinging down. He deviated from the previous few attacks and swung the pole at Zhang Ye sideways at his waist. But Zhang Ye managed to grab hold of the pole. With a step aside and a flick of his waist, the pole was now at Zhang Ye's waist with hardly any force. The attack had been nullified by Zhang Ye's unknown moves, and he had even allowed Zhang Ye to move closer to him now. With the back of his palm, Zhang Ye hit him on the lower jaw and followed up with another to his back. Smash. That person was also knocked unconscious. In a space of just 10 seconds and several simple moves, 4 of the 5 monks were now lying unconscious on the floor. Seeing this, the last monk did not rush forward no matter how foolish he was. He knew that they had met a master today, a master of the masters. He looked at his fellow disciples and turned to run back up towards the mountain. Senior brother. Master. This is not good. The young monk shouted until his lungs almost burst. Zhang Ye looked at the actress. Are you all right? No matter. Little Yin was stuttering in her shock. How are the others? Zhang Ye asked the martial arts director. Are there any internal injuries? But all of them didn't say a word. They were, in fact, looking at Zhang Ye with shocked faces, as if they had witnessed an alien. Yao Jinkai was dumbfounded. Director Jiang was in a daze. The assistant director and other members of the film crew were all staring at him. Too ferocious. This was too fucking ferocious. Who said that Teacher Zhang Ye was a learned man? Who said that Teacher Zhang was a weakling? Weakling your sister. The martial arts director and the stuntman, Little Zhao, were all no match for those people. But look at what happened. That bunch of monks were no match for you. Each one unconscious with a hit, like they were dancing. Holy sh*t. What kind of ferocious battle points do you even have? Chapter 195. Zhang Ye discusses Buddhist verses with monks. Little Zhang, you are awesome. A fierce man. Yao Jinkai said with a loud laugh. He did not seem composed like how an old man in his 40s or 50s should be. He wrapped his arm around Zhang Ye's shoulders. Those few moves of yours are coquettish. The actress, who had been saved, came around and thanked him. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Zhang Ye waved his hands and also removed old Yao's arm from his shoulder. The martial arts director had gotten around. He was not seriously injured, but the expression he used while looking at Zhang Ye was only that of shock. Little Zhang. Teacher, you. I thought you don't know Kung Fu. Aren't you not able to do a few simple martial arts movements, and even after practice, you still could not do it up to standard? How did you? Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Martial arts movements? Those things were called *T martial arts movements. The villain actor who had acted opposite him also said, That's right. If you are so powerful, why couldn't you do those simple actions? Could you been acting and using me for your amusement? Only then did he realize that the person he had looked down upon and had wasted a lot of film footage was a hidden master. However, why couldn't he tell despite sparring with him previously? Zhang Ye did not explain. The stuntman, who had been injured, had already stood up. Although Zhang Ye did not say a word, he could tell. Can't you tell? Teacher Zhang knows real Kung Fu. Our martial arts we use for filming movies is not called martial arts at all. It's just showy. What Teacher Zhang was using was true Chinese martial arts. We let a teacher, who has already imbued Chinese martial arts into his bones and body, to do our showy martial arts? It would be a wonder if he could do it well. True Chinese martial arts focuses on training one's body before practicing the art of restraining an enemy. It's not the same as ours, which is just to show the audience. His master had also practiced in Chinese martial arts. He only began learning from his master after the age of 18 and had already missed the prime age for practicing martial arts. No matter what he practiced was just the tip of the iceberg. Hence, he could only become a stuntman. Although he could not traverse down the path of Chinese martial arts, he still knew quite a bit, so he could tell at a glance. Chinese martial arts? Teacher Zhang really knows Kung Fu. And it's true Kung Fu. This is the first time seeing it. It's so cool. Teacher Zhang, teach me tomorrow. Everyone gave him the thumbs up. After a daze, the martial arts director was no longer surprised. He had seen many Chinese martial arts experts before. For example, many action stars and martial arts director in the industry, or even stuntmen, had practiced Chinese martial arts. Some of them had great attainment. However, he never expected a weak, soft, and non-muscular Teacher Zhang was a Chinese martial arts practitioner. and it could be seen that he was not a beginner. He destroyed each person upon each encounter with one punch each. He was definitely an expert who had trained for years. He was a frog in a well. He was really a frog in a well. The martial arts director and many of the people who had previously grumbled about Zhang Ye's inability to do the actions turned red from embarrassment. They realized that it was not because Zhang Ye was unable to do well, but it was because they were making fools out of themselves. If one wanted to be precise, Teacher Zhang Ye was the person who really knew martial arts. The martial arts director cupped his fists, sorry about before. Zhang Ye shook his hands. What's there to be sorry about? The assistant director said with lingering fear. It's all thanks to little Zhang, or we would suffer heavy losses. Xiaoyan was nearly beaten. That bunch of bald donkeys. When the other people from the filming crew heard this, they also began cursing. Pooey, what sort of monks are they? We can't just let this go. Yao Jinkai was also very angry. He went forward and kicked a monk who had fainted from Zhang Ye's beating. However, that kick made him move. It was as if he was regaining consciousness. Yao Jinkai hurriedly retreated in fear and stood behind Zhang Ye. He then began cursing the monk. Director Jiang, what do we do? Director Jiang looked at those who had fainted and asked Zhang Ye. How are they? There's no danger, right? Zhang Ye said lightly. There's no danger. Just a few teeth lost or a dislocated jaw. As for other things, they are just superficial wounds. I didn't injure them too badly. For the first time, Director Jiang looked at him with appreciation. Then what do you think we should do now? Go up the mountain. Zhang Ye said matter-of-factly. Let's get them to answer for their actions. They can't just beat our people up for nothing. They have to pay for our equipment. Director Jiang. The assistant director wiped his sweat and said, They have already called for reinforcements. Who knows how many monks they have? What if there are more than 10? Zhang Ye said coldly. If 1 comes, I'll beat 1 up. If 10 comes, I'll beat 10 up. The martial arts director gave his kudos. Nice. Count me in. Me too. Let's fight it out with them up the mountain. An actor said excitedly. After seeing Zhang Ye's kung fu, these people immediately felt emboldened. They were no longer afraid of anything. With a masterful expert with them, who was afraid of who? Of course, there were only a few who felt their blood surging. A large number of them were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Those who knew of Zhang Ye's past deeds recalled of this person's shoal temper. Back then, they did not actually believe it and waved them off as rumors. After all, how much of an shoal could a broadcasting host who dealt with literature be? However, from what they saw today, it was indeed true. The rumors were not fake. This guy was a fearless person. What sort of place was a monastery? That was a place protected by numerous civilians. From the looks of it, you were going to thrash their monastery? Don't be rash. Calm down. Don't fight when you are up the mountain. Speak nicely first, right? Those monks had been beaten by us, and it was not that trivial. We have obtained our revenge. I think we should report to the police and go down the mountain first. Everyone were in disagreement. There was no outcome. But in a blink of an eye, Zhang Ye had already walked up the staircase. Zhang Ye didn't care if they were going up. He could not take it lying down. Teacher Zhang. Little Zhang, what are you doing? The moment Zhang Ye went up the mountain, the martial arts director, a few stuntmen, and 2 actors followed. Yao Jinkai did not hide away and also rolled up his sleeves and followed behind while swearing. Director Jiang was already appeased. They had only beaten 2 people up, and the injuries were slight. The lighting equipment they smashed was not that expensive either. However, they had taken down 4 monks. Up to now, none of them had waken up. As the overall director, he still cared about the bigger picture. Although he felt hatred, he still got a few people to carry the monks up the mountain. He did not ignore and leave the monks behind. At the top of the mountain, what was supposed to be a dark monastery was lit up. They were not using flaming torches or similar stuff. Monasteries had lamps. Every one of them used electricity these days. The moment the filming crew arrived, they encountered a group of about 7 to 8 monks. There weren't many of them, but they were fully armed. Some of them held poles, while one of them looked like the monastery's cook. It looked like he came out with a large ladle. They were all furious and stared deadly at Zhang Ye. However, none of them dared to take the step forward. The junior brother that came back had already informed them of the situation. From the description, they could not tell what kung fu the other party used. They could only be certain that it was a form of Chinese martial arts. They also guessed that, according to the description, the lot of them probably was not the person's match. Hence, although they stood there shouting, none of them dared to be the first to rush forward. Where are my junior brothers? You dare to hit monks? This is pushing it too far. Where's the abbot? Quickly get the abbot here. A few of the filming crew members had brought the monks up the mountain. After receiving a nod from Director Zhang when they glanced at him, they brought the monks over. One of the monks had already woken up, so he walked over himself. Junior brother, senior brother, what happened to you? The bunch of monks hurried over to help and pinched their philtrums. Not a while later, the monks, who had been beaten, regained consciousness. They barely stood up. They were not seriously injured, but their words sounded odd, like there was air leakage. Their teeth had dropped off. Umatba. Suddenly, an old monk walked out of the courtyard. He first looked at his disciples' wounds before he faced the filming crew. Abbot, they beat us up. A young monk who had regained consciousness complained despite being the first at fault. Shut up, the abbot roared. Did you make the move first? The monks were temporarily rendered speechless. The other monks also lowered their heads and did not speak. The abbot said with a sad heart, monks should be benevolent. By hurting others, this outcome is a result of your own actions. Others are not to blame. Yao, Jinkai grunted. Looks like you have someone reasonable here. Then this would be easier to negotiate. Director Jiang said with some resentment. Abbot, our film crew had previously contacted the previous abbot and had agreed to this filming. Now with you going back on your words and even beating up our people and smashing our equipment, I want to ask what's the meaning of this? Thankfully we have an expert in our crew, or who knows if someone would be killed by the bunch of you today. The abbot looked very calm and spoke calmly. We do not welcome filming crew in the future. Director Jiang said. It's fine if you don't welcome us, but why didn't you say so earlier? Why was there a need to beat people up? I was meditating. I did not know anything that was happening outside. If I knew, I wouldn't have allowed them to do so. The abbot placed his palms together and said, Umatba, my few disciples have been taught a lesson by you. So almsgiver, please leave. I won't see you out. He was pushing the responsibility. He was using the fact that he was unaware as an answer. And he was not seeing them out? He was so impolite. They had previously thought they had met a reasonable person, but who knew he was also a recalcitrant monk? Zhang Ye walked up. This movement of his caused a few of the young monks to step back in horror. The abbot understood this at a glance. This person was definitely the Chinese martial arts expert who had beaten his disciples. This, almsgiver, what's the matter? He was fearless. It was unknown if he had practiced kung fu before. Zhang Ye looked at him and said, if this matter is not cleared up, we will not leave. If there's any matter, do it another day. I haven't finished my seated meditation. The abbot could not care any less about him as he turned around, bringing his disciples away. Meditation? You are still meditating at this moment. Zhang Ye was angered, and as he saw the abbot's distancing back figure, he immediately threw out a famous Buddhist verse from Master Huining, in a face-smacking way. When living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie down, don't sit. How can a set of stinking bones be used for training? The abbot was stunned as he suddenly turned his head backwards. The young monks were also stunned as they looked with their mouths agape at Zhang Ye. Chapter 196. Zhang Ye's one gatha after another. Zen verse. This person even knew Zen verses? When living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie down, don't sit. How can a set of stinking bones be used for training? Those who did not know could not understand at all, but those who really knew could tell the profoundness of the Zen verse. Even Buddhist masters might not be able to freely say such verses. Zhang Ye's Zen phrase meant, a pile of stinking bones will rot. But if it stubbornly insisted on doing the actions of meditation without understanding the verses, then they were demonstrating, when living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie down, don't sit. By the time you had such thoughts, your senses and character would only be fake inside out. How was there any merit established? How was one to gain enlightenment? Or if it was put simply, Zhang Ye was telling them, are you learning to meditate or learning to be a seated Buddha? If you were meditating, then that was not something you could do just sitting there. If they were learning to be a seated Buddha, Buddha was not a fixed state. So how was one to accomplish it by sitting? To gain Buddhist enlightenment from meditation was not a feasible route. In Buddhism, there were Gatha and Zen verses. They were given such names and not called poems. But to Zhang Ye, they were no different from poems. You, a young monk said in disbelief. Not only him. Even the abbot could not accept that such a profound Zen verse came from the mouth of a martial monger who had beaten his 4 disciples. The abbot looked into Zhang Ye's eyes. Almsgiver, you know Zen verses? Many people in the filming crew did not understand Zhang Ye's Gatha, but from the monks' faces of shock, they knew Zhang Ye had said something awesome. Yao Jinkai laughed. The deputy director laughed. Many people in the filming crew were also laughing. They knew that for acting, Zhang Ye was a complete layman. He was inferior to even a typical rookie, or they would not have wasted so much of the film footage without succeeding in filming his motions. However, when it came to poems and literature, this teacher Zhang Ye was an expert amongst experts. All the members of the filming crew combined together could not even amount to a finger of Zhang Ye. It could be said that this was his true trade. Everyone laughed knowing that these monks had encountered a hard problem. When some people live, they are already dead. When some people die, they are still alive. Some of them knew that Zhang Ye had previously used a short poem like this. This short line made it evident that Zhang Ye's literary skill was not to be underestimated. Zhang Ye smiled. I can't say I know. You don't have to be humble. Just that Gatha you said might not even be produced by an esteemed monk who has meditated for decades. Since I happen to meet you, let us exchange our knowledge on verses. His disciples had been beaten, so the abbot probably was suppressing his anger. Compete in martial arts? Since he couldn't beat others, he changed to competing through words. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh. Compare your literary attainment with teacher Zhang? This was shooting themselves in the foot, and immediately cheered on Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, compete with him. Right? Attack. Let them broaden their horizons. Haha, there are still people these days that want to compete with Zhang Ye in literature? This is Zen studies, right? Does teacher Zhang know? Isn't Zen studies also a form of literature? It's not much different. Everyone started to shout, urging Zhang Ye to have a literary battle with the monk. Many of them were confident of Zhang Ye. Only a small number of them did not know Zhang Ye well, and were not as optimistic. An old monk sneered. To have an exchange in verses with the abbot? Another monk said, if your senses are dirty, what verses are there to talk about? A layman dares to have an exchange in verses with our abbot? He doesn't know his strength. A young monk scoffed. Yes, he said that although he was previously shocked by Zhang Ye's verse. This bunch of monks did not watch television, so they did not know anything about Zhang Ye. It was obvious that neither side was willing to step down. They could not fight, nor could they afford to fight, but they had to decide who was better. They had to vent this anger. Zhang Ye said nonchalantly, all right, please go ahead. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Ye did a few actions with his hands and bought a memory search capsule from the game Ring's merchant shop. After eating it, he very quickly remembered the Gatha and Zen verses from his world. These text-based things were recalled quickly. With a blink of an eye, Zhang Ye was ready. People fought for their anger, while Buddha fought for incense. The past 2 days of accumulation had slightly increased his reputation, so it was still enough to buy a memory search capsule. It was not for anything but to act almighty. He could see that a female stage management crew member had begun recording with a cell phone a long while ago. Look at how smart she was. Zhang Ye wanted to give her a like. She had such great foresight. What were the conditions to reach the highest realm of acting almighty? Firstly, one needed an inhuman opponent. Secondly, one needed a bunch of fussing audience. Thirdly, one needed recording equipment, so as to broadcast Zhang Ye's literary excellence to its fullest extent. It couldn't be privately admired. These 3 conditions had been fulfilled. The abbot said softly. The Gatha said by almsgiver previously meant that meditating was useless. On this point, I do not agree. I am not attempting to gain enlightenment from simply meditating. Meditating is just a method and a way of training one's mind. Since you are a martial arts practitioner, you should know the importance of methods in martial studies. I'm dedicated to Buddhism, while you are dedicated to martial arts. They all have the same principles. Didn't you use methods while being a bully to beat my disciples? At this moment, when the highest authority, Director Jiang, heard this, the anger he had suppressed flared up once again. He was so angry that he cried out. What unreasonable words! Teacher Zhang was being a bully? Beat your disciples? Why didn't you mention that your disciples were the first to attack? This old bald donkey sure can beat about the bush. The film crew began to shout in unison. They were very unhappy with the abbot's words. Zhang Ye laughed and looked at him. Was I the one who injured your disciples? If it wasn't you, then who was it? The abbot answered. It seemed like he was relying back on Zen studies to come back at Zhang Ye. In this field, the abbot was a specialized major. However, Zhang Ye did not give him a chance. He immediately took a Buddhist story from his world. He then pointed at a flag at the corner of the monastery. The flag was flapping in the wind. With the wind blowing, the flag flaps. Do you say the wind is moving or the flag is moving? A young monk was the first to answer. Of course the wind is moving. Zhang Ye shook his head. An old monk said, the flag is moving? Zhang Ye carried on shaking his head. A monk said, then what is moving? The world is moving. Zhang Ye looked up and said, it's your heart that is moving. This Buddhist story was quite well known in Zhang Ye's world. Things changed because of one's will to change. This was not talking about the physical change in things, but the way things were approached. We would always first subjectively decide if a thing was good or bad. Zhang Ye was using this verse to tell this bunch of people, I was being a bully? I beat you up? That was just your own subjective opinion. Director Zhang applauded. Well said. The actress, Xiaoyan, laughed out loud. Teacher Zhang is awesome. The filming crew was also highly spirited as they clapped and cheered Zhang Ye. The monks did not look good. With that verse said, it showed how petty they were. However, the abbot remained poised. He quietly said, Buddha said, evil words that harm others would descend to hell after death. What more those who beat others? I wonder if almsgiver believes in heaven and hell. As a superstitious person, Zhang Ye answered without thinking, I believe. The abbot said, then where is heaven? And where is hell? Zhang Ye glanced at him. It's in your heart and also everywhere. Oh, in my heart. Why can't I see that? The abbot said peacefully. Zhang Ye chuckled and immediately scolded him. You old bald donkey. An old monk immediately turned angry. A few younger monks also picked up their sticks, wanting to fight it out with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said without any hurry and pointed at them. See, the gates of hell has opened. When the few monks heard it, they immediately understood and quickly put down their sticks. Zhang Ye chuckled once again. Look, the gates to heaven has also opened. The monks looked at each other. So this was what it meant with heaven and hell being in the heart. The abbot asked, then what does it mean that heaven and hell is everywhere? Zhang Ye answered him with his world's gatha. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. About 10 monks were stunned hearing this. Yao Jinkai slapped his thigh and applauded. What finesse! Too much finesse. Teacher Zhang is so impressive. Ha! That was said so beautifully. Someone in the filming crew sent his kudos. The abbot was also slightly lost in thought. Since almsgiver believes in heaven and knows about hell, then why did you have to do actions that harm others? He kept insisting on this issue. Xiaoyan said angrily, do you have anything else? Yao Jinkai said, you can't beat little Zhang in Zen studies, so you begin clinging on this? Who was the one who harmed others? It was the bunch of you who harmed others first, all right. F***K. An actor cursed. The abbot ignored the surrounding people and only looked at Zhang Ye. Indifferent towards karma, since you believe in hell, aren't you afraid of descending into hell? Zhang Ye was not pulled in by him, and did not accept his verse that was filled with hidden tricks. With a laugh, he said heroically, if I don't descend into hell, who will? This gatha could be said to be one of the most famous Buddhist verses in Zhang Ye's world. It could be said to be peerless. The deputy director immediately shouted, awesome. The other members of the filming crew also shouted excitedly, what a good if I don't descend into hell, who will? However, this sentence did not only have the literal meaning they understood. In fact, they did not understand either, but the abbot understood. Another old monk also understood it. Momentarily, the two of them looked at Zhang Ye with their gazes changed. If I don't descend into hell, who will? These words were not that of anger, but a Zen verse that was filled with compassion. By descending into hell, without wishing for an end, experiencing extreme torture, to the point of leading a living death. At this moment, if I didn't enter and save them, who would? The abbot said with his palms flat against each other, Ba. An old monk behind also said with his palms flat, Ba. The young monks were still unconvinced. They did not believe that their abbot's Buddhist studies were incomparable to a layman. At this moment, it was Zhang Ye's turn to ask. He pointed at a stone tablet in the yard. There were words inscribed on it. It was a line that made him very interested as well as one that was very familiar. When I came in, I saw this. I wonder from whom did this gatha come from? The abbot gave a glance. It was written by me a few days ago. The carving looked new, so it was clear that it had been recently carved. The abbot chanted, The body is a Bodhi tree, the mind is a mirror bright. Never stop dusting and wiping, lest dust alight. This is my pursuit of the path of Buddha. The filming crew also looked over. They were momentarily awed and felt that the gatha was indeed very good. With his body like a Bodhi tree that let people of the past gain enlightenment. With a heart like a dustless and bright mirror, by constantly reflecting on oneself, it would not let dust settle on the mirror to mar one's nature. Well written. This was really written by the abbot. The film crew also had a sudden change of attitude towards the abbot. They now understood why the Qingshan monastery did not welcome filming crews. Them harshly sending people down the mountain and not permitting them entry was because of this gatha of the new abbot. They did not want to tarnish their monastery, and was also the meaning of never stop dusting and wiping, lest dust alight. Someone from the filming crew gave a slight nod. The abbot also looked towards Zhang Ye, waiting for his reaction, who knew that Zhang Ye did not take it seriously and laughed. What a coincidence that this world also had such a gatha. However, the difference was it did not have the second half of the gatha from Zhang Ye's world. The abbot said, Almsgiver, why do you laugh? A young monk said angrily, What are you laughing about? That's right. If you have the ability, write one. Another monk was also displeased. Zhang Ye found it both funny and annoying. The reason why you don't let us on the mountain, beat us up, and destroyed our equipment, was all because of this gatha? The abbot looked at him. Does almsgiver think my gatha is inappropriate? It's far from inappropriate. Zhang Ye said impolitely. It's completely misleading. What are you saying? A young monk angrily picked up a pole. However, having just recalled the verse about heaven and hell that Zhang Ye just mentioned, he angrily put down his pole. Of course, he knew a large part of it had to do with him not being able to beat Zhang Ye even with a pole. What do you mean misleading? An old monk asked. Another young monk said exasperatedly, Don't speak blindly if you do not know. The filming crew did not know why Zhang Ye despised this gatha so much. To them, the gatha was very well written. There wasn't a problem to it. However, Zhang Ye said, I have a story here. Listen to it first. In the past, there were two reverend monks in debate. The first monk said, I have a mirror in my heart that I polish every day so that it can be used as a reflection so as to scrutinize myself. However, the second monk said, I have no mirror in my heart. What is there to polish? No mirror? What is there to polish? When everyone present heard this, they were stunned. Some seemed to be confused, but there were some who seemed to immediately understand a thing. Then Zhang Ye said, Today, I'll give you another gatha. Saying that, Zhang Ye looked towards each and every one of those monks. The body is a Bodhi tree. The mind is a mirror bright. Never stop dusting and wiping, lest dust alight. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed. He retorted every word of the abbot. Every word was a strike in the monks' hearts. With every line, the expressions on the monks changed once. By origin, there is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror bright. Originally, there is not a single thing. All the monks turned silent. Zhang Ye smiled and asked the monks, Where does dust alight? Chapter 197, Conferring. Words. Zhang Ye finished speaking. There was silence immediately. What was a Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree was a large and very old sacred fig tree. The tree grows to a height of 15-25 m, and its trunk has a diameter of about 30 to 50 centimeters. It has a large and wide-spreading crown, with a bark that is light gray in color. The simple, long-stalked leaves are heart-shaped and long-tipped. The flowers are tiny and are found inside the small fleshy figs, which ripen to greenish-yellow, then purple. There are 3 kinds of flowers: male, female, and sterile. Of course, those were just filler words. This was an official description of the plant. Cough, cough. Right, time to be serious. By origin, there is no Bodhi tree. Although the Bodhi tree existed in the world, the Bodhi tree referred to by Buddhists was not a plant. It was a symbol and memory. The Bodhi also represented the great wisdom of Buddhism. What tree was there? What mirror was there? Just as Zhang Ye had described the debate between the two monks, the constant reflection of oneself in the mirror was just a will, a thought. So how was there a mirror? There was no Bodhi tree, nor was there a mirror. Originally, there is not a single thing, so where does dust alight? Everyone, including the abbot and the monks, all searched for an answer within themselves. They used the Gatha from Zhang Ye to question themselves. Where does the dust alight? That's right. Where does dust alight? The abbot was convinced as he held his palms together, Ba. Following that, the 10 or so monks behind him also held their palms together, Ba. The film crew's jaw had dropped when they heard the Gatha by Zhang Ye. They did not understand Buddhism, nor had they learned anything about Zen. Just as they had heard the talk about Zen between the abbot and Zhang Ye earlier, they were only listening for the sake of listening. They knew that Zhang Ye was very good at it, but they did not understand its meanings. But this Gatha was different. Not only the monks, even those who were just laymen on Buddhist teachings had heard and understood it clearly. At the beginning, they felt that the abbot's Gatha was already very good, but when Zhang Ye's by origin, there is no Bodhi tree, was said, everyone was stunned to the heavens. In that moment, they saw the gulf between the abbot's Gatha and Zhang Ye's Gatha. Everything does not stand up well with comparisons. When the two Gathas were compared, if we say that teacher Zhang Ye was a reverend monk, then the abbot could be thought of as someone who had just entered the monastery or had even not yet become a monk. Haha, nice. Teacher Zhang Ye, you are so cool. What a good there is no Bodhi tree. What a nor is there a mirror. That's right. There's nothing at all. How can there be dust? Teacher Zhang's Gatha is peerless. Instead, it was the bunch of monks who were enlightened. That Gatha was too awesome. Why do I feel like I'm witnessing a scene? For the ages? Little Qingshan's Zen exchange? In a few centuries, when the future generations mention this Gatha by teacher Zhang, will we also be included in that story? Definitely. We have been touched by the greatness of this, and it will be spoken of for 1,000 years. Did you record it? It's recorded. I recorded too. Teacher Zhang was too awesome. Debating about Zen with a monk and winning. What was face smacking? This was face smacking. What was pretending to be awesome? This was pretending to be awesome. Yao Jinkai finally smiled. He felt that Zhang Ye was more and more pleasing to the eye now. Old Yao thought that if he had this level of acting awesome like Zhang Ye, what would become of him? The women would be throwing themselves at him. Quite a few people in the film crew knew of teacher Zhang Ye's literary skills. Even though a majority of the crew did not know Zhang Ye before this, they had now found out about his capabilities from the others who knew of him from before. But what just happened made them understand that they had still underestimated his literary upbringing. Initially, they had urged Zhang Ye to have a literary duel with the abbot because they felt that Zhang Ye would not lose since this was his rice bowl. But since the duel was about Zen and Gatha, which belonged to a different school of literature, Gatha was a philosophical study compared to poetry. They had not expected him to win so overwhelmingly. The abbot and the monks were all stunned in silence. They had been dumbfounded by the lecture of teacher Zhang Ye, especially the last bit about the Bodhi tree. Gatha was just a form of language used by monks. It wasn't like a couplet where a second verse would exist. But who would have thought that Zhang Ye could treat it like a couplet and match the second verse to the Gatha? Every word was profound. It had refuted the abbot's Gatha fully, and it had refuted it so well that no one could say anything. This Gatha could not even be commented on. It was that high of a level. Even people who could not understand could see it clearly. The abbot looked deeply at Zhang Ye before regaining a peaceful look. He closed his eyes and muttered something before slowly opening his eyes again. This old monk has been meditating for over 30 years. I've been dedicating myself to Buddha all these years, and just a few days ago, I was enlightened and wrote that Gatha. I thought that I had stepped closer to Buddha and that my spiritual practice had gone to another level. As he said this, he smiled bitterly. Never did I expect that by meeting you, I would realize that I have not even stepped into the doorway of Zen. What a pity, what a pity. Master, abbot. A few young monks were still worried. The abbot waved his hands and said to Zhang Ye, "This almsgiver might be a secular man, but he has great wisdom. He has wisdom that is even greater than us monks. Today, I have been beaten convincingly. If you have the heart to become a practitioner of Buddhism in future, your dharma will definitely be higher than mine by a few hundred times." Hearing this, Zhang Ye immediately waved his hands. "Please don't say that. I'm leading a good life. I'm not so silly. I will continue to be my secular self. Being secular is better." The abbot said with regrets. Such a pity, a pity. The abbot had admitted defeat, and the monks who had been beaten up earlier had looks of resignation. Who was this person in front of them? He couldn't be beaten in a fight. He couldn't be out-talked with words. Does he even leave a route for retreat? Of course, they could not out-talk Zhang Ye. What he had said was a gatha by Abbot Hui Nung from his previous world. It was the widely known Platform Sutra. Furthermore, during the verse exchange, Zhang Ye had used his mouth to speak. All right, that's nonsense, but something isn't. That is because Zhang Ye had previously eaten many fruits of charm, voice. This was something that increased his voice's charm. It naturally made his words have an indescribable profoundness. Hence, everyone was shocked. There was reason to it. Victory had been decided. The film crew had won. They had finally vented their anger. With this win, the victors were also more tolerant. Seeing the abbot admit defeat graciously, many people's impression of him became better. They comforted him a little. "Abbot, don't compete with Teacher Zhang. Right? Teacher Zhang Ye is a famous literary person in Beijing. Anything he writes becomes a classic. I believe you all don't watch TV. In the past, they only heard rumors. But today, they had witnessed Zhang Ye's composing prowess. Their emotions were still running high because of hearing the gatha. In a moment, the abbot said to the few young monks, "Go and prepare a few rooms in the backyard and settle down all the almsgivers." The few young monks went to do as instructed without a second word. They were already convinced by Zhang Ye. With just that line of "there was no Bodhi tree," he had won the respect of quite a few monks. Do not judge a book by its cover. Zhang Ye's looks might be ordinary or even a little lousy. But to a Buddhist practitioner, the outlook did not matter. For Zhang Ye to be able to utter such an amazing gatha, it showed that he was much better than any one of them in terms of enlightenment and wisdom. He should therefore be treated with the utmost respect. Ignoring any other thing, a knowledgeable person would be their teacher. Director Jiang was surprised and asked, "Abbot, didn't you say that you won't be receiving any film crews here anymore?" The abbot smiled. "After exchanging knowledge with teacher Zhang Ye, I have gained a lot. In the past, I was too close-minded. Originally there is not a single thing, so where does dust alight?" Today had been a long day. Director Jiang also had quite a number of shots that had not been filmed yet. The sky was already dark, so they had to do it tomorrow. Should they go back now and come again tomorrow? Wasn't this a headache? So he did not reject the offer and accept the goodwill of the monastery. He prepared the crew to stay for the night. Zhang Ye had inadvertently planted the seeds of the willow plant. He had wanted to just vent his anger and then leave, but little did he expect that the monastery would change their attitude. They made him a guest, and that made Zhang Ye a little embarrassed. In the backyard, there were over a dozen rooms. The place was quiet, and there were many plants and flowers in the courtyard. A young monk said, "Master, the rooms have been tidied up. Well, almsgivers, you may have your rest now." The abbot said to Director Jiang and everyone else. Director Jiang said, "Thank you. There were some misunderstandings earlier. Are those young monks injured badly?" Figuring that he had only a few damaged pieces of equipment and 2 people with slight injuries, but the other party had 4 people who were injured rather badly, he realized that their side had not suffered as badly as the hosts. They lost physically and even lost in terms of the knowledge battle. The abbot said in a calm voice, "I have checked on them. They are all right. Almsgiver Zhang did not injure them badly. Actually, there's no misunderstanding. It was my disciples who misunderstood my gatha, and that created all the trouble. Amit Ba, please do not hold it against us. My disciples were too hot-headed. It was good that almsgiver Zhang had taught them a lesson. To have been enlightened by him, it might even be a blessing for them. It was clearly them being beaten up, but now, it had become a form of enlightenment." The film crew all looked at Zhang Ye. They knew that teacher Zhang's bluff had exploded into something bigger, but this made them realize more clearly what Zhang Ye could do. In the whole of Beijing, no one would dare say he was better than Zhang Ye in terms of poetry and writings. This man was too talented. Director Jiang said to everyone, "Go and have a rest. Sleep early tonight. We still have to continue filming tomorrow." Everyone was dismissed. They were all very tired and they went to their own rooms to sleep. Zhang Ye wanted to leave, but he was held back by the abbot. "Almsgiver Zhang, please stay." "Oh, is there anything?" Zhang Ye looked back and blinked. "This old monk has an unreasonable request." The abbot smiled blandly and pointed at the stone tablet at the front yard. "Can you confer a few words for us? I would like it to be your gatha from just now. This will guide our disciples in future." Zhang Ye coughed. "It's not that suitable, is it? What's wrong with it?" The abbot did not think much of it. "Please grant my request." The young monks also looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye thought about it for a while and acceded. He took a pen and wrote it down. On the night itself, the abbot instructed for Zhang Ye's words to be inscribed onto the stone tablet. He did not remove his earlier gatha. He left it there. This showed how big of a heart he had. The stone tablet was awe-inspiring. Every word was cutting. "The body is a Bodhi tree. The mind is a mirror bright. Never stop dusting and wiping, lest dust alight. By origin, there is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a bright mirror. Originally, there is not a single thing. Where does dust alight?" In Zhang Ye's world, Shenxiu and Six Patriarch Master Huaning's exchange in the Platform Sutra miraculously appeared in this world. However, the conversation between the two masters no longer existed in this world. The lead actors had changed to Zhang Ye and one of Qingshan Monastery's abbot. Chapter 198. You dare to believe Zhang Ye's words? The next day, early in the morning, there were clanging noises outside. "Right, nice expression. Pass. Director, let's do it again. I think my lips twitched, so I'm not satisfied with it. Actually, it's already very good. All right then, let's do it again. Everyone, pay attention. Action." In a room in the backyard of the Qingshan Monastery, Zhang Ye was woken up near the fire pit. After putting on his clothes, Zhang Ye went out. As they were filming in the front yard, the cameras were already set up. "Hey, Teacher Zhang, you have woken up?" An actress named Xiaoyan greeted with a smile. "I just woke up. Why didn't anyone call me? Everyone is already awake, but there I was sleeping. It's so inappropriate." Zhang Ye was feeling a bit embarrassed. He had actually went to bed at 1 a.m. last night. He was not slacking, but because the abbot was too wicked. He kept getting Zhang Ye to discuss Buddhist verses with him, and Zhang Ye had no way of turning him down. Only after discussing all night with the old monk was he let back to his room. Hence, he woke up very late. The assistant director laughed. "It's all right. There are no scenes for you, so we filmed the later parts first." Although Zhang Ye had helped the film crew yesterday, but he did not put on airs. He immediately found a sword. "All right, then I'll take the opportunity to practice. We definitely must finish filming it today." "No, there's no need." The assistant director stopped him. The martial arts director also came forward. "Director Jiang has already said, we will change your motions. Since we know you are a real martial arts practitioner, these movements do not suit you well, so we will make an exception for you. When the time comes, you will just use new movements." This was equivalent to changing the script for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Isn't that a lot of trouble?" "Not a bit." The assistant director said, "Go have breakfast first." Zhang Ye saw a few food boxes still unopened. He walked over and ate it. It was all vegetarian. It did not even have any eggs, and was probably in consideration of the monastery, and they had gotten it delivered in the morning. As he ate, Zhang Ye looked at the filming not far away. It was Yao Jiansai's scene, where he was acting as a Taoist priest. He was fighting with a few monks. One of the monks was an actor from the filming crew, while the remaining two were monks from the Qingshan Monastery. He had seen them yesterday. He did not expect the abbot to let the monks from the monastery aid in the acting scene. It seemed like the verse, "Originally there is not a single thing, where does dust alight," had greatly moved him. He went from meditating to one who tried to gain insight into Buddhist studies. The stone tablet was erected in front of him. Quite a number of the crew were relishing about it. They were pointing and discussing it. Some even took pictures as a remembrance. Some of the new staff and actors that came today were confused. The others, who were here the previous night, pointed in the eating Zhang Ye's direction. They retold the events happily. After the newcomers heard this, they were all extremely shocked. With the scene's filming done, the scene was changed back to the mountainside from last night. "Little Zhang, please prepare." Director Jiang said to Zhang Ye. "All right." Zhang Ye responded, and went to have an exchange with the martial arts director. Indeed, the actions this time were not so wide open and was very consistent with Zhang Ye's actual combat motions. Quick, stable, ruthless, and was less showy. After Zhang Ye practiced a few times, he said, "Got it. All right, we are about to begin." Director Zhang sat behind camera number 1. However, now with Zhang Ye acting smoothly, the actor opposite him was having troubles. He too had been acting in action films for many years, and all the movements he knew were the showy ones. He had to react to how Zhang Ye fought, so he could not immediately match him. After more than 20 minutes was he barely able to keep up with Zhang Ye's rhythm. Finally, Director Zhang raised his hand. This scene had passed. Zhang Ye was sweating. The next scene immediately followed. It was also the last time he was appearing, as he would be killed by a villain. An hour later, Zhang Ye's part was completed. "Teacher Zhang, you've worked hard." A stage manager passed a towel to him. "Thanks." Zhang Ye took it and wiped his sweat before taking off his costume and changed into his clothes. Since he was done with the filming, Zhang Ye bade farewell to director Jiang, Yao Jinkai and company. As he was leaving, something worthy of comment happened. Knowing that Zhang Ye was leaving, Director Jiang did not say anything but tell him that they could work together if the chance arose. It was Yao Jinkai who was very warm with Zhang Ye. He sent him down the mountain with his arms around his shoulders. The two of them had become good friends despite their ages after a day of interaction. Both of their tempers matched each other. Finally, it was Qingshan Monastery's abbot. He was no longer meditating today and instead sent Zhang Ye all the way down Little Qingshan. They even discussed Zen studies along the way. At the same time, a video suddenly appeared online. It was unknown how it became viral as the click rate began to climb. It did not seem like it could stop. When living, sit, don't lie. When dead, lie down, don't sit. How can a set of stinking bones be used for training? You, almsgiver, you know Zen verses? Let us exchange our knowledge on verses. With the wind blowing, the flag flaps. Do you say the wind is moving or the flag is moving? Of course the wind is moving. The flag is moving. Then what is moving? The world is moving. It's your heart that is moving. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. Aren't you afraid of descending into hell? If I don't descend into hell, who will? By origin, there is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror bright. Originally there is not a single thing. Where does dust alight? There were scenes that had clearly been edited out of the video. They were either unsightly scenes or scenes that had the filming crew cursing. However, there was not many overall changes. The matter last night was entirely recorded. It was easy to tell that it was someone from the film crew of The Great Pugilistic World who uploaded it. The video's name was Little Qingshan's Zen Exchange. Fierce. It's so enjoyable. Propping. The video is too awesome. Is this real or not? How can a layman cause a monk to be dumbfounded? Hey, wait a moment. This person, why does he look like Teacher Zhang Ye? What do you mean looks like? It's none other than Zhang Ye. F***K. When did he join the filming crew of The Great Pugilistic World? And he's even filming a movie? He switched careers again. Ha ha. Teacher Zhang is still as gifted as ever. Too awesome. That bunch of monks sure were unlucky. You can cross Zen verses with anyone but Teacher Zhang. That fellow is well known to be a notorious, sharp-tongued poet. Look at the Gatha. The face smacking was too brutal. Especially that last line. By origin, there is no Bodhi tree. I got a kick hearing that. My hair even stood up. Man, Teacher Zhang even knows Buddhist and Zen studies? What doesn't Zhang Ye know? The title Omnipotent Zhang isn't given in vain. I think we should call Teacher Zhang Bold Zhang. To beat monks in front of their monastery. First he beat them physically, then he smacked their faces. What boldness is this? Her. Others might not dare to, but Teacher Zhang has no such pressure. Teacher Zhang Ye's boldness has always been off the charts. Classic. Zhang Ye's Gatha is so classic. Why is this discussion so popular? Who is Zhang Ye? Previous poster, go search yourself. Can't be bothered to explain. It's clear you are not from Beijing. In Beijing, who doesn't know face-smacking Zhang? Forever supporting face-smacking. Zhang. Forever supporting bold Zhang. Teacher Zhang, I love you too much. The video was pushed higher and higher. By the end of the day, It alarmed many Buddhist researchers and esteemed monks. A Buddhist researcher rejected Zhang Ye's Gatha completely. A layman, an ignorant laity dares to act atrociously in front of a clean monastery? And so many people are supporting him? What sort of state of mind is this? I have seen the Gathas. It can't be said to be bad, nor can it said to be wrong. But in Zen studies, how is there any right or wrong, good or bad? All of you have put Zhang Ye on too high a pedestal. I really don't believe such an unsettled and short-tempered person can have such profound understanding in Buddhist studies. He's just a demagogue. Previous poster, I bought a watch last year. We all can tell how awesome is it, but you can't. Still a Buddhist studies researcher? What bullshit *T have you researched all this years? We don't know. I think you are the one who doesn't know. If you know, give us a few gathas. Just because teacher Zhang is not a monk, so whatever he said is wrong. If these gathas were said by some Buddhist master, would you be bullshit*ing here? You would definitely be praising it as good. What crap? I've already seen through you bunch of experts. Many people began cursing. Every time Zhang Ye's works were released, it would attract many criticisms from specialists or experts. It was unknown if they really were worth their salt or not. This sequence of events had already irritated everyone. The facts had proven that Zhang Ye's works were very recognized and loved by the people. At this moment, a master stood forward. This master had quite a status in the field of Buddhism. He was not a so-called expert, but a real esteemed monk. This esteemed monk replied on Weibo, I am inferior to Aung Siver Zhang's tremendous wisdom and virtue. What? Even the master says he's inferior? Is teacher Zhang really so awesome? The master has already said so. He already said how wise and virtuous he is. I see how anyone dare doubts him. Zhang Ye is really defying the heavens. I know this master. Look at the Weibo verification. He is an esteemed reverend monk. It was the information age, so even monks kept pace with modern times and were on the web. It was nothing strange. After the master finished, there were immediately many Buddhist disciples who forwarded and liked the post. Finally, a person posted a comment as if at a loss whether to laugh or cry. A few days ago, when teacher Zhang was leaving the television station, didn't he recite a poem while the reporters were interviewing him? Something about inside a small house hidden away. He seeks a unified life to obey. Why care at all? Be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. That's *T. What is he hiding away from? It has just been a few days, and teacher Zhang has stirred something up again? Why can't King see a tiny bit of? Why care at all? Be it winter, summer, spring, or fall. Ha ha ha. You dare to believe teacher Zhang Ye's words? Man, that's true. Chapter 199, Zhang Ye's compilation, signing event. 2 days later. Xidan, Beijing Book Building. In front of a long table, Zhang Ye was sitting there smiling with an autograph pen. He was surrounded by the staff of the publishing house, as well as the book building's employees. Some of them were selling the books, while others were helping maintain order. The banner was very conspicuous. It was the grand opening of Zhang Ye's new book, Zhang Ye's compilation signing event. Of course, the adjective grand was just added on. There were not that many people, but there wasn't that few either. Teacher Zhang, please sign this for me. Let's take a picture together. I finally met him in person today. That's right, he's much more handsome than on TV. Teacher Zhang, I'm your hardcore fan. Don't squeeze. I came first. I want the autograph first. This event was organized jointly by his publishing house, as well as the book building. This morning, anyone who bought Zhang Ye's compilation could get his signature by queuing up. As a result, he became busy. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's support. This was the first time he was having close-up interactions with his fans. Zhang Ye was also feeling very excited. Once upon a time, he could only see someone's signing event from far away. All he saw was other celebrities being surrounded by people. Now, Zhang Ye had also obtained this opportunity. He had finally reached the point of giving others his signature. He could not help but sigh, for everything seemed like a dream. Teacher Zhang, please sign on my clothes. A youth dressed like a shut-in looked he liked Zhang Ye a lot. Even his clothes were printed with Zhang Ye's poem. If you do not leave me, I will always be at your side until the end of life. This was the slogan of Zhang Ye's fan club. It appeared like he was one of them. Zhang Ye did not hesitate. He was very grateful for the fans who had supported him all this time. He quickly changed to a watercolor pen and signed his name on the youth's back. After him, there were even more fans who gave a wide variety of requests. Some wanted the autograph on their hands. Some wanted the autograph on their necks. Some even wanted Zhang Ye to sign on the clothes on their chest. It was a woman in her 20s with average looks, but a particularly hot body. She probably came with friends. There were many girls around her giggling. The woman with a hot body blinked at Zhang Ye and then pointed at her chest. Zhang Ye nearly spurted out blood. Big. So big. The big-breasted woman came over and pointed at her chest. Teacher Zhang, please sign here. The staff of the publishing house were at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. However, they had organized many events like this, so they had encountered this several times. They were not surprised, for there were all sorts of fans. Zhang Ye was decisive. He stood up with the watercolor pen in hand. But he was still embarrassed to really sign on her breast. He signed on her collarbone. He still took note of possible ramifications. After all, there were so many people watching. However, even though he did so, his hand still slipped. The female fan's breast was too big, so it was hard to gauge the distance. After he finished writing the word, Yi, the final stroke went vertically down, but with Zhang Ye's pen trembling, the vertical line flicked all the way to the fan's huge breast. With that slip, the pen tip clearly had fallen into an area full of flesh. Thank you. The female fan was very happy as she showed off her clothes to her girlfriends. Afternoon. The signing event had ended. Zhang Ye drove to his parents' home. He felt like he was covered in sweat. The morning was like a war. It had tired him out. However, what was worth mentioning was that the sales of the compilation was not bad. It had lived up to the price of the publishing house, buying off his royalties. And he had seen many of his passionate fans today. He could converse with them face to face instead of through the internet. It was a good feeling. At home, he first took a shower before he ate. Mom brought the dishes out. Eat, eat. Look how my son is starving. Seriously, that publishing house. You were busy all day, but they did not prepare a meal for you. Zhang Ye grabbed a mantou and gnawed on it. They were also busy. They probably could return only in the afternoon. Look at your table manners. Mom laughed. You are already a superstar and you can even hold a signing event. Pay attention to your image and have the bearing and demeanor of a celebrity, understand? Dad also said, what celebrity? Is there a need to act at home? Mom rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? Celebrities are all fake. Dad educated his son. Don't listen to her. Don't let fame go to your head. You should be what you are. Don't be cocky. Dad, I understand. Zhang Ye naturally understood. Mom curled her lips and ignored her husband. She sat down and scooped food for her son. Eat more. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Who is it? Mom went to open the door. It was their neighbor, Auntie Lu. She smiled. My husband said he happened to see little Yi come home around the corner just now. Little Yi is eating. Zhang Ye put down his chopsticks. Auntie Lu. He just came back. He had a signing event in the morning. Mom said proudly. Auntie Lu chuckled. I came here for this matter. All of you know my husband likes to write. He especially loves little Ye's poems. He is embarrassed to come over, so he got me to ask. Is there any more of the compilation? There are plenty. Mom spoke for her son. Auntie Lu said, that's great. By the way, little Yi must sign it for me. This book needs to be properly kept. Zhang Ye of course did not disagree. He stopped eating, got a book of Zhang Ye's compilation from his bag and signed on it. After sending Auntie Lu away, he returned to his meal. Mom was extremely pleased. Look at my son. He doesn't let me down. Dad switched on the television. That's because I educated him well. If he had learned from you, who knows what would happen? Hey, enough of that. What did you teach him? Since he was young, wasn't I the one getting him to study? Mom cut him off and said to Zhang Ye, son, how many books do you have? Leave them for me and sign all of them. Neighbors would probably come these few days, so I definitely have to give them a few books. I also need to give some to my colleagues. Give me how many you have. Don't hide them. Got it. Zhang Ye was done eating. Today's signing event had given Zhang Ye the sweet taste of being a celebrity. It made his decision on becoming the #1 celebrity of this world even more firm with the hot sales of Zhang Ye's compilation and with the movie, The Great Pugilistic World, done filming. They were in the midst of promotion with a few promotion pics with Zhang Ye dressed in ancient costumes at the corner of the poster. His name was also listed on the cast list. With the popularity of the video Little Qingshan's Zen exchange, his exposure had once again increased these few days. The decrease in his popularity the past few days had finally stabilized. But it had only stabilized. It was not enough. Zhang Ye did not want to stay on the same spot. He needed to find a move that allowed his popularity to increase and last for a long while. He was frowning with urgency about this. Chapter 200. Web TV's invitation for Zhang Ye. Afternoon. It was a day off for his parents, and they were having an afternoon nap. In the small bedroom, Zhang Ye was lying in his own room, staring blankly at the ceiling deep in thought. He felt that his career was now at a dead end. There was constant drama happening. After his departure from the television station, there had been no job offers that could further his career objectives. Having odd jobs and incidents here, and there was not the solution. This kind of fame was not sustainable in the long run, and he would spiral back down into being an unknown. This was not what Zhang Ye wanted to see happen. If he were to depend on such incidents to maintain his popularity, firstly, he would become too tired. Secondly, when would he ever break through into the D-list rankings? The official website had now placed Zhang Ye as the top few in the E-list celebrity rankings. Even after launching his book and filming a movie, it did not let him advance into the D-list. This showed how difficult it was. The celebrities who were placed above him were no pushovers too. They were also garnering more and more popularity every day. If he couldn't even advance into the D-list, then there was no point mentioning how Zhang Ye wanted to head towards being an A-list celebrity or even international star. This would become an unattainable dream. Keep thinking of it. He couldn't keep being like this forever. But where could he go? Where could he go? Zhang Ye still had no direction. Singing? It still wasn't the right time yet. His singing prowess was not yet good enough. To go the direction of being a singer at this point in time would be making a fool of himself. How about writing songs for others? That would be killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Although it could help maintain his popularity for the time being, it was not a long-term solution. Everyone will pay attention only to the singer, not the composer or lyricist. No matter how awesome you were, you couldn't possibly become an A-list celebrity by writing songs only. You wouldn't even make it into the C-list. Acting. With his acting skills, wasting all that film as a minor supporting role and spending a full day just to barely do a passable take, it was better not to think of doing it at the moment. Zhang Ye still needed life experience and work experience. He needed to slowly learn and understand all these life lessons. Be a director? Without an inkling fart of qualifications, who would dare let him direct? Besides, Zhang Ye didn't even know how to direct. He did not even know how to operate a camera. Write novels? The novel industry also had its limits. Compared to a singer or an actor, it was a small market. Even if Zhang Ye tirelessly wrote a bestseller, a singer who had a lukewarm song would receive much more attention than him as a novel writer, unless he wrote one novel a day and a few hundred novels a year. But that would get him captured and used for scientific research. Television station? No one dared to employ him anymore, so it was a negative. His old job as a radio host? There was too little audience over there. Zhang Ye could not possibly live in the past. Even if he did well there, he might not get into the D-list rankings. The audience base was just not enough. That's it. All his paths were blocked. Zhang Ye was almost crying. Was this his fate? Was there no other way he could move forward? God, don't mess with me like this. Really don't do it like this. Maybe God heard his cries for help. Suddenly, he received an unexpected call. A week after Zhang Ye left his job, an unexpected party handed him an olive branch. It was the very sweet voice of a female on the other side. It was probably a woman whose age was not too young. Hello, is this Zhang Ye's number? It's me, Zhang Ye said as he laid in bed. You are? The woman laughed. It wasn't that easy to find you. I had to get help from a few good friends before I managed to contact an old leader of yours who gave me your number. Okay, let me introduce myself. My English name is Victoria and I'm the owner, investor and CEO of Weiwa Company. Our company's main operation is in web TV. I believe you might have heard of our website before. It's one of the forerunners of this industry. As for me, I am probably much older than you, but you can call me Old Wei or Sister Wei, whichever is fine. It's just a form of salutation. I'm all right with such things. Man, you can have such an English name? Zhang Ye was not really bothered by this. I will call you President Wei. You were look for me for? I have many friends who are devout Buddhists, and I myself am also very interested in Buddhist teachings. A few days ago, I was having a discussion with two friends over a meal about your Gatha. When I heard it, I became very interested. Only then did I know that there was such a radio host in Beijing. The woman named Victoria continued to speak. I spent an entire night watching you on BTV Arts channel's Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, and I thought that it was really good. The first episode had already captured my interest, and then I also went to read your poems. I even listened to Ghost Blows Out the Light from your time at the radio station. I understand that all of these are your original works? Lecture Room was a program that was mainly planned and produced by you. Zhang Ye humbly said, I guess so, but it was also a team effort. He had not expected that by his participation in a movie filming would lead to so many things. It had even attracted the attention of the CEO of a company. She even called him herself. Look at this. There were also benefits caused by all these incidents. Victoria said, our web portal has been doing web TV for over a year now. When I saw your program for the first time, I knew that you were the host that our web TV was looking for. Zhang Ye felt overwhelmed and said, you are praising me too much. How about it? Victoria laughed a little, saying, are you interested in coming to develop yourself in the web TV industry? I heard that you have been blacklisted by all the television stations and can't return to that industry anymore. But our side here does not have so many rules like them. As long as you are willing to come, our unit will create a program for you. You are good at program planning. You can decide on a program for yourself. You can also choose what time you want it to be broadcasted at. I will let you recommend your own salary. All of these can be discussed. Recommend my own salary? Decide on my own program? Choose a time that I want it to be broadcasted at? Zhang Ye thought to himself that with such good treatment, could there be a catch? So he replied, President Wei, are you asking me to create another program like Lecture Room? Although Beijing television station had already fired him, he still had some old friends and an old leader there. Hu Fei had treated him quite well, and he was the one who recruited him into the television station despite objections. Zhang Ye would never create a similar program to compete with Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, and the others. Victoria replied with an answer that made him feel assured. You are thinking too much. I am not intending for you to compete with your old employer. Besides, Lecture Room might be a good program, but its audience demographics is older. Even though some younger people watched it, most of those viewers were above the age of 25. If you put such a program on web TV, it will never work. We have an audience that are in their teens to 30s. This group of people are the main force for web TV. Zhang Ye nodded. So it's like this. Mr. Zhang, you can think it over first, but you should be able to feel my sincerity. I really would like you to join us and develop together with us. Oh right, maybe I need to tell you this first. Our company is based in Shanghai, so you might need to settle down here. We do not have a recording studio over in Beijing at the moment. Victoria said, okay, I will give it some consideration. All right, then I hope to have good news from you. Thank you for the invitation. I will seriously consider it. After hanging up, Zhang Ye's phone rang again. This time, it was Hu Fei. Little Zhang. Hu Fei asked, just now a friend of mine called to ask for your phone number. I think that a web TV company would like you to join them. Have you replied yet? Zhang Ye said immediately. Not yet. I was just about to ask you for your opinion. Is the web TV industry any good? You are a media worker, but you don't know about web TV? Hu Fei said annoyingly. But he still explained. It's actually just a broadcast that is done over the internet, but their programs are richer. There are variety programs, news programs, and even kids programs. Over in Zhang Ye's previous world, web TV was still an industry in its infancy. It was not really web TV per se. It was just an online portal to the television station's programs. It was just putting the resources and programs of a television station onto the internet so that everyone could view it. But upon hearing Hu Fei's explanation, Zhang Ye understood that this world's web TV was different. It was a lot more matured than his previous worlds. This was the true form of a web TV station. It was similar to television in that they had a program list for the day. It was only delivered over the internet. Its programs were premiere broadcasts, and they were not repeated broadcasts from television stations. The advertising model and operating structure were also very advanced, and they were administered by the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film and Television of the People's Republic of China, SARFT. Then, do you think I should go? Zhang Ye asked for his views. Hu Fei said, that will depend on yourself. Right now, no traditional television station would dare to recruit you. Web TV might be the only way for you. There are pros and cons to joining them. The pros are that the audience base is bigger as there are many netizens. For a really good program, a single episode can have a viewership of a few million. With that, it is already much higher than you being at our arts channel speaking about the Three Kingdoms. The cons are that there is too much content on the internet. Unlike television, which only has a few channels, and people switch on their TVs just to watch television programs. The internet is different because people do not necessarily choose to watch web TV when they are online. Some like to watch movies, some watch animations, some choose to read novels, some watch short clips. Therefore, a successful web TV program would need to stand out. They do not only compete with other web TV programs, they also compete with other internet content. The pressure is huge, so it is not easy to stand out. Zhang Ye had some thoughts. Hu Fei laughed. But who does not know about little Zhang's capabilities? Other people might not stand out in this vast ocean even if they had forever to do so, but you are different. I believe that you can do it. Thanks, Brother Hu. Make your own decision. Sure, I will think about it again. After the conversation ended, Zhang Ye was lying on his bed and massaging his temple. He had a headache. There were pros and cons. Should he go or not? A dilemma. It was really hard to decide. A celebrity was not someone that people should be so envious of. On the surface, it looked really easy. But in reality, only they themselves knew how difficult it was. A wrong step would end careers. Every step could only be taken after careful consideration. How carefully do they have to consider? Just look at Zhang Ye and you would understand. Do you know why Zhang Ye always scratches his head? Do you know why Zhang Ye always has his hands on his head? Do you know why Zhang Ye always puts his hands through his hair at night, unable to sleep? That's right. It's because he was plagued by dandruff issues. Chapter 201. About to leave Beijing. In the room, Zhang Ye did some research on Weiwa's video website. The front page was very clean, beautiful, and well organized. The website was similar to other traditional sites with animations, music, and other things. But the one thing that was different was they had a schedule of Weiwa's program listings placed in an eye-catching area of the page. Zhang Ye clicked on it, and he had a look. He browsed through the programs and felt that there wasn't much difference to a traditional television station. They had singing programs, news programs, and also some syndicated television serials. The difference was that the production value was cheaper. After all, the funding couldn't compare to a television station, so a program's equipment and setup were also sacrificed. News report, 110,000 views. My Music Period episode 124, 80,000 views. Celebrity Interview episode 69, 7,113,000 views. The views were pathetic and there were not many programs. Most of the programs had only around tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of views only. But there was also another extremity like Weiwa Web TV's star program, Celebrity Interview. The latest episode had over 7 million views. Even for someone like Zhang Ye, whose poems had view rates of several million, was shocked. He understood that for his poems, the viewing rates were slightly boosted by the fact that anyone who came across it would register as a view. They might not have read it, nor even liked it. But for a program like Celebrity Interview, with so many episodes, these numbers were the real deal. Why was it so popular? Zhang Ye clicked on it to take a look. This was a program that was broadcasted weekly. It was always broadcasted on a weekend, and every episode had guests who were usually foreigners. Doyle, Fries, David Charter. Zhang Ye did not know any of them, so he copied their names and did a search online. He was shocked by the search results. These people were all celebrities from America and Europe, from S-listers to B-listers. There were actors. There were singers. There were models. The least well-known ones were also newcomers who were in the top 5 of those American or European music charts. There were also a number of local celebrities, like the one his mother liked a lot, a B-lister comedian. He was the guest for the previous episode. Holy sh**t. They could invite so many of these people. What kind of a social contacts and background did this online portal have? But from another perspective, it could be seen how much development potential web TV had. It was a new media that was independent of television stations. But even with many transformations, the core remained the same. Upon some research by Zhang Ye, He realized that his previous world also had something similar, like those online drama serials or talent shows. Didn't they also produce a new episode first on the web daily or weekly? The logic was the same. However, this world had consolidated it to form a series of television programs. And these programs were much more focused in breadth, forming a solid link between them. Little Yi. Yeah, I'm here. Come out for dinner. Oh, I'll be right out. Zhang Ye switched off his computer, went out to the living room, and sat down. His mom had finished preparing dinner. Go wash your hands before eating. But Zhang Ye did not move. He remained seated on his chair. Dad, Mom, I have something to discuss with you. A CEO from a web TV portal called me earlier to invite me to join them as a host. The remuneration is good, but I would have to work in Shanghai, so I might not be back here in the short term. His mother exclaimed, You have a job now? That's so good. Go on, go on. Everyone is worried about you. Your dad and I will not miss you. Zhang Ye. His father said, Your career is more important. You can decide for yourself. Zhang Ye said, Sure, if you have no objections, then I will go. Go on, go on. Web TV has been emerging in recent years. I heard that if you do well as a web TV host, your fame will be even greater than a traditional television host. His mother did know a little. That was true. Didn't Gao Xiaosong emerge this way too in his previous world? Zhang Yi was calm. That's if it works out. But the risks are high as well. Web TV is not a good platform to stand out on. The competition is too high, and if my program does not do well, then my reputation would crumble. I can go, but I really need to think about what program I will do. It was easy to choose a program to do. Shows like Lecture Room had been tried and tested back in his previous world. They were mature programs. But to make a program for age-specific viewers of web TV, Zhang Yi was undecided on what kind of a program to do. This decision was very vital. His mother gave him a pair of chopsticks. Think slowly, my son will definitely not have a problem. After dinner, Zhang Yi called Victoria to inform her of his decision to join them. Shortly after hanging up, a male staff contacted him and told him that a plane ticket had been booked for tomorrow. He asked if the timing was a problem. If it was, he would do the necessary changes. Zhang Yi hesitated a little and decided that he will go tomorrow as he had been idling for too long already. His mother said surprised, Leaving tomorrow already? Zhang Ye nodded. It seems like they are quite urgent about this. I suppose they need to get a program up quickly, so they want me to go over sooner to help out. Then quickly get your luggage packed, his mother urged. Zhang Ye did not know to laugh or cry. Mom, at least try to keep me here. His mother explained logically. As the mom of a celebrity, I have to be reasonable. Son, Mom understands. Go quickly and become an A-lister so that I can go and show off to people. His father said, Come back when you have the time. It's not far by plane or train. Sure, if I am free, I will come home. Zhang Yi bade farewell to his parents and went downstairs. On the car, Zhang Yi thought for a moment before taking his phone out to send Zhang Yuanqi a message. I am going to develop my career in Shanghai for a while. I won't be home for the short term. In the past, Zhang Yuanqi would never return Zhang Ye's messages. But today, he was surprised to receive one. It was just a one-worded reply, okay. Zhang Ye was afraid that the heavenly queen would come to his apartment, so he figured that it would be good to notify her. Putting his phone aside, he drove off straight for Jiaomen. In the district, the moon was out, the skies were misty. Back at his rented apartment, Zhang Ye began packing his luggage. He put his clothes and socks in. He finished packing and ended up with 2 big luggages. Seeing the clock on the wall, it was almost 9 p.m. Ring, ring, ring. A few calls were connected. The first call came from the eldest of his younger cousin's sisters. Brother, I heard that you are going to Shanghai. Have you packed? Do you need me to help you pack? Zhang Ye was pleased and said, No need. I have finished packing. The eldest young sister said caringly, Then please have a safe trip. I will visit you if I have time. The second call was from the youngest sister. Brother, please leave without worries. Similar to what you would say to a dead person. Zhang Ye was annoyed and said, Why does it not sound like a good thing? Anyway, when you come back, remember to bring me a present. When I'm on break, I can visit you. You must take care of my food and lodging, his younger cousin said in a spoiled manner. Okay. Tell your dad and mom as well. My dad and mom already know. They wish you all the best in your career. After a few calls from his family, Zhang Ye said his goodbyes to them as well. After that, he turned and looked at the landlady's apartment a short distance away. He was going to leave soon, so he definitely had to inform the landlady. If there was anything he missed, this was the place he missed the most. After all, this was the first place where he lived independently after graduation. His career also developed from here, so he had many emotions about this place. Of course, the main reason was his feelings for Rao Min. The door was ajar. The elevator sounded and footsteps were clearly heard from the corridor. Zhang Ye turned around and saw the landlady's shadow passing his slightly open door. He could not see her face, but that exercise outfit was all too familiar. Moreover, the only person who would go out to train and exercise at this time was Rao Min. Zhang Ye put down his luggage, went out, and closed the door before going after her. "Landlady Auntie," Zhang Ye said from behind her. Rao Min turned around and looked. "What do you want?" Zhang Ye felt emotionally hurt as he coughed. "There's a little something. If it's not about borrowing money, come in." Rao Min opened the door with her keys and gave him a glance. "But if you are thinking of borrowing money, then go away as far as possible." What borrow money?" Zhang Ye followed into the apartment. Where's Chun-Chun?" Rao Min turned towards the bathroom and took a towel to wipe her sweat off. Autumn tour. The school organized a trip to the suburbs, 2 days and 1 night. She will only be back tomorrow. There are just the 2 of us? A man and a woman, alone. Zhang Ye swallowed his saliva and took a peek at Rao Min's healthy figure. That sports attire was too fitting to her body. It outlined the curves of her body clearly. Rao Min looked at him. "Spit out whatever you have to say. I still need to take a shower." Zhang Ye said, "I am leaving for Shanghai tomorrow. It might be for a month or 2. In any case, I won't be back in the short term. I found a new job over there as a web TV host. Please leave this apartment as it is. I will continue paying the rent. I just wanted to come over to say goodbye to you and Chun-Chun." Rao Min said happily, "There are still television stations that want to hire you. It's a web TV station, not the traditional type." Zhang Ye answered, "Oh, as long as it's a job. Okay, scram now." Rao Min's tone was similar to his mother's. It felt like they couldn't wait for him to leave. Zhang Ye's heart was shattered. "I can't bear to part. Look at you. You have hurt me emotionally." Saying that, he began to play the hooligan and sat on her sofa. "I'm not leaving tonight." "No way." Rao Min narrowed her eyes and said, Her. Then shall I throw you out?" "Go ahead. I will be sleeping here in any case." Zhang Ye lay down with his feet up, but Rao Min really came towards him. Zhang Ye jumped up in shock and said, "Don't you touch me. I'm warning you. My body is very weak. If you touch me, I will break. If you hit me, I will die." This was his last night in Beijing. He had hoped for something to happen between him and Rao Min, so he insisted on staying over. Chapter 202. Extreme Boldness. The crickets were chirping outside. From the apartment came a scream. This was a moonless night. "Io, let go, let go. It's really painful. A rascal like you is getting bolder and bolder now." "Not at all, no. I am leaving soon. Tonight is the last night, so I will definitely miss this place. You rented me the place when I graduated and even took care of my meals. The care you showed me fills my heart with gratitude. There is no way for me to return it. So I want to chat with you throughout the night. I have no idea when I'll be back. Why do you twist my arm while we chat? You just wanted to chat?" "Of course, just to chat." "Then say it now. Your sister Rao is listening. Let go of me first. How can I talk in this position?" Rao Min took off her knee from his body and her hands loosened its grip from his elbow. Zhang Ye actually wanted to try her hand, but he was unable to use his taiji fist. His taekwondo skills were insufficient, so he ended up being restrained by the landlady with his face to the sofa. His arm nearly broke. This old Rao was ruthless. "Talk now." Rao Min stared at him. Zhang Ye nodded, but he did not know what to say. Finally, Rao Min ignored him and headed to the 2nd floor. She was probably going to take a shower. Zhang Ye looked at Rao Min, who was climbing up the stairs. He blinked and said, "Then I will be staying for the night." Rao Min's footsteps disappeared up the stairs, and a bang sounded off upstairs. It sounded like the bathroom door. Zhang Ye felt he had a shot, so his heart began to thump heavily. The last time, and the previous time before the last, he had sneakily attacked the landlady while sleeping. He had succeeded twice, but the landlady did not mention the matter again. It was as if it had never happened. This made Zhang Ye's boldness to do evil increase even more. It fanned his flames, which resulted in him daring to insist on staying behind. It was probably because he had fully understood Rao Aimin's character. Her mouth was venomous and her actions were ruthless, but her heart was soft. It seemed like she did not detest him in any way. It was the final night, so he had to grab the opportunity. At least, he had to take some advantage of her, or else, once he went to Shanghai, he would no longer be able to take any advantage temporarily. Zhang Ye had worked up a sweat while packing his luggage, so he got up and went to the first level's bathroom. He took off his clothes in preparation to take a shower. When he threw his clothes, Zhang Ye noticed that Rao Aimin's dirty clothes were piled up in the washing machine. Pantyhoses were lying at the top. There was a slight tear in the middle of the pantyhose. There were 2 panties beneath. They were white and nude in color. Further below was a long dress and a pair of sweatpants. Tempting. Zhang Ye took a couple of glances before he took a shower. Hua hua hua. He washed his hair, lathered up body soap, and washed himself clean. As a male, he naturally showered very quickly. After drying himself, Zhang Ye did not wear any outerwear. He just wore his autumn pants before opening the bathroom's door. He looked up and gingerly went up the stairs. The second level's lights had been switched off. However, the bathroom light was still lit. The fragrance of bathing foam could be smelled. There was also the sound of flowing water. Clearly, Rao Aimin was not done showering. However, she was probably almost done. Zhang Ye acted as if this was his own house. He impolitely pulled open the blanket and slipped in. After all, he had slept in there several times. 1 minute. 5 minutes. The sound of flowing water finally stopped. With a creak, the door opened. Rao Aimin walked out the bathroom. Zhang Ye quickly closed his eyes. He also did not know what to say, so he pretended to be asleep. The sounds of footsteps could be heard, and was probably coming from the other side of the bed. Creak. The sound of the wardrobe opening could be heard. Then it was the ruffling noises of clothes being rummaged through. The landlady was likely to be searching for something to wear. A few seconds after the wardrobe's door was closed, a faint sound of something dropping on the bed could be heard. It was as if she had taken off a piece of clothing. From the weight and feel, it seemed like a bra dropping on the bed. Soon after, the bed creaked. Clearly, a person was sitting on it. Then, the blanket on Zhang Ye moved as a fragrant body entered. He only heard the landlady saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to chat before you leave? Say it. What do you want to chat about?" Well, Zhang Ye could no longer pretend to be sleeping. He turned around and faced Rao Aimin. He first looked at her body. She was dressed in a white bathrobe. Although the lights were off, he could still use the moonlight to see a deep ravine. One had to know that Rao Aimin was lying flat. No matter how big a woman's breasts were, they would shrink. When lying flat, the flesh would sink as if they were being eaten by the body unless one wore a support bra. However, it was clear that the landlady was not wearing a bra underneath the bathroom. Even after lying down, the cleavage was still so deep. It could not be said that Rao Aimin's breasts were much bigger than others, but it was definitely more tight and full than others. In northern speak, it was particularly substantial. Say it. Rao Aimin yawned with her eyes closed. If there's nothing to say, then scram. I'm tired after a long day, and I have to fetch Chunshin early in the morning tomorrow. Zhang Ye opened his mouth and asked, "Are you not married? You've stayed here for a few months already, and you still don't know if I'm married or not." Rao Aimin replied, "You were not married before. Never have I been married before, nor have I been divorced. Why did you not find someone to spend your days with? I've already said it before, don't poke your nose into my affairs. Take care of yourself, and don't ask me so much. Is your nickname 100,000 Wise? Man, isn't that what chatting is all about?" Zhang Ye's chats with Rao Aimin rarely went beyond 3 sentences on a topic. Either it was Zhang Ye who choked up, or it was Zhang Ye choking. There was no way to carry on chatting. The landlady's mouth was born to rebut others. If she didn't do it, her mouth wouldn't feel right. After chatting a little, they went quiet again. This trip to Shanghai, my future will be uncertain, but I have to go anyway. I need a place where I can develop and train. Not hearing a response, Zhang Ye turned his head and said, "Landlady auntie? Landlady auntie." Rao Aimin lay flat asleep. Zhang Ye blinked but did not act rashly. After about 10 minutes, when he was sure that Rao Aimin was deep asleep, Zhang Ye slowly nudged his way over and daringly stretched his hand over. The previous time, he had only went for the landlady's thighs and belly areas as he had not dared to go for other parts. Rao Aimin's bathrobe had been twisted by the blanket, causing it to be ruffled. Zhang Ye touched her thigh and found it smooth. Without the bathrobe blocking him, he could directly touch her bare skin. Rao Aimin made a sound and moved her legs, but still remained asleep. Zhang Ye looked at her with guilt, but felt it was safe, so he continued to touch her thighs all over. From the top to the bottom, from the bottom back to the top. Zhang Ye was mesmerized by the sensation of the touch. Suddenly, when he was planning on placing his fingers into the side of Rao Aimin's panties, Rao Aimin was awakened. She opened her eyes. "Are you letting me sleep?" Zhang Ye was extremely embarrassed. Cough. "Letting sleep? You may not be tired, but I am." Rao Aimin pulled the blanket and closed her eyes again. However, Zhang Ye did not remove his hand. After stopping for a few seconds, he gently pinched her buttocks. The tight flesh made him reluctant to move his hand away. Rao Aimin ignored him. Anyway, there was no movement. After satisfying his craving, Zhang Ye became even more dishonest. Today, without Qinshin at home, he became even more unbridled. He stuck close to Rao Aimin and squeezed her. Then he slowly pulled the blanket that was covering her chest bit by bit, pulling it down to the landlady's waist. It reached the critical spot. Zhang Ye was a bit nervous, but also a bit excited. Touch. If he didn't grab the opportunity, then who knew when it would come again? Zhang Ye emboldened himself and threw the value of his life out of his head. He would not regret, even if he was thrown over the shoulder onto the wall. Then, he took a deep breath as he lifted his hand from her thigh. He brought it forward, and slowly, inch by inch, his hand approached the landlady. With his 4 fingers contracted together, he carefully squeezed it into Rao Aimin's bathrobe's opening. Puff! The feeling of flesh. At that instant, Zhang Ye felt as if he was going to break through space. It felt great. He had finally attacked this region of the landlady. But at the same time, Rao Aimin also moved. Zhang Ye felt a pain in his arm. His wrist joints had been pinched by Rao Aimin. His body was pulled forward and his head was pushed onto the bed. "Ah, you started to become forceful when I ignored you." Rao Aimin looked at him. Zhang Ye was sweating from the pain. Sex and danger were just 2 sides of the same coin. Rao Aimin took a glance and released. "Now you know pain?" Saying that, she pursed her lips as she looked at Zhang Ye pant and sweat. She helped him massage his bones. "Was it twisted?" "I don't know." "Painful." Zhang Ye cried in pain. Rao Aimin touched his arm again and probably found the reason. "Don't move." Just as she said that, she suddenly used her force, resulting in a sound coming from Zhang Ye's arm. "Aya!" Zhang Ye shouted. "All right. It was just twisted." Rao Aimin said softly, "Sleep." Zhang Ye moved his arm again, and it was really much better. He looked towards Rao Aimin and saw that old Rao had once again gone back to sleep. Zhang Ye hated it. "Why were you so ruthless? You really twisted my arm?" He was already a wasted force. Since he had already been twisted once, twice would also be the same. Zhang Ye went all out, refusing to have his beliefs shaken. Once his hand wasn't in pain anymore, he once again tucked his hand into Rao Aimin's bathrobe's opening. A similar scene. With a sneer, Rao Aimin grabbed Zhang Ye's wrist again. However, it was unknown if she was afraid to dislocate or fracture his arm again, so she did not use any strength in the end. Zhang Ye tried pinching on her clothes. Rao Aimin's hand was draped over his wrists. This time she did not move. After a while, she said, "Just this once." "Hey." Zhang Ye was feeling good. Rao Aimin gently removed her hand. With Zhang Ye receiving the imperial edict, he did not hesitate anymore, and rubbed inside her clothes. Soft. Chapter 203. Sunday. In the landlady's apartment. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Zhang Ye had just woken up. He looked to the other side of the bed, but saw no signs of Rao Aimin. He was now alone. A white bathrobe and a pink union suit was left on the bed. They looked freshly washed and unworn. It was probably left on the bed when Rao Aimin woke up in the morning and tried it on before finding it unsuitable. It looked like she was in a rush since she did not even keep them back into the wardrobe. Where did she go? Sigh, what a pity. He did not witness the landlady changing. Zhang Ye could imagine it. The landlady standing by the bedside and taking off her bathrobe before putting her bra and clothes on. Unfortunately, Zhang Ye had been sound asleep at that moment. Otherwise, with Zhang Ye's violent temper, he would risk his life to take a look. Zhang Ye rolled over and got up. He looked at his hands and lifted it to his nose to smell the sweet fragrance. Yes, there were still the remnants of the fragrance from Rao Imin's clothes from last night. Mesmerizing scents diffusing everywhere, immersing into the heart like a dream or fantasy. Everything in the universe crossed through his brain, the feeling that uprose from the soul. Forget it. I'll stop being irritating. A bit hungry. Time to get off from the bed. He put on his clothes. He washed up and brushed his teeth. There was no one downstairs. He was all alone in the apartment. Where did the landlady Auntie go? Zhang Ye mumbled to himself. At this moment, the door opened, and Rao Imin led Chun-Chun into the house holding her hands. Little Chun-Chun was carrying a school bag, so Zhang Ye knew that the landlady had gone to fetch her from the school. Chun-Chun had returned today from her autumn trip. Zhang Ye was in a good mood. He stretched his hands out and greeted Chun-Chun. Chun-Chun looked at him and waved back with a straight face like an adult. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye did not take it too hard. He looked over to Rao Imin. Landlady Auntie, is there anything to eat? Nothing. Eat on the plane. Rao Imin said. My flight is in the afternoon. At most they'd serve dinner. Zhang Ye touched his belly. I didn't eat much last night, so I'm getting hungry. Chin-Chin raised her hands, reporting to Big Ant. I am hungry too. Rao Imin laughingly scolded. You two are so greedy. All you know is to eat. She turned around into the kitchen. Little Zhang, get Chin-Chin to wash her hands. Okay. Zhang Ye led Chin-Chin to the bathroom. Chin-Chin was short and could not reach the faucet, so Zhang Ye had to carry her up. The little rascal even started to be demanding. If she stretched her hand forward, she could clearly wash it herself, but she chose not to move. Zhang Ye could only lift her with one hand, and used his other hand to turn on the tap. After he got her soap to wash her hand with, he said, You sure have become an old master. How was the trip? Did you have fun? Chin-Chin said, Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? Zhang Ye asked. Chin-Chin pouted. They were too childish. They got all overly excited when they saw a wild boar at the zoo. Some of the girls even cried. Zhang Ye said, A wild boar is scary, aren't you afraid? Chin-Chin said, We were on a tour bus, and there were protective grills. The wild boars couldn't get in. Besides, when I was 5 years old, my mom brought me hiking in the mountains. She carried me and used only one hand to kill a wild boar, so what's there to be afraid of? When I was 6, my aunt brought me to the countryside to play. We were surrounded by 7 or 8 wolves, but my aunt just stood there and stared back at them. The wolves did not dare to attack and ran off scared in the end. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself that it was no wonder she did not get along well with her classmates. What kind of people was she family to? Growing up in an environment like that, it was little wonder little Chun-Chin grew up to be like this. At the dining table, the young and an old duo sat down as they started shouting towards the kitchen. We're hungry, Zhang Ye said with no energy. Chin-Chin also said, Big Ant, is it done yet? We will faint if we don't get any food. Zhang Ye called out. Chin-Chin took her chopsticks and struck them on the bowl. Rice, rice, rice. These two were spurring each other on, wave after wave. The kitchen door opened as Rao Imin walked out wearing an apron, saying, Who's rushing me? Settle down properly. You didn't even help me. All you know is to eat. The nerve. Keep disturbing me, and no one will get to eat. As the host got annoyed, the both of them immediately shut their mouths. After about 10 minutes, the dishes were served and the rice was also ready. Zhang Ye ate with his chopsticks like a hungry tiger, while Chun-Chin also tried to snatch from him. The young and the old duo shoved and swallowed their food without any table manners. Rao Imin glanced at Zhang Ye. Chun-Chun is learning all the bad stuff from you. Chun-Chun did not used to behave this way when eating. She was always calm in a ladylike way, taking a bite, slowly chewing her food. But with Zhang Ye leading the way, Chun-Chun also followed along. It was like they were competing who could eat faster. It could be seen from this that even though Chun-Chun was matured for her age, she was still childlike in her behaviors. After the meal, Zhang Ye ate his fill. With one fed and warmed, one's sexual desires arose. He happened to be sitting on the same side as Rao Imin. Chin-Chun was sitting across them. As such, Zhang Ye secretly moved his hand over. Rao Imin did not change her clothes after coming home. She had gone into the kitchen to cook immediately. She was now wearing an old-fashioned long skirt and top that suited her bearing very well. The long skirt reached to her calves. It was the kind that was a bit more flowery. Zhang Ye touched the landlady's thigh with the skirt, separating his hand. Although Rao Aimin had said to him that he was only allowed once yesterday, Zhang Ye naturally didn't treat her words seriously. Qinshin couldn't see as she was holding her stomach burping. Rao Aimin's eyebrows ticked. Little Zhang, go wash the dishes. In a while? I'll wash it in a while. I'm too full and need to take a rest. Zhang Ye did not go and carried on touching her leg. The feeling wasn't the same with direct contact with flesh, but through a skirt. Besides, her skirt's fabric was rough and had the feeling of friction. She was definitely wearing pantyhose too. He looked down at Rao Aimin's nude-colored beautiful feet. Indeed, there was a thin layer of nude-colored stockings. Zhang Ye became excited as he boldly pulled up her skirt bit by bit, revealing more of her beautiful legs that were covered in stockings. Finally, the skirt reached her knees. Only then did Zhang Ye let go and touch the stockings directly. The feeling of exquisiteness which was both rough and smooth. There was even the faint softness and bounciness of her skin below it. Rao Aimin lowered her hand and threw his hand away. Zhang Ye was persistent and put his hand over once again and held on. Qinshin said, Zhang Ye, help me do my homework in a while. Do it yourself. Rao Aimin's attention was diverted as she reprimanded Qinshin. How can you get someone else to do your homework? Do you want to be useless? In the future? Qinshin said in an unwilling manner. Okay, I can't help you either. Your uncle Zhang is leaving today for Shanghai. Zhang Ye said. Qinshin said, oh, why are you going? Zhang Ye said, for work. This bro needs to make money for a living. I'm not like you, happily going to school every day, without a care or thought for the world. Zhang Ye took the opportunity to grope more of the landlady's thigh, and he even inserted his hand into her skirt. He had undying wicked intentions and wanted to carry on exploring deeper. How about it? Hearing that your uncle is leaving, do you feel especially hateful to part with me? It's all right. I expect myself to be back in a month or two. Qinshin stared at him. The corners of her lips pulled apart slightly. Her. At this moment, Rao Aimin stood up. Hua. Nearly all the skirt that had been pulled up by Zhang Ye dropped down, returning to its original state. Little Zhang, follow me. I still have some unopened daily necessities that I don't use. I'll give them to you. Take it with you. Zhang Ye said, oh, there's no need. I've finished packing. Come, I'll give it to you. Rao Aimin smiled as she entered her bedroom. From her looks, Zhang Ye knew that it was definitely not something good. When had the landlady ever been so considerate? She even prepared daily necessities for him. Impossible. She was definitely up to no good. She was preparing to finish this bro. Of course, Zhang Ye did not fall for it. With Qinshin beside him, it was definitely not convenient for the landlady to beat him up. However, if he were to enter the bedroom, there would only be the two of them. Then how could Zhang Ye end up in a good state? No, there's really no need. It's better if I go wash the dishes. Zhang Ye felt guilty and quickly cleaned up the plates and chopsticks. He brought them to the kitchen and began washing. After he finished, Zhang Ye came out. Landlady Auntie, Qinshan, I'm going. Time to go to the airport. Rao Aimin came over again. All right, I'll send you. Zhang Ye hurriedly lifted his hand. Stay please, stay. I wouldn't dare to trouble you. There's no need at all. I can easily carry the 2 luggage bags myself. You can't leave Qinshin alone at home. What if another few more burglars come in again? So don't you leave. I'm going. He quickly went out the door, and then gave a final wave at them before quickly closing the door. Only then did Zhang Ye heave a sigh of relief. That was close. If he was to stay behind to be beaten up by the landlady just before he left, then he would be dumb. Returning home, he gave a last look at the place that he had been staying for the past few months. He gave a nostalgic smile and turned around. He then pulled the 2 luggage bags he had already finished packing downstairs. From the beautiful memories he forged from last night until today in the landlady's house, Zhang Ye was feeling very good. He did not have any depressive feelings of leaving. Isn't this teacher Zhang? A female college student, who was a renter, had come out to throw the rubbish. She was stunned seeing Zhang Ye. Those luggage bags are? Her boyfriend also came out. Teacher Zhang, are you going away for business or for pleasure? The moment Zhang Ye became famous, all the renters of the landlady's properties knew that a celebrity was staying here. Zhang Ye also knew them. He always greeted them. Zhang Ye smiled. I'm going to Shanghai for work. You won't be staying in Beijing. The female college student said in surprise. Zhang Ye said in a self-mocking manner. No one here dares to hire me, so I can only change locations to further develop myself. The male college student harumphed. It is this bunch of television stations that have no foresight. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. We will definitely support you. Everything will definitely go smoothly for you this time. Zhang Ye said. All right, then I'll be counting on your blessings. Maybe because of the voices, a few residents also came out. There were people both young and old. Zhang Ye bade each and every one of them farewell. This was a bunch of very cute neighbors. Many of them did not especially like Zhang Ye's works, but every time they saw him, they would give him words of praise and encouragement. During the days when Zhang Ye was poor, without any food to eat, it was also this bunch of cute neighbors who sent him food. Zhang Ye could never forget that box of fragrant braised beef. Chapter 204. Afternoon. Airport. Just as he arrived at the hall, his phone rang. It was Yao Jinkai. Hey, little Zhang. Why didn't you pick my call up all night? Hey, old Yao. Zhang Ye was very familiar with him, so he casually addressed him. Did you call me yesterday? Hi. I left my phone at home and didn't bring it with me. Yao Jinkai then said, Where are you? At the airport, why? Zhang Ye asked. The movie has finished pre-production and there should be a celebration today, and everyone is gathered for a feast. Now everyone is here except you. What are you doing at the airport? You have a job notice? Forget it. Let's talk when you get here since it isn't that far away. We are at Shun Yi. Yao Jinkai then said, Be quick. Everyone's waiting for you. If not for you subduing those monks on that mountain, our movie would have continued filming until the next month and go to other provinces to get the scenes of other monasteries. The to and fro of taking a plane would have delayed us greatly, so we can't have you not attending. The deputy director even asked about you. Zhang Ye said, I think I shouldn't go. I have a flight in the afternoon. That's in the late afternoon. It's still early. Come here quickly. That's all. Yao Jinkai hung up. D*MN. Zhang Ye's expression looked mixed. He looked at his check-in time, and there was plenty of time, so he grabbed a taxi to the address old Yao sent him through. A text message. Here, cheers. Teacher Little Zhang, drink. Yes, I want to have one with Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye, let us have one drink. I didn't know you in the past, but I sure got to know you at that little mountain. You sure are powerful. Let's drink. No wine must be left. Haha, let's all toss a drink. Let's celebrate the completion of the great pugilistic world. If the box office exceeds 100 million, then we will have a formal celebration again. Everyone cheers. Afternoon. Just past 2 p.m. The airport was crowded as the crowds rushed around. After the social gathering, Zhang Ye was walking inside, but he bumped into a man. Aya. Zhang Ye turned angry. What are you doing? Why aren't you watching where you go? The man was dressed in branded clothes and looked like he was in a hurry to catch a plane, as he retorted impatiently. You bumped into me, and you the first offender wants to make a complaint. Zhang Ye stared. Repeat once again who bumped into who. At this moment, the man's phone rang. He looked nervous and then whispered, Hi. Hi. I'll board the plane immediately. I got it. Got it. Zhang Ye still wanted to argue with him, but after the man hung up, he ignored him and immediately rushed towards the boarding gate. Zhang Ye cursed that he was lacking in manners behind him before he lined up for his boarding pass. This fellow was now tipsy after all the drinking, and his steps were shaky. He did not have a high alcohol tolerance, and Yao Jinkai had kept filling him up with drinks, so drink after drink. Zhang Ye was now really drunk and reeked of alcohol. After Zhang Ye obtained his boarding pass at Air China, he went to the e-ticket service counter nearby. He placed his documents and said, Give me my invoice. An airport staff looked at him and took his documents to begin working on it. Please keep this well. This is your flight itinerary. Zhang Ye, who was wearing sunglasses, said angrily, Why do I want a flight itinerary? I want my invoice. The staff turned speechless. This is the airport's invoice and can be used for reimbursement claims. Zhang Ye carried on with his ways. There isn't even a scratch it part star. This invoice you gave me must be fake, right? What scratch it? The staff turned dumbfounded. Zhang Ye's eyes swept across him. There should be a thin flap by the corner, so that when you open it, you will know how much money you win. If not, it will have words like, Thank you for playing. Don't you even know this? Are you new here? The staff's eyes nearly went blank. Bro, that is a restaurant receipt. He even called him bro. Right, if a restaurant even has it. Why doesn't such a large airport have one? Zhang Ye said seriously. The staff was at a loss for words, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Having worked in the airport for so many years, this was the first time he met such an argumentative passenger. Your sister. You still dare say I'm new here? Which airport have you seen print out a flight itinerary with a scratch it? Scratch it. A few staff members near this counter nearly fainted upon hearing this. Although this was Zhang Ye's first time flying, he would not lack such common sense. The main reason was that he was drunk and saying alcohol-induced words. It was a domestic short-haul flight, so this small aircraft did not have first class, only business class. When he saw the business class people heading towards the gate to get their tickets checked, Zhang Ye also went forward but was stopped because he was not in business class. In his days, Zhang Ye somehow managed to board the plane and found his seat. His seat was by the window, so he leaned onto the window and fell asleep while still muttering. It was clearly in economy class, so he said stuff like, "Such a big company, and yet they are so stingy to not buy a business class ticket, so mean." In the air, the passengers were riding through the clouds. After an unknown period of time passed, Zhang Ye groggily woke up. He found his surroundings unstable as they were sloshing around. The plane had clearly lifted off early on. Someone pushed his head, so it was because he had been woken up by someone. "Hey, wake up." It was a girl's soothing voice. After sleeping for approximately 1 to 2 hours, Zhang Ye suddenly felt awake from his stupor. The first thing he remembered was him quarreling with the staff in the airport's hall about the scratch it on his flight itinerary. Zhang Ye only felt embarrassment, and only when he realized that he was still wearing sunglasses did he heave a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was wearing sunglasses, so that others couldn't recognize him. If it was reported, how was he to carry on living? "Hi. Alcohol sure isn't a good thing." Am I lying down? The seats in economy class can also go all the way down. "Wake up." The girl's voice sounded angry as Zhang Ye's head was being pushed again. "What are you doing?" Zhang Ye also turned angry. He was sleeping soundly. "Why the K would you push me? Did I provoke you?" He opened his heavy eyelids and looked forward. This glance didn't matter much, but it stunned Zhang Ye. His eyes enlarged as he stared. All his tipsiness was now gone, yet his brain seemed to still be drunk and a bit confused. He was wondering if he was still dreaming. Still talking about doing what? "You have been lying on my legs, so what do you think you are doing?" The girl's angry voice came. It was very close to him as her breath surged towards Zhang Ye's face. Zhang Ye's face turned pale. It was as embarrassing as it could be. Only then did he know how serious the situation was. "Your sister. This bro is already a star now and a famous host. I can't lose my face." Zhang Ye's brain was extremely fast, so he thought up numerous ideas in a split second. He wanted to find a way to allay this embarrassing situation. He could not be accused of being a gangster. Play dumb? Acting cute? Pretend to be crazy? Pretend that he did not know anything? According to that plan, it could very well resolve the situation as long as Zhang Ye raised his head in his daze and said one sentence to that girl. "Daddy, do you know how to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star?" This sentence would definitely let Zhang Ye get out of this situation, but he was too ashamed to say it. Zhang Ye did not say anything and quickly got off the girl's body. The girl was wearing a pair of sunglasses, so her expression could not be read. Besides wearing a short skirt in late autumn, she also wore a black trench coat. Sorry, Zhang Ye said in embarrassment. The girl waved her hand, seeing that he apologized. Forget it. Zhang Ye added on. Friend, how did I end up lying down?" The girl pushed her sunglasses and said, "How do I know? When I came, I saw you sleeping while leaning on the window. I also slept, but after sleeping for a while, there was one more person on my legs." Zhang Ye said, "I drank a bit too much before boarding. I'm really sorry." "It's all right." The girl was rather reasonable. "When you are out, it's inevitable. As long we empathize with one another." Only then did Zhang Ye look at her face. Although the sunglasses blocked a large portion of her face, it could not block her beauty. She was definitely a beauty and was not just any ordinary beauty. This sort of beauty was rarely seen by Zhang Ye even in the entertainment circles. Only Rao and Zhang Yuanqi could compare. Why does she look so familiar? Zhang Ye stared at her without blinking. This person. What's the matter? What are you looking at me for? The girl frowned. Zhang Ye suddenly expressed shock and pointed at her. Hey, Dong Shanshan. When the girl heard this, she was dumbfounded. You can recognize me even like this. Have you seen my shows? It can't be. My shows don't even broadcast in the capital. What show? You even went on shows. Zhang Ye took off his sunglasses. When Dong Shanshan saw Zhang Ye, she also suddenly laughed and pointed at him. Zhang Ye. Asterisk in China, small businesses, especially eateries, would try to evade taxes by not providing official receipts, hence underclaiming their revenue. To combat this, the Chinese government includes scratchets on receipts to encourage consumers to request a receipt from the business. You can read more about it here. Chapter 205, School Bell. Such a coincidence. It was really Dong Shanshan. He never expected to meet an old friend. Of course, that was in his previous world. Although the game Ring changed the world, Zhang Ye managed to realize that his life history and his friends from his past did not change. This was why Dong Shanshan was able to recognize him. In this world, they were still classmates for 4 years, and they were from the same major, so they took the same classes every day, big or small. The school's bell. She was absolutely their school's bell. As someone who was born after the 1980s, there was no such label of school bells back when he first entered middle school. People did not make such distinguishment, but by the time he entered university, the internet created lists of school bells such as the school bell pageants, etc. This wave had infected his media college that even the males created a pageant. Dong Shanshan was chosen as one of the school bells. One had to know that their media college was a prestigious school, and with the broadcasting and acting majors, it was filled with beauties. Beauties and goddesses may be few in number in other colleges, but they were common in their media college. To stand out amongst all those beauties indicated how good Dong Shanshan's looks and body were. Even amongst all the mass numbers of school bells in their school, Dong Shanshan was chosen as number 1 by all the broadcasting male animals. As the media college's most outstanding major was broadcast hosting and not acting, by being chosen as number 1 for the broadcasting hosting major made Dong Shanshan the best in the entire school. Besides the denial from the people in the acting majors, all other majors agreed through silence. As most people did not stay in school for their 4th year, Zhang Ye had almost not seen her for a year. How could it be you? Dong Shanshan gave a charming smile. I was just about to ask that. Zhang Ye had not expected to see the school. Well, from back then. You are also going to Shanghai? What a coincidence. And we are sitting together. Dong Shanshan laughed. Not only sitting together, you even slept on my legs. Zhang Ye coughed and said, my bad, my bad. Dong Shanshan sized him up and said, not bad. You are really doing well these days. You are completely different from when you were in school. Look, even your eyes are emitting electricity. Your voice is also more magnetic than compared to when we were in school. If not for being so close, I might not even recognize you. Of course, Zhang Ye did not tell her that he had eaten fruits of charm. You've watched my program? I've watched it. Dong Shanshan leaned slightly towards Zhang Ye and crossed her legs. Actually, before graduating in our 4th year, I had gone to the Sichuan province. The Provincial Broadcasting Corporation had roped me in early, so I did not return to the capital after that. I did not know much, but we had a female classmate gathering last month, and everyone was talking about you while we ate. They said that amongst our broadcasting batch of people, you were doing the best. I heard you were even heading up the 4th-ranked celebrities list. I did not believe initially and checked when I got home. I also watched your program and those poems of yours. She stared at him. Well done, classmate Zhang Ye. I never noticed that you were that talented back when we were in school. Zhang Ye humbly said, just average. You have really changed too much. Dong Shanshan sighed. On the other hand, you have not changed. You still look as beautiful as ever. Zhang Ye complimented her. Dong Shanshan blinked her long eyelashes. What use is that? Let's not talk about our own class, but even in the entire school's graduating class, no one is doing better than you. Zhang Ye did not believe her and said, it can't be. What are you doing now? I was a host previously, doing a variety program in one of the broadcasting companies in the Sichuan province. It is only broadcast there and cannot be received in Beijing. Dong Shanshan said. Zhang Ye had really not paid attention to this. How were the ratings like? It was okay. Dong Shanshan laughed. About 9+%. Zhang Ye exclaimed, that's higher than me. And you said you aren't doing as well as me. Dong Shanshan rubbed her wavy hair and said, it's not the same. What does it mean to be in the capital? The quality is completely different. BTV's Arts channel is much bigger than ours. But that was all in the past. After that variety show ended, I did not have any more programs. I wanted to go on a provincial satellite TV company, but my leader did not approve it. I was unhappy about it, so I quit. Now, I'm going to Shanghai to seek a living and find some random place. Zhang Ye asked, "You are going on to a Shanghai television station. Why are you so worried about me?" Dong Shanshan flashed her big eyes. "We are old classmates, so I'm just asking. Is this some trade secret?" Zhang Ye said. Dong Shanshan smiled charmingly. "Going there to film a movie or a TV series would be good too. If there's anything that suits me, I'll accept it as long as they give some money. I'm so poor that I can't even eat." It was unclear if she was speaking the truth. Zhang Ye nodded. "With your image, being the main lead would not be a problem." Dong Shanshan laughed. "I think so too. If they don't give me the lead, I'll make sure they will have it coming." Zhang Ye said, "Our relationship isn't too bad, but you are much better than me. You still have a choice, and you resigned by your own choice. I was fired. Now any television media that mentions me will have a headache. Who do you say I offended? Anyways, I can only find another path in Shanghai." Dong Shanshan joyfully said, "Who asked you to mess up the live recording? I watched the video of that live footage. You insisted on killing yourself, creating such a huge incident. Who can deal with you?" As they were old classmates and in the same line, they had plenty of topics to talk about. Actually, Zhang Ye did not know much about Dong Shanshan. In college, Dong Shanshan was the school belle and the top girl of the school. Everyone around her placed her on a pedestal. Zhang Ye was lacking in looks and was inconspicuous in class. In the 4 years, he only spoke a few words with Dong Shanshan. "How's Liuzi?" "Man, I don't know either. You and those guys don't keep in contact. Many people have changed phones and are busy with their own things, so it's hard to catch up with them. What about those female friends of yours?" "One of them is also in the broadcasting industry, doing radio. Another is an assistant in a television station, working hard to get experience. Probably next year, she will be given a program to try out. And there are a few who aren't in this industry. Some of them went to other industries, and some went into banking. All those years of broadcasting studying wasted. As for our class who are hosts that I know of, there's probably only the 2 of us. It is hard to get a job. Right, the competition in our line is too great." Suddenly, people around them recognized them after they had taken off their sunglasses. An old man who was sitting in front turned around and immediately said, "Huh, isn't this teacher Zhang Ye? Why are you sitting in economy class?" "Zhang Ye? Where? It's really teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye, please give me your signature. My whole family likes you." The surrounding men and women were extremely happy finding this out. They quickly brought books to get him to sign. Of course, Zhang Ye did not reject them. As he was signing, the people who were sitting diagonally across him were alarmed. They seemed to also be from the Xishan province. "Dong Shanshan. Is what I'm seeing right? It's teacher Dong. It can't be wrong. The goddess of the Xishan province public channel." A few young and middle-aged men left their seats to obtain her signature. One could see the difference here. Those who liked Zhang Ye were mixed. There were men and women of all ages, even including children. After all, Zhang Ye had previously done fairy tales for children. But those who liked Dong Shanshan were only males. They were also very passionate. If not for the flight attendant advising everyone to return to their seats, these men would not have left. It was no wonder. According to the ratings, Dong Shanshan's popularity in the Xishan province was much higher than Zhang Ye's popularity in Beijing. But in terms of overall popularity and reputation, Dong Shanshan was most likely far worse than Zhang Ye. Finally, Zhang Ye and Dong Shanshan looked at each other and wore their sunglasses at the same time. "We are reaching soon. I'll lie down for a while." Dong Shanshan tightened her black trench coat. "Are you sleeping? You go ahead and sleep. I've slept my fill." Zhang Ye said in a gentlemanly manner. "If your legs are cold, you can use my coat to cover it." "There's no need. I'm not cold." Dong Shanshan smiled. After adjusting her body, she tilted her head and slept while resting to the side. Her hair came down like a waterfall. Her head was leaning towards Zhang Ye's seat, and some strands of hair fell on Zhang Ye's shoulders. But clearly, Dong Shanshan did not care. Zhang Ye noticed that many of the passengers around him had went back to their seats and stopped focusing on them. As such, he slanted his eyes to look at his old classmate. It could be seen that Dong Shanshan would go on the path of sexiness in her job. This path had both its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that she would be easily criticized. The type of her fans would also be very uniform. At least most females would not fall for her. Her path was much narrower than Zhang Ye's. It could not target men and women of all ages. But there were advantages going down the path of sexiness. It also meant her position was more firm. She could attract a large number of men. One could tell just by looking at those fans of hers. The people who liked Dong Shanshan would be more passionate. On this point, Zhang Ye's fans were far inferior to hers. Chapter 206, Game Difficulty Adjustment. In the sky was blue, and the clouds were so close that they could be touched just by stretching out one's hand. With her body leaning to the side, Dong Shanshan had already fallen asleep. Zhang Ye looked out of the window with narrow eyes. He was feeling some sense of regret. He felt some longing for this city that he had lived for almost 20 years having left it. But so what if he felt some longing for it? The path of a celebrity was destined to be lonely. It was cold up at the top. The journey was more than halfway done. The stewardess pushed a cart of beverages over. Alas, that was all the treatment they received in economy class. Zhang Ye did not let the stewardess bother Dong Shanshan. He knew that the school bell was tired. Hence, he requested for a glass of fruit juice to be placed on his tray table. He asked for a glass of Coca-Cola and began gulping it down. So bored. What should I do? The road ahead in Shanghai would be fraught with difficulties. That place was inferior to Beijing. Zhang Ye's popularity there was low, and even when he walked on the street without sunglasses, there will probably be less than half a person who could recognize him amongst 1,000 people. This was new ground. He had to begin all over again. Therefore, Zhang Ye definitely needed the help from the game ring. Only then could he absolutely shock everyone in his new position as a web host. Let's play the lottery. He looked at his reputation points. It was about 700,000 points. Zhang Ye sighed. This amount of reputation was too pathetic. He could not even buy one Taiji Fist skill book. These were obtained from his Zhang Ye's compilation, book, and movies publicity. Of course, it also came from the sales of his Ghost Blows Out the Light book and the lecture room videos on the web. Although it had been a while since these productions were made, they were still classic. They kept providing him a stream of reputation. There were new people who previously did not know him, getting to know him every day. Just that those numbers were decreasing by the day. The lottery interface appeared. He clicked to buy and did not look forward to it. It was after all just for fun. He did not mind choosing something he did not need. If he managed to draw a useful item or skill, he would have made it big. Ding! The lottery began. The needle quickly rotated. Zhang Ye stared at a few large regions on the wheel. Although he wished to obtain something from the special region, it was just a dream. He had gotten lucky previously by obtaining the right to buy the Taiji Fist skill books. Now, it was unlikely he would be that lucky. The needle stopped. It stopped on a consumable item region. Zhang Ye was neither sad nor happy. He reduced his range of motion to prevent others from noticing. He slowly took out the treasure chest, small, from his inventory. He opened it. There was a small dice inside. It was 6-sided, no different from an ordinary dice. Difficulty adjustment die. After it is thrown, it will randomly change the player's difficulty. The period of its effects are random. Zhang Ye was surprised. Difficulty adjustment? It was not something unfamiliar to people who played games. For example, in a single-player game, upon entering the game, it would allow you to choose the difficulty, such as easy, difficulty, etc. This dice also had such an effect, but it was by random chance. If he were to really obtain a very easy difficulty, and the period lasted a year, then wouldn't his work for the next year be many times easier than normal? Difficulty can be reduced. Zhang Ye looked at the great school bell beside him. He was guessing that pushing her onto a bed would also not be a dream. This is a good thing. It is a heaven-defying divine item. Zhang Ye quickly took out the dice from the treasure chest. The treasure chest automatically disappeared after shimmering with light. Zhang Ye looked all over the dice. There were words on the 6 sides of the dice. They were decreasing difficulty by 10x, decreasing difficulty by 5x, decreasing difficulty by 1x, increasing difficulty by 1x, increasing difficulty by 5x, increasing difficulty by 10x. The first one was naturally the difficulty of very easy in those games. One could pick up money even with their eyes closed. As for the last difficulty, it was most likely the legendary ludicrous difficult, where calamities befell one. Let's risk it. Demacia. Bravery, here we go. The chance of reducing the difficulty was equal to the chance of increasing the difficulty. They both had a 50% chance. Zhang Ye did not believe his luck was that bad. Hence, without much thought, he grabbed the dice and threw it up gently. The dice drew a beautiful arc in the air, and it flew and flew. It finally stopped before it began to slowly drop down. Bada! The dice fell to the floor. It rolled around a few times on the plane before firmly staying put. Zhang Ye looked at it with excitement. On the difficulty adjustment die, wrote a few words. Increasing difficulty by 10x. Zhang Ye nearly fainted as he almost vomited. Blood. What the F***? K. Can we stop messing around? Stop messing around. The game system indication appeared. Difficulty has been adjusted. 10x difficulty. Lasting for 52 minutes. The time had also randomly appeared to be more than 50 minutes. Zhang Ye was scared out of his wits. He felt that he was not just unlucky today. All the bad luck in his past 8 lives had fallen unto him. Curse my hand. My hand is cursed. Why did I draw a prize just because I was too free? What do I do now? Will this bro suddenly suffer a heart attack? Or would the luggage from the bins suddenly crash down, killing him? Countdown begins. 51 minutes and 59 seconds. 51 minutes and 58 seconds. Zhang Ye immediately went on full alert. It was more than 50 minutes. This time was filled with danger. No, he could not drink water. Who knows if he would suddenly choke to death? But nothing seemed to happen after about 10 seconds. The plane was still floating in the sky. The passengers were doing their own things. Dong Shanshan was still sleeping. Everything was still normal. Zhang Ye blinked with suspicion. That's not right. I didn't feel any increase in difficulty. What more 10 times? I can't even feel it doubling. Shoo. Drank too much water. Drank too much alcohol also. Zhang Ye suddenly strongly felt the urge to use the lavatory. It was not too far away from reaching his destination and would soon land, but he could not endure any further. He unfastened his seatbelt and quickly moved towards the lavatory. Oh, Dong Shanshan was awoken by him. Her eyes sleepily looked at him. Going out. Zhang Ye clasped his legs and nodded. Going to the lavatory. Dong Shanshan yawned and adjusted her legs, allowing Zhang Ye to pass. By the aisle was an old granny. She slowly gave way to let Zhang Ye pass. Thank you. After politely saying that, Zhang Ye rushed to the lavatory. There were only a few lavatories on the plane. He headed backwards, and the lavatories there were occupied. He waited for a while, and still no one came out. Again he walked to the front of the economy class, but the lavatory was also occupied. He clasped his legs as he breathed in deeply. After he waited for more than 10 seconds without seeing the person exit, he could not help but knock on the door. Occupied. A youth's voice came out from inside. F***K. Was this the legendary ludicrous difficulty? After the difficulty was increased 10 times, it made him unable to find a lavatory, causing him to die from holding onto his pee? How could this King difficulty adjustment die be so wicked? Zhang Ye had no choice. He turned around and went straight for business class. Between economy class and business class was a corridor that had seats specially for the stewardesses. A slightly plump stewardess was resting there, and when she noticed Zhang Ye approaching, she rose up and said, "Sir, can I help you?" Zhang Ye quickly said, "I need to go there for a while." The fat stewardess said, "It's business class over there." "I know, but all the lavatories here are full." Zhang Ye said. The stewardess stared blankly. "Going to the lavatory? Just wait a while. It should be very fast." Zhang Ye turned angry. "It's the same plane. Why can't I go there?" He really could not hold on anymore. The stewardess smiled. "I don't mean that. All right, go on ahead. Go straight ahead." Saying that, she pulled open the partitioning curtain to give him passage. Zhang Ye said in his mind that this was more like it. But upon pulling open the curtain, Zhang Ye and the fat stewardess were stunned. This small plane did not have first class. Just past business class was the cockpit. There was also a curtain that separated the cockpit door that could not be seen. Yet, he could hear the sound of the door opening. He did not know if the pilot or the co-pilot was coming out, nor did he know if that person was going to the lavatory or to find someone. But Zhang Ye and the fat stewardess only saw a bearded middle-aged man charge forward from the aisle seat. He was in the first few rows and could reach the door in a few steps. The bearded man slapped open the curtain and faced the security officer standing there. Zhang Ye had previously met this person. He was the person he crashed into when he entered the airport. They had even scolded each other. Later, the nervous middle-aged man left in a hurry after receiving a phone call. He held a knife in his hand. It was not made of steel, but an improvised knife that had been reported on TV. It usually would look like a card, but after folding it a few times, it would become a sharp non-metallic knife. It was small, but it was very sharp. "What are you doing?" The security officer did not have time to react. "Out of my way." The bearded man had good skills as if he was previously trained. The security officer cried out, "No good. Quickly close the cockpit doors. Don't let him." After exchanging 2 blows with the bearded man, the knife was stabbed right into the security officer's stomach. The pilot who had just come out was greatly alarmed. He quickly turned around, hoping to close the cockpit door, but the bearded man's speed was extremely fast. He pulled out the knife and stabbed the pilot. Then he quickly entered the cockpit and closed the cockpit door with a slam. This series of actions was so fluid that it was clearly premeditated. The fat stewardess was dumbfounded as she looked back at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye took a deep breath through his dry throat and stared back at the fat stewardess with blinking eyes. "About that, I think I can endure a little longer." Fat Stewardess. Chapter 207. The crisis came too fast. It was so fast that no one had time to react. "Ah, a killer. Someone is hijacking the plane." The business class passengers screamed. The flight attendants were all shocked. No one had expected this turn of events. A few beautiful stewardesses turned pale as they rushed to check on the security officer and the pilot's injuries. The security officer was fine. Although he had been stabbed in the stomach, he was still conscious. But the pilot was in a more dire state. He had been stabbed through the side and had collapsed on the floor after passing out. The floor was covered in blood. "Brother Zhou, wake up." "Old Lu. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Little Min. Quickly get a first aid kit. Hurry." A thin stewardess cried from the stress as she covered her mouth. It was a complete mess. The cabin turned into chaos, as if a pot of porridge had been messed up. The passengers did not know what to do. They did not even have the ability to cry. It can't be. They were actually experiencing a hijacking? This was too unlucky. Probably only Zhang Ye knew what was going on. Firstly, that bearded man had really been planning on hijacking the plane. Secondly, this situation was caused by the difficulty adjustment die. It was 10x difficulty. This really is mother f * king 10 times difficulty. He now understood that the difficulty adjustment die was not lying. To cause Zhang Ye to die from not being able to relieve himself of his pee was not considered 10x difficulty. It's a hijack. This was sending them to their deaths. What to do? We're finished. We're finished. We are dead. Sob mom. I'm scared. Just as a few passengers were at a loss on what to do, a young man stood up. He was about 20+ years old and about the same age as Zhang Ye. His body did not seem very stout and was a little thin. His name was Yan Hui, and he shouted, "Do not panic. Everyone stay calm. Bring the wounded to the back first. Are there any doctors or nurses amongst the passengers? Is there a doctor?" Someone responded after he shouted a few times. A middle-aged woman in her 40s gritted her teeth and came forward. She said nervously, "I'm a doctor, but I'm just a physician. I can't do surgery." A boy beside her pulled on to the woman. "Mom, don't go." The middle-aged woman looked at her son and touched his head. "Mom is a doctor. It is my duty to save lives. Hide behind and don't come over." "Mom." Her son did not leave as he was extremely worried. Who knew if there were other accomplices in the cabin? "Quickly go. Leave me alone." The middle-aged woman turned serious. She was not pretty, but at this moment, the passengers found her most beautiful. Behind, a little old man walked over from economy class. He looked frail and he wobbled with each step. "Little Juan, you have grown up." The woman turned around and was stunned. "Professor, why are you on the plane too?" The little old man had already reached the wounded. "There's no time for crap. You stop the bleeding, I'll treat the wound." The woman exclaimed, "It will be easy with you around." The thin air stewardess cried, "I'll leave it up to you. Please save them." A few children and timid women were crying from the fright. A few men, under the cabin crews. Instructions managed to stabilize the situation as they carried the wounded to the back. The two doctors began their rescue. On another side, the sound of exchanging blows rang within the plane. The young man who stood up first grabbed an air stewardess. "Open the door." Just as he said that, two large men suddenly stood up from the front seats of business class. One of the men's face was very black. He wore a hat which concealed his expressions. He held a simple knife like the bearded man from before. The other man had retrieved a metal stick. It was unknown if he had opened his luggage to retrieve it, but it was most likely hidden in his luggage. Accomplices. There were a total of 3 hijackers. Get lost. The man on the left swung his steel stock and hit the neck of a passenger that was closest to him. The passenger shouted as he clutched his neck. After he fell to the ground, he quickly rushed to the back. "I warn all of you. None of you are to come over. If you want your lives, get the F***K away." The other man threw his hat and revealed a fierce-looking face that had a scar across it. "Ah, run. There are others." The passengers screamed once again. With a commotion, almost all the business class passengers had run into economy class. They wished to run to the tail of the plane, hoping to get as far away as possible. The situation was in chaos. People squeezed against each other, and there was even trampling of others. Business class was almost empty. There was only one man left. It was that young man named Yan Hui. Yan Hui shouted towards the back with a solemn face. "What are you all running for? They have 2 people now. Behind me are the wounded, women, old people, and children. With you running away, who is to protect them? If you are a man, stand here. Don't King B AP SSY. We have so many people, so why must we be afraid of them? A steel stick is a blunt weapon. There is nothing to worry about. The knife is an improvised one. It has limited destructive power. I will take on the one using the knife. I won't be able to handle the other person. I need helpers." No one came out. The fat stewardess yelled, "Is there anyone else?" An old lady squeezed herself out from the crowd. She slammed her walking stick to the ground. "If there's no one else, I will do it." An old woman had stood forward. Many of the men turned red from embarrassment. They felt ashamed. "I'll do it. I'll help you. F***K. Count me in." "Me too. F***K. Let's go all out. We don't know what they are doing hijacking the plane. We can't be sitting ducks. We need to recover the cockpit. If not, none of us will live. Right? Don't be afraid of them." At this moment, 8 to 9 men stood forward. This angered the 2 men. They sneered, and with that, both sides started fighting as sounds of metal rang. Of course, that did not include Zhang Ye. He was squeezing back at this moment. "Make way, let me pass first." The fat stewardess who had been arguing with Zhang Ye before immediately showed scorn towards him upon seeing this. The other passengers also looked down on him. "Isn't he Teacher Zhang? Right, the one on TV. Teacher Zhang, what are you running behind for? They are already fighting. If you are a man, you should be helping. Forget it. Who isn't afraid of death? Every man for himself, I guess." Those words fell on deaf ears, nor did Zhang Ye notice the looks of contempt from the surrounding people. He only had one thought in mind: to the toilet. He was still holding on to his pee. He could not even stand straight. What the F***K could he help with? Zhang Ye was of course anxious, so he had to first resolve his biological needs. He finally squeezed to the lavatory's door, and when he tried opening it, it was locked. "Open the door," Zhang Ye shouted. A soft female voice said, Who are you?" "I'm a passenger." "Open the door." Zhang Ye's face had turned green from holding it in. The girl said with fear, "Not opening. Who knows if you are the criminal?" It seemed like there were many people inside. He suddenly heard Dong Shanshan's voice. "Open the door. This person is an old classmate of mine. I know him." A few seconds passed. The door creaked open. There were 7 people hiding in the small lavatory. There were 4 women, 2 children, and an old man. They were hiding in there, afraid of the criminal. Zhang Ye could not be bothered and rushed inside. "I need to use the toilet." Don't squeeze. It can't take so many people." A woman shouted. A little boy said with fright, "Quickly close the door, quickly close the door." With an awkward position, the old man within the lavatory closed the door. After squeezing through one person after another, Zhang Ye finally arrived at the toilet. Beside it was Dong Shanshan. This old classmate of his sure was alert. by standing right inside. It was highly likely that she was the first person to hide in here at the first notice of danger. The small lavatory was stuffy. "Are you all right?" Zhang Ye asked with concern. Dong Shanshan said bitterly, "It's all right. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Chapter 208. Zhang Ye appears. In the plane. In the lavatory. After relieving himself, Zhang Ye let out a long sigh. He straightened his back and felt alive. "Excuse me, let me go out," the young boy inside said. "Don't open the door." A weak girl also said, "Let's just hide in here." "Right. What if the criminals come over here and kill people?" Another girl said with her eyes filled with tears. Zhang Yi squeezed into the exterior, but could not get out. The exit had been choked by others. He couldn't help but say, "What's the use hiding here for? If the criminals want to kill people, do you think the other passengers will block them for you? They would have all run to the tail." This lavatory is right in front of economy class. With everyone gone, this area is left vacant. There's only you left, and if the criminals were to block the door, there's no room to escape. With just this small door, they can just kick it open. It will be as simple as catching a rat in a hole. "Ah, that's right. Damn, let's all get out of here. That makes sense. It's too dangerous here." Now, everyone was in a state of panic. Every bush and tree looked like an enemy, so they acted on hearsay. With that, some people immediately opened the door and ran out. Zhang Yi also managed to squeeze out with this situation. Dong Shanshan saw this and rubbed the urine off her thigh and overturned her high heels to pour out the dirty water within. She used napkins to repeatedly wipe it before biting the bullet and wear the heels back on. Following that, she ran out into the cabin to see the situation outside. The struggling sounds had vanished. The passengers in the cabin were all silent. The two criminals were standing by the cockpit door sneering. There was no one in front of them anymore. There was some blood on the floor, but it wasn't much. The 8 to 9 passengers who had rushed forward were all lying on the ground. Some had fainted and some were groaning. All of them were injured and had been lifted back by the other passengers. Yan Hui, who had led the charge, was most injured. He had a stab wound on his shoulder and a gash along his arm. Blood was flowing out from it as he pressed on his wound without retreating. He stared at the two hijackers. "Muay Thai expert." Yan Hui glared angrily. A criminal looked at him. "You must have practiced karate? You are still too weak." There was no suspense in the fights prior. The passengers had thought that with more people, they would be stronger. But they were all defeated. The two first used their weapons, then their fists and legs. It was clear that they were experts, Muay Thai experts. Muay Thai was a legendary fighting technique. It was well known for its strength and agility. The main methods were to use one's fists, legs, knees, and elbow to attack. Using the limbs to attack was extremely fluid, and the abundance and energy created a fierce attacking power. Yan Hui may have practiced karate, but he was not their match. Another criminal shouted, "See that? This is your fate. We have previously warned you, yet you don't listen. Then don't blame us for beginning to kill." They were quite pissed that there was some resistance in the situation before. To subdue the people, they had to first kill a few to scare the rest. He left his partner to guard the cockpit door and stepped forward. "Who shall I kill first? Are you sending a person out, or have I got to find one myself?" "Huh." He laughed perversely. "How dare you?" Yan Hui responded angrily. He wanted to charge again, but he had too many injuries. With a misstep, he fell to the floor. "You can't take it anymore. Don't go." The female physician held on to him. The medical professor said loudly, "Drag him to the back. Stop the bleeding first." Two of the air stewardesses grabbed him by his sides to prevent him from seeking death. The passengers behind opened up a path to allow Yan Hui passage to treat his wounds. Now, there was no one standing out in front. The old people, women, and children that were all squeezed in economy class were exposed to the criminals. The criminal slowly rubbed the improvised knife in his hand as he walked over to the crowd. "Don't come over. Sob, sob, sob. We're finished. We're doomed. Save me. He's coming over." The passengers rushed backwards in a frenzy. But there was limited space to the back. And with so many people, there was no room for retreating after 10 meters. A young man from the cabin crew shouted, "I'll go out." He was also one of those who had charged forward just now and had been injured. As a cabin crew, he had the responsibility and the obligation to protect the safety of the passengers. As he said that, He pushed aside the thin air stewardess that was bandaging his wounds to go forward. The surgical professor shouted, "Sit down." The thin stewardess worriedly said, "You are sending yourself to death if you go over." "No." The young crew member gritted his teeth. "But what do we do now?" No one is their match. The oldest air stewardess gritted her teeth helplessly as she looked at the other passengers. She pleaded, "Is there anyone willing to help everyone? Is there anyone to save us all?" The thin stewardess cried, "Stop them." A woman holding onto a child shivered as she said, "There are many old people and children here." Many people were crying for help. They could do nothing seeing the criminal walk over with the knife in hand. "I beg you all, someone save us." The criminal was just meters away from them. That fat stewardess' face was filled with desperation as she shouted one last time, "Are there any experts?" Suddenly, a young man from the crowd said, "Who's calling for me?" The fat stewardess was shocked as all the passengers looked at him with surprise. "It's you?" This person was of course Zhang Ye. He was already squeezing forward. "Let me pass." Dong Shanshan was shocked as she quickly grabbed onto him. "Zhang Ye, what got into you? Being a hero at this time." "Don't go," Zhang Ye said indifferently. "I'll try." "Try your grandmother." At this moment, the sexy school belle had lost her image. Zhang Ye knew she was worried for him, but he ignored her. The crowd in front of him had made way for him. Zhang Ye smiled and went on out. "Zhang Ye," Dong Shanshan said worriedly. The fat stewardess said, You, weren't you the first person to run?" Zhang Ye smiled. "What do you mean run? I was holding on to my pee. You need me to relieve myself first." The fat stewardess and a few people who had despised Zhang Ye before then realized that this guy did not run into the lavatory to hide because of fear. Yan Hui looked at him and was clutching his arm in pain. "I'll leave it to you, brother." Zhang Ye also had a good impression of him. "Thank you, my friend, for dragging it out for me. Now leave it to me." "Don't worry." Yan Hui nodded slightly. "Be careful." Zhang Ye smiled. Those words should be said to those two criminals. Everyone looked at each other. People were thinking, who was this person? Was he too confident? "It's Teacher Zhang." "Aya." "It's Teacher Zhang Ye." "Which Zhang Ye? Who else can it be?" "The previous speaker and host of the lecture room." "Host? Then isn't he just good at talking?" "How else?" The criminal was delighted at this. He looked at Zhang Ye, who had stood forward. "Not bad. To think someone dares to step forward? Then sorry. You will be my first victim." With one step, he was already in front of Zhang Ye. Dong Shanshan shouted, "Classmate Zhang, knock it off." Whoosh. The dagger came stabbing straight towards Zhang Ye's stomach. Zhang Ye knew his most powerful skill was the Taiji fist. He wanted to use it, but at this critical moment, that Taiji fist that worked from time to time could not be used. He could only use the basic moves of Taekwondo to retreat. At the same time, he sent out a kick with little warning and unexpectedly kicked the wrist of one of the criminals. Whoosh. Ding dang. The improvised knife was kicked to the ground. The criminal was shocked and turned angry. Taekwondo. He thought that Zhang Ye was a weakling and was not careful, resulting in him suffering a tiny loss. Good. Beautiful. Teacher Zhang is awesome. Teacher Zhang Ye, you are so cool. The passengers began cheering. The criminal's face turned gloomy as he charged forward again without a knife. He began using his Muay Thai attacks. It was more threatening than the knife because Muay Thai was his trump card. Zhang Ye suddenly felt a change. Maybe it was because he had eaten too few Taiji fist skill books, or because he did not have much physical training in it. He had remembered that his landlady had previously told him that Chinese martial arts was different from foreign martial arts. It went from inner to outer. One had to train one's body and mind first. As for Zhang Ye, he had only eaten the skills and had not trained his inner body. This resulted in the weakness of having being able to use the Taiji fist at times. However, his Taiji fist would occasionally suddenly appear without warning, such as now. With almost 100 passengers and cabin crew supporting him, he took a step forward to face the criminal, and this step was like that of a cat. It was the basic footwork of the Taiji fist. He could use it. The criminal, who was well-versed in Muay Thai, clearly knew the Taekwondo forms. He punched at Zhang Ye's vulnerable points and had prepared to attack his foot. But Zhang Ye suddenly changed his movements, and with a block and stretch of his arms, his hand drew up a half circle along the criminal's wrist. All the criminal's strength had been dissipated away as his body angle twisted. The foot that was ready to attack no longer could attack, as he had lost his balance. Zhang Ye took this opportunity to use his feet to sweep the criminal off his feet and stomp on him. The criminals were greatly shocked. What the F***? Weren't you using Taekwondo just now? Why did you switch moves? What the F*** is this kung fu? He hurriedly tumbled away to avoid Zhang Ye's foot stomp and looked back. Hurry over here and help me. I can't beat him. The air stewardess and passengers were shocked. Can't beat him? The criminal said he was not Zhang Ye's match. Dong Shanshan also gave a what the F*** look. When did this grandson become so powerful? The criminals behind also noticed Zhang Ye's strength. Their hearts sank because such an expert was not easily dealt with by just using a stick. They decided to throw the steel stick away and go into close combat with Zhang Ye. Smash! Smash! The three began fighting. Zhang Ye was going up against two alone. Chapter 209. Teacher Zhang Ye. I love you to death. Two people. Zhang Ye felt the pressure immediately. Previously on the small mountain, Zhang Ye had fought 1 against 4. Those monks were quite skilled and was trained in foundational skills since they were young. But it was different. Monks only trained in foundational skills and only used punches, kicks, and staff attacks. They did not know many moves and were not considered martial artists. Besides, they were always chanting. So how could they have any battle experience? So back then, Zhang Ye could easily defeat the 4 of them, but today it was different. The 2 of them were clearly experts in Muay Thai. To dare to hijack a plane, they were likely battle-hardened people. Those monks who stayed indoors all day could not compare with them. A punch came flying over. Zhang Ye blocked. A kick came flying over. Zhang Ye dodged to the side. Quickly, the 3 of them had fought about 8 or 9 rounds. Zhang Ye could not do anything to them and could barely defend. He could not counterattack much. His Taiji fist worked only at times. When it didn't work, Zhang Ye would use his Taekwondo to block the attacks. But as he had eaten too few Taekwondo skill books, he was clearly not the 2 people's match. So he had to mainly rely on his Taiji fist. It was his greatest trump card in martial arts. But it was F*** king not usable according to his wishes. If he met an average fighter, it was fine. But against a good fighter, all his weaknesses were exposed. This intermittent ability could cost him his life. Zhang Ye had decided that if he were to land on the ground alive, he would eat tens of Taiji fist skill book properly. If not, he might not be able to handle the dangerous situations he would face in the future. Zhang Ye could do nothing. But similarly, the criminals could do nothing to Zhang Ye. The 2 of them kept looking at each other in dismay. There was less than 100 people on this plane, and they had planned it early on. They never expected that the plane really had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This was really an expert. The 2 of them could not do anything to their opponent. It was unexpected. But it was after all 2 against 1. Be it stamina or body count, they had the advantage. And in the narrow cabin space, this made it very inconvenient for Zhang Ye. The 2 criminals believed that they would hold the advantage in less than 20 rounds and definitely taken him down. The situation became tense. Zhang Ye, go for it. Teacher Zhang. Them. Teacher Zhang. Kick his pants. Kick. Break his leg. Go for it. We are rooting for you. The passengers began to cheer for Zhang Ye and screamed loudly. But only Zhang Ye himself knew that he was disadvantaged. He could not hold on any much longer, and his stamina was lacking. He could not compare to those who had trained since they were young. He was completely a person who started midway. His physical fitness was his greatest flaw, let alone fighting against 2 people. At this moment, Zhang Ye could only use his trump card. He trapped them and yelled to the back, "My brothers and sisters, everyone take something and F*** them. You think 2 against 1 is a lot. We have a F*** king 100 people here." Zhang Ye was vicious as he said wickedly, "I'll hold on to them. You guys take things and smash them. The harder you smash, the better. F***. I don't believe we can't kill them." Yan Hui also saw the looming crisis. "Quick, let's help Teacher Zhang." The old granny who had stood forward passed her walking stick to her son. "Little Wei, go on up for me. Band together." The middle-aged man shivered upon receiving the walking stick, but hardened his heart and practically charged forward with his eyes closed. "I'll F*** king go all out against you." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Big bro, open your eyes bigger." F asterisk asterisk K. Don't hit the wrong person, you. Another youth who did not dare step forward previously rushed out. Whatever. Give me something. Are there any weapons? I'm going all out too. An air stewardess gave him a kettle. The youth took the kettle and ran over with a war cry. Many of the passengers began retrieving their suitcases. No matter whose it was, the luggage was rummaged and items were passed to the surrounding people. All of their minds were as one. There's a phone here. Give it to me. A phone is too small. It's a Big Brother Big mobile phone. It's comparable to a brick. What the F asterisk asterisk K? What year is it that someone still uses a Big Brother Big mobile phone? Great. Give it to me. Give me two. Is there any good thing to wield? Damn. Lady, why did you give me a box of sanitary pads? Do you want me to stick it over their eyes to blind them or something? On the other side, while in battle, Zhang Ye suddenly took a step, and using the Taiji Fist's basic steps, he circled around to the back of the two of them and moved to the cockpit door, revealing them to the passengers. Charge. Smash them. F asterisk asterisk KU ba asterisk asterisk RDS. Kettle. Big Brother Big. Vanity mirror. Cosmetic bottle. And the sanitary towels, etc. All sorts of weird things were used to hit the two people. After one of the criminals' neck was hit by the Big Brother Big. Ouch. Zhang Ye took advantage of the chaos to punch the man in the face. And with that, the man's nose started spouting blood as he took 2 steps backward before falling to the ground. And at that moment, behind him was the middle-aged man who was holding on to the old granny's walking stick. That middle-aged man was also fierce. He whacked at him without hesitation. His partner wanted to help, but without paying attention, a kettle flew and hit him in the head. He stopped moving and stared at the youth who had thrown the kettle. After looking for 2 seconds, he fainted to the ground. The criminal that had been beaten by the stick was now alone. Zhang Ye rushed up with a sneak attack and stomped on his face. Ah! The criminal's eyes rolled as he fainted. The 2 criminals were finally taken care of, but the excited crowd did not leave them alone. More people came forward as their courage increased. They brutally punched the 2 of them till they became conscious again, and then they fainted again. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat. Stop it. Tie them up first. Right. Let's listen to Teacher Zhang. Listen to Teacher. Zhang. An elderly air stewardess said loudly. At the moment when everyone was facing great peril, Zhang Ye had stepped forward to block the 2 criminals and saved everyone. The words he said was definitely heeded by everyone. After everyone calmed down, people felt relieved. It was so dangerous. If not for Zhang Ye, the 2 of them would have gone on a killing spree, and they would. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Are you really an expert? Teacher Zhang, you're my idol. You were so cool just now. Wait till I slim down. Will you marry me? A fat girl said fatuously. Even Dong Shanshan joined in. She gave a flirtatious look, touched her sexy lips, and sent a flying kiss. Teacher Zhang Ye, I also love you to death. Chapter 210. You can't open the lock? Let me do it. In the plane, the passengers managed to regain control of the cabin except the cockpit. They tied the 2 fainted criminals tightly and threw them into the lavatory. In the back cabin, a few of the wounded were lying or sitting on the ground. Zhang Ye came over. Doctor, I can't take it anymore. My hand has broken. Don't think that this fellow was very brave and mighty just now. He was the most afraid of pain and death amongst everyone. After heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Ye became weak. Firstly, he was tired after expending so much physical strength. Secondly, he had been hit by his opponents a few times. Thirdly, he had been hit by the passengers' heavy items a few times. Look, even 2 of his fingers had bent. The back of his neck was bruised. The woman took his hand. Let me see. Oh, it's dislocated. Your skills are too bad. Let me do it. The old surgical professor stood up and pressed on Zhang Ye's fingers. With 2 cracking sounds, they were restored to their original positions. It's done. Zhang Ye was sweating profusely from the pain. Yan Hui, who already had his wound bandaged, smiled at him with a thumbs up. Awesome. Dong Shanshan also walked over in her high heels with concern. Classmate Zhang, I never knew you had such skills. You weren't that powerful back in school. Zhang Ye bragged. I was being low-key in my college years. Dong Shanshan smirked. To think you actually accepted my praise. Fine, I'll treat it as if you were being low-key. You really saved all our lives this time. So awesome. But at this moment, Zhang Ye began to worry. It's not over yet. Dong Shanshan also subconsciously looked towards the cockpit. Everyone knew that it was not over. There was still one criminal in the cockpit. No one knew how the other pilot was. They had heard the sounds of a scuffle, but by the time they had taken care of the two criminals outside, the cockpit turned silent. Dong Shanshan sighed. We'll leave it in God's hands. Zhang Ye was superstitious. He would sometimes throw a coin or a shoe to decide on matters, but he believed that human efforts can achieve anything, so there was still hope. In the frontal cabin, everyone here were anxious. A male passenger that had come over said, "Let's go in." The fat air stewardess said, "We don't have a key outside. There is only one key hanging inside the cockpit." The cabin crew youth had recovered slightly and struggled over. He could tell that the situation was urgent. They definitely could not let the criminals take control of the cockpit or they would all be doomed. As such, he began kicking at the door, but the door remained motionless. It was useless. Other passengers came forward to help. "Let's smash it open." A few large, burly passengers came over and took turns to smash the door. Smash, smash, smash. The cockpit door only had a bit of paint scraped off. The oldest air stewardess said worriedly, "It's useless. It's impossible without a key. We can't open by hitting it. The door is made of several layers of alloy metal." The fat air stewardess said, "But we don't have the key outside." The youth from the cabin crew said decisively, "Let's find some hand tools and smash open the door. Once the criminals control the plane, all our lives will be in danger." The thin air stewardess said pessimistically, "That person might already have taken control of the plane. We still need to go in. Are we just going to sit here waiting for our deaths?" The youth said, "The passengers knew that they needed to be united. With their lives on the line, they could only rely on themselves. But the things that could be brought on a plane was limited. If there was an axe, there would be some hope. But now, with nothing, they could only use the most stupid way of using blunt objects to smash at the door. Once, 5 times, 10 times. There was some effect this time. The first outer layer of the cockpit door had deformed, but it could be seen that only the exterior had been damaged. The door could not be smashed open. The old air stewardess made a suggestion. "Let's try to contact the cockpit and see what the criminal wants." The fat air stewardess quickly ran over to pick up the communicator, but put it down shortly. "It doesn't work. The cockpit's communication equipment has been cut off from the cockpit." The older air stewardess' expression changed. Was it done by the criminal? The cabin crew youth also thought of a frightening reality. Could the criminals have experienced flying aircraft? Or else how would they know so much? "Oh, is that true? It can't be. We are doomed." They were struck out of the blue. This news was filled with despair. Although Zhang Ye was very far away, he could still hear the conversation. His face turned green upon hearing this. There was a co-pilot in the cockpit. If the criminal had forced the co-pilot to go according to his wishes, there might be a chance for the co-pilot, as the criminal would not dare to kill him, as there would be no one to fly the plane. But if the criminal was able to fly the plane himself, then he had no qualms about anything. With no one else in the cockpit, they had no chance to resist. They could only wait to be slaughtered. K your grandpa. They know Muay Thai and know how to fly a plane. How can terrorists be so talented these days? Can you at least develop your morals? Bro, it can't be that you are taking this plane and crashing into a building, right? The people of this world had never experienced 9/11. That shocking world event did not happen in this world, but Zhang Ye had experienced it before. He knew the nefarious ways of those criminals, so he was the most worried. These bunch of grandsons would do anything. The air stewardess turned on her phone again, and now was not the time to worry about signal interference. She made a call, hoping to get in contact with the ground, but due to being high up in the air, or because their location was geographically remote, there was no signal. The other 2 air stewardesses tried with their phones, but they too did not have any signal. The cabin crew youth reassured himself. There must be another way. It's not time for us to sit here and wait for our doom. He looked at the old air stewardess. Is there any other method to open the door? The old air stewardess stamped her feet anxiously. There's none. We can't open the door without a key. Despair. Hopelessness. The thin air stewardess fell to ground as she hugged her legs to cry. She had cried numerous times on this flight. The rest of the cabin crew and all the other passengers remained silent. The terrifying atmosphere began to spread in the plane, But the words the air stewardess said made Zhang Ye's mind turn. Hey, wait a minute, open a door? Unlock. Hiya. Isn't this a skill this bro has? Zhang Ye immediately stood up after wringing his sleeves. What are you doing? Dong Shanshan tugged at him. The physician also said, don't move. Your arm is still bleeding. Let me bandage it for you. Zhang Ye ignored and strode to the front. You can't open the lock, right? Let me try. The old air stewardess looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Teacher Zhang, so many people were not able to smash it open. How? How are you going to open it? Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. Who said I was smashing it? How do you open the door without smashing? The fat air stewardess remained stunned. There isn't a key here. Zhang Ye chuckled. Who says you need a key to open a door? With that, he had already reached the front of the cockpit door. He squatted down and looked at the lock. With a glance, he had an idea. He nodded to someone behind him. Bring me a ballpoint pen. Not a fountain pen. A normal ballpoint pen. The old air stewardess still did not understand. What are you doing? Quickly give it to me. Zhang Ye did not want to die young. He still had to contribute his works of art to the people of this world. Also, I need needles. Mainly, I need the needle head. Everyone stared at him with one eye bigger than the other. But they still followed his instructions. The floor was littered with luggage and the items used to hit the criminals. With a search, there really was a ballpoint pen. The fat air stewardess gave the ballpoint pen to him, and a needle head was found within a first aid kit by the old air stewardess. No one had any expectations. Those who were in despair despaired. Those who were crying cried. No one took Zhang Ye's trying out seriously. But Zhang Ye was very focused. With a twist of his fingers, the ballpoint pen was dismantled. He only took out the pen core and half kneeled before the door and glanced at it. This lock was not a normal household lock, but it was not much different. The basic principles were the same. And since this was an old aircraft model, the lock was of the old standards. Zhang Ye had eaten several lock-picking skill books, which was sufficient to handle this lock. If it was a newer aircraft's lock, he would be out of luck. Those locks would probably need an additional dozen or more lock-picking skill books to have any chance. As for this old lock, Zhang Ye placed the ballpoint pen into the keyhole, and with the needle head in his left hand, he skillfully pinched 1/5 of the needle head and knocked it on the wall. The needle head bent into a 90-degree angle. With the needle, he stabbed it into the keyhole along the ballpoint pen. Closing his eyes, he felt around and pressed on the correct spot. Something inside the keyhole sounded out. Zhang Ye stopped moving the needle head and opened his eyes to quickly twist the ballpoint pen. Oh, what to do? There's definitely no way of getting in. Let's try to make contact with the ground. The signal isn't passing. Maybe the criminals have some jamming equipment? It can't be. A few of the cabin crew were still discussing plans when they heard a soft click. They froze and then turned their heads over. Zhang Ye relaxed his eyebrows. It's done. Creak. The cockpit door opened a small gap. Under everyone's gaping expressions, the door was opened by him. And it did not even take 10 seconds. Zhang Ye's skillful actions was practically done without any pressure. For a moment, everyone was shocked. The fat air stewardess exclaimed, "What the? It's open. The door has opened." The thin air stewardess screamed. The cabin crew youth's eyes turned round. "Your sister." It really opened. The other passengers were also startled. They immediately erupted in a jubilant uproar. They had given up all hope, but they never expected there to be such a hidden professional amongst them. The old air stewardess slapped her thigh. "Well done. Teacher Zhang, you are God. Awesome. You are so awesome." All the passengers were excited. After tinkering with the door for 5 to 6 minutes to no avail, Teacher Zhang had opened it in seconds. It was clear that he was a professional. Chapter 211. Who knows how to fly a plane? The lock was opened. There were cheers in the cabin. Seeing Teacher Zhang Ye, who was more talented than the terrorists, everyone gave their warmest admiration and respect. Zhang Ye could only bitterly smile. Back then, when he had received the lock-picking skill books, he felt that it was a trash skill. It was wretched, for it had no use. But he never expected that he had used this skill the most from just eating a few of lock-picking skill books. It had helped him several times, such as back when the landlady's house had a thief, avoiding the reporters with Zhang Yuanqi, and this time, he could be a King lock specialist. But Zhang Ye was happy. Being praised and worshipped by others felt good, as he cupped his fists. No big deal, no big deal. Everyone has been too. Just as he said that, Dong Shanshan suddenly shouted from afar. "Look out! Watch your back!" A female passenger screamed. An improvised knife suddenly appeared from the gap in the door. Zhang Ye was nearly stabbed as he rolled on the ground, dodging the calamity. There was still another person. There was still another criminal in the cockpit. Only then did Zhang Ye remember. He stood up in a pathetic manner. It was indeed the bearded hijacker. He had come to block the door upon seeing the door open. In Zhang Ye's world, after the year 2002, many airlines equipped their new aircrafts with inner locks to prevent hijacks. Only the pilots could open from inside, and this world was similar. However, an old aircraft did not have such a lock. If the criminal had locked from the inside, then even if Zhang Ye had a key outside, it would be impossible for him to open the cabin door. Not having the new locks installed helped Zhang Ye greatly. The bearded man could only leave the pilot's seat to try to shut the door once again. But how would anyone let him do so? Especially with an expert like Zhang Ye around. This fellow was fearless and charged straight forward and sent punches and kicks. The criminal's arm and head was hit by Zhang Ye. "Quickly come here and help. Hold open the door. Don't let him close it. Pull the criminal out." The fat air stewardess did not dare to go forward in fear of being injured. She could only shout from the back. Seeing Zhang Ye's brave performance, and that the criminal was almost taken down, the male passengers did not hesitate. 5 young adults piled on, and pulled his hair, and ripped his clothes. Combined with Zhang Ye's movements, they managed to pull the criminal out. This criminal did not seem to know Muay Thai, and only had basic martial arts foundation. He did not have the skills of the 2 people from before, so he was quickly subdued. "Punch him, bastard. Beat the F*****cur. The crowd gathered around him and punched him. Even old people and women sneaked in a few. Before the criminal could even fart, he had been beaten unconscious by the frenzied crowd. There were a few air stewardesses who did not participate in the fight. They rushed into the cockpit the moment the criminal was pulled out. They took the co-pilot out. "Get the doctor." The old doctor from before came over. "Quick, carry him over." The co-pilot was seriously injured. He had many stab wounds all over his body, but thankfully, he was still alive. He was still breathing in his unconsciousness. He was not dead. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. "Great. We've finally solved it. We've survived. We are out of danger. Haha, unity is strength." The passengers and the air crew felt like they had survived a disaster. But at the same moment of jubilation, everyone felt something amiss. It was as if they had forgotten something very important. Suddenly, someone said something that shocked everyone. The old air stewardess looked at everyone with a solemn expression. Who knows how to fly a plane? Holy shit. Fly a plane. Everyone was shocked. But at this moment, they thought of the key problem. Right. Your sister. The main and co-pilots are unconscious. What do we do with the plane? Next, the scene that agitated more happened. Everyone felt the plane begin to sink lower. The speed seemed to be extremely slow, and the internal cabin began to tremble violently. Everyone began to look towards the cockpit. Some of the machinery might have been smashed when they pulled the criminal out. Now, the plane was out of control and was going to crash. The cabin crew youth exclaimed, "I'll go turn on the autopilot." The old air stewardess said, "Do you know how to? I've seen Brother Zhou do it." Once, the youth ran into the cockpit. A few air stewardesses rushed over to help. Zhang Ye and 2 passengers also went inside, but it seemed like heaven wanted them dead. The moment they entered the cockpit, they gasped. It was obvious that there was a fierce scuffle in the cockpit. At least 3 dashboards in the plane had been destroyed. One of the button mechanisms had been ripped open, and there were sparks in one of the lines. It was a mess. The cabin crew youth did not think further and immediately pressed a few buttons. He pulled something, and realizing that it did not work, he panicked. Again, he repeated his actions before saying in a saddened way, "The autopilot is broken. It can't be started." Again, he turned on the land communication link. Contacting Control Tower. Contacting Control Tower. This is China Airlines CA 1883. Please respond. No sound came back. The communication device had been broken. The plane was violently shaking. Many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Zhang Ye's shoulder slammed on the cockpit door. The pain made him clench his teeth. Dong Shanshan, who was wearing high heels, also fell down. After she climbed onto a seat, she did not dare wear her high heels again. One could see through the cockpit window that the plane was dipping downwards at a 30-degree angle. The speed was very fast, and if this went on, they would crash into the sea. The fat air stewardess shouted, "Quick, think of a way." The cabin crew, youth said, "I only know how to switch on the autopilot." Now with the autopilot functionality broken, it can only be operated manually. Besides the pilots, no one else knows how to. The fat air stewardess fell to the ground. "It's over." A passenger screamed. "Can the two pilots wake up?" The doctor outside heard this. "Impossible. They have lost too much blood and need to be sent to the hospital immediately. They can't even wake up, let alone stand up." The old air stewardess shouted. "Who here knows what to do now? Does any passenger know how to fly a plane? Is there anyone to save us all?" Zhang Ye said rapidly. "Now the plane's speed is too slow, so it cannot maintain its motion and crashing down." The cabin crew youth and the few air stewardesses' eyes lit up and said with anticipation, "You know planes too?" "That's right." Now, there wasn't enough power. That was why the plane could not maintain going straight and was being pulled down by gravity. Everyone looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said very professionally, "Of course I know. Step on the gas. Change the gears. Move it to 5th gear to fly the plane." Change gears. The cabin crew youth and the air stewardess nearly fell off the plane hearing this. "Step on the gas? Move it to 5th gear? F***K your sister and your mom. You think you are driving a car?" Chapter 212. Teacher Zhang, you really know how to fly a plane. The plane's altitude kept decreasing. Sirens began ringing in the cockpit. The cabin crew and a few enthusiastic passengers tried their best to control the plane, doing whatever they could. They tried pressing some buttons on the panel, but it resulted in the plane falling even faster. And an aircraft door nearly opened. Of course, it was sealed tight through a safety mechanism. Without releasing the safety latch, it was impossible to open, but it was still very dangerous. Laymen were really laymen. It could not be done just through luck. The plane began to swing left and right. Zhang Ye could not help but return to the cabin with his face white. The passengers were aware of the situation. There were people writing their wills. "Mom, Sob, are we going to die?" A 4-year-old girl asked. "We won't. Someone will definitely save us." The mother hugged her daughter. The little girl happily said, "Really? Will Uncle Superman save us?" In this world, there was also Superman. But it was not the animated ones Zhang Ye had seen before. It had a new artistic image. The mother shed tears in silence. "Yes, there will be. Definitely. You are so cute. Uncle Superman will definitely come." "Great." The girl in pigtails turned to look at the other passengers. "Don't be afraid. Uncle Superman will be here soon." The woman and her child's conversation made everyone sad. Seeing the child's innocent laughter, no one told her the truth and only felt grief. Even Zhang Ye, who was a heartless man, felt struck by this conversation. He clenched his fist. It was not time to give up now. F***K it. There has to be way. Fly a plane. Pilot license. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of something that could give him a glimmer of hope. Because he still had a prize in his game inventory that he was not willing to use. The lucky bread. And he still had 600,000 reputation points. Lottery. His survival rested on this gamble. There was still 20 minutes left till the 10x game difficulty ended. By the time the time was up, Zhang Ye and all the passengers would have died from the plane crash. At this moment, hoping for rescue or expecting others to rise to the occasion was a joke. As such, Zhang Ye did not hesitate in opening his game ring and chose to buy a lottery chance. There was no need for hesitation as this was his only choice. The lottery interface opened. He staked all his reputation points. He added 5 additional stakes. At the same moment, Zhang Ye took out the only thing left in his inventory, the lucky bread. He ate it down. Gulp. System notice. Countdown begins. Lucky bread in effect. Duration of 5 minutes. The plane was still falling. Zhang Ye screamed anxiously in his mind. "Hurry! Hurry!" The needle stopped in a skill area. Zhang Ye immediately took out the 6 treasure chests, small, and opened them. The items came out. Commercial Airline Piloting Skillbook X6. Learns at the moment it is read. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. There really was always a way out. Thanks to the lucky bread, he had managed to draw 6 commercial airline piloting skill books. Without any more nonsense, Zhang Ye immediately flipped through the experience books. One book. 3 books. 6 books. They were all eaten in one breath. This experience book came at an opportune time. It really sent him whatever he lacked. Zhang Ye. Dong Shanshan smiled sadly as she walked over to her old classmate while holding onto the seats. Have you written, you will? I haven't thought of what to write. Zhang Ye said, What will are you writing? Dong Shanshan's eyes were without any glimmer. Can't you see it? In this situation, none of us will survive. Zhang Ye stared back at her. If we were to survive, let's make a bet. I guarantee that we would be safe and sound. Dong Shanshan found a seat and sat down. She was listless and said without much attention, All right, let's make a bet. If we were to land safely, I will let you kiss me. Oh. Zhang Ye blinked. Kiss where? Pointing at her sexy red lips, Dong Shanshan said, Is that enough? Enough. That is a deal. Zhang Ye did not have much confidence, but with this bet, it could only help him encourage himself. Dong Shanshan ignored him after saying that. She took out her phone and began typing. It seemed like she was writing a will. This will was pretty much written for herself. If the plane really crashed, the phone would not be fine. Everyone's actions now were as if they were pondering through their life in its entirety. Over here, the little girl was still anticipating. Why isn't Uncle Superman here yet? Zhang Ye heard this and walked over while holding onto the seats. He touched the girl's head. Don't worry, darling. This brother is here to save you. The girl exclaimed happily. Is brother Uncle Superman? Zhang Ye said with a smile. Of course I am. The girl said with suspicion. Why didn't you transform? Are you talking about my Superman costume? Zhang Ye sighed. I didn't wash my underwear yesterday, so I can't wear it outside. Today, brother Superman is on plainclothes duty. The mother. The little girl clapped. Brother Superman, quickly save us. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhang Ye rushed straight at the cockpit. The girl innocently raised her arms to cheer. Oh, we are saved. The other passengers did not know what Zhang Ye was up to. They did not even look at him. Mom, your son was unfilial. Sorry, I can't take care of you. What are you saying? It's Mom's fault. If I did not pull you to Shanghai for a tour, we would not have encountered this. Sob, I've caused you harm. Mom, don't say so. I don't blame you. A mother-son pair's words made many shed a tear. In front, the cockpit's communication devices could only be connected to the cabin. They only heard the voice of the old air stewardess say, Dear passengers, I apologize on behalf of all my crew. Sorry, it was our negligence that resulted in his hijacking. Now we can already see the sea below. We have done our best. The plane will crash into the sea in 2 minutes. Sorry. The cabin turned silent. After some unknown person began crying, and almost everyone began crying. After battling the criminals for so long, thinking that they were out of the trouble, who knew that this was the result awaiting them? Inside the cockpit, the cabin crew and the few passengers did not say a word. Zhang Ye came in and saw everyone looking like this. Without much, he angrily said, Out of my way. Crash my ass. Let me do it. The fat air stewardess wiped her tears. Forget it. Forget your sister. You may have lived enough, but I haven't. Zhang Ye cursed. He pulled the cabin crew youth away from the pilot's seat and sat there himself. He pressed a button to communicate with the cabin, letting everyone hear his voice. Everyone, ignore what was just said. The plane has not crashed. Now, you are to find a seat with the fastest speed possible. All of you are to fasten your seat belts. Immediately. Now all the flying duties are taken over by me. The cabin crew youth said sadly. We have tried for a long time. Zhang Ye said angrily. All of you get out. Don't mess it for me. Now, it has to be manually operated. Without a few years of professional and hands-on training, it is impossible. The old air stewardess did not finish her words. Zhang Ye said to bolster his courage. There is nothing I can't do. Could he really do it? How could he know? Now was the time to go all out. The sea surface outside the glass window was approaching. Flying seagulls could be seen. If those birds were to hit the aircraft engines, they would be dead. Flying in low altitudes was extremely dangerous. But, thankfully Zhang Ye still had the lucky bread effect still running. There was 1 minute left, so no flying bird was hit. The crash would happen in less than a minute. Zhang Ye tensed his body. He did not know which was more powerful, the lucky bread or the 10x difficulty. He did not think about it anymore. It was a realm he did not understand. What was most important was for him to pull up the plane with his abilities. A lot of the dials and buttons were broken, but there was some that were good. Zhang Ye reached out his index finger and immediately pressed a button on the panel. After that, he pressed another button no one knew. Following that, a hissing sound was heard. There seemed to have some changes in the internal parts of the plane, but yet it also seemed like nothing had happened. This information was obtained from the 6 experience skill books. His body also subconsciously made the moves. After doing so, Zhang Ye consciously thought and realized what the buttons did. The fat air stewardess panicked. What are you randomly pressing? The thin air stewardess panicked. You don't press randomly. Only the old air stewardess was experienced. She looked surprised as she exclaimed, "The cabin pressure has been relieved. It really has been relieved." Of course the pressure had to be relieved. After the scuffle, the cockpit was beyond recognition. There were sparks in the circuitry, and with the high-speed descension, not releasing the pressure would cause an internal explosion. So to prevent this, Zhang Ye ignored the surprised looks of others and pressed a few buttons no one knew. Finally, he pressed something. The plane suddenly shook. Its speed suddenly accelerated. This was the plane's throttle. It was not pressed using one's foot, but by using one's hand. This bunch of cabin crew had tried all day to find the power button to no avail, but Zhang Ye had found it immediately. The cabin crew were all holding their breaths as they watched with horror while Zhang Ye controlled the plane. They did not even breathe. This. 800 m, 600 m, 400 m. The plane was still moving downwards, but the propulsion power had reduced the declining speed. When the plane reached a dangerous altitude of 300 m, where one could feel the sea waves by their hands, the plane suddenly reversed the trend and was pulled up by Zhang Ye. "Get it up for me," Zhang Ye shouted. 500 m, 1000 m, 1500 m, moved away from the dangerous zone. The plane flew back into the sky. At that moment, everyone in the cockpit nearly went mad. Cheers from a few air stewardesses erupted. All of them hugged each other excitedly. There were tears of joy. "We are flying up. God, am I dreaming? We are fine. We are fine." The cabin crew youth was too excited. "Teacher Zhang, you really are the best. You really are the best." After that, a few air stewardesses looked at Zhang Ye in a different manner. "What the heck? Did a spirit possess you? You really can king fly a plane?" Chapter 213. Bro, how do I get a Hongqiao airport? In the cabin, Zhang Ye's voice was transmitted. "Please note that the plane is out of the danger zone. I repeat, the plane is out of the dangerous zone. Ah, look out the window. We can't see the sea anymore. It has really flown up." This voice. It's Teacher Zhang Ye flying the plane. Dong Shanshan, who was using her phone to write her will, was dumbfounded upon hearing it. The passengers erupted as they whined and howled with excitement. They could only express their hearts of joy. "We are saved. We are saved. Teacher Zhang is too awesome. He can write songs. He can write novels. He can be a radio host. He can produce commercials. He can write poetry, Buddhist verses and couplets. He can write essays and create internet buzz phrases. He knows kung fu. He knows how to pick locks. Now he even knows how to king fly a plane. Hey, how multi-talented are you?" The 4-year-old girl was most excited. "Wow, Mom. Mom, Brother Superman is too great. Brother Superman has saved us all." In the cockpit, Zhang Ye heard the commotion from outside and almost got carried away. As he flew the plane, he waved to the people behind me. He said heroically, "All of you can go out. Leave it to me in here." The old air stewardess said worriedly, "Are you all right? What a joke, who am I?" Zhang Ye began bragging. The cabin crew youth was already completely impressed by Teacher Zhang Ye, so he said, "We can't help much, so let's not distract Zhang Ye's flying. The more people there are, the more chaotic it becomes. Right, Teacher Zhang, please." After that, the people from inside came out and entered the cabin. Zhang Ye was the only person left in the cockpit as he began to hum a melody to soothe his tense emotions. Outside, a few air stewardesses had found a place to sit down. The fat air stewardess said with a sigh, "This Teacher Zhang sure is great." The old air stewardess said with some doubt, "Does he really know how to fly a plane?" The old granny beside her suddenly said, "Oh, I recalled something. Isn't this young man the one who asked for an invoice in the airport halls? The staff gave him his itinerary, and he still said the invoice was false because there was no scratch it. It's definitely him. He was wearing sunglasses just now. I was lining up just behind him." What? Scratch it. The air stewardesses nearly planted their faces into the ground. After recalling Zhang Ye's previous words of stepping on the gas and changing gears, they really began to feel that Teacher Zhang was not reliable. Fly a plane. He must have blindly pressed the power button just now. A few people looked at the cockpit with fright as their hearts began to beat furiously. What sort of person were they getting to fly the plane? A person who was flying for the first time. A person who wanted to have a scratch it in his itinerary. A person who was talking about stepping on the gas and switching to gear 5 on a plane. This pure layman controlled all their lives. The old granny exclaimed and added on. But that guy was drunk just now and was saying alcohol-induced words, so maybe. The cabin crew youth wiped his sweat. I feel like I should go up ahead and take another look. I think so too. The old air stewardess and company rushed to the cockpit. The door opened. People entered. Zhang Ye turned back. Why are all of you back in here? The thin air stewardess said in a panic. Teacher Zhang, don't joke with us. Your hosting skills are admirable, and your literary skills is peerless, but this is a passenger plane. There are 100 lives on this plane. Are you sure you can handle it? Zhang Ye said confidently. Of course. The old air stewardess looked out the window. Now where are we heading? Zhang Ye said without hesitation. How would I know? We'll just keep driving. The cabin crew youth was dumbfounded. Just keep driving? You don't even know where you are heading and you dared to ask us to leave? Holy shit. I've seen bold people, but they were never that bold. Previously, when they saw Zhang Ye heroically pull up the plane, everyone felt reassured. Seeing him confidently ask them to leave, they thought this fellow was confident. Thankfully, they had asked again, or they would not have known how they died. Isn't this the instrument panel and the display screen? The fat air stewardess said naively. The air routes are fixed, so just follow the line and we will reach the airport. Come, let everyone pitch in. The old air stewardess said. Zhang Ye glanced at them. There's no need for help. The critical thing is that 2 of the direction panels are broken. The same thing for the co-pilot's side. It was all smashed during the scuffle. The cabin crew youth pointed and said, Aren't there a few dials here? Zhang Ye retorted and looked at him. Do you know anything about them? No. The cabin crew youth's voice turned silent. Zhang Ye nodded. So everything has to rely on me. None of you can help. You know? The cabin crew youth's eyes beamed with hope. Zhang Ye said, Of course. See that dial? Those numbers and the English alphabets beside it are. After pausing for a while, he turned around to carry on controlling the plane. All right. Actually, I don't know either. Air stewardesses. Cabin crew youth. Zhang Ye had originally thought that by eating the passenger plan experience books, he would be able to control the plane, but only now did he realize that he only knew tens of the hundreds of knobs and switches in the plane. A few of the display panels that he knew were broken, and he did not know the rest. Only then did he realize how complex flying a plane was. With the knowledge from his 6 experience books, he could be said to be a novice who had just 1 step in the door. It was not enough. If not, why would pilots need to undergo years of training? He probably needed to eat tens of passenger plane skill books to catch up to professional pilots. The experience from 6 skill books was too little. But what could he do? He only had that little bit of experience and could only use the existing conditions. The old air stewardess lips turned white. The communications equipment are broken and the instruments are damaged. With no way to determine our location, how are we to land? The fat air stewardess stayed calm and raised an idea. Is there any open space nearby? The cabin crew youth scratched his head. We don't even know where we are. There's no navigation at all. And there's no land. This flight path is either sea or city. You don't expect us to land in the city, right? Not only will our plane crash, we would cause more casualties. We need to find an airport. The fat air stewardess looked at her watch. According to the time, we shouldn't be too far from Shanghai. Another air stewardess from behind the old air stewardess said, Keep trying to make contact with the ground. If we are near a city, maybe the cell phone signal will be stronger. The air stewardess responded and tried to make a call again. The old air stewardess carried on. Who has a way to determine the locations of airports? Should we fly at a low altitude to search for a path? Is there enough gas? There's still enough gas, but not by much. We can't fly in low altitudes. Hitting a bunch of birds can cause the plane to crash. Is there an instruction manual? To see how the compass dial is used. The situation was urgent as everyone rushed to give an opinion. But all their ideas were very rigid and traditional. Only Zhang Ye had an open mind. He noticed a shadow pass by him and immediately bent his back. Don't say another word. Silence. I have a way. What way? Everyone looked over. But after this steeping on the gas and shifting gears and the itinerary scratch-if incidents, the cabin crew still remained skeptical with teacher Zhang Ye's words. Look, Zhang Ye pointed to the front. See what? The few of them immediately looked up. The next second, the cabin crew saw a plane not far away. From the size, it was also a passenger plane. In the direction they were heading, they were on the same route as them. Shanghai was one of the top-ranked cities, so there were countless numbers of aircraft taking off and landing nearby. Because of the near crash from before, their flight path had been messed up. So meeting another passenger plane was not rare. Zhang Ye seemed to have found his savior and immediately turned on the emergency contact frequency. He did not care if the pilot of the other plane could hear him. The words he immediately said made people nearly vomit blood. They heard Zhang Ye say in a especially easygoing and casual manner, "Hey bro, can I get some directions? How do I get to Hongqiao Airport?" That feeling was like asking some old man on the road casually, "Grandpa, how do I get to the train station? Head towards the east at the next junction? Thanks." But the other passenger plane did not respond. They did not manage to make contact at all. The old air stewardess thought that if the pilot from that plane had heard those words, he would have vomited blood. Who the F*** K has seen a plane ask another plane for directions? Chapter 214. You China Airlines are too much a bully. Say something. Bro. Hey, the plane over there. Do you F*** King know the way to Hongqiao Airport? Zhang Ye was not resigned as he shouted a few times. However, the communication did not work. With teacher Zhang's low-grade words, the air stewardesses were completely speechless. But they still agreed with teacher Zhang's words. The old air stewardess quickly gave her analysis. If we did not go off course when we were descending, then the planes from far away would be on the same flight path as us. They are most likely also heading towards Hongqiao Airport. After all, there aren't many airports around here. The largest one is also Hongqiao Airport. Typically, any aircraft that are around here land and take off from there. Zhang Ye slapped his armrest. That's right. I just need to keep up with them and for them to lead the way. Then we can find the airport. Even if it's not Hongqiao Airport, as long as we can land, that's all that matters. The cabin crew began discussing and felt that this idea was feasible. They could not care any further, as they all agreed to this proposal. The fat air stewardess suddenly pointed ahead. I can't see that plane anymore. The clouds were too dense, and it was all dark underneath as there was haze. This world's haze was not lesser than Zhang Ye's world. PMXX, particulate matter, were all frightening. Follow quickly. The cabin crew youth was more anxious than Zhang Ye. He pointed in a direction. That way, that way. Don't let them get away. There was only one person who could fly the plane. The old air stewardess looked at Zhang Ye and said, Teacher Zhang, we are all depending on you. Don't worry. They can't run away. Zhang Ye accelerated the plane. Knowing that this was their lifeline, how could he let it go? The clouds were dense and visibility was low. If there was still radar, they could tell the location of the other passenger plane, but now with most of the display equipment smashed, they could not be used. They could only use their naked eyes to lock on. The visual range in the cockpit was very limited, and due to the angles, it was not easy to see. Where did it go? Where is it? Where? I see it. On the left. They are reducing their altitude. Teacher Zhang, quickly chase it on the left. A few air stewardesses chattered immediately. Zhang Ye rolled up his sleeves and increased the driving force and chased. Damn, to think you want to race cars with me? I won't lose to you. The cabin crew youth had nearly wanted to say countless times that this was not car driving but flying a plane, but he did not say a word. High altitude. The passenger plane not far away. This was a Hainan Airlines flight. It did not provoke anyone and was flying its course, but no one expected the radar to detect another China Airlines plane. It was approaching their plane, so the pilot sped up to maintain a safe distance away from the China Airlines plane. The Hainan Airlines main pilot immediately transmitted, "This is Hainan Airlines 7781. Your route has deviated. I repeat, your route has deviated. Please immediately correct your route." No response. The co-pilot said unhappily, "We can't connect?" The pilot frowned. What the heck is that flight doing? The co-pilot guessed. It must be manually operated and controlled by the co-pilot. There's an 80% chance that he's a pilot trainee. But even so, he shouldn't be doing this. The pilot said, it doesn't seem like a pilot trainee. It can't be that they don't even turn on their communications, right? As the two of them were guessing, the co-pilot suddenly screamed and even cursed. F***K your sister. Quickly dodge. They accelerated and chased after us. The pilot was also shocked that he was covered in cold sweat. As he cursed, he adjusted his height. Who the F***K is flying that plane? Do you want to die? Phew. The China Airlines plane exceeded the speed of the Hainan Airlines plane and rushed to its side, and was almost flying parallel to it. The distance between the two planes was only 100 m. What did it mean by 100 m? If two people were standing on a street, 100 m was quite a distance. They could only see each other vaguely. But in the air, these were two passenger planes. 100 m was not called a distance. It had the feeling of being shoulder to shoulder. One could use the two planes' windows to see the expressions of the other side. The China Airlines passengers were calm. After experiencing a hijack and having nearly crashed into the sea, all of them had made the necessary mental preparations. They had nearly died a few times, so this close-distance flying was nothing more than just a fart. And they knew that the person flying their plane was once a television host, and he did literary works. F***K it. If that guy could fly a passenger plane, it was not bad. They were already lucky, so they did not have much expectations. But the Hainan Airlines passengers were not mentally prepared. Upon seeing this shocking scene, seeing the aircraft so near to them, the Hainan Airlines passengers nearly peed from the shock. Holy shit. Quickly get away. A plane is colliding with us. We are about to hit. We are about to hit. The Hainan Airlines plane was in a mess. The Hainan Airlines air stewardesses were all frightened as their faces turned pale. As they were trying to maintain order while suppressing their fear, they made sure everyone wore their seatbelts and would not leave their seats. After that, they rushed to the pilots and asked, "What's the matter?" "There's King retard beside us." The person who said this was a quiet air stewardess. She had even received Best Conduct Meritorious awards previously, but one could tell that she was filled with emotion with her swearing. Anyone would curse if they encountered this. The two pilots also wanted to know what was going on. The co-pilot said angrily, "Do they even know how to fly?" The pilot did not hold a grudge. "Cut it out. Let's dodge and slow down to let them pass. We got to cool down. Safety comes first." But when the Hainan Airlines plane lowered their speed and opened up a safety distance, another scene that made them curse happened. Although the Hainan Airlines plane had lowered its speed, the China Airlines plane behind them did not relent and kept close to them. When the Hainan Airlines plane raised 5 degrees, they would also raise 5 degrees. When the Hainan Airlines plane rose in altitude, the China Airlines plane also rose in altitude. The feeling was that of a weasel chasing after a chicken after catching sight of it. No matter how cool-headed the Hainan Airlines people were, they could not take it anymore. F***K. I know you China Airlines are the best amongst the domestic airlines. But you can't King bully us like this. The pilots immediately reported this matter to the Hongqiao Airport Command Center on the ground. Ground control. Ground control. This is Hainan Airlines 7781. Roger, this is ground control. Please speak. A female voice came. The pilot was wishing he could smash something as he said, "There is a China Airlines plane that has deviated from its flight path. It has made provocative moves to us. It has been following our plane within the safety distance, awaiting instructions from ground control." He then described in detail without any swearing, but his tone expressed his crew's anger. Ground control said, "Which flight number is it?" The pilot said, "Its label says CA 1883. After a pause in the communications with ground control, a middle-aged man's rapid voice was heard. 7781. This is ground control. We lost communications with the plane, CA 1883, you mentioned 25 minutes ago. The last transmission we received from that flight was muffled sounds and smashing sounds. Preliminary suspicion is that the flight has encountered some sudden damage to the flight controls. According to your description, we believe that CA 1883 has lost its ability to follow a flight path, and we wish for you to lead the way." The pilot was stunned. Some sudden event had happened? Was it a hijacking? Repeat. Please take responsibility to guide the plane. Please. Respond upon receiving this. The middle-aged man said seriously. The pilot's face turned serious. Roger. We will lead the plane to the assigned location at Hongqiao Airport. Please give us a new flight path. Roger. We will begin implementing total traffic control. All priority will be given to both your planes. Please maintain a safety distance and keep in constant communication. The middle-aged man said nervously. On the China Airlines plane, seeing the Hainan Airlines plane not running away, Zhang Ye could not help but let out a laugh. Competing your speed with me? Car racing with me? You guys are too inexperienced. Cabin crew members, percent and hashtag #at. It was clearly you trying to get them to lead the way. When did it become car racing? And where the F***K did you get a car? Chapter 215. Everyone's attention on the plane that lost communications. Hongqiao Airport. Ground Control Command Center. A few of the airport's leaders were sitting on pins and needles as they directed traffic control. A few of the leaders and administrators from China Airlines also rushed here upon realizing that they had lost communication with one of their planes. They had just arrived. The atmosphere was dreary and suppressed. The voices of the operators rang out from the small hall as two planes that were about to land were not permitted to land. They were redirected to an airspace in the south. With complete control over the airspace by the airport, all planes were banned from taking off or landing. The runways had been opened up. Ambulances, fire engines, and police had all taken up position. Something had happened. Something big had happened. Their airport had gone without any mishap for years. This was the first time they had experienced such a serious loss of communication. No one expected it to happen today, and everyone's faces were ugly. The airport head held his breath as he tensely said, "How is it?" An operator turned around and said, "We still can't get in contact with CA 1883. Another operator said, "Hainan Airlines 7781 has entered Zone C. CA 1883 is following closely behind. They are expected to arrive in Hongqiao Airport airspace in about 7 minutes." The airport head ordered, "Do not interrupt any communications. Make sure to be kept abreast of the situation." It could be seen that everyone within the command center was nervous. It would be odd to not be nervous. This was a plane. Any inattentiveness would result in the plane crashing and the loss of lives. At this moment, the city's public security department officials had arrived. After some exchanges to understand the situation, one said, "The city mayor is on the way here. We are mainly heeding your command. If there's any need for us, feel free to tell us." Suddenly, an airport staff member's phone rang. Everyone looked at him with a frown. The staff member wanted to cut off the call, as he did not dare pick up the call with so many leaders around. But upon seeing the number, he was shocked. He immediately picked it up. "Hello? June. What has happened to you? What is going on with you? Did something happen?" "Wang, Director Wang." The female voice was intermittent as the signal was unstable. "Thank you, Vens. We finally managed to get through." "Get through?" The staff immediately shouted to the rest. "It's a flight attendant of CA 1883. Aya." A staff slapped his leg. "We finally managed to get in touch." Another airport official said, "Give me the phone." The airport head charged forward and took the phone. "I'll be the one in contact. What is the situation now?" Saying that, he pressed speaker mode button for everyone to listen. The air stewardess was full of words. Upon hearing a familiar voice, she was so excited as she said and cried, "We don't know what happened in the beginning. A person suddenly stabbed one of our flight attendants and then rushed into the cockpit. Later, 2 of his accomplices blocked the cabin. We had been hijacked midway through our flight. Thankfully, there was an expert amongst our passengers, and through the hard work of the flight crew and the passengers, we managed to restrain the hijacking terrorists. We managed to regain control of the cockpit, but many of the instruments inside were destroyed. There was no way to determine our flight path, nor was there autopilot. The pilot and co-pilot were seriously injured and are unconscious. Now, we are following a Hainan Airlines plane, hoping to reach the airport. It was really a hijacking. Everyone's faces changed. The airport head quickly said, "You handled it very well. The Hainan Airlines flight will be responsible in guiding you. We have already implemented complete air traffic control. All favorable conditions are provided for your landing. The Hainan Airlines plane will bring you to the airport. Upon saying this, he suddenly felt something amiss. With a blink and a moment of thought, his body trembled, and suddenly said, "Wait, wait first. You said the pilot and co-pilot were seriously injured and unconscious? And there's no autopilot? Then who is flying the plane?" "Right. Who is flying the plane?" The command center people suddenly thought of this problem and were greatly shocked. The air stewardess stuttered, that, currently, the person flying the plane is Beijing's teacher Zhang Ye." "Teacher Zhang Ye? Who is he?" The airport head said with a pleasant surprise. "A teacher from a flight college? Or is it some retired passenger plane pilot?" The air stewardess said, "No, teacher Zhang Ye was a television host." "What? Host?" The command center suddenly turned into an uproar. The airport head said angrily, "You let a television host fly a plane? What are you guys thinking? This is 100 lives. If not for there being so many people, and with the public security administrators present, he would have jumped up and cursed. Is there a bun for your brain in your head? A bun?" Upon hearing this, the air stewardess felt a sense of helplessness. Just the way teacher Zhang Yi flew the plane, and how he had the intention to car race the moment he hit the controls. Did you think that they wanted to let Zhang Yi fly the plane? The car racing scene with the Hainan Airlines plane had terrified many of them early on. But what could they do? The air stewardess said. But all that was left was the sound of doo-doo. "Hello? Hello?" The airport head said loudly. The line had been cut up. There was no signal, although they tried calling again. The airport head was in a panic as he shouted, "Get an additional 5 ambulances and fire engines. Hurry. If the airport doesn't have enough, transfer them from surrounding areas." The China Airlines CEO was also in shock. A host, who was a complete layman, was flying the plane. And the autopilot was broken? And it had to be manually operated? Their first reaction was, "We're doomed." The chances of those people surviving was 0. This was a plane, not a motorbike. It was not something a layperson could handle. At the same time, on the China Airlines plane, the thin air stewardess rushed into the cockpit. "I've made contact with the ground." The old air stewardess turned around. "Where's the phone? Let me speak." "The signal has been cut off. I have already reported our situation to the ground. The head has told us to follow the Hainan Airlines plane. The airport is in completely control over air traffic. Everyone is waiting for us." The thin air stewardess saw a glimmer of hope, but seeing the extremely unreliable Zhang Yi, who was sitting in the pilot's seat, all the hope she had disappeared. The old air stewardess pointed out, "The Hainan Airlines plane is descending. Look, we can see the airport already." Zhang Yi had already felt the difference between flying a plane and driving a car. It was completely different. Your target was at most to travel the world with a car, but flying a plane gave Zhang Yi a feeling of traversing the stars. It was a great feeling. He took a deep breath. "Return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. The descent would be filled with tremors. You guys can't stand here." The fat air stewardess' eyes glistened with tears. "Can we really have a smooth landing?" The cabin crew youth's eyes turned gloomy as he bit his lips. The takeoff and landing of a plane is the most difficult part, especially with it being manually controlled. Even a co-pilot who has a year's experience might not do well. It requires many years of theory learning and practical experience. After experiencing so much danger, what was left was the most critical descent, but he still felt the chances of survival was slim. The old air stewardess looked at Zhang Yi, and her gaze was filled with mixed emotions. "Our lives are in your hands. Young man, please." Zhang Yi said, "I'll do my best." The old air stewardess hesitated. "If anything happens during the plane landing, this place is the most dangerous spot. There is almost no chance of survival." "Are you sure?" The fat air stewardess echoed. "Right. If you don't want to do so, we won't say anything. Just telling us how to land would do. This was supposed to be the flight crew, our responsibility, and not a risk a passenger should undertake. If not, should I do it?" The cabin crew youth also said, "If it's anyone, it has to be me." Zhang Yi looked at them and said in an awe-inspiring but serious manner, "Don't argue. How can my personal life be compared to everyone's? Even though this spot is the most dangerous spot, I will risk my life to land it properly. To protect the lives of everyone, my personal life is not important." The cabin crew youth was infected by this and clenched his fist. "What you said is great." A few of the air stewardesses was impressed. "Look at his morals. Look at his style. Previously, when they had transmitted to the cabin to calm everyone down, they forgot to switch off the transmission. So Zhang Ye's words reached both economy and business class. Upon hearing Zhang Ye's words, the passengers were moved. Teacher Zhang, a girl's eyes turned red. Kid, no matter if we come out alive or dead, we can only thank you. And Annie shouted. Another middle-aged woman also felt encouraged and shouted, That's right. He's a celebrity and a host. Yet he's risking death by sitting in the most dangerous place to fly the plane for us. What are we crying for? We must cheer up, right? Don't cry. Everyone, let's pray together. We must trust in Teacher Zhang. That's right. We will surely land successfully. For sure, everyone was inspired by Zhang Ye's magnanimous spirit. All of them renewed themselves with a strong desire to live. The old air stewardess pinched Zhang Ye's shoulders and said, You be careful yourself. If we are to survive, all the air stewardesses in our airline will become your brainless fans. Even if you were to release a car racing program, we would support it too. Why does it feel like you are scolding me? Zhang Ye asked. Suddenly, someone came in from outside. It was Dong Shanshan, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked at her and smiled miserably. Hurry back and sit well. Dong Shanshan hesitated before nodding slightly. Be careful. Got it. Zhang Ye nudged his palm forward. After that, all the cabin crew members returned to their cabin seats. The moment the door closed, Zhang Ye was left alone in the cockpit. Seeing that there was no one left, Zhang Ye began crying. Your sister, you guys really think I wish to stay here? If any one of you King knew where the throttle was, I would not be King risking my life sitting here. I was left with no choice. If any of the two pilots could still move, I would be the one who would be running King faster than any one of you. You think I really am a retard? Chapter 216, The Hair-Raising Landing. In the cockpit, the airport control tower could be seen in the distance. Many fire engines and ambulances were on standby below. It was obvious that everyone on the ground was paying attention to their plane. In the plane, the old air stewardess looked out the window and began pursing her lips as she muttered, Just the last step. Just one more step. Come on. The fat air stewardess had her eyes closed as she prayed and did not say a word. The thin air stewardess and a few other passengers had their heads lowered as they wrote their wills. They were prepared for the worst. The cabin crew youth who had been in fear all along no longer thought much. There was no meaning to it. The only person in the plane that could barely control the plane was Zhang Ye. He could only place all his hopes on Zhang Ye. He only wished that the teacher Zhang who was shouting, Step on the gas, switching to gear 5, previously would not use a method like step on the brakes, pulling the handbrake, to land the plane. If not, they would really King die on this runway. Compared to them, Zhang Ye was undergoing the greatest stress. He too was nervous. Don't you see this fellow's legs trembling? He had never encountered such a huge situation before. But now he was forced into this position with no turning back. He could only reduce the plane's speed as he cheered on himself. How to cheer. How to gain courage. Singing. He began singing the song from his world. Let's meet at the next juncture. Why did he sing this song? Nonsense. What else could muster courage better than Brother Chun's song? And Zhang Ye hoped that even if he were to sacrifice himself, he would have the opportunity to be resurrected in place in the future. After taking a breath, Zhang Ye tried the landing gear. Seeing the landing gear symbol appear on his display screen, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this button was not broken. The landing gear could be deployed. The only thing left for him was to lower the speed and find the longest runway to land. The planes of this time all had a blind drop system. It just needed to synchronize with the system to work, but firstly Zhang Ye did not know this. Secondly, many of the apparatus were broken. There was no way of controlling it, so he had to use his naked eye and intuition to recognize and judge. Thankfully, the automatic procedure these days were advanced. For example, an A320 could maintain a level angle automatically under normal circumstances. Even the rudder was done through sensors and did not need to be controlled by the cockpit. As such, the difficulty was greatly reduced for Zhang Ye. Let's land. K. Who cares? After circling twice in the air, Zhang Ye went all out. He switched on the cabin transmission. Dear passengers, this will be the last transmission in this flight. Those who have not taken off your shoes, glasses, or any sharp objects. Please do so as soon as possible. We will attempt landing in 30 seconds. Wish us luck. Cease transmission. He had arrived above the airport. Zhang Ye superstitiously prayed to the heavens, and with his eyes focused and without distraction, he lowered the plane's nose in a determined manner. The plane's angle clearly did not look good. In fact, it could be said to be eye-shocking. On the ground, runway perimeter. A portion of the ground control people remained in the tower while the rest all rushed out. Seeing the China Airlines plane overhead, they felt their hearts in their mouths. The leaders stared with rounded eyes as their bodies tensed up. All the firemen were on standby. Below the control tower were about 20 beautiful air stewardesses. Everybody hold hands. Right, let's pray together. They will definitely be all right. Sob, definitely. June, Sis Zhao, stay strong. The air stewardesses held hands and prayed for their sisters in the plane. Many of the airport staff covered their eyes and did not dare look. It was descending. The plane was coming down. Could the plane land at such an angle? A very experienced and retired pilot present screamed, "No good. This angle won't work. The plane's nose is too low. It will make contact with the ground." A few pilots also exclaimed, "The speed is too fast. It should be slowed down more. Otherwise, the buffer distance is not enough." What do we do? We're finished. June and company are still on that plane. Seeing the plane about to crash, everyone screamed. The passengers on the plane also saw the horror in the eyes of the ground crew. A few air stewardesses looked at each other with tears in their eyes. They understood that it was more ominous than propitious. It was not enough. They had worked hard so many times. Why did they still have to die? People were very sensitive the moment before they died. Many things flashed past their minds as they felt how the heavens were unfair. They were unwilling to submit to fate. They did not want to die. The fat air stewardess shouted. The old air stewardess covered her face and did not dare look. The little girl who called Zhang Ye, Brother Superman, was curled up and shivering in fear. About 200 m off the ground, Zhang Ye felt that the angle of approach was not right. He did not intend for it to be so, but as he was descending, the plane had received great airflow resistance, so the fuselage deviated from his expectations. Besides, Zhang Ye had no prior experience. The nose was too low, and if this carried on, he did not know if the nose or the landing gear would first come into contact with the ground. Crisis was imminent. This was the end. Zhang Ye was flustered. He knew that it wouldn't work if this carried on. There was not enough time left. 180 m, 150 m. Suddenly, Zhang Ye used all his strength to pull on the controls. Get it up for me. Up. Just a bit. Just a tiny bit would do. A thud. The plane had come into contact with the ground. This sound almost scared the wits out of Zhang Ye. The entire plane began to rumble, without control, as if it was to explode any second. Zhang Ye was so afraid that he closed his eyes. He waited for a second before he opened his eyes again. He realized that the cockpit was fine. The nose was fine too. He had pulled back the plane to a proper balance during the most critical landing process. This could really be described as a miracle. Only a person like Zhang Ye, who was fearless and a pure layman, could create this miracle. Because if an experienced pilot were to encounter this situation, they would choose to increase the throttle and attempt landing again at a better angle. But that method did not work in this situation as they were too low. The plane could not be pulled back up and would end up not being able to stop after accelerating. However, Zhang Ye managed it. It wasn't because he was awesome, but because he was purely a layman and by not having fear from ignorance. As the saying goes, fools are bold. But the greatest danger had not been eliminated. The plane was heading straight across the runway. Clearly, he did not control the descending speed well. It was too fast, and the point of landing was not chosen properly. It was only midway of the runway, and the path was a bit slanted. The plane had long gone off the normal pathway and was sliding diagonally into an open space. Just ahead was a passenger plane parked there and a terminal. Zhang Ye immediately reduced his speed. Stop. Please stop. The plane's body began to shake, causing Zhang Ye to feel dizzy from the tremor. The passengers and flight crew were all screaming as they felt the moment of their death approaching. This time both felt very short and very long, as if a century had passed, when suddenly it became silent. Zhang Ye, who had his eyes shut tightly, was the first to open his eyes. This was because he heard a system message. Countdown complete. 10x game difficulty adjustment has ended. In the cabin, it was complete silence before a few voices erupted. We aren't dead? Is this heaven? The fat air stewardess rubbed her eyes. Look! Quickly look outside. The thin air stewardess stuttered with excitement. She began screaming as if she was mad. The fat air stewardess looked up as Dong Shanshan and the other passengers looked out the window. Heavens! It was the ground. The fire engines and ambulances were approaching them. It was the faces of pleasantly surprised rescue and airport personnel. And there were the familiar faces of their colleagues. The plane had come to a stop. They had landed in the airport. Oh my God! We landed. We landed. Someone pinch me. Am I dreaming? We have came back to life. We are safe. Sob, sob, sob. We are safe. At this moment, whatever said was nonsense. The cabin crew youth unfastened his seat belts with trembling hands. He nearly jumped out from his seat and threw up his hands into the air to yell for 10 seconds. With his lead, the passengers quickly unfastened their seat belts. As they cried, they screamed. The entire cabin was filled with screams and cheers. Everyone was dancing to express their joy. The entire plane was in a tumultuous uproar. Chapter 217. The applause for Teacher Zhang. In the cockpit, hearing the jubilant uproar from the passengers, Zhang Ye looked straight ahead in a daze and then to the side. He was covered in sweat after having survived a disaster. 7 meters. He was just short of another 7 meters before he would have hit that parked passenger plane. This 7 meters separated him from life and death. Zhang Ye once wondered if he had died himself, because from his angle, he could see if there were dead mosquitoes on the plane across him. It was that close. Zhang Ye had tried singing as a last resort, hoping that the plane would stop before colliding. He never expected a miracle to happen. Zhang Ye's "Let's meet at the next juncture" was so powerful that it stopped the plane. It was a divine song. An absolute divine song. His entire body went limp on the pilot's seat. He used his last bit of strength to release the safety and open the airplane doors, facilitating the disembarkation of the passengers. He laid there motionless and rested his head. He didn't even know what he was feeling. He was terribly frightened. He had nearly died without a proper resting place. Amongst the thousands of phrases available, Zhang Ye only wanted to say one thing. That was, Brother Chun's song is so ***king useful. Don't speak about flying a plane in the future. Just having Brother Chun's song will give me the courage to even ***king fly a carrier. In the back cabin, the airport staff in charge of the rescue quickly brought a dock ladder over. They connected the cabin doors, and the rescue team was the first to rush in. The old air stewardess interrupted the excited passengers and cabin crew. We need to transport the wounded first. Right. There were 3 heavily injured people on board the plane. After sharing weal and woe, the passengers were extremely cohesive. No one said anything else, and helped the rescue team carry the wounded off the plane. There were even 5 burly passengers who pulled the 3 unconscious hijacking terrorists off the plane and passed them to the police. After doing this, everyone disembarked the plane according to instructions. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds and the familiar ground, many of those who did not shed a tear in the plane nearly wept. It was great to be alive. There were a lot of people rushing over. June, Sisqua, you've scared us to death. More than 10 friends and colleagues had been long awaiting for their arrival, so they rushed forward. The fat and thin air stewardesses felt a lump in their throat as they hugged their sisters before they cried. Even the most calm and composed old air stewardess dropped a few tears from the excitement of seeing her familiar sisters. The airport's leaders and China Airlines leaders walked over. Seeing the plane's risky landing angle, and having heard all the experienced professional pilots' analysis, they never expected the plane to land safe and sound. They were extremely excited, and a middle-aged man came forward and said loudly, "Comrades, you did well. You did extremely well. Facing such an emergency and not lose your calm. Being able to suppress the pressure at the critical moment. Minimizing economic and human loss. Our China Airlines are extremely proud of you heroes. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, leader. It was necessary. It was not hard work at all. They really did not find it hard, because they had done nothing once the hijacking occurred." The China Airlines leader smiled. "Don't be modest. We will definitely compliment and award you when we return. The old air stewardess immediately said, Leader, we really did not do anything. This was mainly due to one of our passengers' help. She looked at the plane's hatch. That person had not disembarked. Truthfully, in response to this incident, they as cabin crew really lacked the composure and experience needed to deal with it. They had panicked themselves, and if not for teacher Zhang Ye volunteering to risk his life, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Passenger? Which passenger? A few leaders asked. He is still on the plane. The old air stewardess said. Let's go. Let's talk only when we get back. There are still a lot of things to do here. The air traffic control needs to be halted too. We can't stay on the runway. An airport administrator said. The leaders immediately led their staff to help and evacuate the passengers, allowing the heroic cabin crew's air stewardesses to quickly rest. But the air stewardesses did not leave. The passengers also did not leave. They were all looking firmly at the plane hatch. All of them were waiting for one person. For some unknown reason, the entire scene fell into silence. In the cabin, Zhang Ye was the last person remaining on the plane. After he recovered from his nearly collapsed state, he unbuckled his seatbelt and his earpiece before pushing the door to the cockpit. He did not alight from the plane, but the first thing he did was to clasp his legs while he ran to the lavatory to settle a problem. The huge ups and downs in the crisis had nearly made him pee himself. He had that feeling once again. Phew. His body was lightened. Only then did Zhang Ye begin walking to the hatch. But at the moment he stood there, he stopped. He was surprised to see the packed crowd below. He's out. It's Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is coming down. Everyone was looking at him. What was this? 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan began clapping. It was followed by a second person, a 10th person, and the 100th person. The other airport in China. Airlines personnel stared with uncomprehending looks at Zhang Ye. The applause was tumultuous. Everyone was clapping for Zhang Ye. The 100 claps could even drown the noise of the airport. It was like an explosive scene in a live concert. Great. You are too awesome. If not for you, we would not have survived. If you are buying a house in the future, look for me. I'll give you a 20% discount. Teacher Little Zhang, when you are free, come to Granny's place for a meal. Brother Superman, thank you. The little girl with a childish tone. Zhang Ye felt flattered as he walked down. You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. I didn't do anything. When he reached the ground, the fat air stewardess took the initiative to step forward. You saved the lives of everyone on board. How can you say that you didn't do anything? We really do not know how to thank you, yes. Saying that the fat air stewardess suddenly kissed Zhang Ye on the cheek. You were too cool today. Zhang Ye nearly choked. The thin air stewardess did not hold back and shyly kissed Zhang Ye on the other cheek. The old air stewardess laughed and walked over, giving Zhang Ye a kiss on the forehead. If this elder sister wasn't married, I would have gone with you. With a face full of lipstick marks, Zhang Ye felt his face go warm. Ahem, about that. Woo! Many people shouted again. Another round of applause rang for Zhang Ye once again. This was what he deserved. Everyone was sincere in their gratitude. They all knew that without him, they would never have the chance to stand here. He was definitely their savior. The airport leaders and the surrounding staff looked at Zhang Ye with surprise. This was the person who landed the plane by himself, saving everyone's lives. He was so young. The person who flew the plane was really a radio host. Even when they saw him in person, they still could not believe it. On another runway, the Hainan Airlines plane that was responsible to lead the way landed. The moment the plane stopped, 2 pilots and a few air stewardesses rushed over angrily. The old air stewardess looked at them. Oh, Brother Zhao? It was your plane. Although they were not from the same company, they often met, so everyone knew each other. The other Hainan Airlines pilots looked at the old air stewardess. It was your plane? The old air stewardess laughed. Yes, thank you to all of you. The co-pilot did not care and was enraged. Do you only know to thank us? An emergency situation happened with your plane, so we wouldn't say anything about it. It was inevitable, but we were ***king guiding you, and even gave you a signal. Why did you stick so close to us? Do you know how dangerous that was? Numerous passengers on our plane cried due to the fright. Who was the one flying the plane? Was it old Joe? Get him out here. I definitely need to say something to him. This was absolutely bullying. The fat air stewardess answered, Brother, Zhou is seriously injured and has been taken away by the ambulance. The Hainan Airlines pilot was shocked. Then was it flown by the co-pilot? But even a co-pilot wouldn't have such poor techniques. How can you bite at our plane's ass so closely? Do you think you guys were car racing? The fat air stewardess said. The co-pilot is also seriously injured. The person flying the plane, the old air stewardess pointed in Zhang Ye's direction, was teacher Zhang Ye, a famous radio host from Beijing. The Hainan Airlines pilot scoffed. Come on, who are you bluffing? Are you pushing the blame all onto a layperson? We don't really want anything, but want to mention that this matter was too dangerous. The thin air stewardess was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry, but it really was teacher Zhang flying the plane. Seeing all of them looking as if it was only right and proper, the Hainan Airlines pilot and flight attendants were dumbfounded. Was it flown by autopilot? The China Airlines cabin crew youth said. It was manually operated. The Hainan Airlines people looked at each other and went silent. F***K. A layman can King fly the plane and land? No wonder. No wonder when they were leading the way, they felt that the plane was chasing them without following any flying codes, and it felt like it was driven like a car. What is the matter? The airport leader came over. He had only received a general overview of the situation and was lacking in detailed information. The public security department people came. They needed to investigate it thoroughly. I'll give the details. As they walked towards the terminal, the old air stewardess narrated to the leaders and the public security officials. After the hijacking, one of the criminals was in control of the cockpit and the other two criminals were blocking the door outside. They were Muay Thai experts. About 10 strong passengers went up, but were all defeated by them. The passengers were not their match at all. They even wanted to kill later on. The China Airlines leader gasped. Then how did you? The old air stewardess said appreciatively. It was teacher Zhang Ye who blocked them. Later the cockpit was locked, and it was teacher Zhang Ye who used a tool to pry it open. Later he flew the plane and landed us. Zhang Ye. Everything was done for Zhang Ye. He was that powerful. What the heck? How much stimulants were injected into you? Chapter 218. The Kissing Bet with the School Bell. At night, at 7 p.m., Zhang Ye was finally leaving the airport. The moment he stepped out, a group of reporters, an estimated 40 to 50 of them and another 7 to 8 holding cameras, surrounded him. It was as if the whole of Shanghai's newspaper agencies and television stations had gathered here. Zhang Ye was blinded by multiple bursts of camera flashes. He could not see clearly what was in front of him as the reporters took photos and asked questions one after another. Teacher. Zhang Ye. I'm from Shanghai Daily News. Please tell us about how you felt during the hijack. I'm from Shanghai Television Station. Please accept our interview. We heard that you were the one who landed the aircraft at the airport, saving hundreds of lives. How did you do it? As a radio host, how did you learn to fly an aircraft? And it's even a commercial airliner? Did you receive some sort of special training before? Zhang Ye had nothing to say. How could he explain? He couldn't possibly tell them Shandong Lanxiang Vocational School. Zhang Ye said vaguely, I do not know how to fly an aircraft. It was just coincidental meddling. The two pilots were injured badly and unconscious. The autopilot was also damaged. I was forced by the circumstances. To land the plane hugely depended on luck. But you increased the throttle of the plane? A wild guess. You also put down the landing gears. A wild guess. And you decreased the speed while landing too? A wild guess. The reporters went, $$ hashtag at it hashtag, percent hashtag at. Guess your sister. How could everything be a wild guess? How could such things even be blindly matched? The stewardesses and those who worked on the plane didn't even know what the buttons were for or how to fly the plane. They were all blindly trying and failing. But yet, you, a host from Beijing, could make wild guesses and fly it successfully? Just randomly switching on a button and you could decrease the speed? Just randomly pushing a button and the landing gears came down? What the heck? Why don't you say that those buttons were voice-activated instead? We would be stupid to believe you. The reporters surrounded him and did not let him leave. But faced with such a situation, Zhang Ye did not panic like the other passengers who had been interviewed earlier. He had after all seen it all before in television work. Besides, he was also a hooligan who had made trouble during a live broadcast before. So how would he be overwhelmed by these reporters? No matter what they asked, Zhang Ye only said, wild guess. I had a lot of luck. You don't believe? So be it. Even if you don't believe, it was all still due to wild guesses. In the end, the reporters could do nothing about Zhang Ye. They were all in the media line, so they understood that such a person were the hardest to deal with. They knew him like they knew themselves. They could not fool anyone. In front, a van stopped. The door opened, and a driver said, "Teacher Zhang, please get in. I am with the airport crew. The leader would like us to send you to the hotel." Zhang Ye answered, "I will go by myself. You don't need to be troubled." The driver said, "How can we do that? The hotel has been booked, and there will be a celebration party tonight. We would like to invite you as you are the star today. You can't be absent." Then, all right. Zhang Ye went into the van. The van moved off. Zhang Ye saw 3 or 4 people inside around him. They looked familiar, probably the passengers from the plane. Dong Shanshan was there too. "Teacher Zhang, Brother Zhang." The few passengers greeted him courteously. Dong Shanshan played with her sexy curled-up hair, smiling. "Yo." To make up for the psychological stress of the passengers, and also to thank them for sticking together and prevent a tragedy, the airline had booked a hotel and arranged for a majority of the passengers willing to join the celebrations. Only those who had urgent matters to attend did not participate. "Classmate Zhang," Dong Shanshan said with a sigh, "it's been about 2 years since we met, but you really made me change my view of you. Just how talented are you?" Zhang Ye still answered the same. "I was just lucky today. I guess my way through." A teen asked curiously, "You two know each other?" Zhang Ye smiled. "We were in the same class in college." "Oh, that's how it is. I am a fan of Teacher Dong and a local-bred Shangxi guy." "Teacher Zhang, you were from media college too?" "Hee hee. Looks like I should choose to apply to the media college too when I take my college entrance exams. That's a place where I can make good of my life." He joked. The teen gave up his seat without being asked to. "Here, let me change seats. Teacher Dong, you sit with Teacher Zhang." "All right, thank you." Dong Shanshan then sat over. When the school bell sat down, 2 slender legs were put in front of Zhang Ye's eyes. They stuck beside his own leg as the space in the van was rather small and crowded. Zhang Ye subconsciously took a look at her legs. Dong Shanshan stared at him, whispering, "What are you looking at?" "I'm sorry," Zhang Ye said apologetically. "Why so serious?" Dong Shanshan smiled. "You saved my life. It's no big deal if you took a look. It's great to be alive." Zhang Ye suddenly remembered. He blinked and leaned over, whispering, "Oh right, we made a bet when we were on the plane. You said that if everyone survived the hijack, you would." Dong Shanshan looked at him. Did I say anything?" Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "This sounds like the precursors of you trying to back out." Haha, I don't really remember much." Dong Shanshan's big eyes shyly avoided him. Zhang Ye was at a loss for words. He did not expect the school belle to have such an unreliable side to her. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But the bet they made on the plane was something that Zhang Ye had suggested to boost his confidence and fighting motivation. He had no other thoughts about it, so he did not take it too seriously either. They reached the hotel. Once Zhang Ye got off the van, a number of stewardesses came rushing forward. There were plump stewardesses, slim stewardesses, old stewardesses, and 7 to 8 stewardesses he did not know. They were all waiting here to begin the celebration party. "Teacher Zhang is here. Let me get your luggage for you." "I'll take it for you. I'll take it for you." "Give one to me, I'm stronger." The few stewardesses were suddenly fighting to carry his luggage. In a moment, all of Zhang Ye's luggage were taken away upstairs. They did not give Zhang Ye a chance to reject their help. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. "Let me do it instead. I'm a man. How can I let our female comrades carry the heavy stuff?" The stewardesses did not care, but laughed happily as they brought the luggage upstairs. Seeing that, Zhang Ye walked back to Dong Shanshan to help her with her luggage. "Give yours to me." Dong Shanshan did not reject her old classmate, but wiped off her sweat and passed it to him. "Then thanks a lot." The other passengers did not get the same treatment from the stewardesses, but they did not complain. They had expected this, as Teacher Zhang had single-handedly saved all of them. It would be wrong if he was not treated like this. He was the biggest hero. 12th floor. Their belongings were brought up here. The old stewardess turned around smiling. "Teacher Zhang, your luggage is in your room already. The dinner will be held at the big hall afterwards, so remember to join us." Actually, this was not exactly a celebration party, but just an event to express their gratitude to the passengers. Since the pilots and one of their security air crew are still in the hospital having an operation, the airport authorities felt it was not right to have a celebration right now as they are waiting for the employees to be out of danger. Zhang Ye said, "Sure, let's go." The few stewardesses headed downstairs. Only Zhang Ye and Dong Shanshan were left behind now. Zhang Ye turned his head and asked, "Which room does your card go to?" Dong Shanshan looked at the room card the staff gave to her earlier and looked around. "Over there, the third room from yours. It's quite near. Let's go. I will help bring these in for you." Zhang Ye pulled her luggage over. Dong Shanshan opened the door with the card. The first thing she did when she entered was to bend down and take off her high heels. "Where should I put them?" Zhang Ye asked. "Wherever." Dong Shanshan went to look for a pair of hotel slippers. Zhang Ye brought in a big and a small luggage and placed them by the side of the bedside drawers. This was a business classroom. It was neither small nor big. Dong Shanshan changed into her slippers and sat down on the bed. What a scary day. I think I've never experienced anything more thrilling than this. We nearly did not survive. She looked towards Zhang Ye as she was speaking. China Airlines would definitely give out rewards to those who contributed to the safe recovery of the plane. That would include you for sure. Don't forget to give me a treat. Sure, Zhang Ye said easily. Then I'm leaving? He knew that Dong Shanshan needed a bath to clean up her legs and her shoes. He was well aware of that. Dong Shanshan laughed. Come over here. I've got something to tell you. Go over? Zhang Ye looked at her. Confused. He took 2 steps to the bedside and put his head towards her. What's the matter? But before he could finish speaking, Dong Shanshan's lips were all ready. Chapter 219. On Central TV News. Zhang Ye's room was also business class, but it had an extra word, business class suite. It came with a kitchen attached to the living room. The bathroom and the bedroom were inside. This was one of the few rooms which were located at the furthest ends of the building. It was better than the other rooms. One look and he knew that he had received preferential treatment. Zhang Ye was not surprised. He went to take a shower before coming out to switch on the TV. It was 7:20 p.m. At this time, almost all of the satellite channels were showing Central TV's news simulcast. When the TV screen came on, it was showing Shanghai Satellite Channel. Central TV's news was being broadcasted. Zhang Ye had wanted to change the channel, but decided to keep watching anyway. The hosts were a man and a woman. They were both old anchors. The male anchor reported, a chemical factory incident left 2 dead and 8 injured. The female anchor reported, the relevant authorities are already looking into the cause of this incident. Next, we have a news flash. The male anchor was probably looking at the teleprompter. A news flash was very common on many news channels, but on Central TV's news simulcast, it was a rare occurrence. Because it was a live broadcast with pre-scheduled news reports, time was very tight. News programs were very properly timed and scheduled as there were other programs after it, so even a second of delay was not tolerated. Unless it was something of importance, a news flash would never occur on the 7 p.m. news of Central TV. At 4 p.m. today afternoon, Flight CA-1883 from Beijing to Shanghai was hijacked by 3 hijackers. The incident caused severe injuries to 3 people and slight injuries to 8. The 3 hijackers are already in police custody, and the incident is currently under investigations. The female anchor reported, according to sources, when the hijackers seized control of the aircraft, the situation was already very dangerous. A broadcasting host stood forward and led the passengers to seize control back from the hijackers. It was again him who then piloted the plane when the pilot and co-pilot were critically injured. With no one to control the aircraft and heavy damages in the cockpit, he took the pilot's seat without caring for his life and safely landed it at Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. He saved almost 100 lives. As fellow hosts, we would like to just say, Teacher Zhang Ye, good on you. Central TV's news program were now much more open. The hosts were no longer too rigid, sticking to the script. Some words could be spoken freely by the hosts. He was on the news? This bro has gotten on his Central TV news? After watching the broadcast of news simulcast, Zhang Ye was still finding it unreal. He had fantasized multiple times of himself appearing on Central TV news before, like holding a concert tour around the world, or a movie that he acted as a lead in breaking a few billion yuan at the box office. But he never expected that he would appear on Central TV news in this way. What a great feeling. This was Central TV's 7 p.m. news simulcast. It was not necessary to speak of the ratings. This was an enforced broadcast on all local and satellite television. The number of people watching would definitely be a lot. It was not a number that an arts channel in Beijing could compare to. He was once again famous. His fame would definitely go to the next level. Ring, ring, ring. The phone that Zhang Ye had thrown onto the bed when he first entered the room was ringing. He picked it up and saw on the display the number of his landlady's apartment. Hello. Zhang Ye answered, but it was little Qinchin's deep voice on the other side. Zhang Ye, you are on the news. Zhang Ye laughed. I know, I saw it. How is it? Uncle is great, right? Did your big aunt ask you to call me? Ask her to answer the phone. Big aunt. Qinchin shouted. Did it get through? Give it to me. Rao Imin's voice was getting nearer. Zhang Yi said, Landlady auntie, I'm all right. Please don't worry. Rao Imin said. When did you learn how to fly a plane? Hi, this bro was self-taught. I flew it blindly, Zhang Yi answered laughingly. What kind of people were the hijackers? Rao Imin asked. Zhang Yi became a little more serious. I don't know, but I could tell from their accent that they were definitely Chinese citizens. But they fought with Muay Thai moves. They were rather good. Are you hurt? Rao Imin asked. Me? Hurt? You must be joking. With my kung fu, how can any Tom, Dick, or Harry hurt me? I put them in their place with just a few punches and kicks. Zhang Yi boasted. Actually, it had been a really close call. He was unable to match the two of them in the fight. If the passengers did not help him, then Zhang Yi might have died there. But of course he would not say the truth to Big Sis Rao. Otherwise, how could he show his heroics to her? After a short conversation, they hung up. Shortly after, he got a call from his home. Son, what happened? Were you the person news simulcast was reporting about? The name was Zhang Yi and a broadcast host flying from Beijing to Shanghai. His mother asked anxiously. Zhang Yi laughed. Mom, it's me, but I'm fine. Do you want to scare me and your dad? His mother said angrily. I didn't have a choice. I was unlucky to have met such an incident. Zhang Yi was not actually unlucky. Rather, the game difficulty had been adjusted by the dice roll. His mother said, but that doesn't mean you should fly the plane. If I didn't, no one would be able to do it. Neither did anyone else know how. I had to do it. Zhang Yi laughed bitterly. His mother scolded. Only you can? Had to do a fart. You were a broadcasting major. What? Do you know about flying a plane? Who do you think I am? There's nothing your son doesn't know, and wasn't this good luck? I am fine anyway. Tell Dad not to worry. How can I not worry? That's all for now. The airport and airline staff are asking me to go for dinner. He hung up as he did not want to hear his mother nagging at him. But the calls kept coming. His old colleagues, old friends and relatives all called him, probably because they watched the news. Ayo, little Yi, are you all right? Big uncle, I'm all right. Teacher Zhang, why are you getting into trouble again? Xiao Lu, look at what you're saying. What do you mean I'm creating trouble? It was the criminals who caused the trouble. He received more than a dozen calls in a short period of time. Zhang Yi explained until his mouth turned sore. After hanging up the last call, he took the mineral water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi opened the door to see Dong Shanshan standing outside. Dong Shanshan had obviously showered and changed into a new dress. It was a one-piece dress, fully white matched with a white pair of stilettos. Her dress was the very low-cut type, and it felt like her big bosoms were going to pop out at any moment. She had a deep cleavage and her dress was pretty short as it hugged her, but tightly. It was as if she would almost have a wardrobe malfunction, but didn't. It left him wanting. Dong Shanshan said, Did you watch the news? Yes, I just watched it. Zhang Yi said. Dong Shanshan glanced at him. This time you will be promoted into the D-list celebrity rankings without a problem. Zhang Yi blinked. That's not possible. I think I am still a little short of that. Dong Shanshan laughed. With this incident, you won't be short of that at all. If you don't believe, go and check the celebrity rankings tonight or tomorrow morning. You're good. We've just graduated a few months ago, and you're already a D-list celebrity. Your fame is shooting up like a rocket. Zhang Yi waved it off. All right. Even if you praise me so much, I still wouldn't be able to afford a meal for you. I am worse off than you. You are pretty and have a good figure. Even if you don't do hosting, you can go into movies or television serials without a hitch. You can easily become famous, but not me. This bro's looks doesn't even qualify me to be a main lead. Have you ever seen a lead without a pretty face? Even if they were ugly with the right features. So if I wanted to continue on in the entertainment industry, it would be harder to survive in it than you. Since I don't have anything, I will need to slowly find a style of my own. Dong Shanshan glanced at him. You have talent. Zhang Ye thought for a while. That's true. I won't deny that. Dong Shanshan managed a laugh. You really are not humble at all. Her earlier makeup had been removed, but she did another round of makeup to match her current dress. Her lipstick color was the glittering type and made her lips look tender and wet. It matched her short white one-piece dress very well. It made Zhang Ye, who shared a kiss with her earlier on, wanted to give her a playful bite on her lips again. The school bell's charms did not fade since her school days, but instead it became more intense and more matured like her career and age. Her charm had totally gone through the roof. It felt like every part of her was more alluring than the other. Even the nail glitter was bursting with charm. Let's go. Dong Shanshan tilted her head towards the direction of the lift. The event is going to start soon. Sure. Zhang Ye walked into the lift with her saying, let's exchange numbers and keep in contact. All right, I don't have your number yet. Dong Shanshan took out her cell phone and exchanged numbers with him. Just as they were done, her phone rang. Dong Shanshan was not bothered by Zhang Ye's presence and answered it in the lift. Hello. Yes, it's me. Okay, I've already arrived in Shanghai. Yes, it was that flight. I'm fine. Why would I blame you? You would not have known when you were booking the tickets. All right, I will go report tomorrow. Yes. We can discuss about the contract tomorrow. All right, I will hang up now. Zhang Ye asked, you are going to the drama crew already? Dong Shanshan smiled. It's a hosting job. Zhang Ye was stunned. You are a host too? Didn't you say that you came to Shanghai to shoot a drama? Dong Shanshan looked at him confused with her big and sexy eyes. Did I say that? Yes, you did. Zhang Ye was now staring at her in disbelief. You said it yourself on the plane? Really? All right. Then I'm going to report to the drama crew. I made a mistake. Dong Shanshan changed her words once more. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Hey, you just said you were going to be a host just 3 seconds ago. How could your job change twice? Do you even speak the truth from your mouth? We have been classmates for so long. Do you need to hide it from me? Saying this, he remembered the kiss from earlier again. Just before the lift doors opened, he whispered, and was that really your first kiss just now? Dong Shanshan smiled with her eyes and put her face close to Zhang Ye's ears, saying to him in a soft whisper, guess, but even if you guess correctly, you won't get a prize. Her breath flowed into Zhang Ye's ears silkily. It tickled him, and as he looked over at her once more, Dong Shanshan had already started walking out of the lift. Zhang Ye could only follow as he shook his head in annoyance. This school belle, I really wonder which words of hers were truthful. During their university days, the reputation of Dong Shanshan, who was the school belle, was not too good. In class, or in the faculty, or even in the university itself, those who liked her really liked her deeply. But those who hated her wanted to spit at her whenever they saw her. Back then, Zhang Ye could not understand why they had such criticisms of Dong Shanshan, but he probably could understand now. Classmate Dong's mouth really ticked people off. Sometimes she was sincere, and sometimes she was fake. After listening to her for a whole day, you would not know which of her words were true. So how could her reputation be good? Chapter 220, Most Raffish Host in History. The dinner ended at 9 p.m. The guests included the leaders, stewardesses, and the plane passengers. These days, it's all about being thrifty, so the dinner was not as extravagant as expected. The alcohol was not expensive. They served a rather well-known wine called shikumen, which was a type of rice wine. There was a similar brand of rice wine back in Zhang Ye's previous world. He remembered that a classmate from Shanghai had brought this for them to drink during their university days. Here, let's have a toast. I represent China Airlines headquarters and thank everyone. Teacher Zhang Ye, drink up. You cannot refuse. Teacher Dong Shanshan, I've seen your programs on the internet. They are really good. Cheers. Zhang Ye could no longer take another drink. He already had a few rounds earlier in the afternoon before the flight with the crew members of the great pugilistic world. But with everyone being so passionate and the China Airlines leader and those passengers he saved toasting him, Zhang Ye could not refuse them. I can't hold my drink well. Zhang Ye said. Beforehand. It's all right. The China Airlines leader said. Haha. We will not drink past the limits. And so Zhang Ye stood up and drank with them. Rice wine gets to your head very quickly, so he didn't dare to drink too much. Dong Shanshan was also drawing a circle of admirers around her. When she sat at the table, a few of the beautiful air stewardesses immediately lost their luster. Beauties were always noticed no matter where. Dong Shanshan was naturally toasted several times. However, Dong Shanshan only had a cup before rejecting the rest. Her face was flushed as she held her forehead, saying, "I can't have any more. I can't withstand the alcohol. I really can't drink anymore." As her body swayed, someone toasted her again. Dong Shanshan refused to drink. After dinner, Zhang Ye helped Dong Shanshan out. Everyone was gone by now. They knew that Dong Shanshan and Zhang Ye were university classmates, so they were not worried. Taking the lift up, Dong Shanshan kept swaying and holding her head. Zhang Ye dragged her towards her room. As Zhang Ye walked, he grumbled, "Can't even have a peaceful dinner these days. Everything must include drinking and drinking more. Will they die if they don't drink? This issue is really not something that our country should let others know." They reached the room. "Can you go in by yourself? Can you walk?" Zhang Ye asked. It was already very late, and it wasn't very convenient for him to go into a female comrade's room. But Dong Shanshan kept leaning onto Zhang Ye. Her alluring perfume flowed towards him, and as she got closer, the fragrance of her lipstick shot up Zhang Ye's nose. She was very close. Dong Shanshan's hair was all over Zhang Ye's shoulder and neck, and now, Zhang Ye's heart was fluttering. He somewhat wished that he could go with Dong Shanshan into her room since no one was watching. Seems like there was really no one in the corridor watching. Zhang Ye was fighting against his urges. Dong Shanshan suddenly straightened up and flipped open her purse for the key card. She swiped it cleanly and pushed the door open and placed the key card in the slot to turn the electricity on. She looked at Zhang Ye with her clear eyes and smiled. "All right, here will do. Thank you. You should rest early too. We're leaving tomorrow. Let's have a meal together when you are free." Which part of her looked drunk? Zhang Ye's eyes widened and was tongue-tied. F***K. You were just putting on an act just now. Who asked them to keep toasting me? I can't possibly drink that much. Dong Shanshan explained logically. Zhang Ye slapped his thighs. Sigh. If I knew you were putting on an act, I would have done the same. I had too much to drink in the afternoon, so I didn't want to drink again at night. Dong Shanshan smiled. It wouldn't work. This is a special skill of women. Time to sleep. Boom. The door closed. Back at his own room, Zhang Ye was left with a deep impression again by the character of his old classmate. He would never believe her words again in the future. Look at how correct Zhang Wuji's mother's saying was. The more beautiful a woman, the harder she lies. This was indeed a wise saying. He couldn't sleep. Let's take a look online. Zhang Ye had brought his notebook computer along, but he did not use it. The suite had a tablet computer of a foreign brand which he used instead. He browsed through the celebrity rankings website first. This was the most authoritative reference for a celebrity's influence and fame. It was also a reference for a celebrity's endorsement or appearance fees. When he saw it, Zhang Ye whistled. D-list celebrity. He had really made it into the D-list rankings. Back when Zhang Ye lost his job, he had been hovering in the first few spots of the E-list rankings. He barely solidified his standings within the top 5 places where he hovered for a bit. He was still far from first place. This was not a position that he could assume in a short moment. Even if he did, to keep his placing would have taken Zhang Ye a great deal of effort by filming or publishing books. But now, just because he had gotten onto Central TV News and mentioned and named by the hosts, he had jumped out of the E-list and promoted into the D-list rankings. Although he was in last place of the D-list, it was still a commendable leap. The netizens had also noticed it. Why did Zhang Ye get into the D-list rankings? Surely not. Isn't he jobless now? His popularity should have fallen quite a bit. How could it have risen? And it even rose by so much. It's fake. F***K, it's real. He really got into the D-list. Teacher Zhang has just debuted for a few months, and he's already a D-list celebrity? The few jokers upstairs, did you all just get online? Hey, why are you scolding us? Did something happen? What is it that we do not know about? Didn't you watch the news? A China Airlines plane had an incident, a hijacking. I know, the papers reported it. What about it? Then you surely did not know that the mortal situation where there was no pilot, with an imminent crash and loss of life. It was teacher Zhang Ye who took control of the plane and recovered it safely. What the heck? Are you guys bullshitting? Bro, are you a scriptwriter? Go online to check if you don't believe me. Only the few of you do not know. As mentioned, the internet was littered with news of Zhang Ye. Many discussion forums and web portals had put this news on their front page. It was also heatedly discussed on Weibo, and it received unprecedented attention. That Weibo post had already been bumped to the top page in second position. The first post was about a male Korean celebrity, the #1 Asian heavenly king, who announced his wedding. This post was already firmly in first position since afternoon, as numerous teenage girls posted congratulatory messages or curses. It was a post that made many people who saw it speechless. But Zhang Ye was not surprised. Because in China, many people love the Koreans more than their own countrymen. A hijacking incident that hasn't happened in over 10 years was still incomparable to a Korean celebrity's wedding. Let's not talk about this. In any case, Zhang Ye was once again the topic of discussion on the internet. It's Teacher Zhang again. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Goodbye, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye, do you need to be so savage? He can even pilot a plane? Are you sure that you're a broadcast host? Are you sure that you are the most talented broadcast major graduate in the nation? My adoration for you is like the never-ending continuous surge of water in a river. Teacher Zhang, do you know how to pilot an aircraft carrier? The country needs someone who is multi-talented like you. Fierce, Teacher Zhang heroics and disregard for his own life makes him a role model to me. Ha 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 ha. I raw-fled when I watched the news. It's Teacher Zhang once again. What did I say again? Those who know Teacher Zhang would understand. Teacher Zhang Ye, you really can't give it a rest just for a day, right? I was wondering why wherever Teacher Zhang goes, trouble follows. Why did Teacher Zhang go to Shanghai? Does he have a new job now? The people of Beijing send their congratulations. Teacher Zhang is not causing calamities on his Beijing counterparts now. But as a young pioneer, I need to alert the people in the media and literary scholars. In Shanghai, please take care of yourselves. Teacher Zhang Ye has gone to your place. Godly reply from the one upstairs. I'm dying from laughter. Ha ha ha. Shanghai counterparts. You better take care. All of these comments were from old fans of Zhang Ye. They were saying some strange things that some people could not understand. There were some people who had heard of Zhang Ye's name for the first time, like the citizens of Shanghai. They didn't even know who he was. Who is Zhang Ye? Why would you ask our media counterparts to take care? A host can fly a plane? So cool. Although I don't know him, I will still give Zhang Ye a like and pay attention to him from now on. What an amazing person. Single-handedly dealing with the criminals? Piloted the plane and turned the tide around? I need to do some research about him. Lecture room? What kind of a program is this? I've never watched it before. I've read this person's poems before. What the heck? Flying Bird and Fish was written by him. I've only just realized it now. Actually, many people were familiar with Zhang Ye's works. But as most people did not have the habit of looking at the author's name. Even if they saw it, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, he was still a rookie. In literature, it usually took a long time to become well known. In Zhang Ye's previous world, this theory has been proven multiple times. Like Van Gogh or Hans Christian Andersen. Even for a great writer. Like Lu Xun or Nobel Prize winner Mo Yan, their early works did not garner much attention. It required time to build up. A heated discussion exploded. This incident was pretty scary and bizarre after all. Naturally, Zhang Ye's past was dug out by numerous people. Finally, a comment by someone made Zhang Ye be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. That person posted on Weibo, "Are you all not familiar with Zhang Ye? Never mind. After my introduction, everyone will know." Regarding teacher Zhang Ye, many of us Beijing fans know him as the most raffish host in history. When he first started out as a radio host, he was doing his job prim and properly, but then he had to participate in some mid-autumn festival poetry meet. He actually won first place there. Later on at the Silver Microphone Awards, if you win an award, then do it properly. But teacher Zhang Ye did not conform to standards, and he created a ho-ha by using a poem to scold his leader and unit. Then after, he went on to work at the Beijing television station as a TV host. By right, he should have done his program properly, right? But no. Teacher Zhang created a public service advertisement and set off a new wave of creative advertising. Then, you would expect him to go back and do his job with TV programs properly, right? You are wrong again. Teacher Zhang joined the Beijing couplet competition and took first place there as well. Moreover, there was no second or third place, not even a top 10 placing, because all the questions had been answered fully by Zhang Ye alone. Then, when lecture room was broadcasted on television, you think teacher Zhang Ye would settle down properly once and for all, right? You guys think too straight. He then went on to write a song for a heavenly queen. And after the songwriting, you people are too naive. Teacher Zhang Ye went on to publish a book and film a movie. And then today, we were still busy with bumping the Weibo, help Zhang Ye find a job, post to the top, and thinking of ways to help him with his future. He sure was fine because he went to King fly a plane. Ha ha ha. My jaw is hurting from all this laughing. All the netizens had such a good laugh. The person who posted said, "So tell me, if he isn't the most King raffish host in history, then who is?" I agree. 100,000 likes. Haha. Teacher Zhang is really not King doing his job. Chapter 221. The airport holds an appreciation ceremony. Dawn. 7:15 a.m. Zhang Ye slowly got up from bed and washed his face. After he looked at his watch, he wore a small jacket and went to his old schoolmate's door and knocked on it. Ding dong. No one opened it. The cleaning lady was pushing a cart loaded with linen sheets and walked past Zhang Ye. "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Ye turned around and gestured, pointing to the door. "The lady in this room is not in." She left. She checked out around 6:30. The cleaning lady remembered clearly. She then left while pushing her cart. Zhang Ye was helpless. The school bell was sure in a hurry. Was she in a hurry to discuss the contract with the company to be hired? She didn't even let him know. Hence, Zhang Ye went alone to the restaurant downstairs. Using his room card as a pass, he found a plate to begin his breakfast buffet. "Teacher Zhang, you are up? Let's go. Let's eat together." It was the fat and thin air stewardesses. They had already chosen their food. One of them had 2 pizza slices and fried potatoes, and the other was having tea, egg, and soy milk. The 3 sat at a table and had their meals. "You came to Shanghai for work?" the thin air stewardess asked. Zhang Ye nodded and did not lie. "That's right. I think I'll be living here for a while." The fat air stewardess chuckled. "You haven't even begun working, and you are already famous in Shanghai. Previously, no one knew you, as you were a Beijing host after all. But now, there should be many people who know you. Your work will definitely be much smoother." Although they said that, they did not know Zhang Ye at all. They only heard a few Beijingers on the plane say that he was a famous local host. This was why they addressed him as Teacher Zhang. After the celebration dinner party ended, they saw the news, and they saw the many comments regarding Zhang Ye online. Only then did they understand. They believed that in Shanghai, maybe all around the country, there were people paying attention to him. Zhang Ye said, "I'll be counting on your blessings and hope everything will go smoothly." This fellow was already accustomed to scolding wherever he went. He no longer cared if things went smoothly, as long as he could become famous. After the meal, Zhang Ye had already decided to leave. However, a few policemen came. They looked different from the Shanghai police he met yesterday at the airport. It could be some other police department. They could be from the public security department or the anti-terrorist department. Anyway, they were looking for every passenger who was on the plane, and they began to understand the circumstances. Zhang Ye was naturally questioned. He had brawled and interacted with the hijackers after all. He definitely knew more than the others. Zhang Ye recorded a statement, and this lasted all the way until noon. After having his meal, people from China Airlines came again. They drove Zhang Ye and the heroic plane crew to the airport. Accompanying them were also a few of the heroic passengers. For example, there was the man who knew karate, named Yan Hui. He was not seriously injured, so he had been discharged from hospital and he could move freely. In a conference room at the airport, several reporters had been waiting here for a long while. Seeing the China Airlines leader holding stuff like certificates of honor, Zhang Ye understood that this was to reward and thank them. There was not much reward. It could not match to similar incidents in his previous world in terms of monetary value, but it was also not much different. The elderly and thin air stewardesses and a few of the other cabin crew were gifted 200,000 yuan each. A few passengers were gifted 100,000. Yan Hui was gifted 300,000. Zhang Ye was naturally gifted the most. The credit was mostly his, so not only was he awarded 1,000,000 yuan as a reward, He also received a certificate of honor from China Airlines. This honor was recorded in the China Airlines system. As long as Zhang Ye took any China Airlines flight, it would be free. There was no ending to the applause. There were many China Airlines employees present. After the appreciation ceremony ended, Zhang Ye was surrounded by a lot of journalists. Some interviewed the other passengers, while others interviewed the cabin crew. However, there were even more journalists who were more interested in Zhang Ye. A former famous Beijing Arts Channel host, together with the title of anti-hijacking hero, added a mysterious halo to him. Teacher Zhang, please say a few words. Did you consider the danger back then? Why did you not hesitate to come forward under that kind of situation? The journalist rattled off like a string of bombs. The elderly air stewardess smiled and helped Zhang Ye out. Haven't you seen Teacher Zhang's past deeds? I also only knew about it last night on the web. Previously, when one of his fans contracted leukemia, Teacher Zhang Ye took out all his savings without a second word, to the point of even borrowing money from his relatives and colleagues. He even sold the rights to his works cheaply. All this just to bankrupt himself to pay for his fan. Is there a need to ask a why for such a person of high morals? Many of the journalists did not know of this matter. This included the people from China Airlines. When they heard this, they looked at Zhang Ye with greater respect. Afternoon. It was already past 4 p.m. by the time he returned to the hotel. After some thought, Zhang Ye decided not to leave today. After all, China Airlines had added another day of lodging for him. He might as well report to Weiwa tomorrow. There was no hurry. He checked on the web. His Tieba fan club numbers had soared once again. The number of followers on Weibo had reached a stunning 310,000 today. Everything was trending in a good direction. His current fame and achievements could be said to be the most glorious moments ever since he was born. However, this was not enough. Zhang Ye was far from satisfied with this little bit of achievement. He could do even better. He could climb even higher. Right? Since he was going to his new unit tomorrow, Zhang Ye was having some thoughts. He should prepare some hidden cards for himself. Now his game rings inventory only had a save left. The other items had been used up by him sporadically. He needed to replenish it. It was what he relied on. Zhang Ye opened the game interface and looked at his overall reputation points. Although he was already mentally prepared, he was still so shocked by the string of numbers that he whistled. 11 million reputation points. After counting the digits a few times, there was no mistake. Recalling back to when he was on the plane, he had spent all the reputation points on the lottery. There was nearly nothing left, but in just a short day, it had suddenly increased by 11 million. Back then, he had tirelessly produced Lecture Room. Such a popular program only gave him a few 100,000 reputation points an episode. There was no need to even mention the radio broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light. One episode only had tens of thousands of reputation points, but now, just one day, it had not even reached a full day yet. Zhang Ye knew it clearly. This was the power of Central TV's news simulcast. Previously, when he appeared on television, it was just a local channel. The audience numbers were limited to the Beijing region. But this time, Central TV's news had basically reached every district in the country. Even people overseas could see it. The coverage was too big, even if many people did not have the habit watching Central TV's news, finding it too boring and meaningless. There were all sorts of news about the hijacking on the internet yesterday. It was bound to attract the attention of people. And from there, they would know of the name Zhang Ye. This time, not only did he get the attention of people from Beijing, he had received the attention of the entire country. This was why he had received so many reputation points in a day. But after today, the reputation points would also increasingly slow down. This was because those who wanted to know would have known, and those who didn't care still remained oblivious to it. However, even though the increase would slow down, it would still increase at a non-trivial rate. Zhang Ye was pretty happy. The reputation points and items he had spent on the plane had given him great returns. He got it all back in one go, and it was tenfold or even 100-fold. Time for the lottery. No, let's buy some skills first. Zhang Ye's expression changed as he opened the game interface's merchant shop excitedly. He found the icon of the Taiji Fist Skill Experience book. After fighting the hijackers, it made Zhang Ye realize his weakness. The Taiji Fist was not omnipotent. He still did not have enough experience in the skill. If not for so many passengers helping him, he would have died. If he encountered people without kung fu or people with average kung fu, such as those young monks, Zhang Ye could easily fight them 1 against 4 or 5. There was no stress fighting them, and he would have absolute advantage over them. However, if he were to meet those with kung fu or people with fighting experience, he would find it tough fighting one-on-one, let alone 1 against 2. His kung fu was still lacking, so he needed to eat more skill books. Zhang Ye had a character that easily got into trouble. He was the kind of person who never knew how to compromise. Hence, he often encountered special situations, so he was not stingy at increasing his own martial powers. He ate another 10 books. With decisiveness, Zhang Ye spent 10 million reputation points on buying 10 Taiji Fist skill experience books. That cost 1 million apiece. Flipping it open again. He had eaten 10 experience books. After supplementing his lacking kung fu, Zhang Ye once again opened the lottery interface. Without a thought, he started drawing. He still had 1 million reputation points. It was enough. For the first time, Zhang Ye bought an additional stake. He received 2 consumption category items. Red String of Fate, X2. Usage. By tying it on the ankle of the player and designated person, the Red String of Fate would immediately be in effect. It would tie 1,000-mile romance together. Duration. Decided according to the actual relationship between the 2 parties as well as the difficulty of the marriage affinity. Duration is not fixed, and it can range from a second to a month. Zhang Ye found it vague, and he did not understand it fully. Red String of Fate? Creating marriage affinity? Did this mean that whenever he fancied any girl, he could use the Red String of Fate to tie both his and that woman's leg, and their marriage affinity would be linked together? It could cause reliance on each other under the romance effects, causing something to happen, but it was not permanent. If the marriage affinity was too difficult to form between the 2, that was if things like their looks, family background, and age were too different, the Red String of Fate could only last a very short time. It could barely last a second, but if the gap was not too great, it could at most last up to a month. He had never tried it before. This was how Zhang Ye understood it. He could only make a blind analysis from the introduction. He needed to find the actual circumstances out. However, it was definitely something good. This gizmo did not feel much different from the Cupid sachet he had previously drawn. However, the actual effects were different. The Cupid sachet would randomly cause luck with the opposite sex, and it could only be maintained for 5 minutes. It had no room for change, but the Red String of Fate allowed him to specify the particular person. It just meant that the duration was not fixed. Chapter 222. New house has been decided on. Red String of Fate? Good stuff. Zhang Ye was one never to reject. After owning the game ring for such a long period of time, he knew that those special items that did not catch his eye would usually come in handy. For example, that lock-picking skill. Back then, when he received it, he thought it was trash, but what was the outcome? It saved his life. Hence, Zhang Ye was no longer picky. He wanted anything. Naturally, having more items in his inventory was better. Draw again. This. Tommy bought another additional stake. The consumption category was the biggest region. The needle stopped and landed in this region. Immediately, 2 treasure chests, small, appeared. Flipping open the treasure chest, out came a die-like object. Difficulty adjustment die. After it is thrown, it will randomly change the player's difficulty. The period of its effects are random. Seeing this item he drew, Zhang Ye, who said he did not reject anything, could not help but curse F***K. Why is it this crappy thing again? He had even bought an additional stake to get 2 of these difficulty adjustment dice. Can you stop fooling around? Big bro, go back wherever you came from. Zhang Ye really felt like throwing the 2 dice away. He wanted to throw it as far as he could, but when he recalled that they became effective the moment they were thrown, he abandoned that thought and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. For these items, Zhang Ye felt great psychological pressure. If it had not created that perverse difficulty, he would not have encountered the hijacking. If not for the lucky bread and the commercial airline piloting skill book, he would not have come back alive. This die was a double-edged sword. It had equal advantages and disadvantages. Advantages were good, but once he obtained a disadvantage, there was a high chance of him dying. He was still lucky on the plane. The increase in difficulty by 10 times only lasted for about 50 minutes. If it F***King gave me a year of 10 times difficulty, will I F***King be still alive? A car would smash into me when I'm out. Just going out for a walk would result in a dog biting me. When I walk downstairs, a flower pot will come crashing down at me. Just those thoughts made Zhang Ye feel a chill. Are you guys trying to kill this bro? Once bitten, twice shy. Zhang Ye no longer dared to repeat this again. Unless needed as a last resort, he would never use the die. Hence, he quickly and gently picked up the dice from the treasure chests and kept it in the inventory, afraid he would drop it, causing it to automatically change the difficulty. Forget it, let's not draw anymore. His luck today wasn't good. Past 6 p.m. He had been having good meals the past 2 days. The airport and the people from China Airlines kept hosting feasts for him. Anyways, Zhang Ye was not hungry, so he excused himself to not eat with them, saying he was busy. He secretly left the hotel and wore a large pair of dark sunglasses to hide his face, afraid others would recognize him. Actually, this fellow had overthought it. Although the hijacking incident had made Zhang Ye known around the country, only his fans in Beijing knew what he looked like. In Shanghai, they could not receive lecture room, and there were only a few pictures of Zhang Ye on the web. Those who did not watch his programs wouldn't even recognize him even if he walked past them. Few people in Shanghai could recognize him. On the streets, the lights were bright. Neon lights flicked in the distance. It was bustling with life. Zhang Ye indeed had something to do. He did not take the subway and hailed a taxi and went towards the city center. He already had Weiwa Video Company's address, as a middle-aged man had contacted him on the phone this afternoon. But of course, Zhang Ye did not plan on going to the office now. It was already late, and they were knocking off soon. He wanted to rent an apartment near to the office. After all, he had to live here for a few months, so he needed to settle his accommodation. The Bund. The sound of water could be heard as the wind blew across the river. Men and women were leaning on the railings. They were either flirting or watching the scenery. The atmosphere was very leisurely. There were also yachts and boats cruising down the river. There were many banks and insurance company advertisements pasted on the boats. It was a scene that affected the atmosphere, but it was overall quite a charming place. There were quite a lot of people, but it was not chaotic. The scenery was very static. In Beijing, there was no way one could find such a place. Zhang Ye had deliberately let the taxi driver drop him off here so that he could also take in the scenery. After about a long 20 minutes walk, he finally found a residential property intermediary by an alley. There were not many intermediary companies here. It was not like the intermediary-filled Beijing. After taking a look, only this one in front of him was considered a bigger company. Zhang Ye went in since their lights were still on. "Sir, how do you do?" There was a young woman with average looks at the front desk. She was dressed in a shirt with a badge and trousers. However, she wore heavy makeup and looked quite bright. "Hello, have you knocked off?" "Not yet. We only close at 10. I want to rent an apartment. It's best if I can move in today or tomorrow." "All right, let me check for you. Please take a seat. I will get you some water." "What sort of apartment do you need? And roughly where? And at what price?" Zhang Ye took off his sunglasses and sat in front of a computer with her. There were all sorts of information about apartments on the screen. As expected, the intermediary staff did not know him. The price doesn't really matter. The main thing is that it has to be near here. The apartment has to be a bit new and the renovation's good. The size doesn't matter. I will be living alone. The woman began to search for him. This area is mostly a high-end residential district. If you are not price-sensitive, there are many apartments available for you. For example, this one, 2-bedroom apartment, 90 square meters. They had renovations last year. It is slightly far away, about 2 kilometers away. What say you? Zhang Ye looked at the map, and indeed it was a bit far. His ideal residence was somewhere near to Weiwa Company, so that he could reach there in 10 minutes by taxi. Let's try another one. After looking at a few, he was unsatisfied with all of them. Either the renovations did not match his taste, or it was too far. Zhang Ye did not want to waste his money. "Is there a 1-bedroom? It's just me alone." The woman shook her head. It's basically a high-end small district. The smallest apartments are 2 bedrooms. Why don't you look at this one? The location is good, the layout is good. 2 bedrooms. The renovations are not bad too. It will definitely meet your requirements. However, the apartment is a sublet. The previous renter signed a 1-year contract with the tenant, but he has already moved out. There's about 3 to 4 months left on the contract. 3 to 4 months? Hey, isn't that just nice? Zhang Ye was also very satisfied with the apartment layout. "I also won't be staying here for long. I think this will do. 3 to 4 months isn't a problem too. Then let's look at the rooms." "All right, I'll bring you there. The woman said happily. Can I move in today? Zhang Ye asked. Yes, the person has already moved out. I can give him a call to ask him over. If it's all right, we can even sign the contract today. There won't be a problem at all. The woman answered. This was a high-end residential area. The room prices for the bund were all placed there. Other than the old houses which were decades old, the surroundings were all high-end residential buildings. It was easy to see just from the decor and the greenery of the district. There were even artificial lakes and rockery with fountains. Of course, the rent was expensive. This two-bedroom apartment was around 90 square meters. The monthly rent was about 11,500 yuan, $1,700. The average price in the bund was about 12,300 yuan, $1,850. It really wasn't cheap. However, after looking at the apartment, Zhang Ye was quite tempted. He had just received a reward of 1,000,000 yuan, $150,000 from China Airlines, so he was not lacking in cash. After all, he was now a celebrity. He couldn't live in somewhere too shabby, right? If he squeezed into a small rental house, others would even think he was not famous enough. So he had to use this bit of money. Even if he felt the pinch and was king cheap, Zhang Ye had to be generous for once. Acting awesome was one of the requirements of being a celebrity. As a celebrity, if you didn't act awesome, you wouldn't even feel right greeting others outside. It's decided. This apartment would do. Please prepare the contract. I'll go collect my luggage from the hotel. Zhang Ye very quickly finalized it before taking a taxi back to the hotel to pack his things. Chapter 223. This is the legendary Zhang Ye. New house, new day, new environment. The sun shined its rays through the wide windows in the morning. The new house was very well lit. Even with curtains closed, the room still did not appear dark. The place was fully furnished. After signing the contract last night, Zhang Ye had moved in. After covering the mattress with a bed sheet and used a blanket he bought, he slept till dawn. It was time to wake up. Zhang Ye enjoyed the sunlight with his eyes half closed. He crawled up from his soft bed and brushed his teeth and woke up. After he came out of the bathroom in the living room, his cell phone rang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Hello, may I know who is this? I'm from Weiwa Company's Human Resources Department. Has the matters of the plane been settled? It has been settled. Sorry for delaying for a day. Can I go over now? All right. Let's schedule a time. How about an hour later? I will wait in our company's lobby for you. All right. I will be there punctually in an hour. Let's talk when we meet. After straightening his hair with a comb, Zhang Ye looked in the mirror with satisfaction. Then, he got his bag and left the house. He hailed a taxi and headed in the company's direction. It was very close by. It would take him 20 minutes to get there even if there was a jam. Weiwa Company. It was not on a main street, but behind a shopping center. The building was not very tall. It was about 4 to 5 stories tall, but it covered a large area. After alighting from the taxi, he saw the company's headquarters. Zhang Ye had a rough idea of the company's strength. It was not bad, but it definitely could not compete with the mega internet giant companies. However, if it were to be compared with similar web TV websites, it was definitely one of the best. It had strong financial backing. Lobby. Zhang Ye went in, but did not see anyone. He then went to the front desk to inquire. However, someone in the lounge recognized him and stretched out his arm with a smile. He was a youth and was in his 20s. He was about the same age as Zhang Ye. He looked pretty average. You must be Teacher Zhang, right? We have previously talked on the phone. Hello and welcome. Zhang Ye shook hands with him. Nice to meet you. Let's go upstairs. I'll bring you around first, the youth said. Sure. Sorry for the trouble, Zhang Ye followed him. On the way, the youth gave him a general introduction to the locations of the various departments in the company, as well as their overall situation. Finally, he brought Zhang Ye to an office of a leader. He knocked on the door. A woman's voice from inside invited them in. After the youth entered, he introduced, President Feng, this is Teacher Zhang Ye. I've brought him here. After that he turned towards Zhang Ye and said, this is our company's vice president. She is also director in charge of our web TV department. Feng Guiqin stretched out her hand. I've been waiting for you for the past few days. Nice to meet you, little Zhang. Zhang Ye quickly went forward and shook her hands with both hands. Nice to meet you, President Feng. I'm new here, and this is the first time I'm interacting with web TV. Please take care of me in the future. He knew that this woman would be his direct superior. She was the head of the web TV department, so she had the final say in everything. Feng Guiqin looked to be in her 40s. She did not look very pretty, but she was very friendly. She looked like any ordinary mother in the neighborhood. Little son, go to the legal department and get little Zhang's contract. The youth accepted the order and went out. Feng Guiqin gestured. Take a seat. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony, and after sitting down, he took out his resume. This is my resume. Feng Guiqin smiled. There's no need. Since our company invited you here, we already know very well about your qualifications and achievements. This time, we have hired a few internet hosts as well as people in program planning. They were decided on personally by President Wei as well as the company's higher management. We have seen your programs too. I'm no stranger to your work. On the contrary, you do not know too much about our company. Then let me give you a brief introduction. Our company was in the earliest batch of companies that obtained the authorized certificate to be a web TV company. The web TV industry has been developing at a rapid pace these few years. There have been many web TV websites who have obtained the certificate too. There are even some television stations who have set up websites as well as cable TV companies who are fighting for a slice of this pie. It is extremely competitive, and it could be said to reaching some extreme limits. Zhang Ye listened attentively. Web TV began late, so this industry is still very young. However, it still has a lot of room for development. Although it may seem like we are merging several disparate entertainment programs into one, it is actually not that simple. The independent and overall outcome are different conceptually. In terms of resources, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Sometimes, it might even equal to 3. And there are even the special grants and tax rebates given to us by the country. Feng Guiqin was a very good speaker. From the important points to the general introduction, she introduced the web TV industry in a very clear manner. Zhang Ye was still listening attentively. Of course, he was just trying to get some understanding over it. He was in no way responsible or qualified to care about the general trends and strategy. The industry was complicated and highly competitive, but Zhang Ye did not mind. His motivation was not the industry itself, nor did he really care if he could increase the overall click rate on the company's web TV site. What he wanted to do was to do his segment well and make it popular. Zhang Ye was not a person of this world. His thoughts were still lingering on the model of his world's web entertainment. That was the territory he was familiar with. Although Feng Guiqin said that web TV was different from independent videos, to Zhang Ye, they were actually the same. All he needed was a fixed time slot. Zhang Ye would do the program, publish it, and attract an audience. It was not that complicated and was actually very simple. Be it an internet video series or a television program broadcast, they shared the same basics. The contract arrived. Take a look first. Feng Guiqin said. Zhang Ye flipped it and found no problems with it. It was a conventional contract. Feng Guiqin smiled and said, Our salary is decided on by our employees. That is for the basic salary. As for bonuses and other benefits, they are standardized. Zhang Ye blinked. Really? I decide on it. Victoria had indeed mentioned this to him when she invited him on the phone. However, Zhang Ye knew that this wasn't something that was completely true. There had to be some restrictions. You couldn't just say a monthly salary of 100,000, 15,000 US dollars, right? It would be weird if they didn't kick you out the windows, so Zhang Ye did not make unreasonable demands. My ideal salary is approximately 20,000, 3,000 US dollars a month. Feng Guiqin gave it a thought and nodded. Sure. Zhang Ye was after all not very famous in the hosting industry. He was just a normal host of a star program of a local TV channel, so it was not right for him to ask for too much. With everything agreed upon, Zhang Ye began signing the contract. Feng Guiqin said, Take these few days to familiarize yourself with the environment and to get to know your work. More preparation may quicken the speed in doing work. We only do the program after you are familiarized. Our web TV segments are given relatively more freedom. You can plan it yourself or also discuss it with the department's professional program planners. Of course, even though there is freedom, your program will eventually be vetted by a few leaders. Only when they approve it will a time slot be allocated on web TV. The quality must definitely pass. Zhang Ye was done signing. Sure. All right, then let me welcome you here. Feng Guiqin said, You can begin today. You can directly report to the web TV department. She made a call, and got someone to bring Zhang Ye there. The person who came was Wang Xiong, a middle-aged man. He was one of the deputy directors of the web TV department. He was also a leader. He seemed to be very interested in Zhang Ye. The moment he came over, he sized him up. He must definitely have heard of the hijacking news, so he wanted to know what sort of person Zhang Ye was. However, be it his looks or build, Zhang Ye looked like any other ordinary person. Other than his eyes having some brilliance and his voice sounding somewhat magnetic and charming, he was too normal in every other aspect. It felt like anyone taken off the streets would be better than him. Director Wang, Zhang Ye said politely. Wang Xiong patted him on the shoulder. All right, let's go. The two of them went downstairs. He said, the web TV office is on one level itself. The recording studio is also at one level by itself. It is our company's biggest department. Oh, the program teams are relatively independent, but if there's something, you can always look for the others. My office is also on the same level as yours. Around the corner at the staircase. Along the narrow corridor were transparent glass partitions. The office desks were crammed inside. Just a look revealed about 140 to 150 people in the department. The exterior was filled with customer service. More than 10 operators were busy picking up phone calls. There were more than 10 regions with a sign suspended from the ceiling. The program names were written on it. Clearly, it was the region for each program team. Other than the leadership's office and meeting rooms, there was no sealed-off area in this office. All the office desks were linked to one another. Everything could be seen at a glance. The environment was good. The scale was not much worse than a television station. Zhang Ye silently observed and followed Wang Xiong in. BBA. Wang Xiong clapped his hands. Everyone, stop your work for half a minute. Let me introduce to you a new colleague. He held Zhang Ye's shoulders. Zhang Ye, former famous host of the Beijing Arts Channel. From today onwards, he will be a member of our web TV department. Let's give him a welcoming applause. Everyone gave a round of applause, but it was not very loud. Famous host. To dare call him famous? Is his ratings very high? Hey, why is the name Zhang Ye so familiar? Holy sh*t. I remember. Beijing Arts Channel host? Zhang Ye. Isn't that the anti-hijacking hero on the news? The one who flew a plane? It's really him. What the F***k? Why did he come to our place? He doesn't look like one. How can he be a host with such average looks? A few people spoke. Everyone knew who this person was, and a flurry of discussion erupted. These 2 days, they had heard this name more than once on the news and internet. In other units, people might not pay that much attention, but Zhang Ye was previously a television host. He was considered in the same line as them. For a counterpart of theirs to safely fly and land a large passenger plane, this naturally attracted a lot of discussion. As such, they were very curious about Zhang Ye. However, many people were disappointed seeing him. Wang Xiong ignored it and pointed to a spot inside. Little Zhang, your desk will be over there. There are many empty spots, so choose whichever you prefer. All right. Zhang Ye went over with his things. Wang Xiong did not speak much. After he asked an old employee about the situation with the programs today, he left the office and returned to his office. Everyone were still looking in Zhang Ye's direction. The legendary Zhang Ye? The legendary man of God. He looked way too ordinary. Chapter 224. The school bell is also in the same company? Doubts. Curiosity. Strangeness. Glances from his colleagues bore down on him from all directions. They were staring at him. Some were even pointing at him. While discussing him, only a few people did not pay him any attention and were working with their heads down. If it were any other ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to handle the fact that so many complex gazes were bearing down on him. At least, the person would feel unpleasant. It was as if that person was a giant panda that was being stared at and whispered about. Who could stand that? However, Zhang Ye happened to not be an ordinary person. This fellow was in no way stressed. Thinking back at Daming Lake AI, that's the wrong phrase. Thinking back at the radio station, he had been evaded by numerous colleagues like he was the plague. Thinking back to the television station, he was treated as the god of death by many of his counterparts. He was used to it. Besides, this was different from the past. In the past, it was because he was notorious amongst his counterparts. But now, he was an anti-hijacking hero. He had saved more than 100 people's lives. What was there to be bothered about that? Watch and see if you like it. After putting down his things, Zhang Ye switched on the company computer and began to familiarize himself with the environment. It seemed like two people wanted to come over and chat with Zhang Ye, but just as their buttocks left the chair, they sat back down after some hesitation. The first person to interact with Zhang Ye was not from their department. He was an employee from the Human Resources Department who came into the office from the outside. Zhang Ye had never seen this person before. He was not the youth that had received him at the lobby. He looked about 27 or 28. He was holding a document in his hand. "Who is Zhang Ye?" the man asked. A woman right in front pointed to the back and carried on busying herself. Zhang Ye heard it. "I am." The man walked up and handed a form over. "Fill this in. Things like cell phone number and address. It's for our records, so as to facilitate communication. As for insurance and other stuff, it's a bit more complicated, so it will be done next week." "All right." Zhang Ye picked up a pen and began writing. The man did not leave and chatted with people not far away happily. "Ah Qian, little you guys didn't bully that beauty that came yesterday, right?" Little you said, "Why would I?" Ah Qian laughed. "We are more like dying to put her on a pedestal." The man laughed. "Both of you aren't married. You can chase after her." Ah Qian rolled his eyes. "Come on, she's so pretty." "I'm not good enough." The man chuckled. "If you don't chase after her, other colleagues might make their moves. I have all the records of our company's employees on my side. I can tell you in a definite manner that there is no other lady more pretty than her in the company. For such a beauty to come to the web TV department is your blessing. It's not like the girls at HR. They have straight faces all day. Hi, let's not talk about it." Zhang Ye put down his pen and looked up. "Bro, I'm done." "All right, let me take a look." The man scanned the form and frowned. "You need to fill in everything. Why is the column for your English name empty?" Zhang Ye said, "I don't have an English name." "Write something if you don't." The man said. Zhang Ye looked at him. "How do I write something I don't have?" The man smacked his lips. "Can't you just come up with one? Something like Peter or David." Zhang Ye remained calm. "I think it's best we forget it. I really don't want such a name, nor is it any important information. Filling up the rest would do." The man was somewhat irritated. "How can it not be important? Company regulation says that everyone has to write one. Generally, most foreign companies had such a regulation. However, this wasn't a foreign company, right? You still want me to come up with an English name?" Zhang Ye gave it some thought and took over the form. On the blank, he wrote, "Zhang Ye." The man stopped him. "What are you doing? Hanyu Pinyin, romanization, is not English. Can't you just come up with one? Everyone does that. If you can't think of one, I'll think of one for you." The commotion here attracted the askance glances of quite a number of people. Zhang Ye could no longer stand for it. He slammed the form fiercely on the table and roared. "I said I don't have an English name. Did you not hear that? If you wish to adore the foreigners, do it yourself. Don't pull me along. I'm a perfectly good Chinese national. Why the F***K would I come up with an English name? Do you think I'm sick? And you want to give me a name? Who the F***K are you? I only have one name. It was given to me by my parents." The man was dumbfounded. Everyone in the office was also dumbfounded. "You cursed at me?" The man's face was already turning green. Zhang Ye looked at him and said, "There's no end from you, even though I ignored you. This is the first time I heard of someone forcing someone to change his name. I don't have an English name. What can you do? You." The man pointed at him as he trembled. As a person born and bred from Beijing, which was a city that had suffered the wars of the 8 countries, Zhang Ye had also inherited a fine tradition of Beijingers, ultranationalism. Actually, he was also not an irrational ultranationalist. He could accept parts of foreign culture as well as some of their ideologies. He also watched American dramas, anime, and even liked to eat steak and pizza. But he was never proud of this. To come up with a foreign name? This had already crossed Zhang Ye's bottom line. As a newcomer, who had not even joined the company for an hour, Zhang Ye naturally did not want to create conflict with his colleagues. Although they were not from the same department, the repercussions were still not good. Hence, he was calm from the beginning and patiently explained to that person. He really did not want some strange foreign name. However, that person refused and even turned angry at Zhang Ye. How could a person like Zhang Ye endure this? "Go F***K yourself." Wang Xiong came out of his office. Clearly, he had heard the ruckus. "What's going on?" The man from Human Resources seemed to find solace and angrily said, "Director Wang, that newcomer, Zhang Ye doesn't want to write an English name. I got him to fill it out and said it was company regulation, but he still cursed me. Wang Xiong said in a speechless manner. Just over such a trivial thing? The man said exasperatedly. He even cursed me. Zhang Ye leered at him. I said I don't have an English name, but you wanted to give me one. Who the hell are you? Is it up to you to give me a name? Yes, I'm cursing you. Wang Xiong straightened his face. Little Zhang, what are you doing? The man pointed and said, Director Wang. Look, take a look. Look, what am I looking at? You even dare to point at me? Wang Xiong knew this person and knew that he was not someone good with words. Indeed, the company did have a regulation about writing an English name. However, it was just an in passing. It was fine that it was not written. Besides, he had glanced at the form. There was Zhang Ye written on it. It was also written in English characters. It was passable, so why was there a need to come to such an argument? You even wanted to give him a name? You were indeed asking for the scolding. How bad are you with words? Was it up to you to come up with names for others? Wang Xiong waved his hands. All right, I got it. Isn't the form already filled up? There's nothing blank. Just file it like that. Everything can be discussed. What's the meaning of yelling here like that? But the man was indignant. He had also lost face. Wang Xiong said with a deep voice, This is a workplace. What ruckus are you causing? The man knew that Deputy Director Wang was taking sides. He simmered in his anger, but was helpless. He ended up taking Zhang Ye's form and left in disgrace. The moment he left, Wang Xiong said to Zhang Ye, Little Zhang, this is a company. It is very common to have differences with colleagues on matters of work, but you shouldn't have cursed. Zhang Ye's attitude turned good. Sorry, Director Wang. I will take note. Wang Xiong did not blame him, and with a terse remark, he left. Although the matter was settled, the minds of everyone in the office was completely not at rest. Holy sh*t. You really cursed? What sort of temper do you have? No one in the web TV department expected that under such circumstances, a newcomer like Zhang Ye would dare curse at someone from human resources in his face. Anyone with a bit of work experience would not have done such a thing, but Zhang Ye had still cursed. And look at what the aftermath was. He still calmly fiddled with the computer. That calmness and quiet composure was as if nothing had happened. From this, everyone knew that this was definitely not the first time Zhang Ye had done it, or he would not have been so carefree. F***K. What sort of colleague has joined us? Previously, everyone was somewhat disappointed. They were wondering how such an ordinary young man could be so capable. They were wondering why he was given such great acclaim on television and on the internet. But from this, they finally understood. This was a King wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely someone difficult to work with. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice could be heard. What's the situation? Why did I hear cursing voices just now? What happened? A sexy woman came in while holding some documents. Be it her face or body, they were all amazing. Teacher Dong, you are back? Hi. Just now, someone from HR wanted a new colleague to write an English name, but was ended up being cursed at. Even Director Wang was activated because of it. A few people explained to her in an enthusiastic manner. The woman blinked. Cursing can happen from such a matter? Zhang Ye, who had his head down while fiddling with his computer, suddenly found the voice familiar. It was too familiar. He looked up and could not help but be shocked. Dong Shanshan. The woman was also stunned, as she said to him, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was amused. Hey, what are you doing here? Dong Shanshan also laughed. I was about to ask you why. Oh, I got it. Could it be that you came to Shanghai to work at Weiwa Company? Zhang Ye exclaimed. You also came here to be an internet host? Your sister, didn't you come here to film a movie or television drama? No one can believe a word you say. However, many things could be understood at this very moment. Clearly, their meeting on the plane was not a coincidence. Weiwa Company had not only invited Zhang Ye, they had also invited Dong Shanshan. It was even possible that Dong Shanshan had been invited before him, or the air tickets wouldn't have been booked in such a rush, with Zhang Ye having to take the plane the next day. Clearly, Weiwa had booked both their tickets to make it the staff's jobs easier. This resulted in them meeting on the plane. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. The two knew each other? Dong Shanshan laughed pleasantly. You were the one cursing just now, right? Zhang Ye affirmed. Yeah, he kept forcing me to come up with an English name. It was already good that I didn't beat him up. Upon recalling something, Dong Shanshan was tickled green. Her, you are the same as when you were in college. You are still so ultra-nationalistic. Although it has been 3 to 4 years, but I still remember one of our English classes. The teacher got everyone in class to come up with an English name, so as to address us with it. Everyone came up with one, except you. You even debated with the English teacher for half a class on the matter on, why should a Chinese national come up with an English name? In the end, the English teacher even wrapped up class out of anger. Ha ha ha, why are you still the same old you? Zhang Ye said, in a matter-of-fact manner. It's a matter of principle. There is no leeway. Their dialogue between the two of them enlightened everyone. They realized that Zhang Ye and Beauty Dong were college classmates. They were both broadcasting major graduates of the Media College. Chapter 225, Using the Red String of Fate. Everyone was listening in with curiosity. It was not surprising that the two of them were previously classmates since they were both broadcasting professionals. Most of them were schoolmates at least, so knowing each other was normal. What they were more concerned about were Zhang Ye's past deeds. Already angered a teacher in his freshman year? F***K. This person was different from the others. No wonder he had cursed the human resource staff away earlier. This was his temperament all along. Was it really okay like this? Such a person can be a broadcasting host? Everyone had their doubts of the newly arrived teacher Zhang Ye's temperament and nature. He was indeed a wonder of this industry. Luckily, I didn't greet him just now. Yeah, this teacher Zhang Ye does not seem easy to talk to. Such a temper is really too much. His program has not been set yet, so his program team probably has no one yet. Damn, please don't transfer me over. They were whispering about how their first impressions of Zhang Ye could only be described as a wonder. A few people, who had wanted to greet Zhang Ye, had now dismissed the idea. Dong Shanshan spoke with Zhang Ye for a while before walking over to the desk beside Zhang Ye. She put down her documents and pulled out the chair, pressed down her skirt, and sat down. She was wearing a darker than royal blue mini skirt that felt quite matured. She had black stockings and black high heels of around 12 centimeters high, paired with a black lady's suit and bundled hair. She was dressed with the looks of a professional. If it were other pretty women who dressed the same, they could only be described as pretty, matured, and able. But on Dong Shanshan, there was an additional description of sexy because of her figure. She wore the suit very tightly, especially at the back of her hips and chest. As such, she was more enchanting than the others. You're seated here? Zhang Ye asked. Dong Shanshan laughed. Yes, all the rookies sit around here. Zhang Ye looked at the adjacent table. You reported for work after leaving the hotel yesterday? Dong Shanshan nodded. If I knew you were invited too, I would have come along with you. Things between us sure were good. We were chatting for so long on the plane, yet none of us knew that we were going to report to the same unit. Zhang Ye was speechless. Who asked that mouth of yours to always not speak the truth? Dong Shanshan gave him a glance. You did not tell me you were coming to apply as a web host either. You did not ask. All right, I won't keep you from your work. He could see that the school bell had some work to do, so he did not carry on chatting but busied himself. Afternoon. It was now lunchtime. Zhang Ye had been looking at the computer screen the whole morning and felt a little dizzy. He rubbed his eyes and then looked sideways at Dong Shanshan, wanting to ask her to lunch together at the canteen. But before he could open his mouth, a few guys had already come up to her. Teacher Dong, let's have lunch together? Do we have the honor of inviting Teacher Dong for lunch? Yeah, we could also discuss about the program together. The program planning for you is almost done. Let's chat while we eat. About 5 to 6 guys had come up to her at once. They were tall, short, fat, and thin, each one more enthusiastic than the other. Dong Shanshan smiled at them. Discuss about the program? All right then, let's go together. So she headed to the canteen together with the few of them. Zhang Ye thought to himself, sure, this bro will have his own lunch. When he got up, he realized that he did not know the way to the canteen. He wanted to find a colleague to go together and also to have a chat with in order to find out more about the company and the people there. But when he tried looking for someone, everyone had already left. It was like they avoided Zhang Ye on purpose, and it made him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Your sister, from the television station to the web TV station. Is this bro so unpopular? Heading out to look for the canteen himself, Zhang Ye applied for a meal card and then queued for a simple meal of rice and fried vegetables, which he took back to the office to eat. Just before 1 p.m., Dong Shanshan and the others had returned. Teacher Dong, where did you stay last night? I found an express hotel nearby. I had previously believed that our company had staff quarters. There isn't any. We all have to get our own rental apartments. Yeah, you are still unfamiliar with this place. Why don't I bring you to a residential property intermediary after work tonight? But won't that trouble you, Qian? That's not troublesome, no trouble at all. It's along the way. Sure, then thank you. You are too polite, it's just simple help. With the appointment to go apartment hunting decided, Qian became very excited. Little Yu, who was seated beside him, could only look on at him in envy. You were still saying that you weren't good enough for her this morning. And now you are already going after her in the afternoon? Deceitful. Dong Shanshan mood was not affected as she went back to her work. Zhang Ye saw this, and could only feel the exasperation one could feel if they competed against others. He could tell that there were at least 10 people in the entire office who had their sights on Dong Shanshan. Some showed it on their faces, while others hid it in their hearts. They would glance at Dong Shanshan every now and then, but not make a move. You seem really popular, Zhang Ye said in a laughing voice that only the two of them could hear. There were only the two of them on this side of their work area, so as long as they spoke softly, no one else could hear them. Dong Shanshan glanced. Is that so? Zhang Ye shrugged. At least more popular than me. Her. Dong Shanshan was tickled. Why did you curse at people when you just got the job? Composing poetry that scolds people and making trouble during a live broadcast. Everyone already knows that you are not easy to get along with, so who would bother to make conversation with you? At lunch just now, some of them asked me about you. Do you know what's their impression of you? They said that you are a wonder of the industry. They are the wonders. Your whole damned family are wonders. Zhang Ye was speechless for a long while. With a sudden thought, Dong Shanshan asked, Oh right, did you find an apartment yet? If not, why don't we go together tonight? I don't know about you, but I'm definitely going to stay here for the long term. Zhang Ye replied. I've already found one yesterday and moved in. So fast. Where is it at? Dong Shanshan asked curiously. Zhang Ye laughingly answered, It's near the Bund. I forgot which road, but it's a normal 2-bedroom apartment. Dong Shanshan said. The rental over there is so expensive, looks like you've got quite some money. Oh right, the China Airlines reward was already $1 million. All right, tomorrow or the day after. I must have a treat from you. No problem, Zhang Ye said without hesitating, while waving his hands. But with this wave, he knocked a pen off from his desk. It landed right beside Dong Shanshan's leg. Dong Shanshan lowered her head to pick it up for him. But Zhang Ye said, Let me do it. You are wearing a skirt. It's not convenient. Dong Shanshan did not insist. They were already classmates of 4 years. With the added incident on the plane and as old friends meeting again at work, their relationship had already become a lot closer. Zhang Ye bent over his waist towards the schoolbell's legs. With her legs that were covered by black silk stockings getting closer and closer to his face, it was getting too tempting. Zhang Ye's mind suddenly thought of something. He remembered the items that he drew from the consumption category earlier, red string of fate. The instructions were rather clear, but he wouldn't know what the effect really was if he did not use it. Try? He had to try? Dong Shanshan did not pay attention to him, as she was busy clearing the documents on her desk. Zhang Ye opened his game rings inventory and took out a red string of fate. As he was picking up the pen beside her leg, he took the red string of fate and rounded it around her ankle. Then, he pretended to not have picked up the pen the first time, and with a quick flick of his finger, made the red string of fate into a knot. With a pull, the red string of fate was now tied to Dong Shanshan's ankle. Zhang Ye could feel and see the red string of fate. However, Dong Shanshan could not see it nor feel it. She did look at him with her peripheral vision, maybe annoyed at why he was taking so long. Zhang Ye had by now already picked up the pen and got back up. Dong Shanshan returned her gaze back onto her computer as she typed and did work. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief that he wasn't discovered. He crossed his right leg up as he looked down at it and proceeded to tie the red string of fate around his own ankle too. The material of the red string of fate was very special as it could extend at will. When it was tied onto Dong Shanshan's ankle, it did not have much length, but as he pulled it, he discovered that it could be extended indefinitely, and that was how he managed to tie it to his own ankle. The moment it was tied, Zhang Ye felt a numbness in his ankle. It felt like pins and needles, though it disappeared very quickly. He looked to his side and saw Dong Shanshan's brows flinching and then curiously bending down to scratch her ankle. Red string of fate is in effect. Marriage affinity is now linked. That's it. What kind of effect will it have? Zhang Ye had familiarized himself with his work and had nothing else to do, so he started waiting to see the effect. 10 minutes passed. There was no changes of any sort. Zhang Ye looked over to Dong Shanshan frequently, but did not see how their marriage affinity had been linked. At this moment, Dong Shanshan suddenly put down her mouse and stood up. She took her cell phone and a tissue pack with only 2 tissues in it, then walked out slowly. Judging by the direction, she was probably headed for the bathroom. After a long while, Dong Shanshan still had not returned. Zhang Ye looked at his watch, hoping to leave work earlier. The red string of fate's effect was likely to be slower, unlike the Cupid sachet, which was almost immediate. The effect experiment was probably not going to have any results today. As he was thinking, his cell phone vibrated. ZZ. It was a message from the school bell. Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye, are you busy? Zhang Ye replied. No, what's the matter? Chapter 226. Stuck in the ladies. The school bell had encountered a problem. She actually forgot to take her sanitary pad. Zhang Ye sat there like a wax figure. He struggled for a long time before replying. Wait a little longer. I'll see if anyone comes along. I will help you look for someone here. Dong Shanshan. Okay. Zhang Ye looked all over the place to ensure that no one was looking at him. Luckily, their desks were situated at a corner. Zhang Ye quietly shifted his body sideways and stretched his arm out into Dong Shanshan's bag to take out a sanitary pad. He also took a new pack of tissues before placing her bag back in its original spot. Then, he quickly stuffed the sanitary pad into his pocket. Look for someone. But how should he put it? This issue was a little difficult to handle. Through some consideration, Zhang Ye believed that this matter was to be kept a secret from the other male colleagues. After all, it didn't sound good. Dong Shanshan wanted her face after all, and if he became a loudmouth, it would cause adverse effects. Hence, he had to consider which of the female colleagues did not find Dong Shanshan a nuisance. She had to be tight-lipped too, and she would not go around spreading, "Host Dong didn't bring sanitary pads to the bathroom." With this in mind, Zhang Ye began to size up each and every female colleague. This woman? No, she looks a little mean. It's not easy to speak to her. That woman? No too. Looks like a person who likes to gossip. But somehow, just as Zhang Ye could not decide who to ask for help from, Deputy Director Wang walked in with a few people. All our female comrades, please put your work aside. Because there are too many people, tomorrow's medical examination has been brought forward. The vehicle taking us there has already arrived, so please proceed downstairs. It's today? Yeah, but we've already had our lunch. The women muttered some words. Wang Xiong said, it doesn't matter if you've had lunch. It's mainly listening and vision tests. Old Shun, please get the ladies organized and let's go. A middle-aged woman stood up and signaled for everyone to head downstairs. In the space of a few minutes, all of the women had cleared the office. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. F***K, it can't be so coincidental, right? The school bell was still waiting for help. Suddenly, he thought of something. Can this be the damn red string of fate taking effect? What was marriage affinity? Marriage affinity basically meant that 2 people in the world who did not know each other could get to know each other by chance. Then, through a series of incidents, they would become attracted to each other. When people mention things like, the 2 of us are really fated, that is basically what they mean. So the red string of fate's effect was like this as well? It creates some tiny incidents to make 2 people become closer. This was what's called affinity? Otherwise, how could the incidents happening right now be explained? Your sister, at least leave a female colleague behind for me. There's not even one. DD. A message came in again. Dong Shanshan, there's still no one. Zhang Ye, there's really no one. Even the office is empty. All the women have gone for their medical examination. Dong Shanshan. Then, I will thank you first. Please bring it over for me. There's only me in the toilet, so you can come in without worries. Zhang Ye, why can't I leave it at the door for you? Dong Shanshan. It's already dripping down my legs. I don't even dare to pull my skirt down. How do you expect me to go out to take it myself? Dripping down her legs? This description left much to his imagination, and Zhang Ye nearly had a nosebleed. He snorted a little before replying. All right then. Dong Shanshan. Remember not to be seen by others. Thanks. I will buy you a meal. Sometime. Keeping his cell phone, Zhang Ye stood up to go to the toilet. He walked out, and there was not a sight of a woman. The office staff was reduced by half, and all the men were working. No one paid any attention to Zhang Ye. At the toilet entrance, walk straight in, you'd see a mirror. The ladies was on the left, while the gents on the right. Zhang Ye being careful, he went into the gents to take a look first. He was afraid that there was someone inside, and if they saw him coming out from the ladies, he would be totally embarrassed. Okay, there was no one inside. So he came out, and then, he hesitantly took a few steps back and forth towards the ladies. He did not have the courage to go in, so he coughed loudly. "DD. Message, are you here? Was it you coughing?" Zhang Ye replied, "I'm here." "Dong Shanshan, come in. It's the third door from the inside." Zhang Ye clenched his jaws and looked back once more, making sure there was no one around before he stepping into the ladies. He quickly walked towards the rows of cubicles. "The third door? But there are 2 rows. Which third door was it? Where are you?" Zhang Ye whispered softly. "In here." Dong Shanshan's voice came from behind one of the doors. "Oh, coming. Zhang Ye quickly went over. With a creaking sound, the cubicle door opened slightly. Through the gap of the ajar door, Zhang Ye could see one of Dong Shanshan's leg. The lower half of her leg was swathed in black stocking. Her thigh was revealed, showing her milky white skin as the pantyhose was already half off. "Don't look. Pass it to me." A hand reached out. Zhang Ye couldn't help but look. Otherwise, how was he going to put the thing in her hand? Besides, he couldn't see Dong Shanshan's eyes between the door opening. That meant that she could not see his face either and wouldn't know if he was looking or not. Zhang Ye didn't hold back and looked inside a few times. The view was extremely tempting, but he could not see clearly, nor was there much to see. A leg, a half-hanging pantyhose, and a high heel. That was it. Zhang Ye took the sanitary pad and pack of tissues out of his pocket and placed them on her outreached hand. "Okay," Zhang Ye said. "Thanks," Dong Shanshan said. But at this moment, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the door. It was the sound of high heels, and the footsteps were hastily coming towards the ladies. Zhang Ye had goosebumps all over his body. F***K, don't give me this sh**T. What kind of trouble do you want to get me into? His face went pale. If he was seen by someone, he wonders what kind of rumors would start flying. Teacher Zhang Ye sneaked into the female toilet? Teacher Dong and Teacher Zhang's secret meeting in the female toilet? Zhang Ye knew his reputation had not been too good anyway, but never for such a wretched deed. And this time, it would even affect Dong Shanshan's reputation. Teacher Dong, are you in the toilet?" The woman called out. Twice, she almost came in by now. In the nick of time, the third cubicle door opened and a hand reached out to pull Zhang Ye in. Zhang Ye stumbled not knowing what just happened, and he ended up inside. With a bang, the cubicle door closed and was locked from the inside. Zhang Ye looked sideways and made eye contact with Dong Shanshan, who was half sitting, half squatting. He took a deep breath as his face turned red. Dong Shanshan was probably embarrassed too, but she did not blush. With a swipe of her hair, she used it to cover her face. Bathroom. It was the bathroom again. They were in the same situation as when they were on the plane. So it has happened again? What sort of feng shui hotspot was a bathroom? Why do we always **king end up in here? But regardless of the resentment, Zhang Ye still had a feast for his eyes. He did not need to stare at the school bell deliberately. She was right smack in his field of vision. The toilet bowl was splattered with red liquid, quite a lot in fact. The trash bin was also littered with blood-stained tissues. Looking back at Dong Shanshan, because she was in a squatting position, her thighs and hips were together. It squeezed her perky posterior into a fuller shape. A large white area was revealed. The dark blue short skirt was already lifted up to her waist. It did not have the ability to cover her. The black stockings on her legs had also been pulled down her thighs. They were like a wall preventing Zhang Ye from seeing. Inside, the two of them were totally embarrassed. Dong Shanshan coughed continuously to clear her throat. Zhang Ye flurriedly reacted and turned his head to the side. It was not good to keep looking. "Teacher Dong, is that you?" The woman had come in. "It's me. You are." "Zhang Han." Dong Shanshan replied to the outside. The woman laughed. "You can even recognize me this way? No wonder you are in the hosting line. Your memory towards sound is too good. All right, you should hurry up. The medical examination has been brought forward. Everyone's queuing up to board the vehicle. There's still a few people left, so the leader asked me to come look for you," Dong Shanshan said. I have an upset stomach. Maybe you shouldn't wait for me. Don't say that. We all have to do the medical examination somehow. If you don't go today, you will still have to go another time. It will be more difficult to submit your claims if that happens. Don't worry, it's not actually that urgent. I will wait for you here. The woman stood outside waiting. Dong Shanshan immediately replied, Don't wait for me. You go ahead. I will be right with you. It's fine. We are all colleagues. It's not a big deal. The woman said with a sense of loyalty. Zhang Ye was on the verge of cursing. He thought to himself, why she did not arrive earlier or later? Why now at this critical time? If she was here a minute earlier, this bro would not have needed to come into the ladies and could have just passed you. The things. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye subconsciously turned around to give Dong Shanshan a signal. But he saw something he shouldn't have seen, so he quickly turned around. Zhang Han started chatting with her. Is that teacher Zhang Ye your classmate? Yes, we were in the same class. Dong Shanshan replied. Zhang Han said, Is he really that famous in Beijing? It don't seem so. He doesn't even have the looks of a host. It's the first time I've seen such a hooligan host. Holy sh*t. She's now even thrashing my front yard. You are now even setting me up? Zhang Ye endured it. There was no other way except enduring it. They were under the same roof, and it was a roof that had quite a stench. The smell in the loo could not be said to be fragrant, but Dong Shanshan's perfume was mixed in it. Dong Shanshan said to her in a squatting position, Teacher Zhang Ye has an honest disposition. He dares to say anything on his mind. He also dares to do anything. He was the same back in school. He never schemed. So the people who liked him a lot, while those who hated him would hate him so much that they would ground their teeth whenever they saw him. Zhang Ye looked up. So the school belle had such an evaluation of him? She sure knows me. Is that so? I couldn't tell. Zhang Han said, and then pinched her nose. As the deed was a bit odd, she said, I think I'll wait for you by the bathroom's entrance. Hurry up, would you? Almost done. All right. The sound of footsteps trailed away and stopped by the bathroom's entrance. Without her gone, Zhang Ye did not dare to leave. He whispered, What do we do? I'll go out first. You can leave once we're gone. Dong Shanshan whispered back. See, the sound of something tearing could be heard. She must have taken out the sanitary pad. Have some conscience. Don't turn back. Okay. Zhang Ye answered. There was nonstop sounds coming from behind him. There was the sound of high heels moving around, as well as the sounds of the sanitary pad rubbing across a surface. About half a minute passed, and then Dong Shanshan said from behind, I'm done. Zhang Ye turned back and saw Dong Shanshan adjusting her deep blue-colored short skirt. With a press of the flush button, the water began gushing out. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Zhang Ye looked at her and really wanted to hug her, but he didn't dare to. Dong Shanshan stared at him with a charming look. I'm leaving first. Be careful yourself. All right. Watching Dong Shanshan open the stall's door, Zhang Ye took another deep breath. He was afraid that blood would gush out of his nose because he had seen too much today. Sorry for the long wait, Zhang Han. It's all right. Let's go, Teacher Dong. All right. Your clothes are quite pretty. Where did you buy them? Is it so? My boyfriend gave it to me last week. You sure are blessed. I don't even know if my other half has been born. The sounds of their conversation and footsteps faded away. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. Sticking his head out to look around, he quickly left the ladies and returned to his desk to work. Red string of fate. You nearly took away my life. Chapter 227. The pioneer of talk shows in this world. Evening. Outside the hospital specified by the office. As time passed, male and female staff members of Weiwa companies gradually left the hospital. 30 minutes after the female staff had departed, the male comrades were ushered onto a bus to be sent in for their medical checkup. Even Zhang Ye, who had only started work that day, was no exception. The medical examination for the female comrades was probably more complex and had a couple additional tests, so everyone exited around the same time. Once outside, Zhang Ye ran into Dong Shanshan again. The red string of fate was still connected to their ankles. It had yet to break. However, when he recalled the incident in the restroom earlier that afternoon, Zhang Ye was too embarrassed to attempt to create conversation with her. Teacher Dong. A colleague walked out of the hospital. It was Qian, the colleague who didn't sit too far from Zhang Ye. Dong Shanshan turned around with a smile. Qian. Qian asked, Have you completed your medical checkup? Yes, I just finished. Dong Shanshan said. Then let's go? I will take you to search for an apartment. Ah Qian said. Sure, then I'll treat you to dinner. Dong Shanshan said. Ah. Qian anxiously replied. Ah. But you arrived just yesterday. It should be my treat instead. You can treat me next time. Her. Dong Shanshan then walked off with Ah Qian, but the school bell saw Zhang Han as Ah Qian hailed a taxi. She immediately greeted her, and the three of them burst into conversation. Probably by Dong Shanshan's invitation, Zhang Han entered the taxi with them. Shortly after, the taxi disappeared around a corner. Seeing that none of his colleagues around him spoke to him, he too hailed a taxi and went home. Near the Bund, in an upscale district, as he walked past a fountain and some rock features, Zhang Ye was busy admiring the view. It felt as though the tiredness from his day had dissipated. Living in this sort of environment, Zhang Ye could only think that his status had changed to that of a high-status person. At home, the temperature was a little chilly. There was no central heating in Shanghai, so you could only turn the air conditioner on manually. Zhang Ye turned on the heater and went to shower. He then went to the master bedroom and sat at the writing desk and went online. This was his usual routine each day, to check the internet for news each day. Now that he was a web TV host, he would have to pay even more attention to the current events. Weiwa Video. On the web TV videos page, there was a banner ad, which had Zhang Ye photo on it. The words, "Congratulations Teacher Zhang Ye on joining WEDF" channel was emblazoned on it. This ad was most likely put up just today. Yesterday's was probably news of Dong Shanshan joining, probably lasting just for the day. If it was the publicity about anyone else's recruitment, it might not have attracted much attention. After all, those who became web TV hosts were usually not very famous, as a television station would still be the choice destination for most hosts. But Zhang Ye was different. He had been on Central TV News 2 days ago. That publicity still had not died down yet. Therefore, this small banner was noticed by many people. On discussion forums, Tieba and Weibo, every platform had people uploading the banner. The latest news has confirmed that teacher Zhang Ye has gone to work at an online TV channel. A Weibo account named 20 Years of Professional News Leaks posted. Wow, there's finally some news of teacher Zhang? Great, we can watch his programs again. I've been waiting for such a long time too. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing what type of program teacher Zhang will come up with this time. Will it be another historical program? A copy of Lecture Room? That can't be. This is online TV we're talking about, right? Historical programs are not suitable here. I was guessing that Zhang Ye went to work for Shanghai television station. How did it become online television? Even though such kinds of fixed broadcast methods on such a medium is very popular these days, does it suit Zhang Ye? Anyway, I don't expect much from him. He's someone who spoke about history, and it's even serious history. If he were to be an online broadcaster, isn't that forcing himself to death? It's all about youngsters in this medium. Even if you can present history very well and in an intriguing way, the other programs are all still entertainment programs. How can you fight on even ground with them? Sure, even if you were to host an entertainment program, too, your field of expertise would have changed. That's even worse. Right? I'm also a little worried. Just what sort of program will he come up with? We will know in a few days. A lot of the fans began to worry, as they could see the difficulties that Zhang Ye would soon face. Of course, there were also those who discredited Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye can't make it anymore. His talent has run out, and he won't be able to produce any good programs anymore. Right? He was only okay speaking when he talked about the Three Kingdoms, but he can't do well for other topics. Let's wait for him to make a fool of himself. At present, Weiwa Video can be considered to be a big player in this industry. Why would they bring Zhang Ye in? This move was really too lousy. Zhang Ye doesn't have the looks, and he can only depend on that mouth of his. What use is that? With just his mouth, how could he be suitable for the web TV environment? The other newly joined host, though, is rather nice. She looks good, and she has a sexy figure. This is what I call a good move. Any program hosted by her would gain attention. But what does that Zhang Ye have? Why are you discrediting teacher Zhang so badly? A Zhang Ye fan asked. Another fan from his Tieba said, "Since when has teacher Zhang Ye been logically understood? You are too naive. I very much look forward to teacher Zhang's new program. I'm pretty sure I won't be disappointed." Another female Tieba fan angrily said, "Can only depend on his mouth?" Yes, teacher Zhang Ye is not handsome, nor does he have a good body. But so what? Teacher Zhang Ye has depended on that mouth of his ever since his debut. In the past, it was like this. In the future, it will still be like this, too. All of you, just wait. Watch and see how Teacher Zhang Ye uses his mouth to become famous throughout the country. When that happens, which one of you will still dare let out a fart? The person who discredited Zhang Ye earlier said, "There's a brainless fan upstairs." The girl replied, "Indeed, I am Teacher Zhang's brainless fan. Bite me." There were also some news reports of Zhang Ye's career move. There was no lack of local Shanghai news reporting on this. Zhang Ye joins Weiwa Video. Will the ratings legend continue? The report was written this way. In Beijing, Zhang Ye had created a listenership legend at the radio station. He had broken the midnight segment's historical ratings, and then he jumped ship to work at Beijing television station, where his new historical segment broke local television ratings for similar historical segments. The ratings far exceeded the other historical segments. It was worth noting that they were not even worthy of competing with his results, as the disparity of the gap was just too much. This time, him moving to Weiwa Video would likely see him take up a role as a web TV host. I can't help but ask, will his legend continue? Some felt it would, but a majority of people did not feel so. Several news posts were now intensely being discussed. After reading for over an hour, Zhang Ye lit a cigarette and started smoking. The fans' expectations and encouragement put him under a lot of pressure. For those who doubted and denied him, Zhang Ye could actually understand why they would act that way. He was, after all, inexperienced and didn't have outstanding results. Late-night ghost stories dazzled. Lecture room was outstanding. It was not wrong, but when compared to those famous veteran hosts, he was not even close. Those famous hosts, at the very least, had already done 6 to 7 programs, and their ratings were all improvements compared to the last. They also broadcast on satellite TV and reached the whole country. Zhang Ye's achievements could not even compare. His previous 2 programs even had a great deal of limitations. Whether it was ghost stories or historical lectures, they basically did not have big audiences. What should he choose for his new program? This was a problem that constantly vexed Zhang Ye. The program had to meet the need of catering to the younger audience of web TV, but also had to have substantial entertainment value. It had to cater to the masses even more. There had to be a guarantee that many episodes could be broadcast over a long period of time. No matter how he thought about it, the only program that seemed to meet these requirements was a talk show. This was an entertainment culture that came from foreign countries. Late-night talk shows had more than 6 decades of history. Overseas, the format of talk shows typically had interviews and individual stand-up comedy segments. It discussed politics or sex, so it was not appropriate for the People's Republic of China. Hence, the Chinese talk shows in Zhang Ye's world had their own flavor. They formed a new format that matched the country's conditions and ideology. However, the core was not much different from Western-style talk shows. They were all talk shows, a host with just his mouth. However, Zhang Ye had never made the decision to do a talk show. It was not that he lacked the ability, but he believed that he was not as good as the talk show masters of this world. If he used the segments from his world, many of them had to deal with real-life current events or movies or novels. For example, if he used "whatever you believe or not, I trust in it," how many people here would understand it? He definitely needed to delete and revise portions of it, as this world did not have such works or origin stories. The segment would naturally not be funny, so it was a bit more trouble to produce it. Besides, this world also had its jokes and segments. He believed that he was unable to compete with those talk show hosts who had already honed their trade over time. After all, Zhang Ye was still unfamiliar with many things of this world. Let's check it first. He first wanted to see the programs of the talk show masters of this world. Zhang Ye began searching the words talk show in Chinese with a learning attitude, and then he was stunned. There was no such word in the search results. He refused to have his beliefs shaken and searched in English, only to find a translation of the words. It was even translated individually, talk and show. After more than 10 minutes of searching, Zhang Ye was surprised to realize the reality. Be it foreign or domestic, this world didn't ***king have a program that was similar to talk shows. There was no such term on the internet, nor did anyone know what talk shows were. Zhang Ye was overjoyed. Great. He had picked a bargain. Previously, he was afraid to compete with the many masters of talk shows. But now, from the looks of it, there was no need to worry about this anymore. If he pioneered a new art form, then he would be China's. No, the pioneer of talk shows in this world. It's settled. This shall be it. Chapter 228. Living with the School Bell. The program format was decided. Then what program should it be? A. Foreign one. One from domestic television? Or the ones on the internet? There were too many talk show programs in Zhang Ye's world. A few years before the world was changed, this type of program was too popular. There were many choices, but from the popularity and particular content of the programs, there were very few choices. He was thinking of a broadcasting format that suited web video. Also considering that he would be the first person to suggest a talk show, he had to try his best to choose a traditional talk show format that suited the tastes of the locals. He could not choose those pseudo-talk shows as the precedent. In that case, there was only one option that was the best. When he thought of this, Zhang Ye had already opened the interface to the game ring. Looking at his overall reputation points, he was counting his blessings that after obtaining the difficulty adjustment dice, he stopped using his reputation points. They could finally be put to use. He used the remaining reputation points, as well as the reputation points he gained from the past 2 days, to buy a total of 10 memory search capsules. He wanted to remember more at one go. He threw the capsules into his mouth. He began searching his memory. Zhang Ye recalled the date and time when he watched those programs himself. His consciousness was naturally brought back to that period under the help of the capsule. 1 episode, 10 episodes, 20 episodes. Why did he need to remember so many? At a go? The reason was that many of the segments that were specific to his world could not be used. He could only use segments that were universal. Hence, he could not just follow the order from his world. He had to delete some and add some, so there was definitely no harm in recalling more episodes. When there wasn't enough segments for one episode, the other segments could be used to supplement the gaps. As long as the connections were done properly, there would not be a jarring feeling. 8:40. It was nearly 9. Zhang Ye also regained consciousness after he had finished using the memory search capsules. With a probe of his mind, he could recall a total of more than 20 episodes. Not one word was missing, as they were clearly embedded in his mind. He could even recite it backwards ad verbatim. Growl. His stomach began to protest. Zhang Ye rubbed his belly and felt his hunger. He had not eaten ever since he returned home. He had even had his blood drawn at the hospital. And with the program decided on, his body and mind had completely relaxed. Hence his hunger was even more pronounced. There wasn't much at home. Did he have to go out to eat something? Wait a moment. What's happening to the red string of fate? Zhang Ye had his head down while looking for shoes to go downstairs. However, he saw the red string of fate at his ankle slowly changing in direction. Previously, it was pointing west all along. Clearly, Dong Shanshan was looking for a rental apartment in that direction. But now, the red string of fate was pointing directly downwards. As the red string of fate could penetrate anything, he could see it embedded in the floor tiles of his house. It was pointing downwards? What was this supposed to mean? Soon, the red string of fate changed again. It started pointing a bit east, and then slowly raised upwards. Shortly after that, the red string of fate turned parallel to the floor and pointed towards the door. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell sounded. Zhang Ye went over and opened the door with his head filled with questions. Dong Shanshan? The school bell was standing outside the door with the clothes she was wearing during the day. However, she was holding onto 2 luggage bags that Zhang Ye had seen her use at the airport. Dong Shanshan flicked her hair charmingly. Why? We haven't seen each other for only 2 or 3 hours, right? Why are you staring so widely? Don't you even recognize your old classmate? Zhang Ye said. That's not it. I'm wondering about the reason why you are here. You know my address. Dong Shanshan winked. Weren't your address and telephone number recorded by the company? My memory is pretty good, so before it was shelved away, I had scanned and remembered it. Saying that, she patted her luggage. So, are you letting your old classmate stand at the door? You aren't inviting me in. Please enter. Zhang Ye moved sideways to let her in. Dong Shanshan walked in and looked around. Oh, your house is pretty big? Zhang Ye helped her carry the luggage in. It's not bad. It's just an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment. It's in such a good spot in downtown, and the apartment is pretty big. It must at least be more than 10,000 yuan a month, right? Her. You sure are rich. Dong Shanshan praised him. Zhang Ye was still puzzled. Didn't you go apartment searching? I didn't find a good one. Dong Shanshan sighed and said, those that are near to the company are too expensive, nor are there one-bedroom apartments. The cheapest two-bedroom is already around 8,000 to 9,000. Those that are 4,000 to 5,000 are co-rental with other people. I even went to look at apartments that were farther away. There were one-bedroom apartments for 3,000 to 4,000, but they are too far away. There will be traffic jams just commuting to work. It would take more than an hour, and up to 2 hours commuting to and fro. And in this line of work, it is inevitable to work overtime. If I get off work late in the night, how am I to go home? Without a car, it's also unsafe. So it definitely wouldn't do. Zhang Ye smiled. To think you are lacking in cash? Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes at him and pulled out a napkin to wipe her forehead of the fine, fragrant sweat. She had been tired out dragging her luggage all the way here. I'm really lacking in cash. The money I saved up working in the Xishan province has been given to my parents, so as to let them lead a better life. So I didn't bring a lot of money for my trip to Shanghai. How can I compare to a rich guy like you? You should know about my family conditions, right? Zhang Ye had heard about it back in school. He knew that her family's financial condition was average. She wasn't much different from him. They were not from rich families, but their situations had not been as bad as going hungry. Do you want to get some money from me to tide you over? Dong Shanshan chuckled. You know I never borrow money from others. I'll spend how much I have. That has been my guiding principle. However, I really need help from you. Say it, please. Zhang Ye immediately said. Dong Shanshan smiled slightly and pointed to her luggage. Yesterday, I lived in a motel, but the motels around here are quite expensive. It's more than 300 a night. When I went to work, I did not carry on my stay at the motel. My luggage was stored at the front desk. I wanted to stay another night after I finished looking at apartments, but there were no more rooms. They had all been taken. After looking around all day, I didn't find any cheap hotels either. So, I came to disturb you. After saying all this, she stood up and sized up the luxuriously renovated apartment. Actually, I wanted to disturb you for a night, but your house looks pretty good. The renovations and the floor area are excellent. Isn't it a waste to live alone in a two-bedroom apartment? Zhang Ye was stunned. Yes, it's quite a waste. Dong Shanshan sexily pursed her lips to reveal a smile. Then let's be housemates. You don't mind your old classmates staying here, right? Of course, I would not be staying here for free. How much is your rent? We can split the rent. Zhang Ye subconsciously said, it's 12,000 a month. So expensive? Dong Shanshan smacked her lips. Let's do it this way. I'll pay 4,000, and then you can throw your clothes at me. I'll wash them for you. Zhang Ye immediately said, how can I agree to that? If you agree to stay, feel free to stay. It's nothing. There's no need for you to wash my clothes or pay. Dong Shanshan pouted. Then I'm leaving? Hell, look at you. Do you need to go this far? Zhang Ye said helplessly. Dong Shanshan insisted. I know you mean well, but Zhang Ye was also insistent. We have been old classmates for so many years. Why stand on ceremony with me? Anyway, I will definitely not want your money. Knowing that the school belle was a bit tight on money, he naturally wanted to help her. Besides, Zhang Ye was dying to live with Dong Shanshan together. He would be living with a beauty together. Dong Shanshan frowned. You are so unthoughtful. It's you who are unthoughtful. Zhang Ye moved her luggage to the second bedroom. Let's go. This definitely will not do. Zhang Ye smiled with his eyebrows ticking upwards. Do you know how to cook? Dong Shanshan was amused. You are looking down on me? Then I must let you try it. That's good then. I'm starving now. I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Ye somewhat agreed to her suggestion of doing laundry and cooking. However, he naturally did not plan on letting her do the laundry. Sure, what do you want to eat? Just something to fill the stomach. I'm not picky with food. Then help me move my luggage. I'll go downstairs to the supermarket to buy some food. 9:30 a.m. Dong Shanshan did not change after coming back with food. She grabbed and wore an apron from her luggage bags. She rushed into the kitchen and closed the door. When she came out, there were already 2 dishes in her hands. One of them was fried chicken wings, sprinkled with some spices. The other plate was oil-dipped shrimp. No water was used. It was stewed in oil. It was extremely fragrant, and it looked very good. Have a taste. Dong Shanshan said confidently. Zhang Ye was starving, so he quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks and began eating. Wow. Yes, yes, it's delicious. Ring, ring, ring. Dong Shanshan's phone rang. She turned her head sideways to Zhang Ye. Don't talk. Then she picked it up with a smile. Hello, Mom. On the other side, Mother Dong said. Are you asleep yet? Dong Shanshan said. Not yet. How is Dad? He will be discharged from hospital tomorrow. It's just pneumonia, so it's nothing much. Mother Dong said. How's your work over there? Did you find a place to stay? Dong Shanshan smiled. I found it. It's near the Bund and close to the company. Mother Dong exclaimed. The houses. They are expensive. How can you be so wasteful? Dong Shanshan pointed at the fried chicken wings, motioning for Zhang Ye to try that dish. She said into the phone, No, I'm living at an old classmate's house. I don't have to pay. Mother Dong said attentively, A man or woman? Of course it's a woman. Dong Shanshan could lie at a moment's notice. Mother Dong acknowledged and said, That's good. Remember to thank her. Dong Shanshan leisurely said, I've already thanked her. We are eating supper now. She has a morning shift tomorrow, so she has to sleep early today. So I won't be talking anymore. Bye, Mom. Seeing her hang up the phone, Zhang Ye sweated. He was wondering why all the beauties he met had something with their words. The heavenly queen's mouth was filled with daggers. She was completely different to different people. The landlady's mouth was venomous. She could be as damaging as she wanted with her words. As for the schoolbell's mouth, nothing she spoke was the truth. Chapter 229. What is a talk show? Beep, beep, beep. The alarm rang. The day had just begun. Zhang Ye kicked away his fluffy down blanket and switched off the alarm. He was still sleepy, so he rolled over and carried on lazing in bed. He didn't care if he was late for work. Shortly after, there was a knock on his bedroom's door. Zhang Ye. Huh. It's time to wake up. Hurry and get up. Got it. Let me sleep in a bit longer. The door was not locked, so Dong Shanshan walked right in. She was dressed in professional attire. Today, she dressed in the style of a white-collared office lady. Her thick lipstick and the makeup on her face made her look sexy, as well as accentuated her curvaceous figure, regardless of the clothes that she wore. Dong Shanshan poked him. Breakfast is ready. A fragrance wafted through the gap in the door. It smelled like porridge. Zhang Ye opened his eyes tiredly and sniffed. It smells so delicious. If you don't wake up, I'm going to eat it all. Saying that, Dong Shanshan walked out the room and closed the door behind her. Zhang Ye stretched his back and quickly dressed himself and got out of bed. Thinking of Dong Shanshan waking him up, this scene reminded him of a young wife waking her husband. It made Zhang Ye feel his heart itch. He decided not to set an alarm in the future. He just needed to wait for the school bell to wake him up daily. In the hallway, Dong Shanshan was preparing the utensils. Good morning. Zhang Ye greeted her as he entered to the bathroom. He saw another cup beside his brushing mug. A purplish-red toothbrush was placed in it. Looking sideways, there were 3 new bath towels, as well as several facial skincare products. Zhang Ye did not know a thing about these. There was even a pink sanitary pad placed beside the toilet paper roll. They obviously all belonged to Dong Shanshan. We really are living together. The situation seemed pretty good. In the future, he could feast his eyes on a beauty walking around his home. Furthermore, the beauty was in charge of cooking. Was there anything more blissful than this new lifestyle? Living with the school bell? Just thinking about this made Zhang Ye feel incredulous. When he came out after washing up, Dong Shanshan had already begun eating without him. Zhang Ye pulled up a chair and sat down. He recalled something and went to his bedroom to grab it. He came out with a key in his hand. This is the key to the house. It's the spare one. All right. Dong Shanshan took it and put it away. Hurry and eat. All right. Zhang Ye drank a mouthful of porridge. He repeatedly praised it. Dong Shanshan smiled very happily. Do you need to act so dramatically? Although my food isn't horrible, it also isn't that good. I'm only good at making a few dishes. Zhang Ye encouraged her. No way. It's especially tasty. When Dong Shanshan had finished eating, she said, I'll go to work first. Let's not go together. I understand. Go ahead then. Zhang Ye said. They definitely could not let their colleagues know that they were living together. It would lead to negative effects and bad rumors. Before leaving, Dong Shanshan waved. I'll see you in the office shortly. Oh yes. Just leave the dishes in the sink when you're done. I'll wash them when I return home tonight. The door closed and she was gone. Suddenly, Zhang Ye felt a tingle around his ankle. This feeling felt very familiar. It was the numb sensation he felt when the red string of fate was activated after he had first tied it. With him suddenly feeling the sensation, he could not help but lower his head and saw the transparent red string of fate tremble before snapping with a slight sound. The red string of fate disappeared into thin air and became red strands of light. In the blink of an eye, nothing was left other than the system message from the game ring. Red string of fate no longer in effect. Great, it had lasted for about half a day. Zhang Ye was pretty pleased with an item like the red string of fate. Although his marriage affinity with Dong Shanshan lasted nearly a day, the time spent was like being on the edge of a blade. Their marriage affinity had clearly been pulled together. The incident in the bathroom and the matter of staying in his house had all closed the distance between him and the school bell, both psychologically and physically. They were only separated by a hallway. Hence, the red string of fate's effects were very clear. Zhang Ye believed that if he did not use the red string of fate to tie their marriage affinity together, Dong Shanshan would definitely not have come to his house last night, nor would she have chosen to stay here. She would probably have found an apartment to stay at since Shanghai was so large. It was definitely possible to find something suitable and cheap with so many apartments available. Even if she didn't manage to find one on such short notice, the motel that Dong Shanshan used would not have been fully booked. This was probably all based on the effects of the red string of fate. Also, there was another point. Even though the red string of fate had broken and became ineffective, the victory it created did not lose effect. Dong Shanshan would definitely still live here. This is a good thing. There was another one left that could be used in the future. After he finished his meal, Zhang Ye closed the door and left for work. Weiwa headquarters. Web TV department's office. When Zhang Ye swiped his card, it was 8:55. He had barely made it to work on time. When he walked towards his desk, he heard people speaking to Dong Shanshan. Qian said hospitably, "I'll look for an apartment with you again tonight." "There's no need." Her. "I already found a place to stay. Thank you." Dong Shanshan pulled out some specialties from home and passed it to him. "This was brought from my home. Have some." Qian felt flattered and said, "You didn't have to. You accompanied me to house hunt all of yesterday, and even treated me to a meal. I'm the one who feels bad. Take it. It's not that expensive either." Dong Shanshan pushed it to him. Qian said happily, "All right. By the way, where are you staying?" "Me?" Dong Shanshan began lying. Seeing that the rent around here was so expensive and it's inconvenient to stay so far from here, I went to live with a relative. Little Yu, who was sitting nearby, joined in the conversation. "You have a relative living near here?" Dong Shanshan nodded. "That's right. A paternal elder cousin of mine. She has been in Shanghai for a few years now." The female colleague, Zhang Han, said, "Staying at a relative's place is good. You can take care of one another. Renting a place with someone is troublesome and also unsafe. Shanshan, maybe you can invite us to your place as guests when your cousin isn't home." Yesterday, when she went to the bathroom to search for Dong Shanshan, she referred to her as Teacher Dong, but today her salutation had changed. Clearly, they were a lot closer now. Yesterday, it was Zhang Han who accompanied her to go house hunting, too. A guest? Go home. Zhang Ye, who was about to sit down, slipped and nearly fell to the ground. Dong Shanshan smiled receptively. "All right. We'll find a day, but it definitely won't be in the near future. My cousin seldom travels." This goalpost was moved far away. It was time to work. People began to busy themselves. Zhang Ye was already pretty familiar with work, and with no one giving him any tasks to complete, he could sit in front of the computer and do nothing. However, he was not sitting by idly. He could do something, even without having tasks assigned to him. Hence, he created a new document on the computer and began preparing his program proposal. What should he name it? What program name would be the most suitable? After tapping on the keyboard a few times in deep thought, Zhang Ye rejected a few talk show program shows from his world. Things like Tonight 80s Talks How, Weekly Something Show would not do. Zhang Ye was wondering if he should respect the orthodox talk show program names from the West, such as Zhang Ye's show. No, this was the world's first talk show program. After all, if words were omitted, there would be more people who could not tell what it meant. It needed to be the full name. Let's call it Zhang Ye's Talk Show. Right. This was easy to tell at a glance. As Zhang Ye was a talk show fan of his world, he had watched it often. Along with him being a professional broadcasting major, He knew a lot about talk show programs. He spent about an hour completing his proposal. It included the stage layout, live audience, equipment requirements, funding application, and various other aspects. He listed them all out in detail. He found it very well done. Elsewhere, Qian had returned from outside. He was in charge of professional program planning in the web TV department. Little Yu also had a similar job description. They were responsible for any proposals for and the production of new programs. Qian first found Dong Shanshan. Teacher Shanshan, I've showed your proposal that we discussed yesterday to the director. He's okay with it and asked us to begin preparing. Dong Shanshan blinked. That proposal for online talents? Yes, it's that one. Didn't we reject one of the other ideas we discussed? Qian said. Dong Shanshan smiled. It's good that it has been approved. These kinds of programs are pretty popular these days. We can also get some tailwind from it, too. However, the exact implementation still requires more consideration. Those talents aren't easy to find, right? Little Yu chuckled. It's easy to find them. We just need to collate them online. There can't be too many people applying for it, and they don't have to be talented in a certain aspect. Something humorous would do, too. For example, I know that someone who can consecutively fart more than 10 times in a row can be considered talented. It can also attract a lot of attention. Anyway, our web TV is given more free rein and is more open to topics than television stations. Dong Shanshan nodded. All right, then I'll begin the preparations. All right, leave the planning and implementation to us. I have even thought of the team to help you out. Qian said, acting very professional. Then I'll trouble all of you. Dong Shanshan smiled. When the program is produced, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Talent show? There was such a thing here already. Zhang Ye was no stranger to it. Although he had not seen such programs in this world, they were clearly more or less similar. His world also had such a program for a very long time. Zhang Ye was feeling a bit regretful. He was wondering if this world did not have all sorts of programs. If not, then after he finished his talk show, he could flex his muscles and use the programs from his world. But now it seems like it had been just a dream. Some programs had already appeared in the entertainment environment of this world. It was impossible to not have anything. After all, their society was very similar, so there couldn't be too great of a disparity. Zhang Ye did not have that many loopholes to fill. For there not to be a talk show in this society's history was already extremely lucky for him. He did not think further and planned to research on it in the future. Furthermore, this world also had programs that did not exist in Zhang Ye's world. Hence, both worlds had their own things which Zhang Ye needed to slowly explore. Let's not think about it too much. First, he had to make the format of a talk show popular. Zhang Ye began typing and modified the proposal on his computer. At this moment, Qian hesitantly looked at Zhang Ye after he had finished speaking to Dong Shanshan. He finally walked over and smiled. Teacher Zhang, hello. I'm a part of the second program planning team of our department. You can call me Qian. Be it income or their social status, program planning employees like Qian and Little Yu were definitely lower than a host. The level of their jobs were incomparable, so he had to speak politely to Zhang Ye. Of course, the other reason was that Zhang Ye looked to be someone with an unpleasant temper. Qian was a bit fearful when speaking to Zhang Ye. He was afraid that he would end up being cursed at if he wasn't careful with his words. He was in charge of planning and definitely could not compete with a host in a swear battle. A host was someone who made a living with their mouth. As for Zhang Ye, he was excited. There was finally someone amongst his colleagues who came to speak with him. Zhang Ye was nearly overflowing with tears. Over the past 2 days in the department, not a single colleague had spoken to him other than the school bell. It made this fellow feel like he was playing a single-player game. Hence, from the looks of Zhang Ye, one could understand that people could temporarily not need others or need any exchange. However, people were, after all, social creatures. They would find it torturous if social activities and exchanges were cut off for a long time. Zhang Ye held his hand and said, "Hello, Qian." Qian nearly jumped up with fright. "Man, you are way too enthusiastic." Hello. Seeing this scene, his attitude towards Zhang Ye also changed. He was no longer that afraid. Just now, when I went to Deputy Director Wang's office to submit the application for Teacher Shanshan's program, the leader asked me if you had any thoughts on where to begin for your program, and I didn't know how to answer. Later, the leader told me to tell you to look for him at 11. He will return after a meeting. Zhang Ye looked at his watch. It's soon. All right, I'll be there in a moment. Qian blinked his eyes. You already have some ideas for your program? Actually, I wanted to discuss with you about the new program yesterday. However, I heard that the situation regarding you and teacher Shanshan was different. The higher-ups delegated the program's planning, production, and hosting to you. Zhang Ye acknowledged it. Yes, that's what the contract said. Qian gave a wry smile. This makes others so envious. Typically, a new web host would not be allowed to plan his own program, even if he were quite popular. It is usually created through a discussion with everyone, or by selecting a suitable proposal from the planning archives for submission. For you to have such freedom, it is something that I'm hearing for the first time in this company. After a pause, he said, Actually, it's not odd, too. I have specially watched your lecture room, and it was really well done. It managed to consider both the historical knowledge and interesting aspects of it together. It also had great synergy. I heard that the program was planned by you. Also, back then, the creative advertisement for the conservation of electricity was also planned and produced by you. You are an expert in planning and much better than us. However, maybe the leaders are not at ease to fully leave the planning to you, so I didn't dare to venture too deep yesterday. In front of you, I don't dare to act the expert. He euphemized his words, and one could tell that he was trying to build a good relationship with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye remembered that the human resource person who had been cursed away by him knew Qian and company. He had even chatted with them. But from the looks of Qian's attitude, it was unlikely that they had very close ties. They could chat, but their relationship wasn't that great. Zhang Ye felt good being flattered. Don't say that. Being a broadcasting host is just my profession. As for planning, that's just fun and games for me. I can't compare to you in terms of experience. Both of them flattered each other. This was what chatting meant. When little you noticed that Qian had managed to look so friendly with the industry wonder, he also felt some pressure. He took the opportunity and also went over. Teacher Zhang, I've long heard about your fame. Everyone calls me Little You, or calls me by my English name, CA. When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly recalled that Zhang Ye was an ultranationalist, so he quickly ceased. Just calling me Little You would do. I'm also part of the second program planning team. Hello. Zhang Ye shook hands with him. The two of them were very young. The trio were similar in age. After a short while of chatting amongst the trio, Dong Shanshan joined in after finishing up her work. They began laughing amidst their chatting. The atmosphere was good. Aya, Little You looked at the time. It's 11. Zhang Ye got up. Then I'll look for the leader. By the way, how do I print something? I want to show Deputy Director Wang the plan. Qian exclaimed, You have done it. Already? Zhang Ye said. Yes, I just finished it. Wow, so fast. Qian felt dizzy hearing that. But without any hesitation, he helped Zhang Ye print out a copy from the computer. Dong Shanshan and Little You also curiously came to take a glance. Other than the title, they did not see anything, for the other words were too small. Zhang Ye's talk show? What was this? The trio was stunned and were slow to react. Talk what? What sort of program was this? A show and dance. The deputy director's office. Zhang Ye knocked on the door. Leader, come in. It appeared that Wang Xiong had just returned from his meeting. He was entrusting a task to an employee. When he saw Zhang Ye, he smiled. Little Zhang, have a seat. After he was done giving instructions, the employee left and closed the door behind him. Wang Xiong then said, I was looking for you about your new program. Although I know a good program requires a long period of planning and preparation, the number of clicks our web TV has been receiving doesn't look optimistic. It has been continuously declining over the past few months. We lost quite a lot of market share. You can feel it from looking at the views on our website. It is also the reason why we headhunted you and Dong Shanshan. We want to make 2 new programs to compete with other web TV sites, so it is quite urgent. Zhang Ye said confidently, Leader, I understand. Hence, I have already taken the time to prepare a program plan. Please take a look and give me your opinion. He took out a few pieces of A4 paper. Wang Xiong was very surprised. Oh, you are already done? Good, very good. Previously, when he saw Zhang Ye's posture, he thought that Zhang Ye wasn't diligent at work and wanted to reprimand him. Who knew that he was so hard-working and had already come up with a plan? Wang Xiong liked such employees. Compared to those employees who sucked up to their leaders, the kind of people who were prepared for a rainy day before the leader spoke was naturally well-liked. Let me take a look. Wang Xiong took it over. Zhang Ye sat there, with an unflinching expression. After a few glances, Wang Xiong was dumbfounded. Talk show? Yes. What's a talk show? It's talk show in English. What is talk show? It's a talk show. Wang Xiong, your sister. Are you having tongue twisters with me? Chapter 230. No one is optimistic. Wang Xiong finished reading the program's proposal patiently. Zhang Ye, who was sitting opposite him, said, a talk show is a transliteration of talk show. As for why it's called this, yeah, it's just a name I came up with randomly. It mainly uses current affairs and is presented as a segment to the audience. For example, songs, movies, or a hot topic in society. All these can be used as material and made into an interesting segment to tickle the audience's funny bones. Yes, simply speaking, that's how it is. Wang Xiong looked at him, as if to confirm that this was not a joke. After being sure that Zhang Ye was serious, he was speechless. Isn't that a lecture-type program then? At most, you're adding properties of a news report and presenting it to the audience with some current affairs. Zhang Ye waved his hands, knowing that he did not understand. It's not a lecture or a new program. Actually, this program's core and selling point is about being funny. The main motive is to make everyone feel relaxed. As for the usage of current affairs and news in the talk show, their authenticity is not really that important. Any rumors or online gossip can also be used. Whether it is speculation or twisting of facts, it does not matter at all. What we care about is how funny it is. Then it's like a variety show. A few hosts will keep making funny pranks and tease the invited guests to achieve a funny effect. Wang Xiong asked. Zhang Ye shook his head. It's not that either. It will be me alone hosting, different from the traditional variety shows that you were talking about. I don't even need any invited guests, nor any outside help. Just give me a few dozen audience members, and it will be good. There will not be any pranks or games, just people purely listening to me speak. Just you alone speaking? Yes. Listening to you tell jokes? Yes. Then isn't that just a mono crosstalk? It's not that either. A mono crosstalk has a single theme. A talk show basically doesn't need a theme. Even if there were a theme, it's mainly just a directional theme. It's not clear-cut. It does not even need an opening or an ending. The segments can be presented as is. That's very different from a mono crosstalk. Zhang Ye's previous world had a very famous talk show host who once said that when he first did a talk show program, he did not give up on crosstalking. As his familiarity with talk show hosting deepened, he went back to doing crosstalks. It had become a mess during a performance. Only after he adjusted to doing both and changed some techniques was he able to do both talk shows and crosstalking. From this, it could be said that these two performance arts had unique concepts that specifically catered to their own audiences. Wang Xiong said, maybe I am inexperienced, but I've never heard of such a program before. Are there similar programs in foreign countries? Zhang Ye replied, not yet. Do you mean that this is an original type of program created by you? Wang Xiong said as he touched his forehead. Zhang Ye nodded, yes. I have the confidence that I can make this program good. Wang Xiong looked down at the program proposal again. After being silent for a long time, he said to him, Little Zhang, it's not that I don't trust your standards, but this sort of program style is too different and new. Do you think the audience can accept it? In any case, after reading this proposal, I am unable to accept it completely. Having a lot of joke segments together, could this support the program as a whole? It's impossible. How can it be so simple? There were cases of such programs in the past which told short stories and jokes. But it has been tried and tested, and these programs have too many limitations. They cannot hold the audience. It just doesn't have that sort of attraction. Telling jokes is still okay, and telling them occasionally like variety shows is rather good, but to tell them constantly with the whole episode spent telling jokes, how do you expect the audience to watch that? Just half an episode would annoy them. Zhang Ye had a wry smile. Leader, like I said, a talk show is not purely about telling jokes. It incorporates other artistic forms and artistic charms. I can't approve this program proposal. Wang Xiong rejected. Zhang Ye immediately said, I've really been preparing this for a long time, and I have the confidence and ability to make it. Wang Xiong interrupted him. He was very sure of his own judgment, and he said, if it were such a kind of program, you might as well continue your historical lectures. Even though there will be some limitations due to the audience demographics, at least that won't go wrong. This talk show that you are now talking about is really too obscure. It won't become popular. Zhang Ye instead replied. It will definitely become popular. Wang Xiong looked at him. Why don't you change it to something else? I insist on this program. Zhang Ye was determined. Maybe you don't feel what I feel because you have never seen a talk show style and audience, therefore you cannot accept it. But that's okay. I can try it for a few episodes. Let's see how the program works out. If it really can't be accepted and the audience does not approve of it, you can axe the program. Wang Xiong frowned. You are so confident. Yes, Zhang Ye replied calmly. I've never felt this confident before. Wang Xiong had seen many hosts or program producers having their proposals rejected before. The programs that they came up with were definitely what they liked best and felt would become popular. Every time Wang Xiong rejected them, they would most definitely argue with reasoning, their emotions in an upheaval. They would keep telling Wang Xiong why and what's good about their program, speaking agitatedly and anxiously. That showed that they were in denial, but Zhang Ye's reaction made Wang Xiong look at him another time. Because he was not agitated, but instead rather calm. He only simply told Wang Xiong his program would definitely make it. Slapping his palm on the proposal, Wang Xiong said softly, What about this? You are not a rookie in terms of program and advertising planning, and you have produced some dazzling results. This was why the company dared to let you develop your own program. If you are indignant about it, I can submit the proposal to the higher-ups. You can return and wait for the news. All right. Thank you, Director Wang. Zhang Ye did not say anything more before opening the door and leaving. The moment that he left, Wang Xiong brought the document to his superiors. The Web TV department's core was its web programs. It was the most important aspect of their department. So for such a new program's decision and approval, he and a few leaders were personally responsible for it. Outside, Zhang Ye did not return to his office immediately and instead went to the bathroom. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. His heart felt somewhat tangled in knots. What if they did not approve it? What if they believed that a talk show would not make it? Few people had the guts to do a completely new program, as they would think that if such a program could become popular, why would other television stations not think of it? Their ideologies were very conservative, so they were instinctively reluctant about new things. The more they worked, the more conservative they became. However, in this world, only Zhang Ye himself knew that the artistic format known as talk shows would definitely become popular, and it would be so popular that it would sweep both foreign and domestic markets. Some people would not even be able to sleep if they did not watch a talk show on a weekend night. But how could he tell them that? How could he tell them that he was from another world, and in that world of his, talk shows were extremely popular? That this art form had already been affirmed by the market? Who would believe that? And he could not say it either. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ye returned to the office from the bathroom. A Qian came towards him and said, Teacher Zhang, I was just looking for you. Just now the director's secretary told me to inform you that you should go up to her office. Maybe it's about your program proposal. All right. Zhang Ye went over. Outside the door, he knocked. Feng Guiqin's voice called out from inside. Come in. Zhang Ye pushed the door open and saw 5 people on the guest sofa. They were huddled around a table, looking at Zhang Ye's proposal. There was Feng Guiqin, the head director, Wang Xiong, and some others that Zhang Ye did not know. They were likely departmental leaders. Little Zhang, take a seat. Feng Guiqin pointed to a small couch by the side. She then whipped out the document. Is this your new program? Zhang Ye sat still. Yes. Feng Guiqin observed the people by her sides. What do you guys think? A middle-aged man said. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. I can't see any core selling points or attractive power for this so-called talk show. We paid a high salary to invite Zhang Ye here, mainly because of his program planning ability and eloquence. However, this proposal is too pointless. I don't see a need to develop it. Wang Xiong instead helped speak up for Zhang Ye. Old Gu, it's not as bad as you said. It's just not that spectacular. Old Gu said, but it is too far from what I was anticipating. Look at Lecture Room, that was one of the best history lecturing programs I have ever seen. Another male in his 30s nudged his glasses and threw down the proposal in his hands. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I am also not optimistic about this talk show. What's the point of a program that just tells jokes? A few people might think that it's not bad after a cursory scan, but it would not be able to maintain their attention for the long term. It could end up with many of the audience members not even paying attention. Isn't this just plagiarizing online jokes? What technical content would there be? The copyright itself is a problem. If someone manages to accuse us of plagiarism and we go to court, what do we do about the negative influence? Zhang Ye explained, it's not plagiarism. My segments are definitely new. Old Goose said, how many new segments can you alone come up with? How many episodes can you do it for? Besides, let's ignore the problem. Your program itself has a flaw. The male in his 30s said, the crux of the issue is what is the key attraction of this program? There are no hunks, nor are you using babes. Just you alone telling jokes? Can't the audience just go to a compilation of jokes on the internet? Why would they listen to your program? Am I right, Zhang Ye? You even asked me, am I right? Right, your great-grandpa. You guys just echo each other and disapprove of it completely. Finally, the person said, are we right? Zhang Ye was irritated. He said a phrase embedded deep in his memory. It was director Feng Xiaozhang's words who used it against his leaders who kept criticizing him when they came to check on a gala's programming. Zhang Ye said to the two, the opinions of the leaders, I definitely heard it and would definitely enforce it. But if you have to make me say that what you say is right, then that is impossible. You cannot deny the basic judgment I have as an artist. Old Gu frowned. You're feeling resentful? All right, cut it out. Feng Guiqin said, although I'm not optimistic about such a program without any precedent, it is because I am unable to tell if this program is good or bad. As it is a first, the entire world does not have any experience with such a program. In my opinion, we can let little Zhang have a go at it. However, it is limited to one episode. Let's record one episode before we discuss this any further. If the viewership count does not hit 500,000, then sorry, the program will definitely be axed. Old Goose said. Director, there's no need to try it, right? The male said, besides, it is a waste of resources. Setting up the stage and the advertisements all cost money. Feng Guiqin said, that's why we are only trying out one episode. We must give youngsters who dare to experiment a chance after all. Let's settle on this. Little Zhang, we are awaiting your results. Zhang Ye was quite touched. He never expected the boss to agree to it. Don't worry. I will not disappoint. You, great. As long as he could produce the program, he would be able to open everyone's eyes, letting them know what a talk show really was. Chapter 231. I am Zhang Ye. I speak for myself. Afternoon. At the unit's canteen. During the meal, groups of 2 or 3 people from the web TV department would eat together. During this lunch break, they would discuss Zhang Ye's new program. Hey, did you hear about it? About what? About Zhang Ye's new program. Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. I heard about it, too. What's the situation? What's up with the newcomer, Teacher Zhang? He submitted a new program proposal. All of you know that he's different from a typical host. The leader has already granted him the right to plan his own program. But guess what program he came up with in the end? Don't even try to guess, for you would never get it because it doesn't exist in the country, no, the whole world. Zhang Ye came up with something called a talk show, where he stands on stage and speaks to the audience. I was wondering, just anyone with some intelligence would know that such a program would not be interesting, right? Just like those interviewing programs, there would at least have to be a guest. It seems like he doesn't even plan on having guests and will be speaking by himself. Come on, stop bullsh*ting. What do you mean, bullsh*ting? It's true. Zhang Ye was involved in the planning of lecture room, right? That program was good in quality. How can an experienced planner make such a low-level mistake? You really don't believe it? Old Zhang, I can bear witness. It's true. That's right. Many people now know of this so-called talk show. And what is unbelievable is that the leader has approved it. It seems like they are letting Zhang Ye try out one episode. If the hits do not reach the required amount, it will be axed. I'm really wondering why the leaders allowed him to create such a mess. Just letting him try an episode already illustrates the leader's attitude. They definitely aren't optimistic about it, or they would at least let it broadcast for more than 10 episodes. You can't axe a program so quickly. I really wonder what Zhang Ye is thinking. He's finished. Once the program is released, all the reputation that he had accumulated in the past will vanish. That's right. How is he going to maintain his viewership legend? After the program is broadcast, I even wonder if he can keep his job. I could already tell that he was an imposter without any real abilities. There was no stop to these discussions. People used the term talk show as a topic of discussion during meals. Office area. Zhang Ye returned from lunch. Dong Shanshan was already seated at her desk. After seeing her old classmate, she looked up and said, "You are really planning on doing that talk show?" Zhang Ye said, "Yes, of course." Qian came over out of concern. He said, as if he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, "Teacher Zhang, what is that program of yours actually? It's too innovative, isn't it?" He tried to be tactful with his words. Zhang Ye had already responded to this question too many times today. He did not explain and just smiled. "You will know when you see it," Dong Shanshan asked. "The program has been decided upon." Zhang Ye said, "It's decided. It will be recorded and broadcast next week. The site requirements and related stuff have all been requested." Qian and Little Yu looked at each other and did not speak another word. They too were not optimistic about Zhang Ye's program. Talk show? What the heck was that? Dong Shanshan glanced at him. "Zhang Ye, look at the internet." "On the internet? What's that supposed to mean?" Zhang Ye asked. "You'll know once you get online." Dong Shanshan pointed to her computer screen. Zhang Ye sat at his computer and moved the mouse. He understood the moment that he took a look. It seemed like there was a leak in the news. Several media entities had already reported on the matter on the internet. Zhang Ye, a person whose fame got to his head. Wei was bad move. Zhang Ye's utterly terrible move. What a pity. I have always been optimistic about Zhang Ye. However, according to insider sources, Zhang Ye's new program is an original program, a talk show. As for what a talk show is, I'm not very sure. According to the informant, Zhang Ye's program is for him to tell jokes on stage, alone, while the audience listens. I can't help but ask, what's wrong with Zhang Ye? Have his past accomplishments gone to his head? Why would there be such a bizarre idea? Would anyone watch such a program? It is actually being broadcast next week. A few news articles had been published, and immediately the people who were keeping Zhang Ye on their radar erupted into an uproar. It can't be. It must be fake news, right? With so many people breaking the news, it has to be real. F***K. History lecturing is fine, but why is Zhang Ye telling jokes? I can finally tell that Zhang Ye became famous all because of luck. He doesn't know a thing. He's finished. His reputation is completely ruined. He's too young. Not only is he young, he's arrogant. The entire world doesn't have such programs, but you have to do it? Isn't this a joke? Only you are smart, while others are fools. Why didn't others do such a program if it was so good? They were full of criticism and doubts online. Even Zhang Ye's fan club was the same. A newcomer who had just joined the fan club said, "You guys have fun here. I'm leaving the fan club. If I want to hear jokes, can I go to a joke website? Must I listen to you?" Another newcomer said, "If this is what Z is going to do, then I'm dropping out too. What jokes are there to say? And it's a program done by himself? Is there such a need? Teacher Zhang, I still support you, but can you change programs?" A fan said. A junior moderator said without much confidence, "Teacher Zhang definitely has something hidden up his sleeves." The person responded, "What something? This program is completely meaningless. I don't even want to watch it. Talk show? I'm speechless." Everyone was full of doubts. There were others who had always been against Zhang Ye that did not sit idle. They took the opportunity to curse, and it was the kind of curse that flooded the screen. Closing the webpage, Zhang Ye laughed. Maybe he had not clearly demonstrated the true value of a talk show. Telling jokes? If it were that simple, talk shows would not have been so popular all over the world. How could it be so simple? However, Zhang Ye did not explain. It was too late to explain already. What he needed to do was produce good results to let everyone know the true charm of a talk show. Dong Shanshan looked sideways, feeling the pressure. Pressure? Zhang Ye shrugged. Not at all. They can keep cursing if they wish to. I don't plan on explaining. We'll exchange blows through my program. Dong Shanshan blinked. You're so confident? Zhang Ye smiled without speaking a word. The answer was a resounding yes. Was lecture room good? Was the program excellent? When Central TV broadcast it throughout the country by satellite, the highest rating it got for an episode was 0.5% or so. As the coverage was wide, it was definitely completely different from a provincial station's 8 to 9% ratings. If one could get a national coverage with 0.5% ratings, then that was already an amazing rating. However, compared to the talk show programs of his world, Lecture Room's ratings could not compare. Amongst the top 2 talk show programs in the country, the highest-rated talk show's average ratings was already more than twice Lecture Room's highest rating. As for the second-ranked talk show program, Lecture Room's highest rating could only barely compete with the program's average ratings. The difference was this great. Since Lecture Room could become popular in this world, was there any reason talk shows would not be successful? For this, Zhang Ye never had a doubt. Outside, a woman walked over. Teacher Zhang Ye, Teacher Dong Shanshan. Your programs have been confirmed. The leaders have instructed that the both of you should record a promotional clip that lasts about 20 seconds today. Follow me. Dong Shanshan said. All right. Qian said. I'll go too. Little Yu volunteered. I'll also come help. Zhang Yi followed. Promotional clip? The program isn't done yet. How are we to do a promotional clip? You might not understand, Little Yu explained. Our web TV's promotional clips are mainly to introduce our main hosts. Then we will mention the program's name. It's to get people to know the main host and the time of the program's broadcast. It's not a detailed introduction to programs as on television stations. Typically, the promotional clip will be aired after one of our web TV programs finishes its broadcast. According to past practices, they will invite a few web hosts from our department to record the promotional clip together. Then they will broadcast it after their programs. It's also a way of building up recognition. If one has good social ties, it's even possible to invite every web host from our company. In this industry, we call this process endorsement. Zhang Yi was stunned. One needs to have good social ties? Little Yu smiled wryly. That's right. As it's a free promotional clip, it's basically a friendship endorsement. Hence, if someone has bad social abilities with others, there might be fewer people willing to help endorse their program. Zhang Yi knew that he was unpopular, so he did not have much hope for it. There were not many people who paid him a lot of attention in the company. Now, there was unanimous criticism and doubts both online and internally in the company. None of them were optimistic about his new program. So who would help endorse him? 2 youths walked over. They were both very handsome. Teacher Shanshan, what are you doing? A youth asked with a smile. Dong Shanshan revealed a sexy smile and said, Teacher Han, Teacher Gong, did you just came back from lunch? I'm going to record a promotional clip. It seems that I need to finish it by today. Teacher Gong was momentarily surprised before he smiled. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's no problem. Since it's not too late, I'll help endorse. You, Dong Shanshan said. Will it be too much trouble? Zhang Yi could tell at a glance that these 2 people were web hosts from the company. Teacher Han waved his hand. No trouble at all. It's easy. We will definitely help you. Don't worry about it. I'll get a few other hosting friends. They will definitely support you. Dong Shanshan said with appreciation. Then I'll thank you. I was just worrying about this matter. Teacher Gong also laughed. No worries. It's rare for new hosts to join our department. And what more? A beautiful host. Everyone will definitely be glad to endorse you. Beauties were popular. Basement 1. Recording studio. In order to have better sound isolation, the recording studios were built underground. The moment they entered Recording Studio 3, Zhang Yi realized the facilities here were no different from a television station's. It was very luxurious, grand and professional. There was no lack to the equipment. The middle-aged woman was likely in charge of promotional clips in the department. She invited everyone in and gave Dong Shanshan a script. You'll record first? Sure. I just need to read from this, right? Dong Shanshan asked. The middle-aged woman laughed. Yes, just those promotional phrases. Teacher Gong and Teacher Han came in after a while. They might have made a few phone calls. After that, 3 or 4 web hosts came over in droves. There were 3 men and a woman. They were in the same office, but seated at different spots, so Zhang Yi had met them before. They were not unfamiliar. Dong Shanshan quickly thanked them. You're welcome. It's nothing. Right, we must definitely help Teacher Dong. We are all colleagues. It's only right to help take care of each other. When I first came, everyone also helped me promote. We are a family after all. The 3 web hosts spoke very nicely. There were 7 to 8 other employees in the room. Some of them were handling the lighting, while others were fiddling with the cameras. Seeing that all the staff was here, the middle-aged woman said, Let's begin then. A woman went over to touch up Dong Shanshan's makeup. Then the recording of her promotional clip began. After the lines were read and her program was introduced, the few web hosts went forward in an experienced manner. Some introduced Dong Shanshan, Some praised her, and some expressed appreciation for her program's effects. Actually, the program had just been decided upon and had not been recorded, so how could the effects of the program be seen? However, it was just a promotional endorsement. Everything said had to be good. It was finally over after an hour. Dong Shanshan was covered in sweat as the lighting was very warm. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Ye and I will treat you to dinner tonight. Everyone must show me face. Zhang Ye, you are treating us together with him? Then Dong Shanshan tried to take the opportunity. Teacher Zhang Ye is a college classmate of mine. We were in the same class, so our relationship is particularly good. Zhang Ye is also here to record a promotional clip. Can everyone endorse him, too? Zhang Ye finally understood that the school belle knew that he wasn't popular and would fail at inviting others to help him. She wanted to help him, and this touched him. The others realized why Dong Shanshan had said she and Zhang Ye would treat them. However, they really did not want to help Zhang Ye. No, it should be said that they could not help. They had also heard about the matter regarding the talk show. If not for that matter, giving Dong Shanshan and Zhang Ye some face was no big deal. After all, they were colleagues in the same unit. What harm was there in helping him? However, the talk show had already been criticized to be a junk program by others. Now everyone in the unit, as well as netizens, was cursing it. Who would dare to help endorse Zhang Ye at this moment? Praise him? Praise his program? Wasn't this digging one's own grave? They were certainly afraid that they would end up being buried instead. Once Zhang Ye's talk show was aired, or there might be no need to wait for it to be aired, the condemnation would spread to them as well. So who would dare to endorse him? Teacher Gong said with some hesitation. I have some work to do. I've been here for an hour, so I need to go back. I'm still rushing a new episode today. Me too. There's no need for a treat. It's nothing. I'm leaving. First, Teacher Zhang, sorry about that. I have some work to do. A few people politely turned down the request. The middle-aged woman who was in charge of this looked at them with worry. Teachers, can't you help a bit? How are we to record if there are no endorsements? The few people remained speechless. Dong Shanshan helplessly glanced at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled at her and then said to the woman, Big sis, I don't need others to endorse me. Then he strode up to the lights. He did not need makeup and immediately said, Let's begin recording. The woman was stunned. You are recording it yourself? Zhang Ye nodded. That's right. I don't need any endorsing. At this moment, Wang Xiong came in from outside. Maybe he was here to inspect. When he heard Zhang Ye's words, he pushed the door open with interest. Leader. Director Wang. Director Wang. 8 to 9 people greeted him. Wang Xiong smiled. Busy yourselves. I'm just looking. The woman looked towards Zhang Ye and her questioning gaze was filled with wryness. Only when she confirmed it from Zhang Ye's eyes did she say to the cameraman, Then let's begin. Dong Shanshan was also worried. The other web hosts did not leave either. They wanted to see how he recorded a promotional clip that usually had others to endorse the program. Since he was so heavily criticized, and with no one endorsing or giving him publicity, how were you to do a program? Zhang Ye was not angry, and in fact appeared very calm. His colleagues were shunning him. They felt that his program was so terrible that they did not want to involve themselves with it. The netizens were cursing him. They were saying how he was young, how he was ruined, and how he knew nothing. They felt that he would end up in a terrible state due to the talk show. Against all the doubts and criticism, Zhang Ye had not responded to any of them. Clearly, not responding was not his style. 3, 2, 1. Action, the woman said. As for the endorsement, do I need your endorsements? Do I need you? Zhang Ye scanned his hosting peers, and then looked at the camera and narrowed his eyes and said softly, You only smell my cologne, but don't see my sweat. You have your rules, I have my choices. You deny my existence, I decide my future. You mock at me having nothing, I pity how you always keep yearning. You show contempt for my young age, I will prove whose era this is. Dreams are paths destined to be forged alone, filled with doubts and mockery, but so what? Even if I'm all black and blue all over, I will also want to live beautifully. Everyone was stunned. Dong Shanshan was stunned. Wang Xiong was stunned. That woman and the other web hosts felt their goosebumps rise up when they heard his words. Zhang Ye adjusted his necktie. I am Zhang Ye. I'll speak for myself. Chapter 232. I'll speak for myself, released on the web. In the recording studio, Zhang Ye had finished his introduction. The cameraman looked at the calm Zhang Ye through the camera lens, dazed. All he heard were echoes that reverberated in his ears. He had even forgotten to stop the recording. F***K. This endorsement. 1 second, 10 seconds. Suddenly, Wang Xiong from behind took the lead to clap. Then, very quickly, there was more and more applause. Nice. Well said. With the leader clapping, the rest snapped out of their daze. The middle-aged woman, who was in charge of this, began applauding. Dong Shanshan also began applauding. Even the filming crew also began applauding. The way they looked at teacher Zhang Ye, who was being illuminated by the lighting, changed. What a great Zhang Ye. What a great, I'll speak for myself. Be it Wang Xiong or the other web hosts, they were sure that a newcomer like Zhang Ye, who had just come, did not know anything about endorsement promotion. He was pulled here and placed in the limelight immediately. He would never have expected that no one wanted to help endorse him. Hence, without a doubt, Zhang Ye's passage just now was clearly improvised on the spot. This amount of eloquence shocked everyone there. They suddenly recalled the comments made by people familiar with Zhang Ye on the web. He was not only a broadcasting host, he was also someone who did literature. This endorsement that caused the blood of people to boil. Probably only Zhang Ye, amongst all the broadcasting hosts in the country, was able to say such a thing. Ignoring the hosts, even those literary professionals or those professional in planning would not be able to come up with that. Zhang Ye nodded at the people who applauded him. Thank you. The middle-aged woman was full of admiration as she gave him a big thumbs up. Teacher Zhang, I have filmed so many years of endorsement promotions, but the promotional passage you just said is the best I've ever heard. There have never been any that I've seen like it. She was the one in charge of finalizing and producing the promotional passages. She also did not take into account the opinions of the web hosts. She always believed that in this aspect, she and her team were the most professional producers. However, when she heard Zhang Ye's, I'll speak for myself, she was completely convinced. He indeed lived up to his name. Zhang Ye was indeed as talented as the rumors said he was. Just that promotional passage alone was something that she would not be able to match her entire life. Compared to the promotions she did in the past, no way of comparing. That was the difference between heaven and earth. The middle-aged woman looked towards Wang Xiong. Director Wang, then it's decided? Wait. Wang Xiong surprisingly did not agree. Put it on hold. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, he turned and left. It appeared that he went outside. Oh, such a good promotional passage wasn't good enough? Everyone had puzzled looks on their faces. Only about 10 minutes later, when Wang Xiong returned were they enlightened. It was because accompanying him was the web TV department's head, Feng Guiqin. The moment Feng Guiqin came in, she said, "Where's little Zhang's recording? Let me see. Over here." The middle-aged woman quickly rewound the footage to show the leader. Feng Guiqin and Wang Xiong went over and watched the entire footage. After it finished playing, Wang Xiong chuckled. "Director, it's okay, right?" Feng Guiqin remained silent for a few seconds before revealing a satisfied smile. She looked amiably at Zhang Ye. "It is far more than okay. It's extremely good." Then she looked towards the middle-aged woman. "You must do this promotional clip of Zhang Ye as well. It cannot be so simple. Some change of clothes and background is needed. Increasing the budget for it is fine. Anyway, you must ensure the quality. It's best if it can be finished by today." The middle-aged woman was stunned. "You mean?" Feng Guiqin smiled. "We plan on promoting Little Zhang's, I'll speak for myself, not only on our web TV's website. We also plan to have it on other video website partners we have. It will be a form of advertising, so as to promote Zhang Ye's new program. It is also a form of promoting our web TV." The other web hosts exclaimed upon hearing this. Ignoring the site-wide promotion, they were even planning on spending money to advertise for Zhang Ye on various sites on the internet. Weiwa Video was definitely not isolated. It would frequently advertise elsewhere. Most of the video advertisements were usually about the entire website. Seldom were they focused on an individual host. Furthermore, it was given to Zhang Ye. Wasn't his program badly regarded by everyone? Even our staff and the leaders lacked the confidence? Why were such good resources given to Zhang Ye? However, upon careful thought, everyone figured it out. It was not that the leaders suddenly had confidence in Zhang Ye's baffling talk show, but it was because Zhang Ye was particularly topical. Be it the plain hijacking or the criticism he faced on the web this time, he was a person of controversy. Criticism also meant exposure. Be it good or bad, it could increase attention and attract people. Hence, the leaders came up with this decision. Furthermore, Zhang Ye's promotional passage, "I'll speak for myself," was extremely hot-blooded. It was even a strong response to the people who criticized and doubted him. If it was advertised on several websites, the effects would likely be good. It was likely that many people who were focusing on Zhang Ye and his "I'll speak for myself" would end up focusing on their Weibo web TV. In that case, then the maximum value of this advertisements could be seen. It was a very good strategic move. Even if Zhang Ye's talk show was a complete disaster, it was no problem at all. The focus was on them, and the talk show would be axed. However, the other programs would benefit from it. The middle-aged woman immediately said, "I got it." Phone. Guiqin said, "All right, work on it," before she left. Wang Xiong also exhorted a few words and chased after Phone Guiqin. He said with some regret, "Little Zhang's talent is really not bad. It's such a pity regarding that new program. Why did he want to make such a program?" Phone Guiqin smiled. "I'm actually somewhat looking forward to it now. I really want to see the outcome of that talk show." Wang Xiong blinked. "You think that it will succeed?" "I don't think so." Phone Guiqin's footsteps were slow as she looked sideways to Wang Xiong. "But I think little Zhang is quite interesting. His character and style are completely not a match for this industry, yet he can reach this stage today. His popularity is increasing by the day. Her. This is a host with a lot of personal charm. So some of the things he does cannot be understood through common sense. At least, it cannot be understood by the common sense of our standards." Zhang Ye spent the entire afternoon recording the promotional clip. This promotional passage was actually from Jume.com's commercial from Zhang Ye's world. The last line, "I am Zhang Ye," was originally, "I am Chino, the founder of Jumei.com." Back then, this commercial had caused a sensation in the advertising world. It was even more sensational online. Numerous people forwarded and revised it, with various versions of, "I am XX, I'll speak for myself." The effect of the publicity was surprisingly an astounding success. It could be said to be a miracle in the advertising industry and was extremely famous. With such a milestone in advertising, it was also the reason why Zhang Ye thought of the promotional passage of "I'll speak for myself" when he heard no one was going to endorse for him. He never expected that the company would sponsor such a large-scale promotion as a result of it. It was a pleasant surprise. Actually, Zhang Ye was planning to experiment with one episode of the talk show. Although he was confident, it was still a format that had never been seen in this world before. Hence, he did not know if the first episode's artistic form of a talk show would be accepted by everyone. However, with the company fully supporting it through large-scale promotions, the first episode would definitely receive a lot of attention. It was basically giving Zhang Ye a form of insurance. It took nearly 4 hours before it was done. The director in charge was the middle-aged woman, but the promotional clips production was delegated to Zhang Ye. This was because everyone looked up to Zhang Ye's ability in this field. So no one in the team treated him as an ordinary host, but treated him as an internal planner who was more experienced and capable than them. They sought his views regarding most of the shooting. Zhang Ye had seen the original Jume.com's commercial, so he knew that the advertising used to promote a product was not suitable for this setting. However, he could receive pointers from that, and with his own opinions, he could execute it. The quality of the clip was very high. After the final cut was vetted by Phone Guiqin, Wang Xiong, and the other leaders, they were all very satisfied. There was even a leader who made the decision to begin promoting it widely from today. Why? This was because they wanted to borrow the momentum of netizens' criticism of Zhang Ye. If the criticism turned cold, with people forgetting about this matter, releasing "I'll speak for myself" would no longer have any meaning. Office area. It was almost time to knock off. Zhang Ye released his necktie as he walked in from outside. The moment he walked in, many envious and jealous gazes darted at him. Probably everyone knew that the company was going to enter wide-scale promotions using Zhang Ye's promotional clip. This was a treatment only the especially famous web hosts could receive. Zhang Ye was not a famous web host, so this naturally gave rise to a lot of criticism. Is he the leader's relative? I think so. Why is the company supporting him this much? What do you mean, support? If they really support him, would they only run his program for one episode? And they demand at least 500,000 hits for the first episode? There are less than 7 programs in our company's entire web TV platform that can have an average hit of 500,000 in a single episode. It would be a wonder if he can achieve that. That talk show will definitely be axed. Then why are they promoting it throughout the web? A female host who had seen the entire recording process said, "Hi. You will understand when you see that promotional clip. If others can make a clip of that standard, the company would definitely widely promote it, too." Oh, so awesome. What sort of clip is it? That can't be necessary, right? It should be aired tonight. We'll see. I really don't believe it. Chapter 233, Promotional Advertisement Published. After working hours, people packed up their things and left the office. Dong Shanshan picked up her bag and stood up. She smiled at Zhang Ye and whispered, "I'll go buy some groceries first. You can work late, so that you can return to a ready meal. What do you want to eat?" The moment food was mentioned, Zhang Ye became hungry. "Aren't you eating with the other hosts?" "They aren't free today. We've decided on me treating them tomorrow." Dong Shanshan smiled. Zhang Ye gave it some thought and said, "Anything is fine. Just cook whatever you are good at." Just as they were chatting, Qian came over. "Teacher Shanshan, I drove today. Do you need a lift?" Dong Shanshan did not reject him and stopped talking about dinner with Zhang Ye. "Oh, then thanks a lot. You just need to send me to the supermarket's entrance. I'm cooking for my maternal elder cousin today," Qian exclaimed. "I thought you previously said she was your paternal elder cousin?" Dong Shanshan blinked her sexy eyelashes. "Did I?" Qian said in wonder. "Yeah, I was under the impression you said paternal elder cousin. You must have remembered wrong." "All right, let's go," Dong Shanshan said. "Hi. I've recently been busy with work. My mind is in a mess." Qian really believed that he had mixed up things in his memories. He didn't say anything further and went downstairs with Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye also wanted to go home, but the moment that he lifted his butt, the female host he had met today came over. Zhang Ye had an inkling that her name was Wang Bei. She was a young host that was about his age. She looked pretty good, but her figure was far worse than Dong Shanshan's. "Teacher Zhang," Wang Bei smiled as she approached. "Teacher Wang, what's the matter?" Zhang Ye looked at her. Previously, they had met when Wang Bei helped endorse Dong Shanshan in the recording studio. However, they had not spoken. This was the first time that they were having a direct exchange. Wang Bei invited him. "Are you free tonight? Let's have a meal." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Sorry about that. I already have an appointment." "It's all right. We can have it another day, since there's plenty of opportunity." After they exchanged a few words, she went to the point. "Teacher Zhang, your planning and artistic skills have broadened my horizons. I really admire you. Next time, when it's my turn to promote the company, can you write a promotional tagline for me?" Zhang Yi vaguely exclaimed. All right. We'll talk when the time comes." Although Wang Bei noticed that he did not give her a direct promise, she was still very pleased. After all, when Dong Shanshan had sought their help to endorse Zhang Yi, she had hesitated and did not rise up to the request. Instead, her request was somewhat abrupt. However, she was a woman, so she had the qualification to be a bit more abrupt than males. They could slowly develop their relationship as they got familiar over a few meals. There were many colleagues who had not left at this moment. After hearing what Teacher Wang Bei said, everyone looked at each other. Although Teacher Wang Bei wasn't very old, she had been a web host for quite a few years. She actually sought a newcomer, Teacher Zhang Ye, for a promotional phrase? It can't be. Teacher Wang Bei looks up to him that much? Could Zhang Ye's promotional phrase be so good? I'm getting more puzzled about this. No way, I must watch it tonight. It's just a promotional phrase. I heard no one helped Zhang Ye in his endorsement. What can he come up with alone? How good can such a promotion be? Teacher Wang Bei is being way too dramatic, right? We'll know tonight. Right? I sure want to see what it is. At home, it was almost 7 p.m. It was not easy to get a taxi, so Zhang Yi took public transport home. Upon opening the door, the fragrance of a hot pot came surging at him. The smell resembled his world's Kawasaki hot sauce. "You are back." Dong Shanshan had already changed into silk pajamas with long sleeves and pants. She was busying herself in the living room, peeling apart a cabbage. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands. "Yo, we are having hot pot." "That's right. It's easy. Wash your hands." Dong Shanshan switched on the induction cooker. All right. Zhang Yi washed his hands and did not even bother changing his footwear and walked up to have a bite. He first scorched a piece of mutton and placed it in the seasoning sauce before putting it into his mouth. His face was full of pleasure. Ooh, nice. It's been a while since I've eaten shabu-shabu. Instead, Dong Shanshan asked him something else. How did you think of the tagline today? Zhang Ye waved it off. It just popped up in my mind. Back in college, you weren't that good. Dong Shanshan glanced at him charmingly. That tagline made a woman like me feel my blood rush. You even received the sponsorship of the company to have wide-scale promotions for it. It will at least be on 7 or 8 video websites. The starting point is already higher than mine. Zhang Ye said, it's not that different. It's about the same. Dong Shanshan ate a mouthful of shabu-shabu. What a pity. Your program is too dangerous. You aren't optimistic about it, too? Zhang Ye did not turn upset, but laughed instead. Dong Shanshan said frankly, I think it's average. The selling point isn't clear. There has been no precedent, so I can't see what's good about it, no matter what aspect it is. If we were just ordinary colleagues, I would definitely support and cheer you on, but we are old classmates for so many years, so I will definitely suggest that you change programs. But with your personality, you will definitely not heed my advice. Pretend I didn't say it. Zhang Ye laughed. I'll not change it even if you killed me. I'm even hoping for the talk show format to go overseas. The overseas market for talk shows was even bigger than the domestic market. If after his program was released, foreign countries wanted to emulate his program to produce a talk show, they would have to give Zhang Ye royalties. When that happened, he would be truly the founder of talk shows in this world, as well as a pioneer. How could he not want such a big slice of the pie? Was he an idiot? Dong Shanshan curled her lips. You were even talking about overseas? Keep bragging then. Zhang Ye smirked. You don't believe? Then let's have a bet. What happens if my first episode exceeds 500,000 hits? If you lose, what do I get? Dong Shanshan leered at him. You want to bet against me once, and you still want to patronize my business? I won't fall for it, unless your first episode exceeds 1,000,000 hits. Zhang Ye said without hesitation. Sure, let's make it 1,000,000. Dong Shanshan gazed at him with her watery eyes. If you can't exceed it, what happens? Zhang Ye blinked. If I can't exceed 1,000,000, the next time when you need a promotional phrase, I'll write you one. I'll ensure that it is of high quality. Dong. Shanshan ran her fingers through her smooth, wavy hair. All right, then if you exceed it, I'll give you another kiss. Is that fair? Sure. Let's settle on it. Zhang Ye agreed to it. Dong Shanshan laughed. I didn't notice it in the first place. When were you so perverted? Zhang Ye was speechless. You were the one who suggested it. You were the first to say it on the plane, too. Dong Shanshan was confused. I was the one who first suggested it? Can that be false? Zhang Ye said. You must have remembered wrongly. Come, let's tuck in. Dong Shanshan began scooping the food. Zhang Ye, look at your mouth, lying every day with your eyes wide open. When this bros talk show succeeds, see how I'll kiss you so strongly. Right, this time, I must send my tongue in. The last time, your kiss was too damn fast. This bro didn't even have the time to react. This time I have the experience, all right? After the meal, Dong Shanshan began clearing the dishes. Zhang Ye knew his place and volunteered. You've been busy all day. Let me do the washing. We've agreed on this previously. Dong Shanshan was adamant on this matter. I'll buy the groceries, wash the dishes, and do the laundry. It's in replacement of the rent. Zhang Ye said, it's fine if I wash every now and then. That won't do. If not, I can't stay here with my mind at ease. Dong Shanshan held the utensils and used her perky hips to push Zhang Ye away. Leave me alone. When Dong Shanshan was wearing slippers, she was shorter than Zhang Ye by a tiny bit. When her hips slammed into Zhang Ye's thigh, he felt a huge amount of squishy pressure pressing on him. It intoxicated Zhang Ye. All right then. Go online and take a look. See if the promotions have been released. Sure, but it shouldn't be that fast, right? Zhang Ye took out a notebook computer from his room. Flipping it open, he used an internet browser to check every video website. It still wasn't up, so he constantly had to refresh it. After washing the dishes, Dong Shanshan dried her hands and walked over. Is it out? Not yet, Zhang Ye said. With a glance, Dong Shanshan said, it's useless to refresh the main site. Open any random video. The first 10 or so seconds are the commercials. Let me do it. She took over the mouse and clicked on an updated anime's video. Then she waited for the commercial. The first commercial was a shampoo commercial. The second one was 15-second car commercial. When the first scene of the third commercial appeared, Zhang Ye suddenly said, "It's this. Heh, it's really out. Watch the effect." Dong Shanshan was also pretty looking forward to it. At the same time, after many people who had their attention on Zhang Ye saw the commercial that appeared on various video websites, they began to criticize. What? He is even being promoted? Isn't this Chiyu video? Why is there Zhang Ye's commercial here? Does he not feel enough shame already? This idiot. The company even dares to help promote him? That whatever talk show really makes people speechless. How much hatred does Weiwa company hate Zhang Ye for them to give him such large-scale promotions? Are they afraid people are not cursing him enough? A youngster is indeed young. Zhang Ye, I think it's best you keep to your poems. Don't make programs. You aren't cut out for it. The criticism remained. Then, Zhang Ye appeared on screen. There were many people in the background, as if they were pointing at Zhang Ye. They seemed to be cursing and swearing with their mouths. It looked like a replica of what was happening on the internet. A man's voice. Have you ever worked hard? All you have relied on is luck. Another youth's voice. Rules are meant to be followed. They're not meant to be broken. Following that, a middle-aged woman's voice. You are nothing. You are nothing at all. Give up. You will never succeed. The focus changed as Zhang Ye appeared clearly in the foreground, who was facing the dozens of people. He looked calmly at the crowd and softly said, "You only smelled my cologne, but didn't see my sweat." The scenes kept changing, to Zhang Ye working hard at work throughout the night, to a scene of him standing in the rain while looking towards the sky. You have your rules, I have my choices. You deny my existence, I decide my future. You mock at me having nothing. I pity how you always keep yearning. You show contempt for my young age, I will prove whose era this is. Dreams are paths destined to be forged alone, filled with doubts and mockery. But so what? Even if I'm all black and blue all over, I will also want to live beautifully. At this very moment, all the criticism stopped. The netizens watching the commercial stared blankly at the on-screen Zhang Ye. Many colleagues of the Weiwa Web TV department were in front of their computers. They all saw at the moment the promotional clip was released. It's here. There was really no one who endorsed him? Just him alone? What a joke. Then, immediately, Zhang Ye's advertisement appeared. He adjusted his necktie. I am Zhang Ye. I'll speak for myself. When his colleagues at Weiwa Company heard his last line, they were all completely dumbfounded. They felt like a mouthful of warm blood was about to spew out from their mouths as the blood shot straight to their heads. Once upon a time, they were young too. Once upon a time, they were also hot-blooded. Dreams? They had mostly forgotten them, nor did they know when they had lost their drive to forge for their dreams. When Zhang Ye's passage was spoken, everyone suddenly seemed to see themselves, their young selves. Endorsement? I'll speak for myself. Many people subconsciously began clenching their fists. Chapter 234, National Buzz. The moment the promotional clip, I'll speak for myself, was launched, the criticism and curses aimed at Zhang Ye momentarily stopped. Many people watched the commercial in alarm until the end, while many professionals watched it with a surprised gaze. Different from when Zhang Ye only had activities in Beijing, this time it was promoted on several large video websites. It could be accessed across the whole world. Even Chinese overseas could see the promotional clip on a browser. The effects were naturally wider. In every video where the commercial played, there were numerous comments. It feels so good. Teacher Zhang, you are the best. A commercial actually makes me want to roar out. F***K, that's too awesome. Who did the commercials planning? I don't know. Right, there's a sole version of this commercial on Weiwa Video. Let me see. Ah, look at the end. Producer, Zhang Ye. Planning, Zhang Ye. It was a commercial made by teacher Zhang himself. What are you saying? Where? Why can't I see this commercial? Just go to any video website and click on any video. How can you not see it? There would at least be one by just opening two, right? The promotion is pretty large scale. Your sister, I'm F***king a member in a few video websites, and it was automatically logged in. It's void of commercials. Forget it. I'll go to Weiwa Video and watch the sole version. This is teacher Zhang Ye's response. Ha ha ha. The response was done too well. What a good, even if I'm all blue and black all over, I will also want to live beautifully. I'll speak for myself. How F asterisk asterisk King domineering is. This, Teacher Zhang, is impressive. He leaks out his dominance once again. There's no way of looking at him straight. The facts have proven that anyone who cursed at Teacher Zhang in the past would be smacked in the face by Teacher Zhang one by one. I believe there will be no exceptions this time. Talk show? I'm looking forward to your new program. Just from this commercial, I will definitely support that talk show or whatever. Teacher Zhang is really a man of God. Back then when he produced and directed that electricity conservation public service advertisement, he had created a stir in Beijing and the advertising world. This time, he has come out with another one. It's nice. Why do I feel like crying after hearing it? Me too. I have no idea why tears are rolling down my cheeks. In the past, I've never watched commercials, but this commercial tagline has moved me. I'll give Teacher Zhang 10,000 likes. You are the most special celebrity I've ever seen. You are different from all the other celebrities. That's right, the commercial is too hot-blooded. This is Teacher Zhang Ye. He is forever so different. He would never bow to anyone. He is forever so indomitable. If it were any other celebrity who has faced such doubts, they would definitely respond on Weibo or explain it to reporters as they try their best to reverse the situation, telling people that their program isn't worthless and how good it is. However, Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't do that. He doesn't even make any response in a public setting, but does it through a F asterisk asterisk King commercial. This was a response. No, I don't think so. Teacher Zhang Ye is not responding, but challenging others. So what if I'm doing such a program? If you aren't happy, try biting me. Haha. When I was watching the commercial, this scene of Teacher Zhang Ye saying these words kept appearing in my brain a countless number of times. Such true disposition. How many people in the entertainment industry can be like Zhang Ye with his words and actions? Zhang Ye has always had such a personality. It's because of this that I like him. He dares to speak and act it out. He dares to curse and fight. So fun. That's right. We don't have the guts, nor the nerve. We can't be like Teacher Zhang Ye, which is why we like him. Zhang Ye, I love you. I'll forever support you. Ignore what others say. Do your program well. Let those people see whose era this is. I'll speak for you. Zhang Ye will speak for you. Many of Zhang Ye's fans managed to turn the tide. Previously, they had been overwhelmed by the criticism, but now they shouted their battle cries like they were on stimulants. Those who specifically defamed Zhang Ye immediately shut up. Even if some of them carried on defaming him mindlessly, they were quickly drowned. Amidst this, a figure amongst those who returned the curses would always appear. A professional warrior for 5 decades, Big Saber Bro had arrived. You retard. I was busy the past 2 days and couldn't come online. I finally caught you. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. This passage was sent out 37 times by Big Saber Bro. Anyone who criticized Zhang Ye was met with a copy-paste of the text by Big Saber Bro. Some people felt the pressure from the war and reported it to Weibo's management. However, this only resulted in Weibo deleting or hiding the words Big Saber Bro used to curse. He was not banned or muted. On the other hand, those who criticized Zhang Ye ended up being banned for their harsh criticism. Big Saber Bro carried on duplicating the posts. He alone was like a 10,000-man army as he cursed back at them. Zhang Ye's fans welcomed it greatly. Haha. Big Saber Bro is so fierce. Why is the gender listed on Big Saber Bro's profile female? Is this real or not? It has to be fake. When has there been such a fierce female comrade? He wasn't banned, despite so much cursing? It looks like Big Saber Bro has connections high above. Maybe it's because it's too chaotic, so the Weibo administrators can't keep up with it? The war of words reached a crescendo once again. However, this time, it was the complete victory of Zhang Ye's supporters. As the commotion carried on, finally, a Weibo-verified professional posted a statement. His verified information wrote that he was Xuanyu, company's famous commercial planner. He posted on Weibo, I just saw the promotional clip. I'll speak for myself. I could not calm my mood for a very long time. Hence, I decided to write something. This commercial goes against a lot of common sense and makes many professional commercial errors. If I were to list them all and criticize them one by one, the flaws many trash or poor quality commercials could be found in it. For example, making a lengthy presentation. It is taboo for a commercial to do so. And this commercial is purely the kind that has a lengthy presentation. It is all talk from beginning to the end. And for example, the focus of a commercial's main purpose is to highlight the core thing that will be advertised. What are you advertising? What are you trying to tell everyone? From this commercial, clearly, the core thing being advertised is the program, a talk show program. However, I'll speak for myself, did not do so. It only wrote what time Zhang Ye's talk show would be aired during the ending scene. It was shown for 1.5 seconds. Not a single word was said about it. Weibo limited the number of words, so the post was cut off here. Many of Zhang Ye's fans saw this and were about to reply when that person carried on his message. The commercial creative carried on. For something full of flaws and completely baffling, with its poor manner of speech that any professional will find fault with. Yet, in the end, the commercial is so good. Without a doubt, this is the best commercial clip I have seen this year. Haha, that was a godly reversal. I thought you wanted to criticize Teacher Zhang. Bro, I was just about to curse you. Thanks to the later Weibo post appearing before I posted mine, I nearly caused a misunderstanding. The advertising creative posted, "Why would I criticize Zhang Ye? Teacher Zhang Ye is a genius." No, maybe describing him as a prodigy is more accurate. I never concern myself with his other matters. I do not like to watch television or read poetry, but I have seen Zhang Ye's public service advertisement. Back then, I was shocked just like today. Sometimes I wonder and am curious. Why would a bunch of professional advertising creatives like us be inferior to a layman who is a broadcasting host? Later on, I came up with a conclusion. Some whizzes cannot be measured using common sense. Maybe it is because Zhang Ye is not in the advertising industry that allows him to see things more clearly. He is not limited by the existing lines of thought, which results in him being able to produce outstanding commercials one after another. For example, I'll speak for myself. If we don't look at the product but just the advertisement's proposal plan, I believe that any professional will think lowly about such a baffling commercial. It is completely contrary to our textbooks and what our teachers teach. However, Zhang Ye managed to do it. He broke the conceptions and understanding many of us advertising creatives have towards advertisements. Maybe it is time for us to reflect on ourselves. Will a commercial be good if we keep repeating what the textbooks teach us? At this moment, Zhang Ye, who was at home, replied, "Bro, you flattered me. I'm not as good as professionals like you. I was just haphazardly doing it based on feel." It was as if the advertising creative did not expect Zhang Ye to reply him as he hurriedly answered, "Is this really Teacher Zhang Ye? You are being too modest. You may not know. The public service advertisement of yours from back then has often been used for discussion and practice. It has been treated as teaching material in our advertising world. Also, this commercial of yours today will probably not need to wait till tomorrow. It will definitely be spread throughout the advertising circles by today. It will definitely be analyzed and studied by countless numbers of advertising creatives." Below, several advertising creatives and administrator-level staff of advertising companies responded. Some praised him, while others tried to recruit him into the advertising industry for development. Previously, for the electricity conservation advertisement, there were already people throwing out an olive branch at him. However, Zhang Ye did not plan on going. His dream was to become a superstar and not in the advertising industry, so he rejected them nicely once again. There was buzz on the internet. A solo commercial clip of "I'll speak for myself" was posted on Weibo video. The hits also increased, surging upward at an incredible speed. 100,000 hits, 1 million hits, 2 million hits. And this was just the statistics of the video alone. There were many others who watched the commercial on other video websites. Those were not counted in this statistic. Even a large number of official programs of Weibo Web TV would not get 2 million hits in a day. What more that this was just a commercial clip. Who would have expected that a short commercial clip which did not have any specific content of the program, had detonated the entire internet? It had attracted such a massive number of hits and a shocking amount of attention. I am Zhang Ye. I'll speak for myself. That night, this phrase made many people in the country know of Zhang Ye's name. Chapter 235, Zhang Ye's fashionable body. That night, in the living room, Dong Shanshan looked away from the computer and smiled. "This time, you're famous. I won't be that famous. Zhang Ye replied matter-of-factly, saying, in the end, we still have to see how my program does. Dong Shanshan made a no with her finger. Her crystal nails were swaying left and right in front of him. The reflected light was flashing into his eyes. A yard is a yard. What I'm talking about is your commercial. Her. Will you believe it if I say that today's I'll Speak for Myself will bring you more fame than 3 or 4 episodes of Lecture Room? Although Lecture Room was broadcast on TV and there are even video clips of it online, the people who watched it were mainly 80 to 90% residents around Beijing. Even if there were people from other regions who watched it online, the numbers are still in the minority. But this time, it's different. Weiwa helped you to advertise this on other online television stations. If it were any other ordinary production, then it would surely not be able to compare with advertising on regular television networks. Even a local television station has more reach than online television stations. But the problem now is that you are a hot topic for discussion. Everyone is talking about you. Under such circumstances, advertising will get you noticed more than on traditional television networks. The advertised subject is even you. As of now, a number of people in the country who did not used to know you will already know your name. Zhang Ye was very satisfied with the promotions. Other celebrities might not place much importance on such things, but Zhang Ye was different. He did not have the good looks of other people, so he could only depend on other ways to make up for it. For example, this promotional advertisement. Zhang Ye did not want to give up on any chances at becoming famous. Commercial? Even a commercial was so well done by him. Hey, it's already 9. Zhang Ye looked at his watch. Dong Shanshan patted her mouth as she yawned. All right, I'm sleeping first. Zhang Ye acknowledged. Go wash up first. After you are done, I will take a shower and then prepare to sleep. I need to wake up earlier tomorrow to prepare for the new program. Me too. It's time to busy myself tomorrow. Dong Shanshan did not close the door after walking into the bathroom. She stood there, brushing her teeth, when she suddenly recalled a matter. She said with her mouth full, oh right. After spitting out the toothpaste and rinsing her mouth, she washed her face and removed her makeup. My program's name has been decided. It's called Online Talents. However, we haven't thought of a slogan. Tomorrow, my program will be promoted within our website. Think of one for me. After some thought, Zhang Ye said, why not believe in your dreams, believe in miracles? Dong Shanshan thought about it for a while. Okay, this is good. Then it's decided it will be that. Her. Your brain is still better at this when your mouth is already not bad. This promotional slogan was actually from Zhang Ye's previous World's China's Got Talent. He did not change a single word and gave it to Dong Shanshan directly. After showering, Dong Shanshan wrote down the promotional slogan that Zhang Ye gave to her and then went back into her room to sleep. Zhang Ye went to have a hot shower instead. When he came out, he took the laptop back into his room and laid down comfortably in bed while he continued browsing on his laptop. At Zhang Ye. Summoning Teacher Zhang. Has teacher. Zhang slept. This was the headquarters of Zhang Ye's Tieba group. The number of fans now was now more than ever. There were already 16,000 plus fans in all. It was different from those millions or 10 millions that you see on Weibo. Those were just follower numbers and were not as indicative as they looked. Here in Zhang Ye's fan club, a majority of them were hardcore fans. Simply saying, they were the types who would do things for their idols, and were not those who looked on just for the entertainment. His fan club had a sense of cohesion. From the time when he was taken away by the police, he had experienced it already. Everyone was very united. Zhang Ye could disregard replying to those undedicated fans on Weibo and just enjoy reading the posts. But in his own fan club, he definitely had to be more concerned. I'm here. Almost about to sleep, Zhang Ye replied. A junior moderator said excitedly. Haha, we have bombed teacher Zhang out of hiding. The next person to follow the thread had an avatar of a little girl hugging a doll. She shouted, wow, this is the first time seeing him live. I'm so excited. Teacher Zhang, I love you, I love you. Heavens, I'm actually so close to teacher Zhang Ye. There's no more first. Touching teacher Zhang through cyberspace. Is Zhang Ye someone for you to touch? I was inspired by his commercial today. The Tieba moderator said, you guys are such spoilers. Maybe because you all have just joined, so you all don't know. But teacher Zhang comes here very often, so you all will see him very often in the future. Let me say what I want to say first, teacher Zhang. I'll speak for myself is too great. Didn't you used to always mock your own works after you have released them? You didn't have any works recently, so we couldn't join in the fun. Our enthusiasm has taken a blow. Thinking back, under Zhang Ye's lead, his few poems had literally all been adapted by everyone. They had a lot of fun without getting tired of it for a long time. So now did they get addicted? Zhang Ye was amused. All right. Is that true? Haha. Waiting. What's self-mockery? What are you talking about? Upstairs must be new at a glance. He. Teacher Zhang's self-mockery and everyone modifying his works is a traditional affair of our fan club. You can only see such things happening with Teacher Zhang. Amazing. Me too. What is it? Watch and see. Seeing his fans clustering around, Zhang Ye did not remain perfunctory. He directly posted a thread in Tieba. You only see my weight, but didn't see my efforts. You have your muscles, I have my belly. You mock at me having unfit and fat arms. I pity how you lack the joy of dieting. You show contempt for my body. We will prove whose era this is. Dieting is a path destined to be painful, filled with rebounds and figures going bad. But so what? Even if I faint from hunger, I will also faint beautifully. I am a fatty. I'll speak for myself. Chinos. Commercial? No. It should be called Zhang Ye's commercial now. After everyone saw Zhang Ye's new version of I'll speak for myself, everyone burst out laughing. Uft. I burst out. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang, you're too funny. You have your muscles, I have my belly. Haha. Do you need to be so humorous? I'm dying from laughter. This is what all of you mean by self-mockery. Suddenly, the fans continuously posted. Let me try one. You only see my grades, but didn't see my hard work. You have your test papers, I have my answers. You mock at me for not have good grades. I am a student. I'll speak for myself. Haha. Upstairs, you're awesome. So well written. Let me try too. Everyone began posting modified versions and were very happy. Finally, someone reposted Zhang Ye's fatty version onto Weibo. At once, over 10,000 of people came to view it. From Weibo to Tieba, everyone started doing their adaptations. With Zhang Ye's lead and the increasing momentum of adaptations, Zhang Ye and his advertising promotion had a further increase in popularity. You guys are humorous. Teacher Zhang has self-mocked himself again? Then you must count me in. I am flat-chested. I'll speak for myself. I'm a bitter idiot. I'll speak for myself. Similar formats were now being posted all over the fan club Tieba. Some even visited in curiosity, but stayed on and joined his fan club. Everyone played together. They all joined in the fun and pranking. Zhang Ye was very satisfied. Looking at his fans and some others who had scolded him before having fun together made Zhang Ye very happy. The entertainment industry might look very treacherous like deep waters to others. The people in it were unscrupulous and the inner workings were complex. But in Zhang Ye's eyes, the entertainment industry was in fact very simple. We entertain you. You entertain us. That was all there was to it. Hey. You see. Look how philosophical this bro is. Chapter 236. Program Title Introduction. I'll feed a bag of salt to myself. The next day at work. At the office, almost everyone had come to work already. Hey, Zhang Ye's here. Did you all see it yesterday? Of course. It was really awesome like they said. No wonder the company spent so much money to advertise for him. Did you hear? Our web portal had an 8% increase in traffic yesterday night. Only now do I believe that he is really capable. He's so good at program planning, like with Lecture Room, or those public service advertisements, and even I'll speak for myself. But why is that new program that he is preparing so obscure? If you don't seek death, you won't die? Can't he plan up a proper program nicely? Why must he attempt this baffling talk show thing? Even if his promotion was so successful, I am still not convinced of his new program. Yeah, sigh. Such a good promotion has gone to waste. In my opinion, they should have just done the promotion for other hosts instead. Sigh. Zhang Ye is here. Hush, let's not talk about it anymore. Zhang Ye walked into the office. Teacher Zhang, good morning. Greeted Wang Bei, who was seating in the center of the office. Qian and Little Yu also said good morning to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye greeted back everyone. He then nodded to Dong Shanshan, who had left the apartment a little earlier than him, before taking his seat at his desk. Outside, Wang Xiong came inside to look for two people. After delegating some work to them and sharply criticizing a host who did poorly in recording yesterday, He finally came over to Zhang Ye's side. Little Zhang Ah. Zhang Ye stood up. Leader. Wang Xiong patted him on the shoulders and said with a warm expression, well done. Yesterday's advertisement had a really desirable effect. You should follow up on your program tightly. There aren't many days left. Saying that, he handed him a list. This is our staff listing. You will be in charge of assembling the program team. Choose your team so that we can start work the day after. You will need to prepare the stage, script, and the program introduction, amongst others. Pay close attention to it. Zhang Ye nodded. I will. Wang Xiong walked off as Zhang Ye looked through the list. It was filled with the names of many members of the staff. They included details of their positions like copywriting, planning, directing, etc. Zhang Ye also saw Qian and Little Yu's name. He only knew the two of them, so he looked over to them. I need to assemble a team for my program. You guys? Qian replied. I'm already in Teacher Shanshan's team. Me too. Sorry about that, Teacher Zhang. Little Yu said apologetically. Online talents will be starting preparations today, so. Zhang Ye smiled. It's okay. I will ask around. As he said that, he looked at a name and asked, is Su Nung around? This was a program director's name. A youth heard his name and stood up to walk over. That's me. Zhang Ye said. My program is starting preparations soon. If it's convenient for you. Su Nung made a sound and said, Teacher Zhang, sorry, but I have already been appointed as deputy director on 2 programs. The workload is very heavy. I can't take on another role. Well, that's fine then. Zhang Ye looked at the name list again. This time, he found a 50-something-year-old comrade. He hoped an experienced comrade could lead the team. When he found him finally, the experienced producer did not seem interested. He replied to him without enthusiasm, saying, I still have work on my hands. You should find someone else. After asking several people, all of them said that they were busy. Zhang Ye was initially patient, but in the end, he ended up becoming frustrated. Busy. A good program did not require pushing for hires. Everyone would rush to join instead, because when a program ended, their names would be credited. The experience and credentials gained could help bolster up their resumes when they wanted to job hop to other companies. But right now, these people were all dodging him. It was simply because they were not confident of his talk show segment and did not want a share of it because of what could happen if it failed. Dong Shanshan suggested an idea to him. You don't need to ask them for their opinion. Just put down their names and give it to the leader. They would have no choice then. Qian also agreed, saying, correct. You are the program team's highest decision maker. Dong Shanshan's new program was headed by an executive producer who was in his 40s. The members of the program team had been decided by that head producer. Dong Shanshan only gave suggestions, but she did not have the authority to decide on it. However, Zhang Ye was different. To headhunt him, who was both great as a host and a program planner, the company had given him preferential treatment. For example, he had the freedom and absolute authority with regards to the program. This was not treatment any typical newcomer would receive. In web TV, only the hosts who had been famous for a long period of time could be given the title of executive producer. However, Zhang Ye said, there's no need. Then how are, Little Yu asked. Zhang Ye finally put down his words. If no one wants to, I will do it on my own. Qian said in shock. On your own? How can the team's work breakdown be? Then, they could only stare in a dumbfounded manner as Zhang Ye filled in his name in all of the team list columns. Executive Producer, Zhang Ye. Director, Zhang Ye. Overall Planner, Zhang Ye. Technical Advisor, Zhang Ye. Costume Design, Zhang Ye. Stage Setup, Zhang Ye. He wrote his name closely in all the columns, ignoring the dumbfounded stares of his colleagues. Zhang Ye then directly brought the list to Wang Xiong's office and submitted it. Wang Xiong took a glance and nearly fainted. Little Zhang, what do you mean by this? I know you are multi-talented, but do you need to go this far? Is this because they don't want to join your program team? Saying this, Wang Xiong's face also scrunched up. Don't worry. Just fill in their names. I dare them not to come. Zhang Ye's heart warmed up as he said slowly, Leader, a forcefully ripened fruit does not taste sweet. I will be fine alone. Just give me a few cameramen and lighting assistants, and I will do the program well. Wang Xiong said in worry. Besides them, I will find a few more people for you. It's really all right, leader. Thank you. My program will be handled better by myself. If there are too many people, It will be counterproductive instead, Zhang Ye insisted. Wang Xiong hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. All right then. If you say so, then it is set. The cameraman and other crew will be arranged for you. The other departments will also coordinate with you at your convenience. The costumes and program intro filming will be prioritized for you and Dong Shanshan's programs. After saying all that, he gave Zhang Ye a document. Go to Studio 7. From today until the first day of your program's recording, it will fully belong to your production team. No one will be sharing it with you, so as to let you get the place up and running. If your program really gets the approval, only then will we arrange for the studio to be shared with others. The set's layout will be adapted to whatever program is being recorded. After all, our recording studios are not abundant, so it gets a little tense. Zhang Ye said, I understand. Give this document to Supervisor Wang. He will arrange the rest for you. Wang Xiong said. Before noon. Soon, all of the department's staff heard of the shocking news. As many people did not wish to be in Zhang Ye's production team, Zhang Ye filled in almost all of the team's positions with his own name in a fit of anger. Eventually, even the leader had approved of it. This made everyone at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. They thought that with such a tantrum, if it were left to Wang Xiong to arrange, who would dare not turn up? They could not possibly turn it down either. A new program would definitely need a proper team. But who would have thought that Zhang Ye was so indifferent? They don't want to come. Then I don't even King want them. With Zhang Ye's move, it had left many in the office feeling awkward and feeling bad. Wang Bei was speechless. Teacher Zhang, you can't handle it all by yourself. Qian also said, yeah, you only have a pair of hands and legs. How can you handle so much work? There's even a lot of specialized positions in the team. Zhang Ye knew they meant well, but he had already decided. Understaffed? Then he will just work overtime for a few more days. Specialized jobs? Well, he had spent some time working at the television station, so it wouldn't be difficult for him. Zhang Ye felt that he could handle it well. I will be fine by myself. Dong Shanshan looked at him. You know how to pick the costumes? Zhang Ye replied. It will be a suit and tie for every episode. Every episode will have different colors. Little Yu was also sweating when he said, how about the set layout? Zhang Ye, it's in the proposal. I've already written out the setup I want. Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes. You can't possibly do the post-production, too, can you? Zhang Ye said matter-of-factly. My program will not require any post-production. As long as the audience shots and my shots are planned out properly, there won't be any shots to edit. The surrounding colleagues had all heard this. Bullshit. You really know how to bullshit. Of course, they didn't believe it. But those who had ever worked with Zhang Ye before, like Hu Fei, like Xiao Lu, Da Fei and Gang, would definitely know Zhang Ye's claims were true. His recorded programs really did not need any post-production. All of the shots and sequences were all controlled by Zhang Ye's pacing. Not even a second of additional footage would be recorded. It was because Zhang Ye's broadcast program was already a finished product from his previous world. It had already been edited by the professionals from that world, and all that was left was the essence. Zhang Ye had used the finished product, so, of course, there won't be any mistakes. Everyone continued to advise him. But Zhang Ye was stubborn. He did not listen. Actually, in his heart, he just wanted to prove them wrong. You guys don't have much hope for this bro? Sure, then I will show all of you. Even if this bro is alone, he will be able to make this program great. At that time, let's see who still dares to talk trash. Before afternoon, Zhang Ye had found Supervisor Wang. He then went over to Studio 7, which temporarily belonged to him. The audience's seats were all in place. The lights were also already set up. All he needed to do was to decorate the stage a little, and it will be ready for recording. Zhang Ye had decided by now that for the next few days, this would be his office. After lunch, Zhang Ye did not idle. All of the work to be done rested on him. He did not have any time to waste, so he began his first task, a task that was supposed to be handled by the director or deputy director and the marketing planner, the making of the program's title introduction. Zhang Ye found the middle-aged woman who had previously handled his promotional advertisement. He had known by now that this woman was called Sister 4. As her husband was also working in Weiwa Company as the deputy supervisor of logistics, his popularity was rather good. Everyone liked to call her husband as Brother 4. So Sister 4 naturally became her title, too. Staff room. Zhang Ye navigated left and right through the mess. Sister Four? Is Sister Four here? In the small office, Sister Four looked up with a pair of disposable chopsticks in her mouth. Oh, it's teacher little Zhang? She was just having some soup dumplings. Zhang Ye smiled. I need to record a title introduction for my program. Sister Four acknowledged, sure. Give me a few seconds. She took her dumplings and stuffed them whole into her mouth. She probably got scalded by the hot soup since she gasped with her tongue out of her mouth. Then she stood up and called for a few people. Li, Wang, time to work. They brought along their equipment and followed Zhang Ye. When they passed the costume department, Zhang Ye made a quick detour inside. He greeted the person in charge and chose a few suits of different colors quickly. He also took a few neckties and bow ties of different colors. Then, he put them on a rolling clothes rack and rolled it out along towards Studio 7. Inside, the few of them were stunned. Sister Four asked, surprised, Hey, why is there only you? Zhang Ye laughed, It's just me. What about your production team? The deputy director? Who is in charge of the introduction title planning? Without it, how can we film? Sister Four and her team were from the filming department. They did not need to do any planning. Zhang Ye replied, The overall director and planner is me. After explaining a little, Sister Four did not know whether to laugh or to cry. You're really fantastic. Your guys from the web TV department are really great, too. They are too snobbish. Who says that your program won't make the cut? They are even dodging their responsibilities out of fear. Little Zhang, Sister Four supports you. Make a program with an average rating of 500,000 views to show them. I will take care of the camera filming. Your program will broadcast on Monday. Filming will be done on Sunday. I will pick a few cameramen with the best skills and report to you on Sunday. Zhang Ye was in a good mood. Then I will say my thanks first. Don't be so polite. Just tell us how you want to film the title introduction. Sister Four asked. Zhang Ye had already planned it. We will just do a few simple shots. I will be changing my costume for every shot. Then we will put them together in post-production. Sister Four asked, What about the title words? A cameraman interjected saying, That I'll speak for myself advertisement slogan was too good. If you don't use it in the introduction title, won't it be a pity? Yeah, that slogan is too awesome, another female cameraman said. Sister Four professionally gave a wave of her hands. That's not suitable. It's too full of passion. I might not fully understand Teacher Little Zhang's new program, something called a talk show. But the overall theme is one of humor and jokes, right? With such a formal introduction, it will clash with the theme. That's a definite no-no. But Zhang Ye laughed, It won't. Let's use that then. Sister Four was stunned. Don't fool around, Teacher Little Zhang. That's really not suitable. It will be okay. Listen to me, and when we are done recording, you will all understand. Zhang Ye was confident. Can all of you help me to set up the background? I will go get changed, and then prepare a prop. Prop? There's even a prop? Sister Four did not expect it to be promising, but she didn't say anything. She called for everyone to start decorating the set. Zhang Ye went backstage to a room without anyone and got changed into his suit and tie. He looked much more spirited as he looked in the mirror, fully satisfied. Then, he looked everywhere for a prop, found something, nodded and prepared to make his own prop. It was still lunchtime. When Zhang Ye came outside, he saw that there were still many people outside. Dong Shanshan, Wang Bei, Ah Qian, Little Yu, and a few familiar-looking faces that he did not know too well. They probably wanted to take a look. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Zhang Ye, do you need any help? No, take a seat. Zhang Ye attended to them for a little while. They went over to the audience seats and sat there, waiting to see how Zhang Ye would handle everything by himself. At this moment, Wang Xiong and a leader that Zhang Ye had never seen before arrived. They did not say anything, but went directly to the seats in front of the stage. It was obvious that Wang Xiong was worried about him. Being the producer, director, costume planner, and set layout planner made him worried that Zhang Ye would mess things up, so he came over to see if Zhang Ye could really handle it all. If there were any problems, he, as the overall leader, would have to answer for it, too. There were many people in the audience. The set layout was decorated simply. Sister Four shouted, Okay, ready. Zhang Ye adjusted his suit and then walked to the background wall. Then let's begin. Cameras ready, 3, 2, 1, action. Sister Four commanded. The recording indicator on the cameras lit up. Zhang Ye looked towards the camera with a straight face and said, You only smell my cologne, but didn't see my sweat. You have your rules, I have my choices. You deny my existence, I decide my future. Everyone offstage was frowning. Isn't this still the advertisement? Still using this as the title introduction? To be honest, the advertisement was really good. But isn't your program meant to be humorous? Isn't it a program where you say jokes? Using such an advertisement as the title introduction is too formal. It's not suitable at all. As expected, Zhang Ye had his limitations just. Working alone. How could he handle so many jobs by himself? Wang Bei, Qian, and the others were all expressionless. Wang Xiong was already shaking his head in self-blame. The company's leader beside him also whispered to him several words. It looked like he was unsatisfied with the performance. Sister Four sighed, thinking to call for a cut, but she didn't and continued the filming. Zhang Yi seemingly disregarded everyone's expressions and became even more serious and formal. He poured his emotions in saying, "You mock at me having nothing. I pity how you always keep yearning. You show contempt for my young age. I will prove whose era this is. Dreams are paths destined to be forged alone, filled with doubts and mockery. But so what? Even if I'm all blue and black all over, I will also want to live beautifully." Up until here, Zhang Yi suddenly made a move that left everyone bewildered. He picked up a bag of his self-made prop. It was a bag used to hold condiments. The logo had been hidden by a sticker which was labeled salt. What? What did this mean? I am Zhang Yi. I'll feed a bag of salt to myself. Only to see Zhang Yi tilting his head backwards and pouring the prop into his mouth. Then his facial expression became rich with emotions. He held his throat and coughed and spit it out a few times. Uft. Ha ha ha. Everyone off stage suddenly burst into laughter. I'll speak for myself. Well, YGDYN sounded the same as I'll feed a bag of salt too. Myself. Well, YGDYN. What were you even thinking? What a godly twist. That was some King godly twist. Dong Shanshan was cramping up from laughing. She held her stomach as she kept on laughing. The others like Wang Bei, Qian, and Sister Four were also unable to sit straight from all the laughing. Zhang Ye's serious expression had all led up to this twist. This contrast seriously made it so that everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yi put down the prop in his hand. The cameras can stop rolling. Sister Four finally stopped laughing and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. This title introduction is really paramount. Teacher Little Zhang, I am totally in awe of you. The few cameramen were also left in awe. They all wondered how this guy's brain worked. Able to write serious advertisement slogans. But when it came to the title introduction, the words were unchanged, but when repeated, it achieved two very different results. One was full of passion, the other was totally hilarious. So a title introduction could actually be presented this way. It's too wonderful. Wang Xiong's face broke into a smile. Meanwhile, the other leader was a little dazed. He finally believed that Zhang Yi could really handle multiple roles by himself. This short segment was enabled through his directorial work in production, planning, costumes, prop, etc. When work resumed in the afternoon, the few audiences began leaving. When Dong Shanshan and Wang Bei left, they were still laughing and discussing about the title introduction. But Zhang Yi was still not satisfied, thinking it was a little monotonous. So he changed into a few more costumes and recorded a few more shots before calling it a day. To others, it was needless to say that for a program, especially in new programs, its title introduction was especially important. Some people racked their brains over this and might film it over and over for a week or even a month, because it would be aired constantly on every episode. From a certain perspective, it was even more important than the contents of the program. But Zhang Yi only needed an hour to complete the title introduction. Even with that, no one said that it wasn't good. I'll feed a bag of salt to myself. The title introduction has been decided. Chapter 237, Fusing All Talk Show Programs. At night, after 10 p.m., most of the office lights were already switched off. Only now did Zhang Yi emerge from the office of the film crew. The title introduction had finished filming in the afternoon, but the post-production was done only at night. A lot of it was not as ideal as he had expected. Seeing the finished product's humor, he felt it was not as funny. So after some discussion, everyone stayed behind and worked overtime with him. For example, the punchline, I'll speak for myself, was still better off using the original word subtitles. But it would only change when Zhang Ye really fed himself salt. The post-production took care of the subtitling effect where the original words shattered and were replaced in the next second by the words, "I'll feed a bag of salt to myself." Many of his facial expressions were also carefully selected before they settled on the final version, which amplified its humor. Sister 4 said tiredly, "Treats on you." Zhang Ye did not refuse, saying, "No problem. When the program is out, I will treat everyone to a meal. Thank you for your hard work today, everyone." Sister 4, go home early and rest up. Sister 4 waved her hand. You too. Teacher Zhang, see you tomorrow. The camera crew also said goodbye to him. They walked together toward the corridor where Zhang Ye sent them off before he headed back to Studio 7. He went straight to the makeup room and switched on the lights. He did not leave, but was making another round of serious considerations of the program's set layout, making detailed changes to the decorations, colors, lighting effects, etc. In the past, the proposal stated it in a simpler form, with just a general description. Now that he had become the person in charge of the whole program, he would have to do everything step by step. This could be considered as an on-the-job training process to gain more experience and improve himself. After finishing the set layout plan, Zhang Ye immediately gave a call to the set layout department staff. He added some requirements to the original plan and told them how it should be decorated. Then he expressed his hope that they would complete the job by tomorrow. That person had probably already been asleep at home. Sure, I understand. Zhang Ye could hear that he was distracted, so he said, "Bro, my program only has 2 or 3 days of preparation time left. Please do me a favor. I will give everyone a treat when the time comes." That person did not say much. Sure, Teacher Zhang. Please do not be worried. We will go over earlier tomorrow and complete the task by tomorrow night. Then thank you. Zhang Ye hung up. After that, Zhang Ye went out from the makeup room to the recording studio to survey the place. He made some gestures to confirm his thoughts before preparing to take a rest. Looking at his watch, good God, it was already after 11. There were probably no more public buses at this time, and it was too far from the apartment to walk. So Zhang Ye looked over at the audience seats and decided to stay the night. Dong Shanshan's message. Are you coming back? Zhang Ye immediately replied. It's too late. I will sleep over at the office. Dong Shanshan, I had some food left for you. All right then, rest early. Zhang Ye was extremely touched. Thank you, classmate Dong. You sleep early too. Dong Shanshan. Okay, classmate Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled a little and put his cell phone away. Hugging his own head, he stared up at the ceiling. He was overly tired, but he couldn't sleep. It was such a busy day that there was nothing better to mention. However, the benefits he had reaped were tremendous. He understood the roles and functions of the team much more in depth now, as his experience and knowledge of the television industry had taken another step in growth. It had been a good learning experience. If ever he had to make another new program, he was sure that he could do it easily. And with a talk show that he had shaped with his own mind and body, Zhang Ye believed that the result would be a lot better than him instructing other people to arrange and set up the show for him. After all, this was done according to his own thoughts and considerations. There would be no chance of forgetting something or careless mistakes as he sought to reproduce his previous world's matured form of talk shows. With this experience, he could see clearer than anyone and knew how best to execute the plan. So tiring himself a little bit more was something that Zhang Ye would take on voluntarily. Such sacrifice would definitely bring rewards. Leaving it to others to do the work for him would have made him worried because these people didn't even know what a talk show was. The people of this world had never even heard of it. New program. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye fell silent once more. Would the people of this world be able to accept a form of entertainment arts like a talk show? The talk show would definitely be very popular. Zhang Ye never doubted this, nor questioned it. But in his previous world, a talk show's popularity took time to build up. Whether it was the earliest foreign talk shows or China's gradual importation of talk shows, the results were the same. The masses needed some time to slowly accept it. But today, Zhang Ye couldn't wait for such a build-up. The leader had requested for the first trial episode to have a guaranteed 500,000 views. No way. He needed to ensure it. F***K. Then this bro will strengthen the content of the program. Zhang Ye sat up and decided to redo his plans for the program he had previously decided on. It was to greatly maximize the reach to his audience. It was not that he lacked confidence, but he wanted to do the very best that he could. He wanted to be sure of the quality, as such an opportunity did not come often. He had already been alienated by several provincial television stations, as well as city-level television stations. It was not easy for him to obtain the chance to work in the web TV industry, so if there were any mistakes, he would no longer be able to work in this line anymore. He had to shock the people who looked down on him or those who were pessimistic about him. Looking at the game Ring's total reputation points, I'll speak for myself, had given Zhang Ye a total of 1.2 million reputation points. This was an unexpected joy. Hence Zhang Ye did not hesitate to use the 1.2 million reputation points to buy a total of 12 memory search capsules. In the past, Zhang Ye had already decided on Wang Zijian's Tonight 80s talk show and had used the memory search capsules to store many episodes in his brain. Why did he choose it? One of the reasons was because it was one of the most talk show-like programs, at least in terms of format. As the pioneer of talk shows, Zhang Ye naturally wanted to choose a relatively authentic talk show program. He could not choose a talk show variant program like Bao Zhou Big News Events as the first one to put forth to the audience. If he did, it would suffer even greater limitations. Secondly, the joke segments used in Tonight 80s talk show were relatively independent. It was more all-purpose, which usually described some rough social phenomenon, but the specifics were not mentioned. Even if he said it, no one would understand it. This was something that Zhang Ye valued the most. If he used something like Zhou Libo's Mr. Zhou Live show, many of the matters discussed pinpointed to the time, place, and person, and was a result of a certain factual incident, then Zhang Ye would not be able to perform. After all, the things that happened in his world might not happen in this one. Even if they had, it was useless to talk about outdated stuff. As such, Tonight 80s talk show was put forth as his agenda. But now, Zhang Ye had changed his mind again. He wanted to make the program even better. After all, Tonight 80s talk show was also limited in its audience. The people who liked it, loved it. Those who did not like it would find it dispensable. There were certain joke segments that were indeed not as humorous. It could at most curve a person's mouth. This was something that Zhang Ye needed to improve on. How was he to improve? Of course, by taking the merits of the respective shows. Zhang Ye had a bold idea. In his world, due to a host style and the source of the joke segments, coupled with the involvement of copyright, many things were set in stone. There was no way to take merits from various sources, but Zhang Ye could. Zhang Ye had the opportunity to do so. If he took one of the many excellent talk show programs from his world to be its foundation, then blended all the classic joke segments from other programs to form a program, what sort of result would he obtain by concentrating all the essence of talk show programs? Just thinking of it made him excited. For example, in Bao Zhou Big News Events, much of the sharp ridicule and funny mockery were unrivaled amongst all the similar talk shows. And for example, Mr. Zhou Live show, it would occasionally include some segments that had funny connotations. It was interesting, but not vulgar. It was thought-provoking and was also a major feature. It was something that no one could imitate. And then there was Dapeng Talk Show. Although its results could not compare with the three aforementioned programs, it had a very unique style. Then there was the Beijing Provincial Station's Talk Show. It was considered one of the worst talk show programs, but there were also remarkable joke segments that could be used. This was all the wisdom of people crystallized into one. Besides, Zhang Ye did not need to worry about copyright problems. He could use all the joke segments. As for his hosting style, Zhang Ye still had not created a hosting persona for himself yet, so he did not need to worry about it. He could speak as he wished. He just needed the joke segments to be properly fused together without conflicts. What are you saying? Why isn't one of the talk shows, Good Show, mentioned? Stop joking. Good Show was like a man-sized child program. Anyway, the more Zhang Ye thought of it, the more excited he became. He could not longer suppress it. He impatiently ate the first memory search capsule and began to recall the Mr. Zhou Live show he had watched in college. Then it was Bao Zhou Big News Events. Then Dapeng Talk Show. Every capsule only lasted 5 minutes, so very quickly, an hour had passed. He had finished the 12 capsules. Zhang Ye had only reinforced his memory of about 4 to 5% of all the outstanding talk show programs of his world. As there was too much information, and it was even video and audio information. It was a lot more complicated than pure text. Hence, the consumption rate of the memory search capsules was relatively higher. However, this was enough. Zhang Ye relied on these memories to mix and edit them together. It was enough to make 8 or 9 episodes. And after the program was broadcast, he would gain a constant amount of reputation points, which would allow him to carry on buying memory search capsules until Zhang Ye's talk show perfectly ended. It's done. Time to arrange his memories. Zhang Ye did not need to use pen and paper. He only closed his eyes as the images from his memory search appeared one after the other. Even the number of times the talk show's host blinked was remembered by him clearly. He then arranged all the segments in the talk show programs that he found suitable, sorting, merging, denying it or not. Then he repeated this job. Zhang Ye's talk show, the first talk show program of this world. Zhang Ye wanted to draw on the strong points of some to make up for the weak points of others. He wanted to push this program that had his name on it to the extreme. Chapter 238. Talk show's recording begins. 2 days later, Sunday morning, Zhang Ye was not woken by an alarm, but woke up naturally. He comfortably stretched his back and got up from bed. The door to Dong Shanshan's room was open. She had been busying herself with her new program for the past few days. She must have went to work, but there was a slightly warm breakfast placed on the table. There was soybean milk. There was fried dough sticks. Clearly, they were specially brought back by Dong Shanshan for him. Zhang Ye felt warmth in his heart. After washing up and eating breakfast, he enjoyed a hot bath. Only after coming out did he lay on a couch to watch the news on TV. Zhang Ye had been so busy for the past 2 days that he did not even know himself. Describing everything in disorder was not even enough. The props required his attention. The costumes needed to be reserved by him. The proposals needed to be written by him. He also had to take on the role of director. The good thing was that he had managed to finish the final stages of the work required. Today was the first day's recording of Zhang Ye's talk show. Yesterday night, Zhang Ye had come home very early and slept soundly for once. There was no way around it. He needed to ensure that he was in a good mental state when he recorded. If he was sloppy, how was he to record the program? The morning news aired. Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets have plunged once again. This month, there have already been 3 cases of people committing suicide due to stock speculation. From the analysis of industry experts, it is only a matter of time before the market index drops below 1,500 points. The entire country has launched a green campaign. No driving, only taking public transport, so as to emulate foreign countries. People in first-tier northern cities are experiencing an acceleration in their pace of life. Many people cannot endure this pace and are choosing to leave the northern cities. Zhang Ye watched this without blinking. He paid great attention to this as he was looking for some news elements to decide on the joke segments he was to use today. After all, a talk show kept pace with the ongoings in society. He needed to resonate with actual events, so as to tickle the funny bones of people. Hence, Zhang Ye naturally could not just casually use the talk show joke segments from his world. He had to find similar events in this world. Well, if his unit's leaders knew that this fellow, Zhang Ye, had not determined his program's content until the day of the F***King recording, they would probably sit on him and crush him to his death. However, this was Zhang Ye's style. He had always done his work in such a manner. He had many things on his mind, but they could not be used haphazardly. It had to match the situation and time. It had to be just right in order to maximally expound his knowledge. The news ended. Zhang Ye had a rough plan of the program's content. He did not take notes and already knew how he was going to do the first episode. Checking on the web, the live tickets to Zhang Ye's talk show had already finished balloting. Other than the staff that were in the live audience, the rest were lucky members of the audience who were allocated tickets through an online application. The people just needed to provide identification on entry. It was very fair. It was also a way to interact with the netizens. This way, it could increase the program's cohesion and attractiveness. A total of 60 lucky winners were chosen. Haha, I got it. I'm too lucky. What did you get? A lottery ticket. The live tickets to Zhang Ye's talk show. Hell, what's there to celebrate about? It would be a wonder if that talk show thing is any good. I wouldn't want to go even if you gave me the tickets. Am I to go there and sleep? Upstairs, I may admit that the I'll Speak for Myself commercial was done pretty well, and the buzz it stirred up was pretty big, but a new program still depends on its content. What's the value to watching a program that just takes joke segments from the internet? Aren't they taking the audience as fools? Her. It's not that you are luckily getting the tickets. It's because too few people applied. Whoever applied would get it. Don't say it that way. I actually would love to go there and see how terrible that talk show is, so that I can trample on it when I get back. Upstairs, you are hero. You are risking your life to scan for landmines. Haha. I'm also looking forward to Zhang Ye's new program. I actually want to see how many people will curse at him. That Zhang Ye, he sure is one of a kind. He has pretty good qualifications, so why doesn't he carry on lecturing on history? Why must he do some program that the world has never seen? He's just seeking death. I actually liked Zhang Ye quite a bit in the past. But now, I have turned from fan to anti-fan. This program has disappointed me too greatly. In the future, my daily mission is to curse at Zhang Ye while eating and sleeping. Hell hath no fury like a lover scorned. Zhang Ye has really made a huge mistake this time. Hi, what a pity. He is being irresponsible, right? Making a program just by using a few jokes on the internet? This is really treating the audience as fools. Only an idiot would watch that talk or whatever show. With the buzz of I'll speak for myself gone, many antis of Zhang Ye appeared once again. The criticism and doubts of his new program appeared once again. Zhang Ye was already used to it and did not mind. But suddenly, a verified account on Weibo posted a message. It was Deputy Station Head Jia from Beijing radio station back when he worked there. He was a person who suppressed Zhang Ye in every possible way. The reason why Zhang Ye left the radio station was directly attributed to him, as they had tore all decorum. Deputy Station Head Jia said, "It looks like it was a very good decision for our radio station not to keep Zhang Ye back then. Some people become blindly arrogant after obtaining a bit of results, thinking that they are the smartest person in the world. They believe that they can kickstart a program that has never appeared in this world. I find it all very funny now. Weiwa is also quite a large web TV company in the industry. I really do not understand. Why would you allow such a trash program to be broadcast? Do you not have the most basic level of judgment and appreciation towards the arts? Anyone who has eyes would know that that talk show will not succeed." Following that, Beijing radio station's radio announcer, Jia Yan, added onto the thread. He was deputy station head Jia's relative. A program like this can be called a talk show? I think calling it joke show would be more appropriate. Is this a new program format? Although they have not released a lot of official information about the program, I can in no way see any new format that lies in it. Linking all the jokes together is considered skill? Even an elementary school student can do it. Then, Beijing radio station's child of the station leader's friend, Zhang Ye, appeared. He was the person whose silver microphone award was stolen by Zhang Ye due to the lucky bread. His tone was bad too. All smokes and tricks, plain to the gallery. To insist on being the number one in this world, I advise everyone not to watch Zhang Ye's talk show. This sort of program wastes both your time and energy. It's not worth watching. Propping. Supporting teacher Little Ye. Well said. This sort of program is trash. Many Weibo fans of those people replied to the thread. Zhang Ye laughed instead of turning mad. Seeing these familiar names, he would have forgotten them if they did not stand forward again. Zhang Ye had turned extremely popular after he job-hopped to the television station, and this bunch of people had remained silent. Now, with Zhang Ye job-hopping again to make another new program, this bunch of people tried to kick him while he was down when the tide of comments were against his Zhang Ye's talk show. It was just a few trivial people. Zhang Ye did not even bother replying to them. They were still the same words that he had said back when he left Beijing radio station. Don't be ready to shout, just wait and see. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Zhang Ye was slightly surprised. The caller was Beijing television station's Hu Fei, who was also his old leader. "Hello, brother Hu. Why did you call me?" Hu Fei asked. "Are you really planning on doing that talk show?" Zhang Ye chuckled. "That's right. You don't think much of it, too? Kid, you sure are too bold." Hu Fei did not say that he was pessimistic of it, but it was clear from his tone. He was just being euphemistic. Zhang Ye said in amusement, "I'm not good at anything. I am just a bit more bold." Hu Fei was tickled by him. "All the best then. I'll watch it on time tomorrow. Xiao Lu, Da Fei and company have been supporting you all along. Don't let us down." Zhang Ye said indifferently, "I won't." After hanging up, Zhang Ye left upon looking at the time. 9:30 a.m. Weiwa Company's Studio 7. In the makeup room backstage, Zhang Ye sat in front of the mirror, allowing a female makeup artist to apply his makeup. This was actually the first time that Zhang Ye was putting on makeup. In the past, he would at most have his hair styled. Back in the radio station, it was not required, as his face was not seen. When he was in the television station, Zhang Ye was lecturing on a historical program, and since he did not have a dark face, it did not matter. But this time, it was different. It was an entertainment program. There was a lot more to a host's image. Since this was his first recording, he naturally needed to dress up. The female makeup artist asked, "How do you want it done?" Zhang Ye casually said, "Just make me into something like Takashi Kaneshiro." "Who is Takashi Kaneshiro?" the makeup artist asked with bewilderment. Then do it such that I look like a Korean idol." Zhang Ye smiled after noticing that the makeup artist was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. "Just joking. Relax," she said. "Then I'll do it simple." "All right, I'll leave it to you." Zhang Ye trusted a professional's perspective. As he was doing his makeup, a person rushed over. "Teacher Zhang, what color should your clothes be? Or should it be a Western suit? Should I bring them all here?" Zhang Ye said, "Since it's the first episode, get me something more bright-colored. Red or green would do, to make it seem more festive." "All right, I'll bring it over." The staff member hurried away. The voice of a field director that had been newly transferred over echoed in his headset. "All teams, we are 30 minutes away from the audience's entry. Make haste." Even if Zhang Ye was all-powerful, he was also unable to take on every role. For example, about 7 makeup artists, a field director, and miscellaneous staff were arranged by Director Wang over the past 2 days to take up their roles. The person with absolute authority over the program team was Zhang Ye. He was also the only person in the senior and middle roles. He had 7 people under him, but the gap between their responsibilities was very huge. "It's done." The female makeup artist snapped her fingers. Zhang Ye looked into the mirror, but on first glance, he did not seem to have transformed. However, the transformation could be seen on camera due to the lighting. "All right, I'm going." Chapter 239, Talk Show's recording, really begins. 9:30 a.m. The main stage of the recording studio. Zhang Ye started busying himself the moment that he came from backstage to coordinate all the tasks. Do a lighting test again. Make sure everything is working well. Stage choreographer, please do a test for the sound again. Hey. This side of my earpiece seems like there's a problem with the volume. Help me adjust it. Cameras, do a few seconds of trial recording. The 3 cameras must not have any problems. I usually follow my flow when it comes to recording. The quality will be affected if I need to re-record it. Let's aim for a single recording, okay? Teacher Zhang, the seats are not enough. Why did you only notice that now? How many are we short of? Because the internal tickets were a little oversubscribed, we are still short by 10 seats. Go to logistics and get a few more. If the colors are different, place them at the back row, so we don't affect the picture quality. Everyone, check again for any problems. The audience will be arriving soon. The show had not even started yet, but Zhang Ye's voice was already hoarse. The other programs had teams that had their work divided up properly. Every job had a specialist and leader commanding the role. But Zhang Ye's team was different. The leadership role was all solely his, so anyone who had any problems would come to him for answers. This caused him to be very busy as he had to give instructions out, one after another. Zhang Ye was preparing to use Tonight 80s Talks How as his talk show foundation. But because of budget and other constraints, he had to cancel the DJ segment and the celebrity guest interviews. Firstly, it was because he did not have the budget to invite some famous celebrity. Secondly, interviews and game segments had their supporters and detractors. Some liked it a lot, yet there were also many who disliked it a lot. So Zhang Ye decided against using those segments. Interviews, for what they're worth, were usually platforms for a celebrity to do promotional activities only. Zhang Ye did not want his program to have a mixture of these useless segments, at least not initially. So he prepared a full half-hour of solo talk show performance. This also saved a lot of effort on other things. Otherwise, he would be even more busy today. Outside, the doors opened. It was not the audience, but the leaders and other colleagues who came in. They were all holding internal tickets to attend the recording. Zhang Ye saw them. Not only had Director Wang Xiong attended, even his leader from the Web TV department, Feng Guiqin, also came. There were 2 other company leaders and other seniors from his department. It wasn't strange, as usually for a new program's first recording, a group of leaders would attend to do their assessments. This was to ensure the program's quality. In the group were also Ah Qian, Little Yu, and Wang Bei. Dong Shanshan might have been too busy with her work to attend, but the other hosts from the department were also taking part in this recording, like Teacher Gong and Teacher Han. He did not know if they had come to see Zhang Ye make a joke of himself or something else. The leaders had arrived, but Zhang Ye did not go to greet them because he did not have the time to deal with those things. He was already struggling to deal with his roles. Teacher Zhang, come over for a moment. This light's damaged. The earpiece volume can't be adjusted. We'll need to get it changed. When they arrived in the studio, all they saw was an extremely busy Zhang Ye. Only then did they understand how it would look like if there was only one person handling all of the team's work. They sat at the front row. Feng Guiqin frowned. Is little Zhang able to handle all of this by himself? Wang Xiong turned his head to her. It should be okay. He handled everything well the past few days. From the title introduction and props to the planning, all of these were done by him. Feng Guiqin nodded. Have you seen the program's content yet? Not yet. I did not receive anything, not even the program's script. Seeing how busy little Zhang was, I did not ask him for it. Wang Xiong threw up his hands. On stage, Zhang Ye suddenly noticed the center of the stage. There was a rack in front of his position, so he pulled it up and asked, "What's this for?" That person blinked. To hold the script. Zhang Ye immediately waved his hands. Get rid of it. Remove it. That person replied in ridicule. How can we get rid of that? When Sister 4, who personally came over to help out, heard the commotion, she asked, "What's the matter, Wang?" Wang said nervously, "Sister 4, Teacher Zhang said to remove to rack for the script." This. Sister 4 was also stunned. She looked at Zhang Ye and said, "If we take it away, where will you put the manuscript? Where will you place the script at? Your program's at least 30 minutes long. If you consider the parts that need to be edited out, then you need to record at least 40 to 50 minutes. That's nearly an hour. How will you be able to record? Off script." But no one expected Zhang Ye to reply matter-of-factly. Of course, it will be off script. I am a host. Do you expect me to read off a script? What a disgrace. If I am going to be a host like that, you might as well find any random person to come do it. Zhang Ye set very high standards for himself and his job. In his previous world, if a talk show artist were to host by reading from a script, then it would be too disgraceful. Even if they couldn't remember their lines, they would use a teleprompter that was not filmed by the camera. Like when Zhou Libo first started doing talk shows, he had also used a rack to place his script on. Every line he said, he would refer to it. Finally, only after he was criticized and mocked by people did he slowly go off script. But Zhang Ye did not need such a process. Sister 4 and the staff around were in disbelief. You can go totally off script? This is a basic quality as a host, right? Zhang Ye did not make much of a fuss about it. In his world, there were many outrageous people like that. Sister 4 said, "But you have to be prepared just in case." Another youth said, "Yeah, Teacher Zhang. If you really forget a line, at least there's backup." Zhang Ye said without explaining further, "There won't be any in the case of me, nor will I forget. If I say to remove it, then quickly remove it. We need to hurry." Two miscellaneous staff could only obey, and they removed the rack. Sister 4 had a bad feeling about it, so she asked, "Comrade Little Zhang, don't tell me that it is because you don't have a script?" Zhang Ye replied, "I've never needed a script for my recordings, never ever." Sister 4, staff, all of the leaders and colleagues also heard this from below the stage. No script? Not even the content for the program was written? Everyone nearly fainted. D*MN. Just how confident are you? Do you need to be so relaxed? Not even having a script prepared? Most of the masses were not optimistic about his new program to begin with. But with this, everyone would never believe that a program could be good if there wasn't even a script. If it turned out to be a mess, the leaders might not even approve the release of the first episode of the program. Teacher Han was speechless. What the hell is he doing? Wang Bei smiled. This could precisely be the legend that says a skilled man is a daredevil. So what if his skills are good? He'd better not mess things up. If he does, let's see how he clears the *T up. Teacher Gong had lost the last shred of confidence that he had for Zhang Ye's program. Even for people like them who had been in the business longer than Zhang Ye, They could not do without a script for a long program like this. It was not that they had never seen a person like that, but those were the craziest people of the hosting world. Only a few talented people were able to achieve that level of hosting. Of course, they didn't believe that Zhang Ye could do it. Chapter 240. The live scene filled with a volley of laughter. 9:45. The exterior door to the recording studio finally opened. Here, the doors that led from the office corridors straight into the recording studio were called interior doors. This was the entrance for employees. The door that blocked the passageway that led from the hall to the recording studio was called an exterior door. The audience was led by the staff into Studio 7. Wow, the decorations are pretty good. This stage is quite cool. Is that Zhang Ye? It's him. I've seen him in person. The moment the crowd entered, a few girls began praising. The stage design was naturally Zhang Ye's work. He had referenced the stages from his World Tonight 80s Talks How and Mr. Zhou live show. The audience was seated, and the nearly 100 seats were quickly filled up. At this moment, from the employee passage, Dong Shanshan came in, late. When she entered, she glanced at Zhang Ye and gave him a sexy smile of encouragement. Shanshan here. Zhang Han, who had a good relationship with her, waved. Dong Shanshan sat in the second row. Zhang Han had already reserved a seat for her. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and said into the microphone, "All our stations ready? Lighting is good. Cameras are okay. The audience is here. Close the doors." Everyone responded as they were ready to go. Zhang Ye nodded. "All right, then we'll begin in a minute. Make your preparations." Sister 4 had recorded quite a few programs, so she was quite professional. She reminded Zhang Ye, "Teacher little Zhang, let's record the smiles and applause of the audience first. Take the lead." However, Zhang Ye smiled. "There's no need, Sister 4. That would be too fake." Sister 4 exclaimed, "Fake? But everyone does that." Zhang Ye was particularly concerned with professional conduct. If everyone wants to laugh, they will naturally laugh. If they don't want to, there's no point in forcing it. Sister 4 said helplessly, "All right then. You are the person in charge. We'll follow your lead." The time had already begun counting down. The audience was still chatting, seemingly listless. They were not that interested in the program. "What are you looking at?" "Hi, the stocks have fallen again." "You are speculating too?" "Me too. The crash during these past few days has been terrible. It's green asterisk all day. My heart has already turned cold watching it. How can it drop so much?" "Hey, isn't this old Zhang? You also got a ticket? What a coincidence. Did you drive here? Give me a lift later." "I didn't drive. Isn't there some green campaign now? The news said that the foreigners don't drive and only take public transport. I also want to emulate it." "Are you sure?" "Damn. Actually, it was because there was a jam." "Ha. That's true. If you drove, you wouldn't even be here by 11. Let's keep it quiet. The program is beginning soon." "So what if it begins? I'm already regretting coming here." "Didn't you hear? This program has been cursed terribly on the internet. Everyone says it's bad." "Yeah, I don't think it will work either. I've heard so many jokes. What can be new?" "That's right. Will he be able to sprout flowers from his jokes?" "I really don't believe he can. The chatter on the internet is right." "What talk show? All I see is a joke show. What does it mean to talk?" "I really can't tell." The audience muttered. It was unknown what agenda some people had. The moment that they came, they leaned back in their seats and slept. They did not look like they had any expectations. Seeing the audience's reaction, Zhang Ye laughed without a word. The company's leaders and Dong Shanshan, Qian, and Little Yu were all somewhat worried. If a few people did not think highly of it, it was still fine, but for nearly all the audience to hardly look forward to it, this was abnormal. Did it indicate that the program itself had a major design flaw from the onset? They were sighing deeply in their hearts. The other rival web host did not care how bad Zhang Ye's program was, but as Zhang Ye's old classmate, Dong Shanshan was naturally more worried and concerned than others. 3, 2, 1. The countdown came to an end. The program officially started. Shua. The screen behind Zhang Ye started broadcasting a video clip. "You only smell my cologne, but didn't see my sweat. You have your rules, I have my choices. You deny my existence, I decide my future." This had been seen a countless number of times by the audience. These days, anyone who watched a video would see the commercial, "I'll speak for myself," at the beginning. It gave a rush the first time one watched it, but anyone would turn numb towards it by the 10th view. Hence, When they saw this, those members of the audience who were already dozing off became even sleepier. But at the end, a reversal happened. I am Zhang Ye. I'll speak for myself. Zhang Ye poured a bag of salt into his mouth. The caption was shattered and replaced by, I'll feed a bag of salt to myself. A girl burst out into laughter seeing this. A few members of the audience lit up too. This was quite a modest surprise for them. Some felt it was very funny, but there were people who didn't find it especially funny. But it was humorous. It made people unable to help but curve their lips. A good clip. This clip was amazing. The next moment, those people who were dozing sat up with a start. This new program seemed to interest them a little. With the clip ending, the scene was cut to the studio. There was no one on stage. Zhang Ye had already gone backstage. Then a voice was heard. It was clearly Zhang Ye's voice. All right, let us welcome our famous host. Zhang Ye. Ha ha. Why is he welcoming himself? Many people were tickled. Even Wang Bei and Ah Qian began to crack up. The curtains were drawn apart. Zhang Ye walked forward from backstage and waved to everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Ye. Thank you, thank you. This is live from Zhang Ye's talk show. Welcome, everyone. Then he added on. Parentheses, there should be a thunderous round of applause here. E. The audience humored him and began responding. E was a universal language. It was often heard from the audience in crosstalk. Wang Xiong lost his composure and laughed. This little Zhang. The audience gave him face as they really applauded. Seeing the audience and the brilliant stage, Zhang Ye was feeling very excited. This was his new territory and his new program. He wanted to do it well, and he also had to do it well. Seeing the atmosphere liven up, Zhang Ye cut to the chase. He struck while the iron was still hot and began his monologue performance. He held a few cards in his hand. They were of all sized, and this was a setting and joke segment from Bao Zhou Big News Events. Zhang Ye felt it was not bad, so he brought it here. After I left the television station, many friends were worried about the future. They even ran a Help Zhang Ye Find a Job campaign. Thank you, everyone. Now, you can see that this is my new job and program. Just now, a few members of the stage staff passed me a few letters from my fans. I'll read them out and let's see what sort of sincere interest and concern my passionate fans have sent me. Letters from fans? When did that happen? Who sent you letters? And even the concern from passionate fans? Wang Xiong and Zhang Ye's colleagues were filled with wonder. Zhang Ye took out the first card and read it with his head lowered. Let's look at the first fan. The tenderness when you bend your head low. He said this, Zhang Ye, your sister. Why haven't you freaking come out with a new program? Do you not freaking believe I will smash your glass, asshole? Zhang Ye stopped and threw the card away. He dryly smiled. The concern and passion the fans have for me really touches me. Thank you, thank you. Everyone burst out into laughter. Concern your sister. He was clearly cursing you. Zhang Ye read the next one. The second letter is a self-proclaimed diehard fan. He said this, Zhang Ye, if you are not producing a new program this weekend, I'll die. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat off his brow and then stared into the camera in a daze. This letter was sent a month ago. We just received it yesterday. Then, sorry, my diehard brother. After prolonged consideration, I really do not have the courage to get back to you. Ha! The audience erupted into laughter again. Dong Shanshan slapped her thigh and was overjoyed. Zhang Ye carried on reading the third letter. Wow, this was sent by a female fan. Zhang Ye then appeared to read excitedly with his head lowered. I really want to have a baby with you, Zhang Ye. The audience exclaimed. Wow. Saying that, Zhang Ye's expression turned blank and then carried on reading with a weak tone. Please pass these words to teacher Dong Shanshan. Audience, ha ha ha. The camera immediately focused on Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan was stunned and then burst into laughter. Why was I even included in this? Wang Bei, who was beside her, began to slapping the armrest while laughing. I'm so amused. Zhang Ye looked with a speechless manner at the letter. He made a move. He began tearing the card in front of the camera with his teeth, ripping off the words, please pass these words to teacher Dong Shanshan, bit by bit. This was something that did not exist in Bao Zhou Big News Events. It was an improv that Zhang Ye added himself. He then gave a wretched smile and cleared his throat. He looked up again and read it again. I really want to have a baby with you, Zhang Ye. Then he threw up his hands and sighed. Hi. The fans nowadays are way too passionate. Too passionate. E. The audience burst into laughter. He was too shameless. Haha. Where's your bottom line? Exactly where is your bottom line? Zhang Ye ignored the response of the audience, and then carried on flipping to a new card in a calm manner. Oh, there's another fan who says this. Teacher Zhang Ye, I really like your hosting style. Well, can you help me pass this message to Teacher Dong Shanshan? Upon reading this, Zhang Ye immediately tore up the card and threw it away, pretending like he had never read it before. All right, let's cut all this useless stuff and focus on our main topic. Dong Shanshan looked at Zhang Ye at a loss as whether to laugh or to cry. I can't take it anymore. Hilarious. It's so freaking hilarious. The audience reaction was intense. Note, in China, stocks prices are indicated by green and red, but the colors are inverted from the West. Red, which is an auspicious color in Chinese culture, represents the stock price rising. Green represents the stock price decreasing. Chapter 241. The first episode of a talk show comes to a successful ending. Live. The atmosphere had livened up. The guys who were dozing off seemed like they had been injected with stimulants. They were staring widely and were in high spirits. Wang Xiong's mouth was already aching from laughing. This little Zhang. Feng Guoqin looked at the talking Zhang Ye as she nodded slightly. Let's see how it goes. Another company leader was also very excited. The other colleagues had similar reactions. Just from the opening scene and the enlivened atmosphere, it had drawn the attention of everyone. It was even more so for the audience. It was obvious from the cheers and applause. Zhang Ye pressed his hand down and said, All right, thank you, everyone. The applause came to a stop. He then said seriously, Everyone should know that for me to reach here step by step, I have my fans, I have my program, and can be considered a success. He adjusted his tie. A person like me, a superstar like me. The audience began to respond. Oh, haha. Zhang Ye blinked with a questioning look at the audience. But this isn't the punchline? Uft. The moment they heard this, the audience tumbled around laughing. All right, it is. Zhang Ye touched his forehead. Today, I have succeeded. Whenever I think of the humiliation I suffered when I was a child, as that boy who would be bullied in school in the day and at night, rejected by girls. After saying this, Zhang Ye coughed and sobbed. The people of that era who alienated me because of my excellence would probably never have expected that this day would come. Zhang Ye looked towards the camera and pointed at it, saying seriously, So today, I want to speak to the camera. All those watching this program, all those who previously bullied me, listen up. Your name will constantly appear in here as jokes. Saying that, he fiercely pointed at the camera twice. Ha! Everyone laughed and clapped. Of course, there were a few exceptions. It was now during the trading hours of the stock market, so clearly there were a few people looking down at their cell phones. They seemed to be watching their stocks and were looking worried. Zhang Ye smiled. Some people might not know me or are not familiar with me. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Ye, a proper Beijinger. I've come all this way to Shanghai for a few days now. I often miss my hometown. For example, I still have a few colleagues who are Shanghainese locals. Every time we are homesick, for example, when I miss Beijing, I will go get a roast duck for myself. For example, when two of my northeastern colleagues miss home, they would eat dumplings so as to relieve their homesickness. I also have another colleague, who is also my college classmate. Her name is Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan. Here it comes. Here it comes again. The moment the audience heard Dong Shanshan's name, they felt like laughing. Wang Bei, Zhang Han and company also looked at Dong Shanshan, smiling. They used their legs to hit her. Zhang Ye said, Dong Shanshan is from Inner Mongolia. Whenever she misses home, it's a bit tricky. He paused and suddenly made a reversal. So whenever she's yearning for Inner Mongolia in Shanghai, she would go to the stock exchange. Zhang Ye then waved his hand in an affectionate gesture. Look at that endless expanse of green. A few people, who were cursing in their hearts about why the stocks were plunging every day, looked up and burst out into laughter when they heard this. That's too funny. Do you think that's the grasslands? Even those who were not speculating in stocks were tickled. Now the entire stock market was green star. Everything was plunging daily. This joke segment of Zhang Ye's was able to match the current affairs, which made the effect even better. It was unknown what expression was on Dong Shanshan's face. She was furious and tickled. The camera was focused on her once again, capturing every facial expression of hers. Wang Bei joked, "Shanshan, you must beat him up later." Zhang Han was also feeling the strain from laughing. "Teacher Zhang Ye is too humorous. I can't laugh any further. My jaw is already stiff." Zhang Ye's joke segments came fast and furious. It was all very well connected together. It did not seem stiff. The stocks have been plunging all this while, but the prices of goods keep rising. The only thing that doesn't increase is wages. Some people say that the pace of life in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai is too fast. There's such a statement, right? This was him interacting with the audience. It was also a particular feature of talk shows. That's right. Yes, that's correct. The audience responded. Zhang Yi looked at them. You guys also agree to it? No one understood what Zhang Yi was getting at. They blinked quietly at him. Following that, Zhang Yi said, I don't agree with it. Furthermore, I think this statement is extremely ridiculous and childish. The pace of life is too fast in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai. The people who say these words definitely must not have lived in a first-tier city. The moment he finished saying that, he suddenly gave a stifled expression and said loudly, It's fast? Let me ask you, have you taken a car in Shanghai or Beijing? Have you downloaded videos at work? What do you mean, it's fast? The crowd was stunned before they erupted into laughter. Zhang Yi did not stop. He did not allow anyone a breather or a dull moment. With cars mentioned, I recall some news today that I saw on Central TV's morning news. Now, they're trying to go green when traveling. Did everyone see it? Saw it, right? This news has been repeated for days. The audience echoed. Zhang Yi gave a look of resignation. The news keeps saying that foreigners buy cars not to drive, but to put them at home. Foreigners only take public buses and trains to work. Then he threw up his hands. All right, can I not believe it? Ha! Zhang Ye's can I not believe it poked straight into the ribs of many. The sarcasm was too intense. Are you sure you can say that? Zhang Ye said innocently. I scrimped and saved, tightening my belt through great difficulty, before I could buy a car. Then the TV tells me to immediately rise up to the Go Green movement. All right, I won't drive. But on the second day, parking fees went up once again. Thinking that it's too expensive to park the car there, I really couldn't let it just sit idle there. Hence, I began driving again. But on the third day, gas prices increased. In the end, using my insignificant mathematical abilities, I really couldn't decide if a car is cheaper parked there or driven. The audience continuously laughed. His words resonated with the people, so he was awarded with applause. Zhang Yi sighed. Beijing has a stadium. Do you guys know about it? I know. I've heard of it. The audience responded. Zhang Yi said with a pained expression. Actually, it's a sports stadium. It frequently hosts baseball matches. I'm a baseball fan, but ever since gas prices rose to today's prices, I no longer go to the stadium for matches. Well, it's not because the parking fee is too expensive or that there aren't any parking spaces. The reason is that the moment I drive there, there will be tens of thousands of people in the stadium shouting, add oil, add oil, add oil. An encouragement like good luck. Hey, you guys may not feel how I feel. He clutched his chest and held his breath. This joke segment once again tied in with current events. Furthermore, it was news that happened over the past 2 days. Wang Xiong gave his kudos. Even the boss, Feng Guiqin, could not help but laugh with her mouth covered. Zhang Yi straightened his suit and said in a slightly breathless manner, Making a living these days isn't easy. There's tragedy every day. Talking about baseball, let's talk about soccer. I saw a news article about sports betting yesterday. I heard that the soccer industry is being investigated. Does everyone know about this matter? Yeah, I've heard of it. The audience nodded. Zhang Yi said, These years, it's nothing new for soccer betting to be prohibited. There is already a trend of its growing proliferation. Not only do rich people bet on soccer, even the soccer players begin betting. Saying that, he said in a low, mysterious tone, I have insider news here. You can't tell anyone else. Well, of course, when it's broadcast, then I'm out of ideas. The crowd laughed. Zhang Yi then said, Apparently, there's a soccer team in the domestic league. You know how absurd it is? Out of the 11 people playing soccer, 4 of them made bets. Nearly half of the members in a team were involved in gambling. They even bought the odds that their team would lose. Hee. So what do you think this means? They are bound to lose. 4 of their own members bet that they would lose. But the outcome was that they didn't lose. Huh. Everyone looked curiously at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smacked his mouth and said, "That's because the other soccer team had 8 people betting that they would lose." When the audience heard this, they roared with laughter. Ha! A few female members of the audience dabbed their eyes with paper napkins. They were laughed to tears. This was a joke segment from Zhou Libo's Mr. Zhou live show, but it was slightly modified. Zhang Ye concluded. Hence, the current state of Chinese soccer can be described as follows. The soccer association cheats their club, that's called management. The club cheats the players, that's called operation. The players cheats in soccer, that's called character. When the soccer association, club, and players cheat the soccer fans, that's called Chinese soccer. This sentence was very profound. After having their thoughts provoked, they understood and immediately clapped. Well said. The applause lasted for quite a long time. Feng Guoqin's eyes lit up. Wang Xiong and the leader beside him, too. They originally believed that Zhang Ye was just using tweaked jokes, but they had never expected that just a taste of it made them realize how interesting it was. Zhang Ye estimated this episode's word count, estimated the time to be almost up, so he said, "After finishing the recent news, let's talk about weather. The weather is getting colder recently, and the year-end is coming. The annual spring festival travel season is coming soon. I believe comrades who have experienced it can deeply understand it. Last year, around the New Year period, a huge homicide case happened in a province. The suspect was on the run. When the police were interviewed by reporters, they said surely that our investigative department is sure that the suspect will not be able to escape our province." And indeed, a few days later, the suspect was apprehended. A reporter asked him why he didn't flee, despite so many days passing. The suspect could not help but swear, "Do you think I don't want to run? I was freaking queuing up at the train station for 3 days without being able to buy a ticket." So with this passage, I wish to commemorate the heroes who managed to grab train tickets during the spring festival travel season. Of course, I do not need to grab tickets. I'm a person of stature, so I take planes. Keep bragging. The audience laughed loudly. Zhang Ye bowed slightly. All right, that will be all for today's Zhang Ye's talk show. I am your host, Zhang Ye. I wish you all a great weekend. Chapter 242, the program that shocks the world. The moment it was announced that the show had ended, there was silence throughout the venue, a complete silence. Zhang Ye felt deeply ashamed. He was thinking, how bad could this bros? New program be? It had already ended, so can't you give me a response? However, 2 seconds later, someone from the audience suddenly stood up from his seat in excitement as he used all his strength to clap his hands. A second person, a 10th person, in a blink of an eye, the 100-strong audience all stood up. Many of them did not seem like they were capable of using words to express their feelings and excitement that they felt deep in their hearts. They converted all their emotions into applause for Zhang Ye. Some people's palms had already gone red from clapping, but they did not stop. They still steadfastly stood there clapping, unable to suppress their emotions. No one left, nor planned to leave the venue. They stood in their spots applauding. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's over. I'll let the staff lead everyone away." He then flattened his palms against each other to express his appreciation towards them. BBA, 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 BBA. The applause was still not ending. People still did not want to leave. Some carried on clapping, while others whistled. There were even people who were excitedly shouting Zhang Ye's name over and over again. Zhang Ye was very grateful, and his heart was touched by this scene. He knew that the hard work that he had put in was not in vain. He knew the hard work he put in had paid off. The audience was a bunch of cute people. They were not like some leaders. Sometimes, even if you sacrificed a lot, the leaders would not remember you. They were also not like colleagues who weighed the advantages and disadvantages. They were also not like so-called experts who decided if you were good or bad on their own whims. The audience was a bunch of people who would respond with the corresponding amount of enthusiasm if you wholeheartedly gave them a piece of good work. A minute. The applause was still thunderous. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, "Thank you. Please take leave." Please take leave. The staff members were already there. They wanted to lead the audience away, but no one left. All of them were clapping, giving him the most sincere applause. Teacher Zhang Ye, I love you. You're the best. It's great. So this is what a talk show is. Perfect. This is a perfect program. The crowd cheered. Zhang Ye had already given countless numbers of thanks on stage. Thank you. Thank you. He could even see Feng Guiqin, Wang Xiong, and the other company leaders standing there, smiling. They were also constantly clapping for Zhang Ye off stage. Dong Shanshan, Qian, Little Yu, Wang Bei, Zhang Han, and the other colleagues were doing the same thing, too. Zhang Ye tried to persuade them to end their astounding applause, but failed. He could only smile wryly to himself. The audience's cheers lasted 10 minutes before they felt tiredness from clapping. Finally, under the lead of the staff, they left Studio 7, one after another. But there were quite a significant number of people who rushed up onto the stage, asking for Zhang Ye's autograph or a picture with him. Zhang Ye naturally did not reject their requests. He satisfied every request of theirs. If he didn't do so, the audience might never even leave. This scene was something never seen before in Weiwa Web TV. They had been doing web TV for several years and had recorded programs, big and small, that amounted to more than 100. But even so, they had never had such an enthusiastic audience after the recording of a program. This was certainly very rare. After the audience was sent away, Zhang Ye sat down on a chair he pulled over. Having spoken for half an hour without a break, he was already completely exhausted. This program was not filled with normal, everyday speech. One wouldn't even feel tired chatting normally with friends for 2 hours. But here, he was doing a program. He had to be careful with his words. His brain had to constantly arrange the words he was to deliver and the thoughts behind them. Besides, there was no one interrupting him midway. It was Zhang Ye speaking all alone from the beginning until the end. It was naturally draining for both his mind and body. Just looking at the present Zhang Ye was enough. He was sweating from his forehead and back. Of course, this was also related to him being shined on by the countless number of lights for a long period of time. Teacher Zhang, a female staff member, hurriedly ran over with a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water and take a rest. You've worked hard. Thanks. Zhang Ye removed the cap and gulped down the whole bottle. However, that was not enough. Seeing this, a field director brought another bottle of water over. Zhang Ye finished half of the second bottle before letting out a long breath. He had somewhat recovered, but the moment he relaxed, he realized that his voice had gone hoarse. He got up, saying, "Everyone, you worked hard too." Sister 4 came forward. Without a word, she punched Zhang Ye in the chest. Well done. So this is your so-called talk show. Back then, I really believed that it was just jokes after jokes. So it wasn't just purely jokes. It is linked to current affairs. And every joke segment of yours was King clever. I was wondering, how does your brain work? Zhang Ye laughed. I didn't say it was a joke anthology, but that was what everyone thought it was. Sister 4 laughed out. Feng Guiqin, Wang Xiong, and another leader were in whispers as they discussed some matters. When they finished, Wang Xiong came over with a smile. Teacher Little Zhang. Previously, he would use Little Zhang, but now the term teacher was added. Zhang Ye hurried looked over. Director Wang. Wang Xiong said, "We have just discussed. There's no need to wait for Monday. We can have your program aired on Sunday at 8 p.m., which is tonight. This is the best time slot of our web TV. It's Director Feng's decision. She is leaving this time slot for you, and the other programs will be rescheduled." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Is this all right? I'm a newcomer, so..." Wang Xiong waved his hand. "Cut that out with me. Nothing is more suitable than your program to take over the primetime slot on the weekends. The leaders have already decided. If you have any disagreements, keep them to yourself." How could Zhang Ye have any disagreements? He earnestly wished for it to be like this. Broadcasting on Sunday and at primetime at 8. That was a completely different concept compared with Monday. "Thank you, leader." Feng Guiqin chuckled while looking at him. "There's no need to thank us. This is all your hard work. Just a few days ago, when you submitted this program's proposal, several people in upper management, including me, were pessimistic about your new program. What talk show? What the heck was a talk show? It was never heard of, so we naturally had a subjective bias. However, today, you have opened our eyes to what a talk show is. Honestly, I was pretty shocked while listening to your program. I believe everyone present was a bit shocked and surprised. Previously, you said that your program would not have any problems? The facts have proven that you were right. Do you remember the words you said to us back then? Zhang Ye blushed with a smile. It was nonsense. Nonsense? Feng Guiqin smiled. No, that was not nonsense. You said that we cannot deny the basic judgment you had as an artist. Now, from the looks of it, it seems that was the case. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Not at all. I was just being quick to speak. My temper is a bit short, so please don't take my unsightly words to heart. Wang Xiong was feeling very good. He chuckled. If just rebuking us can produce a good program like Zhang Ye's talk show, we would wish that there would be people rebuking us daily. Feng Guiqin said, We just had a round of discussion and are very optimistic about your new program. We don't have to wait to see the hit rate for the first episode. If such a program doesn't have 500,000 hits, then it would be a tremendous joke. The hit rate would definitely surpass 500,000. It's just a matter of by how much. Right. Prepare for the recording of the second episode. In the future, the Saturday and Sunday time slot at 8 p.m. will belong to your Zhang Ye's talk show. We have already reserved the best time slot and resources of our web TV for you. So little Zhang, don't disappoint us. Zhang Ye said, Definitely. Weiwa Web TV was really having some trouble this year. They were facing setbacks at every turn. Several programs were unsustainable. Those programs that had good results in the past had turned into cliches and had lost a large number of their viewers. They were basically relying on a celebrity interview program to support their web TV. The other programs, which had 600,000 to 700,000 hits, were already considered pretty good programs. The overall quality was getting worse. This was also the reason why Weiwa recruited web hosts to produce new programs. They wished to inject new blood into their web TV. Dong Shanshan's new program was eagerly anticipated by the leaders, but they were not pleasantly surprised, as this sort of program was commonplace on television. As for Zhang Ye's program, no one was optimistic about it. But after the recording today, Zhang Ye's talk show gave everyone a tremendous pleasant surprise and astonishment. The emotions felt were difficult to describe with words. This was a talk show? Just one person alone, using his normal mouth, was actually able to use his silver tongue to create a brand new program that the world had never seen. Domestically, be it talent shows, singing competitions, or the other popular variety shows, they were all taking reference or were even to the point of plagiarizing from foreign television shows. A large number of them even bought the program rights from overseas. There were too few that were domestically created, and those that stood out were even fewer. Creativity was something easily said, but not done, as the country had a mysterious department, known as the State Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film and Television of the People's Republic of China, SARFD. Many program formats and variety show formats were kept on a tight leash. For example, excellent foreign programs would be restricted domestically. It would not pass the censors. As such, it would further influence the growth of creativity in the domestic programs. They could only keep taking the leftovers from foreign countries. But today, Zhang Ye's talk show had been born. This was a new program format that had never appeared, domestically or abroad. Weiwa Company's leaders even had a hunch that the talk show program established by Zhang Ye would not only create a national sensation, it could even create a global sensation. Talk show? What a good talk show. This was the program we needed. Chapter 243, The Airing of Talk Show. At the recording hall, with the program done, the leaders left. Zhang Ye then said to the directors and staff present, All of you have busied yourself these past 2 days. Thank you for the hard work. I'll be treating you lunch. Let's have a meal together. All right, we are going to have a big meal. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. We must have a good meal. The staff began echoing this. After recording this episode of Zhang Ye's talk show, they were also extremely happy. Firstly, Zhang Ye had said it so humorously that they bent their backs from laughter. There were even a few cameramen who nearly burst out into laughter while filming. They nearly affected the recording. Secondly, they felt that the program was too awesome. As part of the program team, their names would be added to the credit scene at the end. This was also a form of adding to their job experience. They could improve their reputation through such a good program, so it was extremely beneficial for them. The program team began to clean up the site. Zhang Ye got off the stage and went to a few colleagues who had not left. He smiled. Thanks for coming. How was the program? Does anyone have suggestions? I'll maintain the good parts. As for the bad parts, I'll slowly improve. Although the response from the audience was very good, he still wanted to consult his colleagues. After all, no matter how good a program was, it could not satisfy everyone, so there was always room for improvement. Wang Bei laughed. What do you mean, how was it? Don't you know already? She pointed at the corner of her eyes. There were marks of tears. Look, I teared up from all the laughter. Qian also said excitedly, Teacher Zhang, you are too awesome. Really too awesome. Little Yu nodded enthusiastically and agreed with Qian's words. Truthfully, the comedic programs that I understood in the past are just a few hosts inviting a few guests as they goof off and add some funny games into it to tickle the audience. If not, it will be two people having a crosstalk or a few people acting a skit. Usually comedic television programs are limited to these. There was no other mode of humor. But, your talk show has completely overturned the traditional comedic formats of the television industry. A web host who Zhang Ye had previously met, but was unfamiliar or never spoken with, nodded. Linking it to current affairs, mocking it, and creating social satire was too wonderful. But Dong Shanshan suddenly interrupted. I think it's terrible. Zhang Ye blinked. Which part wasn't good? The program wasn't nice? Dong Shanshan used her charming eyes and glanced at him. You could have done the talk show yourself. Why did you bring me up? My image has been destroyed by you. Hearing Dong Shanshan's words, everyone roared with laughter. Ha ha. When homesick, she goes to the stock exchange and looks at that endless expanse of green. That line was classic. Divine reversal. Sister 4 came over after instructing everyone in order to pack the filming equipment. After a few exchanges of words, everyone left. They busied themselves, for they still had their own work to do. However, Dong Shanshan slowed down and did not leave with the rest. She waited for Zhang Ye and left the recording hall together. In the elevator, Dong Shanshan said with a wide smile, Thanks. Thanks for what? Zhang Ye was surprised. Dong Shanshan laughed. A few jokes mentioned me, and their effects were really good. The jokes will definitely have left a lasting impression on the audience. This is effectively advertising me. In a few days, when my program airs, it will certainly give me an advantage. The audience might want to see this person, Dong Shanshan, who goes to the stock exchange when she is homesick. This time, I've surely rubbed off some of the glory from my old classmate. Zhang Ye curled his lips. You're welcome. In the future, your name will frequently appear in my program. Don't ruin my image. Dong Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. Haha, I can't be sure about that, Zhang Ye laughed. Actually, Zhang Ye had this goal in mind. If he needed people in his jokes, he could just use any name, but he chose Dong Shanshan, so as to create some momentum for his old classmate and give her some fame. Since it was just a name, why not give it to her? For example, in Wang Zijian's Tonight 80s Talks How, there were many characters. Lai Bao, Jian Gua, Dan Dan. These people were not fictional characters, but the names of the people who wrote the jokes for the program. They no longer existed in this world. So Zhang Ye reserving one of those names for Dong Shanshan had no effect on him. Since he could help an old classmate of his, why not? Office area. A few people had already returned. Qian, you guys want to watch Zhang Ye's program? What exactly is up with that talk show? How is the series of jokes stitched up together? Although everyone was pessimistic about the talk show, they had never heard of such a program format, so they were still curious. Qian gave a mysterious smile. Everyone will know tonight. I can only say that the audience gave him a standing ovation and applause for nearly 10 minutes after the program ended. Everyone was stunned. 10 minutes. Can you not be so ridiculous? It can't be. A joke program like this can have such a good reception. That's right. I thought that if the audience didn't curse, they would already be very cultured. Qian, don't joke around. How can such a program be met with such good reception? The people in the audience aren't fools. How can you use a few jokes on the internet to deceive people? If television programs can be done in this way, there wouldn't be so many hosts being eliminated annually. Can't they just copy jokes from the internet? None of them believed him, but they were even more curious. Seeing Zhang Ye return, none of them spoke further. It was not good to say those words in front of Zhang Ye. At noon, Zhang Ye treated people to lunch. He brought the program team to a pretty good restaurant. He gave them a good feast to reward them. Only after the program was recorded did Zhang Ye really gain the prestige and authority as the person with overall say in the program. People began to be increasingly convinced of him. There was no way about it. For Zhang Ye, who was a newcomer that had joined the company for a few days, even if people said that they listened to him, they would not really respect him that much. But Zhang Ye used his program and ability to speak for himself. Now, the situation was different. The program team members all indicated that they wanted to do a good job together with Zhang Ye. They wanted to grow the talk show program and make it even better. Everyone was also very confident. After the meal, returning to the unit, Zhang Ye's state of mind wasn't very good. The main reason was exhaustion. This was the first time he was doing a talk show. This was completely different from lecture room. Lecture room was ready-made. Zhang Ye just needed to act according to his memories. However, Zhang Ye's talk show was different. He needed to arrange and analyze what to say and when to say it and how to say it. Besides, it was not as fixed as a historical program. A talk show was a more flexible form of art. It was a test of a host's ability. Even when replicating a joke, the technique was also very important. The rhythm, the tone and speed used when speaking the joke had to be grasped perfectly. It could not just be spoken without technique. It's just like how when people chat, the same joke would have different effects depending on the person. It was the same principle. You had to build it up and time the punchline. This was all the basics. Hence, Zhang Ye was very tired. Of course, this was also due to him not being accustomed to it, as this was his first time doing it. A lot of his speaking habits and experiences were from Ghost Blows Out the Light and Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, which were slower in pace. He needed an adaptive learning process. Even though he was a broadcasting major, he did not really learn anything about talk shows in school. He had to blindly try to find his groove. After recording a few episodes, this situation was likely to ease up, as all he needed was to get accustomed to it. When Wang Xiong came back in the afternoon and saw Zhang Ye's state, he said, "Little Zhang, why don't you go home and take a rest? Anyway, there's nothing for you in the afternoon." "Leader, I'm fine," Zhang Ye insisted. Wang Xiong said in disagreement, "Go. I'll give you half a day off. Grinding an axe will not hold up the work of cutting firewood. I'm still looking forward to you doing a good job for the second episode. Hurry up, pack up and go home." Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. "I still need to inspect the post-editing." Wang Xiong chuckled. "I just came back from the filming crew. The video is pretty much done. A professional editor said that the things you recorded did not need a single cut from beginning to end. There was not a single extra scene." The editor actually did not say something, but he sighed that working with a person like teacher Zhang Ye will cause editors to lose their jobs. Zhang Ye's every sentence and joke segment seemed like they were scenes that had post-editing. Previously, when Zhang Ye said that he did not need a teleprompter or a script, no one believed him. They thought he was bragging, but no one said a thing after the program finished recording. No one said a word. For more than 20 minutes, Zhang Ye did not make a single mistake with his words, let alone forgetting his lines. Previously, Zhang Ye said that his programs did not need cuts and assigned 3 cameras to film him, saying that it was enough. Hence, he had taken on the responsibility of the program team's editor. No one believed it in the first place. But now, no one could say a word. Whatever Zhang Ye said, he managed to do it. The only thing left for everyone was to wonder at his professional abilities. Upon hearing the leader's words, Zhang Ye could no longer refuse. Then, "All right, thank you, leader." In the end, he was still not assured. He exhorted a director for his program, telling him to give him a call if anything cropped up. Then he went to the film crew to take one last look. After some communication with the staff, he left for home with his bag. At home, Zhang Ye took a shower before crashing into bed. In a moment, snores could be heard in his room. This showed how tired this fellow was. Zhang Ye was a person who only snored when he was extremely tired or drunk. 3 hours. 5 hours. When he woke up, Zhang Ye yawned and stretched. He'd had enough rest. He was full of energy. Then he realized that the sky outside was already dark. When he grabbed his phone, good grief. It was already 7:55. It was nearly 8. Zhang Ye was thankful that he did not miss it. He immediately got up and brought his notebook computer over. After connecting to the Wi-Fi, he planned on first watching his program. After all, the live recording would appear different from the aired version, as the angles were different. Zhang Ye needed to see if his expressions were in any way out of place. For example, how was he to express the jokes to their maximal effect? These were things that he needed to improve on in the future. It was 8. The program was starting soon. Chapter 244. So a program can be done this way. Home. The program's title introduction appeared. Zhang Ye quickly used his cell phone to make a call. Hello, Mom. Watch my program. It's broadcasting online now. It's been brought forward? I thought it would be broadcast tomorrow. I don't know how to use the computer. A cell phone would do too. Just use your cell phone to search the web TV for my name, and you'll see your son. Get Dad to watch, too. All right, I'll try. Hello, sister. Bro, what's up? Go online and watch my program. Didn't you tell me to inform you once the program is up? Yo? It was done so fast. I'll immediately watch it. I'll inform our family, too. Hello, brother who? My program is up. Now. Yes, it's being broadcasted now. That's just nice. We haven't gotten off work yet. I'll watch it. You haven't gotten off work? All right then, please inform Xiao Lu, Da Fei, Ho Guo, and Ho Di then. The main thing I want is to find faults with it. This is also my first time doing such a program, so I'm still in my exploratory phase. Many of my expressions and speaking speeds might not be right yet. All right, we'll pick your faults. Great. Please point out any faults of mine. But the program itself definitely won't have problems. Haha. I'm not bragging to you, brother who. You'll know when you watch it. Hello, Director Zhao. I'm Zhang Ye. About 8 phone calls were made. Zhang Ye informed his parents and relatives, as well as all his old leaders and colleagues. First, it was to notify them of his results, and also because they had previously told him to inform them once the program was out. Secondly, he could also get a few extra hits. Although his friends and family would only add a dozen or so hits, even the smallest mosquito was meat, too. Zhang Ye was very much looking forward to the number of hits that his program would receive. To a web TV program, the rate of flow and click rate were its vitals. It was an objective result for its performance. This amount of clicks would decide Zhang Ye's popularity, fixing his salary, as well as decide the sponsorship endorsements for his program. Naturally, he paid a lot of attention to it. I am Zhang Ye. I'll feed a bag of salt to myself. Once the parodic clip ended, the scene was changed, turning to the live stage. All right, let us welcome our famous host, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye used his own voice to introduce himself without showing himself. In his speech, he self-addressed himself as a famous host, which made the audience burst out into laughter. The camera also cut to the audience for a second and a half. Amidst the laughter, Zhang Ye appeared. Let's look at the first fan's letter. The tenderness when you bend your head low. He said this, Zhang Ye, your sister. Why? Haven't you freaking come out with a new program? Do you not freaking believe I will smash your glass? Asshole, the concern and passion the fans have for me touches me. Thank you. Uft. The third letter. Wow. This is sent by a female fan. Zhang Ye then appeared to read excitedly with his head lowered. I really want to have a baby with you. Zhang Ye. Please pass these words to teacher Dong Shanshan. Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan is from Inner Mongolia. Whenever she misses home, it's a bit tricky. So whenever she's yearning for Inner Mongolia in Shanghai, she would go to the stock exchange. Look at that endless expanse of green. I can't take it anymore. But ha ha ha. Do you think that's the grasslands? Finally, amidst the laughter and cheers, the first episode of Zhang Ye's talk show ended. Zhang Ye bowed and the audience gave a standing ovation, reluctant to leave. This content was not cut, and instead deliberately added on. This was Zhang Ye's instruction and idea. Before he left work, he had communicated this to a post-processing editor. The live audience's reactions and emotions could also influence the audience watching the program elsewhere. It was like those domestic comedy shows, where they play a laugh track in the background after a joke to lead the audience on. It was the same principle. There was a psychological explanation behind it, and it related to the overall atmosphere. It was all very important. Finally, the production credits rolled. The audience clapped for about 9 minutes, which could not be all aired. So to prevent it from being too monotonous, the camera carried on filming the audience's faces while the captions rolled. They used the credits list to make it not as monotonous. About 20 seconds later, the program finally ended. Zhang Ye was very satisfied after he watched it. He felt that he had done pretty well for his first talk show performance. On the other side, Beijing, at a restaurant's table, Beijing radio station's Jia Yin said, "I heard Zhang Ye's program has been pushed forward to today." "Who cares about him?" Zhang Ye grunted. "He's just a clown. He may be good at literature, but in entertainment programs? He's nothing." Deputy station head Jia, who was sitting at the seat of honor, shook his head slightly. Deputy station head Jia's secretary said jokingly, "Why don't we take a look? Let's see how terrible his so-called talk show is." A few people gave a questioning look towards Deputy Station Head Jia, and Deputy Station Head Jia nodded. "Let's watch it. I'm also curious." He had just criticized Zhang Ye for not knowing anything on the internet, and had said that Zhang Ye's program was bound to fail, so Deputy Station Head Jia definitely wanted to watch the program, so that he could continue to attack Zhang Ye. Hence, one of them took out a tablet computer, while the others used their cell phones to play Zhang Ye's program, wanting to see Zhang Ye make a fool of himself. Half an hour passed. The program ended. Then, no one at the table spoke again. They were instantly quiet. This program. Finally, a female radio employee could not hold back any further. Just thinking of the joke segments Zhang Ye said made her burst out into laughter. Immediately, she realized that it was inappropriate and tried to cover her mouth to suppress it. Jia Yin stared at her. Zhang Ye put down his phone in silence. Deputy Station Head Jia's face was as ugly as it could be. Deputy Station Head Jia's secretary struggled to find faults and said, "So this talk show is actually just this. Is it funny? It's not, right? I believe that the audience is likely to be internal staff or hired personnel. No matter what Zhang Ye says, all they do is laugh and clap." Everyone ignored him. Seeing this, the secretary cleared his throat and knew his words had no support. He lowered his head to eat his meal and stopped talking. However, Deputy Station Head Jia was no longer in the mood to eat. "Let's go." Saying that, he got up and left. The group of people looked at each other and left. They knew that having used his professional status to criticize Zhang Ye, Deputy Station Head Jia was now feeling the pain of being smacked in the face. Trash program? Anyone who has eyes would know that a talk show would not succeed. Deputy Station Head Jia's words appeared in everyone's minds. Although they were not him, they could imagine and feel the psyche of Deputy Station Head Jia, as well as Jia Yin and Zhang Ye who had joined in the fun. Their faces were probably feeling the sting as their faces turned swollen. Deputy Station Head Jia was relatively calm. He steadily left the table to head down the stairwell from the second floor. However, his footsteps betrayed him the very next moment. With his mind not there and thinking about something else, Deputy Station Head Jia missed his footing and twisted his body and rolled down 2 flights of stairs. "Ah, Station Head Jia. Station Head Jia. How are you? Are you fine? Are you fine?" Everyone behind him hurried over to get him up. Only then did they know that Deputy Station Head Jia had just appeared calm on the surface. He was fuming in his heart because of Zhang Ye. Deputy Station Head Jia clenched his ribs, perspiring from the pain. He could not help but swear, so as to vent his terrible mood. "Get up quickly. Get up and see if you are fine." Everyone surrounded Deputy Station Head Jia. Deputy Station Head Jia also managed to stand up with them helping him. But with a cry, he lowered his body as he clutched his ribs while he breathed heavily. It looked like his ribs had fractured. The secretary hurriedly said, "Let's bring him to the hospital immediately." Jia Yin said quickly, "I'll drive the car over." Deputy Station Head Jia was feeling pain and embarrassment. His face turned green. He had shamed himself so much. Today? Similarly, in Beijing television station's Arts Channel office. After he finished watching Zhang Ye's talk show, Hu Fei was already at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. He slapped his thighs suddenly. This little Zhang. So a program can be done this way. Hu Fei was a program planner. On Weibo, his verification said that he was a famous program planner. However, when he tried to compare himself with Zhang Ye, he realized that he didn't deserve the word famous in front of his so-called program planner title. Xiaolu was clutching her stomach as she laughed in stitches. The program had ended, but she still could not stop. She had been having a good laugh for almost a minute. Hogu, holy sh*t. Teacher Zhang is going to defy the heavens. Far more than that. This is creating a new entertainment program format domestically. Ho Di said with eyes full of admiration. Dafei laughed. If the station did not fire Teacher Zhang, this program could very well be ours. I wonder what feelings the station leaders and those people from the other provincial television stations who do not like Teacher Zhang Ye are having. Back then, when Teacher Zhang Ye was searching for a job everywhere, it could be imagined that if any provincial television station threw him an olive branch, even if it was not a satellite channel and was just a provincial local station, he would have definitely accepted it and went there. And in the end, everyone ignored the Golden Mountain. All the television stations banned Teacher Zhang Ye, resulting in the web TV company getting a bargain. With Zhang Ye's talk show airing, I wonder how many television station leaders are regretting until their intestines turn green. Xiao Lu stopped laughing and said, "That's right. I'm so happy for Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang has once again proved his strength and capabilities." Those who doubted him, their faces must be blue now. Hu Fei was also feeling a sense of regret. If only he did not lack the say and could not change the decision of the Beijing television station leaders, he would have done all he could to prevent Zhang Ye from leaving. Now, Zhang Ye had produced such an amazing new program. It was like setting free a bird to fly up to the sky. Hu Fei realized that even if he thought of a way to convince the station leaders to let Zhang Ye come back once again, Zhang Ye might not be willing to. Alas, what a pity. Now, their station was constantly hiring and headhunting. They were trying to bolster their hosting line to create new programs to compete with other television stations. However, from Hu Fei's opinion, even if their station headhunted 50 hosts, they would be inferior to one Zhang Ye. Chapter 245. Zhang Ye, please remember this name. At the other end, Shanghai, Weiwa Company. A lot of people were working overtime today. When it was time, many of them quietly switched on their computers and put aside their work to watch Zhang Ye's talk show. Initially, no one was interested in this program because they had already decided that the program was not a good one, so there was no point in watching it. What's more, many experts and reviewers online had said that this sort of program that used jokes as a theme could never gain the approval of the audience. Many of them also subscribed to this opinion. But after the recording, Wang Bei, Ah Qian, Little Yu, and the others all came back with a piece of news. The audience had clapped for a full 10 minutes after the show. Seeing the smiles on their colleagues who went to the recording like they were really happy and left wanting for more, it became too intriguing. What had happened? No way. They needed to watch to find out. Then, at 8 p.m. sharp, they watched it. Following that, the whole web TV department's office was filled with continuous laughter. A person, who was having a drink, even spat out water onto the monitor after hearing a joke segment by Zhang Ye. Ha! Teacher Zhang is too funny. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Someone was literally hitting the table while laughing. It was as if they were chewing on stride gum. They just couldn't stop. On Weibo, on Tieba, a usually calm 8 p.m. on the internet was now gusting with winds. The words Zhang Ye's talk show had taken over all the forums and Tieba. There was no warning. It felt like just the moment before, there was calmness. Then suddenly, people started crazily posting on Weibo. Holy sh*t. I'm shocked. Really shocked. It's too fierce. Teacher Zhang was too cool today. Did all of you watch Zhang Ye's talk show? Ha. It's too enjoyable. I watched it. My whole family watched it together. It's really great. Please let me curse to express my feelings. Zhang Ye, you're too ***king awesome. What a poker-faced comedian. Yes. Poker-faced comedian is a really apt description. Look at that endless expanse of green. That really made me cramp up with laughter. The most classic line is foreigners only take public buses and trains to work. Can I not believe it? Zhang Ye really dares to say such things. This has discredited all the news agencies and talked about the truthful feelings of everyone else. These days, the news reports are all trying to voice the government's policies. They come up with all sorts of baseless reports and make up facts. When they find an advantageous point, they gloss over it and report it as foreigners who buy cars, do not drive them, just to make us go green. We understand the point of going green and also know the importance of it. But the news agencies and television stations should not treat us masses as fools. We are not dumb. Why don't they just promote green travel as it is? Must you come up with such crooked ways? This really makes us disgusted. Ha ha ha. Still, teacher Zhang Ye is really king awesome. He's singing the opposite tune to those television news agencies. Too well said. I still only have one thing to say. I will reiterate on my view from back then. In the entertainment industry now, the only one who dares to speak up is teacher Zhang Ye. Fuck, to say all that without holding back, won't it be a problem? Yeah, it's really a kick listening to that. But don't get shut down by the authorities. It won't happen. Teacher Zhang might sound like he's talking too overly strong. But if you listen and understand what he said, everything he talked about did not cross the line. It's all within the limits and falls under ridicule and satire. His control of it was also very well handled. Haha, this is also why I admire teacher Zhang Ye. Just by that segment that discredits the news agencies, teacher Zhang was cursing someone? There was no cursing. There wasn't even a swear word. Was teacher Zhang wrong to bring up this government policy? No, he did not mention it. He was just responding to the news reports of not driving. Although we all know that this was him scolding the news agencies and cursing the rise in oil prices. But try if you wanna, you won't find any problems with teacher Zhang Ye's words. This episode of the program was really beautiful. Absolutely. I really love Zhang Ye. Yes, to me, teacher Zhang Ye is a literary person who meddles with writing poems, writing lyrics, writing supernatural novels, and as the host of a historical program. I would have expected him to be a very serious person. But after watching Zhang Ye's talk show today, I've been blinded by the enlightenment. Not only can he host serious historical programs, he can even do such a funny program. I was king laughing from the beginning until the end. Ditto plus 10,000. Haha. I also laughed from the beginning until the end. Nearly 30 minutes of laughing. Not a single moment for the audience to rest. This program is too godly. Teacher Zhang Ye, you are my idol from now on. Every future episode of Zhang Ye's talk show, I will watch it once it is broadcasted. It's 2D**mn good. There was a wave of praises and amazement online. There were still people scolding Zhang Ye in the morning. But at this moment, there was no sign of them. It's like they had vanished into thin air. Zhang Ye's fan club on Tieba. A few fans who had left the fan club earlier had silent rejoined. Brothers, I had quit earlier, but now I am back. I was really dumb. Really. I apologize for my stupid behavior. I did not think that the talk show would be any good at first, so I quit in resentment. But who would have expected the program to be so awesome? I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I swear. I will not doubt teacher Zhang Ye's abilities and skills in the future anymore. Me too. I did not want to return in fear of embarrassment. But I really could not let it go. I feel love and hate towards teacher Zhang Ye. I really like Zhang Ye's poems, but I don't know history. I did not like to watch Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, so I had been disappointed with Zhang Ye before. But after watching Zhang Ye's talk show today, I can only describe my feelings as frighteningly amazed. I won't lie to you all. After the program ended, I was really staring at my computer in a daze for a few minutes. There's actually such a damn good entertainment program that suits my taste in this world. Thank you, teacher Zhang Ye. I won't talk about my quitting of the fan club from before. In all tears, I hope the members would allow me to rejoin once more. The two were really sincere. The other fans were also very magnanimous. It's all right. Come back. The organization needs you. Actually, we also doubted teacher Zhang before. Sigh, but thinking about it now, we were really stupid. When has teacher Zhang ever done a program that wasn't a classic? Which program did not create a ratings miracle? And to think that I thought that teacher Zhang would not have made it this time. I have to reflect on it, too. I will support Zhang Ye multifold in the future. Haha. I had always believed in teacher Zhang. I've ever said that teacher Zhang would surely make it, that his new program would have no problems. All of you didn't believe me. That's right. Zhang Ye has never disappointed us fans before. Not in the past. Not in the future. What I would like to know now is the people who had insulted Zhang Ye's new talk show program. I wonder how they are feeling now and what their expressions are. Ahaha. I would like to know that too. I bet those people are vomiting blood now. Hehe. It has been proven. Those who oppose Zhang Ye would always end up badly. With that temper of teacher Zhang Ye, those who scolded him would definitely have their faces slapped. This has always been his style, and also the style that I like best about teacher Zhang Ye. You doubt me? Then I will prove you wrong. You scold me once. Then I will definitely scold you back 10 times. What fear? What concerns? Who cares who your mother is? Teacher Zhang Ye. A brave warrior. I suggest everyone to support Zhang Ye in the future. It was not easy for the entertainment industry to produce a celebrity who dares to speak his mind. Let's not let Teacher Zhang fall into obscurity. We need to push him up. Push him higher. Agree. Well said. Keep pushing. All of you say it too well. I also cannot hold back my curiosity. If Teacher Zhang Ye, a wonder of the entertainment industry, can become an S-list celebrity in the country, I wonder what kind of things will happen. Ha ha ha. When I think of that, I get all excited too. Upstairs comment is a godly comment. Zhang Ye becoming an S-list celebrity. Ha ha. That picture is too beautiful. I don't dare to look. I'll be d*Ned. Listening to you all talk about this, I'm now looking forward to that day. In the few days after I'll speak for myself, promotions, the discussions about Zhang Ye became fewer and fewer. The popularity momentum was, after all, only for the moment. This kind of exposure could not last for long. But at this moment, discussions had exploded online. Zhang Ye and his program's name was dominating discussions all over the country. Some industry insiders and Weibo-verified users said their piece. A famous host from Jiangnan Province television station posted on Weibo, "After watching Zhang Ye's talk show today, I was tickled fully. Although I am from Jiangnan satellite television station, I couldn't resist promoting for this program. I was really left wanting for more." A famous social commentator gave a review on his own portal. "I did not use to follow Zhang Ye. But a few days ago, a promotional advertisement went viral online. There were many who scolded and cursed his program. This made me curious, and so I went to take a look. If I didn't see it, it wouldn't have mattered. But seeing it, saying that my eyes brightened up, might still be unable to express my emotions. I feel that maybe I should use the words utterly shocked to describe it." Then, when the program ended and after the shock, some thankful feelings towards Zhang Ye started to form. I would like to thank him. Not to thank him for showing us such a good program, but to thank Zhang Ye for contributing such a great entertainment program to the country. Talk show. This is the first ever program of its kind in the world. This was a booster injection. This was our country's first entertainment program to be put on the world stage in recent years. At this moment, I feel like I've gone back to the time when I was young. I can only feel full of passion. Our entertainment programs do not only depend on copying those from the international market. Our entertainment programs do not only depend on buying the rights from the international market. Today we have Zhang Ye. We have our very own Zhang Ye's talk show. Foreigners, you want to do a talk show program, too? Thinking of it? Really thinking of it? Are you all really thinking of it? Confirm that you are thinking of it? Then come and buy the rights from us. This statement resonated amongst countless people, as well as stirred up their patriotic feelings. Zhang Ye the mighty. Haha, I'm feeling so passionate too. Teacher Zhang has lifted the spirits of our countrymen. That famous commentator posted once more. Zhang Ye. Everyone, please remember this name, Zhang Ye's talk show. Everyone, please remember this program. Not only did he speak for himself today, he also spoke for our country's variety and entertainment programs. Thank you. Thank you for contributing such a great television program. Countless people followed the post. Countless people left their comments. A lot of industry insiders had fairly high appraisals about Zhang Ye's new program. Seeing this, Zhang Ye hurriedly replied humbly to everyone. All of you are putting this bro on too high a pedestal. He really could not afford all these praises. Chapter 246. Zhang Ye's ratings legend continues. After reading all the reviews, he made a few calls. Zhang Ye's few cousins, the television station's old leader, Hu Fei, the radio station's old leader Zhao Guizhou, as well as his old colleagues such as Wang Xiaomei, Xiao Lu, Da Fei and company who Zhang Ye informed about the broadcast of his show all called back and proposed some small suggestions. For example, the way Zhang Ye stood, as this was not like lecture room, where he stood straight, facing the camera. Furthermore, in Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, there was still a lecture podium for him. However, for the recording of Zhang Ye's talk show, there were some side profile shots and shots from top down. Hence, the way he stood was very important. Where he placed his hand was also important. Zhang Ye readily took in their suggestions. Of course, Most of the phone calls that came here were that of praise and congratulations. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. What's there to congratulate me about? Your program has hit it big. Your future will be boundless. Hi. I still don't know the results yet. I'll need to see the hit rate later. I guarantee you that it won't be low. In the future, when you become famous, remember to take care of me. I'll be prepared to pack and follow your tail. Hee hee. Sure, I would wish for that. But brother, who needs to let you go? Zhang Ye had a nice chat with his old colleague Xiao Lu from the television station before hanging up to take a look at the click numbers of Zhang Ye's talk show. But due to some delay or technical problem, the numbers were not immediately refreshed. The number of clicks for the program was still 0, so he couldn't tell. He was feeling anxious. Hurry up and refresh. Zhang Ye had done everything that he could. Now, all he waited for was the final outcome. Could people accept such a talk show program that had never appeared before? On this matter, it would be a lie if Zhang Ye was not worried about it. Anything new would need a gradual process for people to get familiar with it. Like in his world, talk shows had been developed for decades in foreign markets before they were broadcast domestically, allowing the people to get familiarized with it. However, this world never had such a foundation, so even though he was confident, his heart was still playing with drums. The only good news was that the talk on the internet about Zhang Ye's talk show was very good. It was almost 9. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Ye said as he walked over, "Who is it?" "Me." It was Dong Shanshan's sexy voice from outside. Don't you have a key?" Zhang Ye opened the door for her. Only after seeing her did he understand. The school bell's hands were full. There was a large plastic bag in each hand. It was filled with vegetables and meat. "Hey, why did you buy so much?" He hurriedly stretched out his hands to help carry it for her. Dong Shanshan panted and then stretched her sore arm with a smile. "We've been busy these past few days. You worked overtime at work without coming home. I've also been coming home pretty late sometimes. We haven't eaten together in a while. With your program broadcasting today, we must have a good meal, so as to celebrate for you, as well as to celebrate my online talents early, hoping it will be smooth and have a soaring number of hits. You haven't eaten yet, right?" "No, I just woke up." Zhang Ye felt a craving after seeing the groceries. "There's even fish?" "Hey, I haven't eaten that in a long while." "Great, then I'll give you a hand." "It's almost 9. Dong Shanshan said. "All right, I'll need your help today. Wash the vegetables." "Sure, leave it to me." Zhang Ye went to the sink to busy himself. Dong Shanshan smirked while entering the kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves to begin preparing the carp. As she removed the innards, she looked sideways and said, "I saw on my cell phone on the way back. Your program is receiving many commendations on the internet. I saw that there was even an industry insider who pushed you to the forefront of the country. But that is indeed true. Such a new program that has never appeared in the world. It really has risen to the occasion for our country's entertainment variety industry." Zhang Ye laughed. "No matter how much kudos I get, it's just the minority. What I want to know is the number of clicks it gets. That is the actual reaction. After all, no matter how good a program is, it will definitely not receive the approval of everyone. They might not like it. Well, the click numbers haven't appeared yet, as it just finished airing 20 minutes ago. I think that it will be out once we finish eating. Let's hope it breaks 1 million. In his world, talk shows had a wider audience demographic than historical programs like Lecture Room. However, it was not considered a program that was very well liked by the masses. One could tell from the ratings. It was still on a different level compared to the top variety programs that quake the entire country with 2 to 3% ratings. Hence, Zhang Ye did not have extremely high expectations. He would be content with breaking 1 million clicks for the first episode. Besides, if it passed 1 million, the bet he had before with Dong Shanshan would come into effect. They had previously made a bet that if Zhang Ye's program broke 1 million clicks, Dong Shanshan would lose a kiss to him. Fish stew. Stir-fried vegetables. After busying themselves all day, they finally could eat. "Here, try my cooking," Dong Shanshan said. "Sure, let me try." "Oh, delicious," Zhang Ye praised. Dong Shanshan said, "I seldom make fish, as I'm not very good at it. Make do with it." Zhang Ye smiled. "It's pretty good, just a bit sour. But I like to eat sour stuff." Here. You eat, too. You've been busy all day." Dong Shanshan was wearing a 7 to 8 cm high heel that was waterproof. She took off her apron and revealed a deep cleavage that was situated in between two snow-white lumps of meat. After returning home, Dong Shanshan had taken off her outerwear and had not switched to pajamas. She wore a pair of black pants that clung tightly to her body, as well as a red low-cut top. The neckline was very wide, so although her bra was barely hidden, it appeared that she would end up exposing herself at any moment. It seemed like if she used a bit more strength, her bra would be revealed, but yet he couldn't see it. It was very tempting. Covetousness. A beauty to feast his eyes. Zhang Ye glanced at her chest a few times before lowering his head to look her two legs that were clinging tightly to the black pants. That butt of hers was so perky. He really wanted to pinch it. Without knowing it, he had finished a big bowl of rice already. Dong Shanshan flicked the hair off her shoulders and ate a mouthful of fish. Oh, it's still all right. Zhang Ye put down his bowl and began to eat the dishes. Dong Shanshan gave him a look. Oh, you eat pretty fast. Yeah, I'm starving, Zhang Ye said apologetically. Dong Shanshan spoke as she munched on the fish and then stood up. Give me the bowl. I'll scoop you, Aya. She had not changed shoes after returning home, so she was still in her high heels. So when she got up, she missed her footing. Gulu, the fish and a few bones in her mouth were subconsciously swallowed. Dong Shanshan's face turned pale as she immediately covered her mouth. Oh, Aya, Zhang Ye hurriedly said. What? Bones stuck? Dong Shanshan inhaled. Quick, drink some vinegar. Zhang Ye rushed to the kitchen to get a bottle of vinegar for her. He was also very worried, because as a broadcast host, he knew that the most important thing in their line of work was their throat. It was something that fed them, so they could not lose it. Dong Shanshan bit the bullet and drank a mouthful. Doesn't work. Zhang Ye went over and said, Open your mouth for me. Where is it stuck? A few bones in larynx. Dong Shanshan opened her mouth for him to take a look. Carps were fish that had a lot more bones, and they were mostly Y-shaped bones. The moment one got stuck, it would be quite troublesome as it would be latched on. Zhang Ye lowered his head as he looked into her throat. Raise up your head a bit more. There's light here. I can't see with it dark here. Right, a bit more. All right, I see it. There was already a bone that had gone right in, leaving a tiny bit outside. Thankfully, it has not entered your gullet. It's at the mouth to your throat. Dong Shanshan closed her eyes, trying to spit. Don't. Zhang Ye stopped her. If you swallow and it enters your esophagus, it would be troublesome. I'll get you a pair of chopsticks. Dong Shanshan nodded and opened her mouth again. Zhang Ye sticked a pair of chopsticks into her mouth and tried to find the correct lighting before picking the first bone. However, as the chopstick were too big and inflexible, they could not pinch the bone, as they was too clumsy. The moment he touched it out of luck, it skidded past it. This touch caused it to stab the school bell, causing her to wail in pain. Zhang Ye did not dare to make any rash moves anymore. Why don't I use my fingers to pinch it out? Dong Shanshan urged him. Hurry. It's very painful. Zhang Ye had washed his hands before eating, but no longer cared to wash them again. He bent his back and half-squatted to be on the same level as Dong Shanshan. His thumb and index fingers entered the school bell's soft and seductive lips. He was naturally a lot more precise using his finger, so he managed to pinch the first bone immediately. Taking it out, his fingers were stained with Dong Shanshan's saliva. He threw the bones on a piece of napkin before reaching into her mouth again. The second bone was harder to find, as he had to take a long time. Other than the saliva on his fingers, her tongue was pressing on his fingers. Her tongue was not very big, but it was quite thick. It was soft and hot. Being distracted, he could not help but glance down. From his position, he could already see the broad down Dong Shanshan's neckline. It was dark blue, and there was lace, too. Maybe it was because she wore a bra that was larger today, so it was unable to completely wrap around her flesh. The bra was slightly opening outwards. Naturally, Zhang Ye lucked out seeing the white scene inside it. Zhang Ye focused again as he began trying to get the bones out as he endured the temptation. The next moment, the bone was pinched. However, this time, it stabbed into Dong Shanshan's throat, making her smooth and small tongue to jerk upwards in a reflex motion. Zhang Ye felt his fingers being wrapped by her tongue. Even the tip of her tongue had licked his palm, as it was smeared with the school bell's saliva. Zhang Ye ignored her retching and pushed his hand in to barely grab the bone and pull it out in one fell swoop. It's done. Dong Shanshan coughed a few times before swallowing her saliva. and then she exhaled. Are there any more bones? Zhang Ye asked. No, thanks. Dong Shanshan went into the bathroom. I'll rinse my mouth. Zhang Ye looked at his sticky fingers. There was still saliva on it that was rolling down. He quickly went into the kitchen to wash his hands. A minute later, the both of them sat back down to carry on with their meal. Dong Shanshan laughed. Next time, you can't talk while eating fish. It was such a coincidence. Take off your shoes. The heels are too high, Zhang Ye suggested. Indeed, I was so engrossed in cooking, as it was late, that I forgot about it. Dong Shanshan did not go to the door to take a pair of slippers. Instead, she bent down and took off her heels and placed them by the side. She stepped on the wooden floor with her bare feet, as she had just wiped the floor. Yesterday, it wasn't dirty. Under her tight pants were black-colored stockings. With it exposed in front of Zhang Ye, he could see it just by looking down. So beautiful. Every part of her body was so tempting. Dong Shanshan noticed that he was looking at her leg. She could not help but lower her head. Why? Did my stockings tear? No, Zhang Ye coughed. The floor is cold. Don't catch a cold. It's fine. Then turn on the heater. Dong Shanshan pressed a button to switch on the heater. After the meal, Dong Shanshan picked up the plates and left them in the kitchen. I'll wash the dishes. Go check if the numbers are out. Her. I'm also pretty interested with how many people your program can attract. Zhang Ye took his notebook computer to the living room's tea table. Leaning back on the couch, he clicked into the web TV's site and checked Zhang Ye's talk show. The moment that he saw the string of numbers, Zhang Ye was first momentarily stunned. Then he pushed his head closer as he tried confirming what he had seen. There was no mistake. It was that number. It was written very clearly on it. There were no errors. Holy **T. So much. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. Dong Shanshan probed her head out while holding a dish scrubber. Are the statistics out? Zhang Ye nodded. How much? Dong Shanshan asked. Zhang Ye laughed. Guess. I'm sure you won't get it. Dong Shanshan narrowed his eyes. Over 1 million? Zhang Ye chuckled. More than that. Guess. Again. Dong Shanshan blinked. Impossible? It has just been aired less than 2 hours ago. It couldn't have hit 2 million? It can't be that high, right? I'm not guessing. Tell me quickly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Zhang Ye pointed to the computer screen and said a shocking sentence. It is already 5.3 million. Dong Shanshan exclaimed. No way. Let me see. Let me see. She did not even put down the bowl she was washing. It was still dripping with water. She rushed out from the kitchen with bowl in hand as she bent over to see the computer. 5,307,200. Dong Shanshan could not help but let out a swear word. Holy mother *****. Can you not be so ridiculous? It hasn't even been 2 hours. Even if the increase in numbers would begin to slow down, it would not be a problem to hit 7 million hits by tomorrow. This is a new program, and it's just the first episode. It has 7 million hits on the first day. Ever since Web TV's inception, there has not been any person or new program that has broken 6 million in hits on the first day. The highest is a variety show from our Weiwa's competitor. It hit 5.9 million hits on the first day. You took 2 hours to almost exceed it. Zhang Ye touched his nose. Actually, I didn't think that it would be so much. I was thinking that 1 million would be not bad. Looks like everyone approves of my program. Isn't it far more than approval? This is heaven-defying. Dong Shanshan shook her head and sighed. Just this result of yours is definitely enough to cause a stir. Tomorrow. No, just tonight, before 12, you will refresh the historical record for the pilot episode of Web TV. And I believe that in a few days and in a few episodes, your Zhang Ye's talk show will also refresh the historical record of having the highest average hits for a single episode. It looks like the evaluation on the internet isn't wrong. You have really created history. However, Zhang Ye was cautious. There might not be so many clicks in the future. There could be so many today because of the good promotions. For example, the hijacking incident. I had appeared on Central TV's news after all. And also with the commercial, I'll speak for myself, it had also garnered some buzz. Everyone was curious about it, and since it was quite well liked after the broadcast, it was in some sense free advertisement for me. Hence, many people clicked in to watch my program. There might be some who watched for a while and closed it after not liking it. So to maintain the level of the first episode's clicks might not be that easy. He didn't let himself get carried away by the results. Dong Shanshan smiled instead. Hi. If my new program has a tenth of your clicks, I'll already be overjoyed to death. Saying that, she went back to washing the dishes. Zhang Ye carried on refreshing the webpage as he watched the click numbers increase bit by bit. 10 p.m. The school bell had washed the dishes and swept the floor. She even wiped the table. All right, we still need to work tomorrow. Get some rest. Dong Shanshan yawned and stretched. Just this stretching motion naturally revealed a charm and laid-backness. It made Zhang Ye unwilling to look away, for it was too tempting. Zhang Ye recalled something. He did not say good night, and instead said blankly, "Classmate Dong, didn't we have a bet in the past?" Dong Shanshan looked at him in confusion. What are you saying? We made a bet that if my program's pilot episode broke 1,000,000, isn't there something? Right, Zhang Ye said. Dong Shanshan's mouth of lies relapsed as she smiled. Did I say that? Why don't I remember? When was it? Zhang Ye exclaimed. Hey, you can't do that. Dong Shanshan blinked. Did we really make a bet? Of course it's true. If you lost, you'll give me a kiss. If I lose, I'll give you a promotional clip. Zhang Ye threw up his hands helplessly. Don't you go back on your words. Dong Shanshan sighed. All right then. Then I'll consider it as we made the bet. What do you mean, consider? We really made the bet. Zhang Ye was speechless. Dong Shanshan headed to the bathroom. I'll brush my teeth first. You brush in a while, too. All right. Zhang Ye's heart was thumping. He stopped looking at the computer and threw his notebook into his bedroom. To him, the attractiveness of the school bell was clearly far greater. A moment later, the school bell came out after washing up. Zhang Ye glanced at her and also went into the bathroom as he brushed his teeth and washed his face. The moment he came out, Dong Shanshan was sitting on the sofa, watching the news on TV. It was a replay from earlier that day. Zhang Ye walked to her side and sat down. He wanted to speak, but stopped. He smiled as he felt slightly embarrassed to open his mouth. He also began watching news simulcast. Dong Shanshan said, Done brushing? Yes. Zhang Ye cleared his throat. Okay. Dong Shanshan did not say anything more. The atmosphere was vague and somewhat embarrassing. The school bell always looked graceful and she dressed very sexily. She appeared open, but in fact, as a classmate of Dong Shanshan for so many years, her personality was actually the opposite from her outer appearance. In fact, she was more introverted. People tended to be contradictory after all. Dong Shanshan was still wearing her black tight pants and a red, low-cut top while sitting on the sofa. She constantly switched her crossed leg. She did not seem natural. Zhang Ye was even more unnatural. Against his enemies, he was always as cold as the autumn wind. But against women, he had little experience. In the end, the two of them watched TV from 10 to 10:30. 30 minutes later, the news ended. Only then did Dong Shanshan switch off the TV and look sideways at Zhang Ye and gave a smile. Hurry, I'm sleepy. Zhang Ye tersely acknowledged. Dong Shanshan fidgeted a lot. One moment, she was stroking her hair, while the next moment, she was straightening her clothes. Finally, she leaned her body towards Zhang Ye. Her chin raised slightly up. Her eyes were closed, too. No, actually, they was just narrowed. One could see her eyes through a tiny gap. Zhang Ye hurriedly took a cup to drink a mouthful of tea. Then he emboldened himself and moved his body over. His head was approaching her. Hold on. Dong Shanshan opened her eyes. Her. My throat is a bit dry. Let me drink a mouthful of water too. She had come home late, so she had not prepared tea. Dong Shanshan took Zhang Ye's cup and ignored the saliva on the cup. She tossed it back and drank it. All right, it's okay. A moment of silence. Zhang Ye once again moved his head over as his bit the lower lip of Dong Shanshan, as his saliva had a strange smell. This was the experience he gathered from his previous kiss with Dong Shanshan. Hence, he did not kiss her upper lips. The upper lips were close to the nose, and since Zhang Ye smoked and drank, he naturally wanted to leave a good impression on her. Hence, he only kissed her lower lips. The lips there were also thicker, so the feeling was better and felt great. The two lips locked. Both their heads were stuck together. Zhang Ye remembered the regret from the past, which was not sending his tongue in. Hence, the moment they locked lips, Zhang Ye was afraid Dong Shanshan would run away the moment they touched. So he immediately stuck his tongue into the school bell's mouth. It immediately wrapped around the school bell's tongue. Dong Shanshan clearly was caught off guard. Oh. Zhang Ye was very nervous and uneasy, but he was such a person. The moment he did it, then it didn't matter. His courage grew as he kissed her again and again. After his tongue had enough of it, Zhang Ye did not go overboard and removed it from her mouth. Dong Shanshan huffed and puffed as if she was simmering. She said in an exasperated tone, "Why did your tongue come in? There wasn't this in the bet, right?" Zhang Ye acted dumb. "Didn't you forget about the bet?" Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, "The agreements of the bet didn't say that was prohibited. Next time we make a bet, we can make it more detailed." "Next time?" Dong Shanshan leered at him and smiled. "You sure have taken enough advantage." "Enough, I'm sleeping. You rest early too," Zhang Ye said kindly. "Good night, Shanshan." "Good night." Dong Shanshan returned to her room. Zhang Ye was left alone in the living room, recounting the sweet taste in his mouth. Chapter 247. A program staff credit list that shocks everyone. He ended up sleeping late. As a result, he also woke up late the next morning. By the time that Zhang Ye got up from bed and looked at the time, good heavens, it's already 10 a.m. He hurriedly dressed up. Last night while in bed, he was recounting the softness from Dong Shanshan's mouth and her tiny tongue. As a result, he suffered from serious insomnia. In the end, Dong Shanshan woke up very early and left, as she had to busy herself with her own program. As she left early, she did not wake him up. Zhang Ye was already accustomed to using Dong Shanshan as an alarm to wake him up, so he did not set an alarm. Damn, so when he opened his eyes, it was already so late. He hurried, for he did not want to be too late. Sure enough, there was no one in the living room. However, there was fried rice with egg on the table. It was a leftover from yesterday. Zhang Ye could tell at a glance that this was an outcome of Dong Shanshan's cooking. He was momentarily in a dilemma as he changed his mind. He heated it up in the microwave before eating it. Since he was already late, he might as well finish eating first. He could not waste the food cooked by the school bell. Going out, he stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Suddenly, a youth who walked past saw Zhang Ye and widened his eyes. He then shouted while pointing at him, You are Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye was surprised and nodded at him with a smile. The youth was very excited. AI. It's really you. I watched your Zhang Ye's talk show yesterday. It was really D*M good. Zhang Ye was very delighted. "Thank you for the support." With the youth's shout, another girl also saw Zhang Ye. She screamed, "Zhang Ye. It's the Zhang Ye from the talk show yesterday." She turned around and shouted to a girl waiting in the distance for a car, Meng, hurry over and take a look. I've seen a celebrity. It's that poker-faced comedian." Another young girl ran over excitedly. "Teacher Zhang, your program is so good. Please give me an autograph. Give me one too. Ever since watching your program, I became a loyal fan of yours." Zhang Ye was pretty happy about it. He gave each and every one of them an autograph. People in Shanghai could finally recognize him. In the past, when he had just come to Shanghai, he did not need to even wear sunglasses. Although it had delayed him, it was all right. Fans were the ones sustaining him. Although there were many passers-by who passed them with a curious glance, Zhang Ye already knew it was quite something. His fame was slowly increasing in the country. He was no longer only limited to Beijing. This was an upgrade and uplifting. Of course, he could not compare with those A-list or S-list celebrities who were known by everyone on the street. Zhang Ye was still very content and knew that this was the fame that Zhang Ye's talk show brought him. From this, he could tell how successful the program from last night was. In just a night, he could be recognized on the street, with them asking for autographs. After taking pictures with a few fans and satisfying them, Zhang Ye got a taxi. The first thing he did upon boarding the taxi was to wear the long-awaited sunglasses. The unit. The moment he entered the hall, many people looked at Zhang Ye. These people were basically not from the web TV department, but they all recognized him. "Teacher Zhang, you've arrived? Good morning." A few people greeted him with a smile. Zhang Ye did not know them, but still responded, "Good morning." When Zhang Ye entered his office, the situation became even more intense. The moment his head popped in, the stares of everyone in the office darted towards him. Wang Xiong was there too. Zhang Ye hurriedly went forward apologetically. "Leader, sorry about it. I rested late last night, so I couldn't wake up in the morning. It won't happen again." Wang Xiong patted his shoulders happily. "It's all right. I know you have been working hard the past few days. Is your body okay? If you aren't well rested, I can give you another day off. Zhang Ye said, I'm fine. I've recovered. Wang Xiong chuckled. Did you see your program's numbers? I saw it, Zhang Ye added on. Last night, I saw 5 million. Wang Xiong chuckled. Then you are outdated. Just now we were all talking about this matter. In the morning, at a higher management meeting, we were all discussing your new program. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Why is the company's higher management meeting talking about me? Wang Xiong pointed at him. Do you know how many hits your program has received at this moment? Saying that, he handed Zhang Ye a document. These are the statistics that were just collated without any delay. Zhang Ye took it over to give it a look. Wang Xiong directly said, 7.4 million. Zhang Ye was stunned. He thought that it would only slowly increase above 7 million tonight, but who knew that it would reach it in the morning? He was indeed very surprised. Wang Xiong said, Do you know what this number of hits of yours mean? It means that you have broken a record for the number of hits for a pilot episode in web TV history. You have created a new legendary rating. I have some numbers here. It's the number of hits for each pilot episode for all the new web TV programs this month. You are first, and do you know how many second place got? It's just 1.3 million. Your program is 6 times more popular than them. It's completely an overwhelming victory. There's no question about it. And in the top 10 for this month's new program pilot episodes, the other 9 programs added up still have less hits than your program. And your program is actually twice all the 9 added up, Zhang Ye said in a low-key manner. Maybe I happened to chance upon a month without good new programs. WebTV shook his head, saying, It's not that their programs aren't good. Having 1 million hits in the pilot program is already a very impressive achievement. It's because your program is too good. Saying that, he turned and said to everyone else, Everyone, stop your work for a moment. Everyone should know that our Weibo Web TV hasn't been doing very well this year. We were being suppressed by the other web TV platforms. Be it in meetings or mobilization of staff, we always say that our goal is to exceed them so as to get back our position as industry leader. Today, Zhang Ye's talk show has created history. It has surpassed all other new programs. After a year, our web TV has once again reached the top. Should we give little Zhang a warm round of applause? Yes. Teacher Zhang is impressive. It's too fierce. 7 million hits. And it's not even 24 hours yet. It will probably hit 8 million before tonight. It has refreshed the historical record by more than 2 million. F***K. It's so dazzling that I'm turning blind. That's right. When I saw the hit rate in the morning, I turned dumbfounded. This hit rate isn't an accident. Yesterday, when I watched Teacher Zhang's program, the laughing me teared up so many tears. Seriously awesome. Our Weibo Web TV has finally produced a signature program. BBA, 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 BBA. Everyone applauded. Wang Xiong did similar. He was feeling extremely good. Teacher Little Zhang. In the future, have more exchanges with everyone. Teach your experience to your colleagues. Zhang Ye quickly motioned with his hands. I'm a newcomer, too. I'm just trying to find my path. I can have some exchanges with everyone, but not anything like teaching them. The leader left. Zhang Ye returned to his desk. Dong Shanshan was not around. She could be busy recording in the studio. Qian and Little Yu came over immediately. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Ye smiled. It's a team effort. It's not just me. You may not know. Ha. In the morning, an ex-colleague of mine called me. He, too, is in this industry, but he is from another web TV company. Little Yu said. The moment he got through, he asked me, what's the matter with Zhang Ye from your company? Where did such a mighty person appear from? After a pause, he said joyfully. According to him, when the other web TV departments saw your program's click numbers last night, they were king aghast with shock. Zhang Ye laughed. It's not that exaggerated, right? It's really that exaggerated. Little Yu said amusingly. It's his exact words. It's true. At this moment, a few other colleagues took the initiative to walk over from a distance. Teacher Zhang, let's get to know each other. I'm Li Weipeng. I'm in charge of technology. In the future, look for me if you have any problems on those matters. Teacher Zhang, I do documents. Is your program team lacking in people? Teacher Little Zhang, nice to meet you. Can we have a meal whenever you are free? I want to consult you on advice about programs. Please don't be stingy with your experience. Zhang Ye hurriedly engaged with them, and shook hands with them to get to know each other. Immediately, everyone seemed to forget they had been extremely pessimistic about the talk show. Zhang Ye had used his ability to prove that as long as he made a program, it would definitely become popular. Late-night ghost stories, 2. Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms, 2. Zhang Ye's talk show, 2. At the same time, on the internet, news reports related to this were released. Some were criticizing it, saying that Zhang Ye's program had no bottom line and was doing it all for laughs. Of course, most of them were filled with praise. For a program that was so innovative and groundbreaking to appear domestically, it was mostly affirmation from everyone. Naturally, the heaven-defying number of hits Zhang Ye's talk show garnered was also reported. Netizens expressed that they were blinded. Is that real? It can get more than 7 million hits in less than a day? This is the precursor to King shooting out into outer space. Just this blinds you? All of you are too naive. It seems few of you noticed it. Haha. I suggest for you to go back and look through the staff credits at the end of Zhang Ye's talk show. After seeing that, will you really turn blind? Spoilers ahead, I'm already blind. I turned blind from dumbfoundedness. Staff credits? What do you mean? Let me take a look. A few people went to watch it out of curiosity. It wasn't a big deal seeing it, but just as the previous person said, they nearly cried out of fright. Executive producer, Zhang Ye. Executive director, Zhang Ye. Overall planner, Zhang Ye. Directing team, Zhang Ye. Qi Xian. Props, Zhang Ye. Costumes, Zhang Ye. Makeup, Lu Weihong. Post-production, Zhang Ye. Technical producer, Zhang Ye. Scene design, Zhang Ye. Filming, Wang Lei, Li Henny, Sun Bang. Nearly all the roles in the name list had Zhang Ye's name. Holy mother of *** King Hell. It's all Zhang Ye. This is King him taking 9 roles for himself. Teacher Zhang, can you not be so versatile? This program staff credits really shocked a countless number of people. Not only netizens expressed their incredulous opinions about it, even some professional insiders posted to express their astonished reactions. Chapter 248, Live Broadcast? Nothing I'm afraid of. 4 days later, Friday morning, on the internet, the awe and discussion of Zhang Ye's talk show had started to die down. The topic was no longer so actively discussed anymore. It was normal that even the hottest topic did not last for long. There had been a plastic surgery scandal of a Korean celebrity who had always claimed to be natural. Everyone had gone to discuss about this as the previous topic was left in the dust. Zhang Ye didn't mind because he had earned enough reputation in this wave of discussions. His Weibo followers were nearing 900,000. His Tieba fan club's hardcore fans had increased to 40,000. Even the celebrity rankings did not place Zhang Ye at the bottom of the D-list celebrities anymore. He had been promoted to around 8th or 9th spot, although it was counted from the back. But the concept of D-list and E-list were totally different. This was a level where the celebrities were all truly professional. They had gone through fire of baptism to reach this level. There were no pushovers. So to be able to climb 8 or 9 positions was already going against the heavens. If Zhang Ye's talk show could continue to keep up its quality, then it's very likely that his placing would only keep increasing. Taking a look at his total reputation points, it was a total of 2.1 million. Zhang Ye knew that he had gotten so many reputation points through just one episode of the program, mainly because this world did not have an entertainment program such as his talk show. This led to the big effect of him gaining so many reputation points. Based on his guess, he would not be able to get so many points anymore. Starting from the 2nd episode, the reduction would be by at least half, so he would get around 1 million reputation points per episode. But to get 1 million was already very high. When he was back at the Beijing television station, an episode of Zhang Ye's analysis of the Three Kingdoms could at most get him a few 100,000 reputation points, so he was operating at several multiples of that now. Looking back, Zhang Ye knew that his choice to join the online television station was the right one. Still an hour before work, Dong Shanshan had already left home to busy herself with her new program. Zhang Ye had the habit of watching the news on TV after breakfast. He brought up the Game Rings interface at the same time to try his luck at the lottery. There was nothing to do anyway, so he might as well try his luck. Then, without looking at where the pointer would land, Zhang Ye used his additional stakes and added 10 stakes. He had spent a total of 1.1 million reputation points. The pointer began to swing. It spun crazily fast. Then it started slowing down. Because the difficulty adjustment die had left a deep psychological trauma to Zhang Ye, and the previous 2 lottery draws had gotten him consumption category items, he really did not want to get the consumption category items anymore. It would be best that he could draw a special category item. If that doesn't work out, a stats category or skills category was fine, too. Spin on. Round and round. The pointer came to a stop. Zhang Ye took a look. It was still okay. It had landed on the skills category. He took out the treasure chest, small, from his inventory and opened the lid, full of expectations, hoping to see what would come out from inside. Computer Programming Skills, Network Technology Experience Book, 11. Zhang Ye's eyes turned gloomy. He could not help but slap himself on the forehead. What kind of lousy sh*t was this? His program was getting more and more popular. His fame was also increasing. But why was his luck becoming worse by the day? Thinking of the previous time when he was still in Beijing. Before he had gotten his Taiji fist skill, he had actually drawn a Computer Programming Skills Experience book for a total of 21 books. This time it's back? A change of course? This time it's Computer Programming Skills, Network Technologies Experience book? Your sister. Was this a plan for this bro to become a computer programming teacher? Why programming? Why network technologies? What would I want them for? This bro here wants to become a famous celebrity, not become an IT worker. Forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in saying any more. I will eat it first. Who knows if this crappy thing might come in handy in future. That was how Zhang Ye consoled himself. 1 book, 10 books, 11 books. Zhang Ye ate up all the skill experience. As for the remaining 1 million reputation points, Zhang Ye did not plan on carrying on playing the lottery. Without any hesitation, he bought a total of 10 memory search capsules. After eating them, he carried on extracting the memories of all the excellent talk shows from his world. There was no such thing as having too much of it. The previous time, he had only extracted a tiny amount, and if he wanted to carry on doing the talk show well, the knowledge and memories were extremely important. Without these things, it would be impossible for Zhang Ye to tell the joke segments with such confidence and composure. It was a fundamental need. 8:40 a.m. All the reputation was spent. Zhang Ye took a cab to work. The unit. Today was a gloomy day, but it did not seem like it had rained. The moment he entered the office, a staff member called him over to inform him that Director Feng wanted to see him. Zhang Ye put down his belongings and went upstairs to Director Feng's office. He knocked on the door and went inside. Director Feng, you were looking for me? Wang Xiong was also in the room. Feng Guiqin was just speaking to him as she looked towards Zhang Ye. She smiled and waved him over. Come, little Zhang. Sit down first. Okay. Zhang Ye sat down over there. Feng Guiqin looked at him and said, recently, your Zhang Ye's talk show has brought us many viewers and it has received much praise. But there has been much happening on the internet the past few days. Discussions about your program has begun to die down. I'm worried that after the 2nd episode's broadcast tomorrow, the results would deteriorate further. Therefore, I would like to create some publicity to make your program the topic of discussion again. Zhang Ye wondered, what kind of publicity? Feng Guiqin laughed. This came to me on a whim, or maybe I should say it's just my fantasy. I would still have to hear your opinion first. Zhang Ye asked puzzledly. What kind of gimmick are we talking about? Feng Guiqin said hesitantly. I would like to do a live broadcast for 1 episode. Live broadcast. Zhang Ye was stunned. A live internet broadcast. Feng Guiqin nodded. This has some difficulty, I understand. Even in traditional television stations, live broadcasts are a rarity. Except for some news and sports programs, the rest are mainly recorded broadcasts. Because factors and problems cannot be controlled fully for live broadcasts, even news programs will often have difficulties in preventing them even when they use scripts and teleprompters. So for online television stations, a live broadcast is even harder. This new industry has already been around for the past few years, but no one dares to do a live broadcast on web TV. Such an event is probably already rejected by industry insiders as being too difficult. They would not want to risk it if anything were to go wrong. If problems occur during a live set and the host is unable to handle it, then it would become a live broadcast incident. So it would be better if they didn't do a live broadcast at all. But having seen you live at your first episode's recording, I have a feeling that you are able to do what others can't. Zhang Ye nodded. Director Feng's words gave him a lot of pressure, but his emotions were stirred. This sort of trust was hard to come by. Wang Xiong asked, Teacher Little Zhang, what do you think? Feng Guiqin laughed. Director Wang is not too agreeable. He thinks the risk is too high. Rather than get the title of first to do a live broadcast on web TV, it would be better to do it slow and steadily. But I somehow feel that you can do it. Your program does not need any editing, and the rhythm from the beginning to the end was marvelously controlled. You even measured your words and did not cross the line. As for your adaptive ability, you were a graduate of a broadcast major and have done a number of programs before, so your experience is definitely not worse than anyone else. Zhang Ye was silent. He was considering. Feng Guiqin glanced at him and said, Of course, like I mentioned, it still depends on your opinion. Whether you dare to take this risk or not to be the first to do this. If you feel uncomfortable, then let's forget it. We will resume our original plan for recording. After more than 10 seconds, Zhang Ye raised his head and said, Director Feng, I've meddled with live broadcast-related activities before, but this will be my first time doing a live broadcast. I will try. I have considered it for very long just now. I don't think there will be a problem. I dare not say that there will be no problems, but at least the problems won't be big. Wang Xiong interrupted. Teacher Little Zhang, you have to think carefully. Feng Guiqin said. Yes, you have to consider it very carefully. Zhang Ye laughed. I've already thought about it. Other online television stations might not dare to do it, but I am a little different. I was born with guts. I dare. Feng Guiqin was very happy. She slapped the table. Good. Then we will do the live broadcast at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Little Zhang, go back and prepare yourself. It's all on you now. Okay. Zhang Ye nodded and said goodbye. Afternoon. Everyone in the office had also heard this piece of shocking news. Saturday, 8 p.m. Zhang Ye's talk show would be broadcast live. Wang Bei found Zhang Ye in no time and asked, Zhang Ye, you want to do the live broadcast? Zhang Ye tersely acknowledged. Are you crazy? Wang Bei made a fainting gesture. This is not a news report program. You are doing a variety program. How are you going to make it a live broadcast? You can't avoid a live broadcast if you're doing a news program. There were even scripts for those, and all you needed to do was to read it accordingly. A sports match was more suited for a live broadcast because as long as the filming was done on time, it did not matter even if the commentator gagged on his lines. Some variety shows, like singing competitions, had live broadcasts for the finals, but since the contestants had already made it through to the finals, there would not be any major problems with their singing. But what sort of program was Zhang Ye hosting? It's a talk show. It depended on nothing but Zhang Ye's oratorical skills. He even insisted on not having a teleprompter. If he forgot his lines, then there would be no way to rescue the situation at all. It would all be ruined. Qian came forward to ask, Will you be using a teleprompter? Zhang Ye shook his head. No, there's no need for that. Qian and Little Yu. An old comrade came over and said, Little Zhang, you're too rash. There's a reason why all the online television stations do not do live broadcasts. It's way too difficult. Zhang Ye smiled a little. I will give it a try. After a whole day of everyone trying to dissuade him, Zhang Ye still would not listen. He had already decided. Zhang Ye,